Chapter 1. The Dual Divine Powers Unveiled. Knock, knock, knock. The abrupt sound of knocking jolted Baiye from his reverie. He promptly rose to answer the door. As he swung the door open, he was greeted by the sight of a bald head, glistening in the sunlight as if it were a shiny egg. "Wow, there really is someone here," the bald man exclaimed, a slightly daft smile adorning his face. "Are you the new neighbor who moved in today? I had thought I would be the only one living here." "Hello, my name is Baiye. It's a pleasure to meet you." Baiye greeted him naturally, instantly recognizing the man before him as Saitama, the protagonist of the anime One Punch Man. "I'm Saitama." "Likewise, it's a pleasure to meet you," Saitama replied politely, nodding his head. Then, with a hint of concern, Saitama remarked, "By the way, is there something wrong with your eyes? They seem a bit red." Baiye hesitated for a moment. "That it's nothing. My eyes are naturally like this." "That's good to hear," Saitama said, not dwelling on it further. "Well then, feel free to come over for tea anytime." With that, he turned and returned to his own home next door. Only after the door clicked shut did Baiye instinctively touch his eyes, his mind swirling with thoughts. He had indeed traversed to another world, and, approaching a mirror, Baiye beheld his reflection, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his former self. While not dazzlingly handsome, he was certainly quite charming, with short black hair reminiscent of a Bido Uchiha. What stood out most were his crimson Sharingan eye adorned with a pattern of 3 interlocking blades, akin to the Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Obito, embodying the power of Kamui. And it was a dual Kamui. This aligned perfectly with what the system had just conveyed. He not only found himself in the realm of One Punch Man, but he had also acquired the dual powers of Kamui. However, Baiye began to feel a slight fatigue, likely due to the continuous drain of the Manjiki Sharingan, especially since he was currently limited to the physical capabilities of an ordinary human. Suddenly, a question arose in his mind. There seemed to be no chakra within him, so what kind of depletion was the Sharingan causing aside from ocular energy? Ding! As the host lacks chakra, the chakra and ocular energy that the Sharingan would typically consume have been modified by the system to translate into mental energy and ocular energy. Furthermore, there is a method to enhance mental energy. Please access the system panel for further details. At that moment, it seemed the system could hear Baiye's inner thoughts and promptly addressed his uncertainty. So that was it. With the system's guidance, Baiye attempted to access the system panel. But before that, he decided to test whether he could deactivate the Sharingan. After a brief period, Baiye discovered that he could effortlessly switch between the Manjiki Sharingan, the 3-Demo Sharingan, and his normal eyes solely through the power of his will. Maintaining the 3-Demo, or simply his black pupils would surely be the most suitable choice. Following that, he opened the system panel through sheer will. Host Baiye. Age: 20. Identity: human, C-class hero of the Hero Association. Ability: double Sharingan. Physique: 10. Average level for adult males is 10. Points: 0. Point shop: LV1. As a series of system characters materialized before him, Baiye's attention was immediately drawn to the points and the point shop. According to the system's description, the means to enhance his mental power likely resided within the point shop. With his curiosity, Baiye opened the point shop. Item: Physique. Item: Senju Cells. Item: Blade of the Red Knight. Only 3 items were visible, prompting Baiye to tentatively explore the first item. Details of item: Physique encompasses strength, speed, mental power, and all aspects of physical fitness, allowing for infinite exchanges and cumulative enhancement of physique. Attributes: Price: 1 point unit price. In an instant, Baiye comprehended that the method for enhancing mental power was indeed through exchanging points for physique attributes. However, a new dilemma arose: how to acquire points. The system's panel had just indicated that his points stood at 0, rendering him unable to make any exchanges. Ding! The host may acquire points through combat, engaging with key figures and unlocking hidden achievements. Now makes sense. Baiye nodded slightly and continued to examine the details of the other 2 items. Details of item: Senju Cells can provide a certain enhancement to the host's overall abilities, including self-healing powers. Regardless of mental power, ocular abilities, or physical injuries, they can recover autonomously. Once the Senju Cells within the body reach a certain level, the host can gradually master the wood release secret techniques note. This item is measured in micro amounts and can also be infinitely exchanged and stacked. Price: 10-point unit price. Details of item. The Blade of the Red Knight is the great sword wielded by Uchiha Obito during the night of the Uchiha Massacre. While not a divine artifact, it surpasses ordinary weapons by a significant margin. Price. 10-point unit price. Having comprehended the details of these items, Baiye closed the point shop. Moreover, the section labeled Identity on the system panel intrigued him. It appeared the system had not only designated him as a neighbor to Saitama, but had also bestowed upon him the identity of a C-class hero in the Hero Association. One might wonder, is he merely a C-class hero? Well, a C-class, it is I shall ascend gradually. Baiye pondered this moment. His primary concern was to acquire points to enhance himself otherwise, with his current physique akin to an ordinary person, utilizing the double Sharingan too. Many times would leave him utterly drained. Furthermore, the combat prowess in the world of One Punch Man was quite exaggerated even with the kaleidoscopic double Sharingan. Baiye still felt a considerable sense of urgency. After contemplating for a while, Baiye formulated a plan that he would first visit the Hero Association, and if he encountered any monsters along the way, he would engage them in battle to earn points. Since he was now a neighbor to Saitama, it indicated that he was situated in Z City's wasteland, also known as the Demon City, though the Hero Association's headquarters is located in City A. It is likely that branches have been established in other cities as well. Saitama and Genos initially underwent their assessments at the Hero Association branch in City Z, presumably situated in the heart of the city. Without further contemplation, Baiye promptly set off. Upon descending to the ground floor, he was met with the desolate visage of this ghost town, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. There were neither humans nor monsters in sight. This area had once been abandoned due to the frequent appearance of monsters, yet Saitama's arrival had largely eradicated them. Of course, this was only true regarding the surface. It wasn't until Baiye traversed the desolate zone and entered the residential area that he encountered not a single monster. After a considerable time, during which he inquired with passers-by, Baiye finally arrived at the Hero Association's branch in City Z. Ding. Host has arrived at the Hero Association in City Z, earning a reward of 5 points. At this moment, Baiye felt a sense of accomplishment, as acquiring these points proved to be easier than he had anticipated. However, before he could savor his triumph, another system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! According to the rules of the Hero Association, if a crank hero does not engage in any heroic activities within a week, they will be removed from the hero roster. The host has only 24 hours remaining. Please be vigilant. Chapter 2. Hero Association Branch in City Z. Upon hearing the system's reminder, Baiye recalled that the Hero Association indeed enforced such a regulation. Given that the number of crank heroes is substantial and their capabilities generally modest, the association routinely disqualifies those deemed ineffective. Nevertheless, there are still nearly 400 active crank heroes in the world of One Punch Man. Not only humans exist, but also monsters. These creatures may be humans who have mutated due to excessive stress, poor habits, genetic alterations, or various animals that have transformed due to technological modifications or environmental pollution, as well as subterranean dwellers, aquatic beings, and even extraterrestrial entities that, in essence, monsters pose a threat to human society, resulting in casualties, thus necessitating the emergence of heroes to combat them. Years ago, the concept of professional heroes was non-existent. Heroes acted independently as vigilantes until Saitama saved a chubby little boy, the grandson of the affluent Agni. Moved by the hero who saved his grandson, Agni invested a fortune to establish the Hero Association, thus giving birth to the notion of professional heroes. Baiye is now one among these professional heroes, albeit the lowest-ranking crank hero. The Hero Association classifies heroes into ranks C, B, A, and S. Correspondingly, monsters are categorized by disaster levels. Wolf, tiger, demon, dragon, and god rank from weakest to strongest. Oh, Mr. Baiye, welcome. At that moment, as Baiye stepped into the Hero Association's branch in Z, a staff member clad in a suit greeted him. Baiye had no recollection of this staff member, yet the latter seemed to recognize him, prompting Baiye to feign a familiar smile and NOD.MR. Baiye, it appears you are on the verge of being removed from the roster today. Marks the 6th day since your registration on the hero list. If you do not engage in any heroic endeavors soon, you will indeed be dismissed, the staff member kindly reminded him. Thank you for the reminder, I will take heed. Baiye replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Very well, just hope you do not forget, the staff member said, suddenly recalling another matter. Moreover, while our Hero Association's primary duty is to combat nefarious beings, do refrain from seeking out confrontations with them as a class hero. Your focus should primarily be on subduing criminals. The monsters are still too perilous for you, I understand, Baiye said, offering no further comment. I shall return to my duties now. Should you require any assistance, Mr. Baiye, feel free to seek me out at any time, the staff member concluded before turning to attend his own tasks. However, shortly after departing, he suddenly pondered. When did I come to know Baiye? Never mind, perhaps the late nights have dulled my memory, he mused. Though he found it somewhat peculiar, he did not dwell on it, considering the sheer number of class heroes in the association, especially with many newcomers entering and exiting, often being dismissed within a few days. That it was not unusual to forget an individual among them. In the Grand Hall of the Z Division of the Hero Association, the large screen displayed the hero list, showcasing the ranks, personal avatars, and information of every active professional hero. This hero list was also publicly accessible on the association's official website, serving the purpose of allowing the public to supervise the heroes. Should any professional hero engage in unethical behavior and be discovered by the public, they could report it directly. The forefront were, naturally, the class heroes. 1. Explosion. 2. Trembling tornado. 3. Silver fawn. Baiye's gaze swiftly scanned the ranks of the prominent heroes as he glanced downward. He found himself occupying the very last position among the class heroes, ranking as the lowest of the entire Hero Association. While this scenario was not unexpected, given that he had yet to undertake any heroic action and was on the verge of being removed, it was nonetheless somewhat humiliating. Wait, did I just misread? You are indeed the one at the bottom of the hero list? A mocking voice suddenly arose from behind. Baiye turned slightly, catching a glimpse of a burly man clad in a yellow tiger-striped vest. If memory served him correctly, this individual was none other than the Vest Legion's Vest Tiger, ranked 6th among class heroes. Upon realizing who it was, Baiye felt a sense of relief. This man was not only simple-minded and physically robust, but also of poor character. Ignoring him would suffice. Noticing that Baiye merely cast a glance without further engagement, the Vest Tiger felt a surge of disdain. Believing himself to be looked down upon, he escalated his mockery, exclaiming, "What's the matter? Are you too embarrassed to respond? I never anticipated encountering the person ranked last here, to be precise. I didn't expect you to have the audacity to check your own ranking." Initially, the other heroes around them remained indifferent, but influenced by the brazen Backing Tiger, a number of them joined in ridiculing the White Knight. Backing Tiger is at it again, bullying the newcomers. His character truly leaves much to be desired. Indeed, he relishes belittling newcomers, and no one seems able to rein him in. Let's just keep our voices down. The Backing Legion is numerous, and their leader, the Backing Sovereign, is an Shrank hero. It's best not to provoke them. Though there were still a few sensible individuals present, none dared to speak up, their apprehension regarding the Backing Tiger and his Backing Legion palpable. Moreover, Backing Tiger himself possessed a notable level of strength, ranking 6th in class, surpassing most present in terms of power. In stark contrast, White Knight remained disinterested in engaging with Backing Tiger. Having perused the hero roster, he was ready to depart and attend to more pressing matters. Repeatedly ignored, Backing Tiger's frustration reached its peak. "Hey, you there, the newcomer. I'm speaking to you. How dare you disregard me?" Backing Tiger, class rank 6. With an irritated expression, Backing Tiger strode forward, forcefully slapping his hand onto White Knight's shoulder, intending to teach this oblivious newcomer a lesson. Though physical altercations were prohibited within the Hero Association's precincts, a slight display of force to intimidate was still permissible. However, as Backing Tiger's hand made contact with White Knight's shoulder, it astonishingly passed through his form as if he were an apparition. This unexpected void almost caused Backing Tiger to stumble forward, but he managed to steady himself just in time. Backing Tiger, filled with astonishment, was about to scold when he looked up and met White Knight's gaze. To his utter dismay, he noticed that White Knight's eyes had transformed into a pair of blood-red orbs, emanating an eerie and chilling aura that sent a shiver down Backing Tiger's spine, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Such a gaze was enough to instill fear in him, and his reprimand faltered abruptly. What was most terrifying was that just moments ago, his hand had failed to make contact with the other party. Chapter 3: The First Encounter with a Strange Person. Is there anything else? Baiye spoke in an indifferent tone. And no, there isn't. The Vest Tiger, once brimming with bravado, was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by fear. Get lost. Baiye never regarded the Vest Tiger with any respect. Why, yes. Still dazed, the Vest Tiger instinctively complied. It was only after Baiye had departed from the Hero Association that the Vest Tiger belatedly realized how humiliating his recent actions had been. There were numerous onlookers. A surge of shame washed over the Vest Tiger, his face ablaze. The piercing gazes of those around him felt unbearable, prompting him to lash out in indignation. What are you looking at? Be careful, or I'll beat you up. The others hastily averted their eyes, pretending as if nothing had transpired, returning to their own affairs. Among the onlookers were not only C-class heroes and visiting outsiders, but also a few B-class heroes. However, aside from the Blizzard group, none among the B-class heroes wished to offend the Vest Tiger, for the reputation of the Vest Legion loomed large. Once the crowd dispersed, the Vest Tiger felt somewhat relieved. Yet, the more he reflected on the incident, the angrier he became, realizing that he had been humiliated by someone ranked last among C-class heroes. A profound disgrace. He could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Convinced that he had merely been startled, how could he have actually been unable to touch that person? Those eyes, he thought, were merely intimidating. As the Vest Tiger regained his composure, he concluded that he had been deceived. Enraged, he harbored resentment towards the individual named Baiye for making him look foolish in front of so many people. Meanwhile, Baiye had long since cast aside thoughts of the Vest Tiger. He found himself on the bustling streets, eager to discover any deeds worthy of a hero. According to the Hero Association's definition of heroic actions, beyond confronting monsters, at the very least, one should subdue criminals. Acts of kindness, such as helping an elderly lady cross the street, were merely good deeds and did not fall within the realm of heroic actions. Of course, this did not imply that good deeds were without merit. If one performed enough of them, much like the unlicensed knight, who boasted high attendance and an excellent reputation among the populace. Even with insufficient strength, he had ascended to the top of C-class and could have been promoted to B-class, though he chose not to due to self-awareness of his own abilities. At present, Baiye was solely focused on avoiding expulsion from the Hero Association. Thus, he was in dire need of undertaking heroic actions. If it came to the worst, he might have to adopt a godlike perspective. Given his familiarity with the world of One Punch Man, he could directly seek out the lair of the House of Evolution. Heroic actions need not solely involve vanquishing monsters. Even providing useful information could suffice. However, the worst-case scenario unfolded as Baiye wandered the streets for an extended period without encountering a single monster. He found himself in a predicament akin to that of Saitama in the original narrative, facing potential expulsion while being unable to find any monsters. In the city of Z, safety is generally a norm. However, if a particular area were plagued by peculiar individuals causing chaos daily, its residents would have long since vacated, much like those in the desolate region where Saitama resides. Fortunately for Saitama, he had the likes of Sonic seeking him out, whereas Baiye lacked similar assistance. It appears that, just as Baiye was contemplating a direct course to the Evolution House, a sudden scream pierced the air. A monster has appeared. Run for your lives. Where are the heroes? Is there not a professional hero nearby? Help! At that moment, Baiye's 3-tomo Sharingan manifested, directing his gaze toward the source of the commotion. He was immediately confronted by a colossal potato, specifically a human whose torso had entirely morphed into that of a potato, leaving only the head, arms, and legs intact, albeit the head had also taken on a potato-like shape. Let us refer to this creature as the Potato Monster. Ding! Host encounters a monster for the first time, earning a reward of 5 points. Just discharge. Just then, the unlicensed knight, having arrived promptly, launched an assault on the Potato Monster. He happened to be patrolling nearby, and, despite being oblivious to the Potato Monster's true strength, he harbored no fear. The unlicensed knight, riding a bicycle, executed a surprise attack from behind the Potato Monster. As he neared collision, he leapt off his bike, directing it to crash into the potato monster. However, the potato monster swiftly turned around and collided its head with the oncoming bicycle. Bang! With a resounding impact, the bicycle was sent flying by the potato monster's head. In stark contrast, the potato monster remained unscathed, suggesting its head was quite resilient. I have encountered far too many mutated potato monsters in the kitchen of restaurants. Who dares ambush me? The potato monster bellowed. Everyone flee. I will hold him off. The unlicensed knight shouted urgently. He spread his arms wide, positioning himself before the potato monster. Despite a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow and recognizing that he was no match for the creature before him, he did not retreat an inch. This must be the C-rank hero, the unlicensed knight. How fortunate we are to have a hero to save us. Some murmured. Yet, doubts lingered. Could he truly contend with that monster? His recent surprise attack had already failed. Why dwell on such thoughts? We must escape. Some began to question the knight's abilities. You, a frail and diminutive human, think you can thwart me, the potato monster? It scoffed, charging forward with the intent to knock the unlicensed knight aside. At that precise moment, a figure appeared before the unlicensed knight, placing itself between him and the potato monster. The figure was none other than Baiye. This took the unlicensed knight aback. The potato monster was also momentarily stunned, yet it showed no sign of slowing down. After all, whether it crashed into one person or two, the impact would remain the same. As the potato monster was on the verge of colliding with Baiye, Baiye's eyes suddenly transformed from the three tomo to the kaleidoscopic dual Sharingan. Blood vessels abruptly appeared in his right eye. The potato monster was instantly enveloped by a terrifying force, and his body began to contort. In the blink of an eye, the entire potato monster was drawn into Baiye's right eye, vanishing from the sight of onlookers. Ding! The host has defeated the wolf-class monster, potato monster, and received a reward of 5 points. Ding! The host has defeated a wolf-class monster for the first time and received a reward of 5 points. At this moment, the potato monster found itself within Baiye's own alternate dimension, the Kamui space, yet the system determined that he had already vanquished the potato monster. This was likely because the potato monster, once absorbed into the Kamui space, was left entirely at his mercy. Chapter 4. Interstitial Cells in Truth. Baiye could have effortlessly dispatched the potato monster from a distance using the long-range capabilities of his left eye's divine power. This would have been far more convenient. However, this situation posed a dilemma. Nearby witnesses might mistakenly attribute the defeat of the potato monster to the unlicensed knight, thereby claiming the credit for themselves. Baiye was not particularly concerned about accolades, but he was apprehensive that if no one recognized his involvement in this heroic confrontation against the monster, he would inevitably face expulsion from the Hero Association. Thus, he was compelled to defeat the potato monster in a manner visible to all. Nevertheless, despite his efforts, most spectators remained oblivious to the details of the incident. What? What just happened? How did that monster vanish so suddenly? Indeed, it seemed to have disappeared into thin air. I thought I was hallucinating. No, I distinctly saw it. That person appeared, and it was as if the potato monster was drawn into his eye. I caught a glimpse too, but it was all too sudden to grasp clearly. Fortunately, some witnesses recognized that the potato monster had been absorbed into Baiye's eye. With these eyewitnesses, the Hero Association would acknowledge Baiye's heroic deeds. Are you also a professional hero? The unlicensed knight stared at Baiye in bewilderment, unable to conceal his astonishment at the recent spectacle. He had not comprehended what had transpired before the potato monster vanished. Ah, I know you. You are the top-ranked C-class unlicensed knight, correct? Baiye turned, speaking amiably. I am also a C-class hero, albeit the last in ranking. The unlicensed knight, clad in full armor and wearing a green cycling helmet, resembled the image held in Baiye's memory. It was indeed a professional hero, but how could this be? You are ranked last? The unlicensed knight found this hard to believe. Even without witnessing the full extent of the earlier events, he understood that the young man before him, with black hair and crimson eyes, had effortlessly vanquished the potato monster. Such prowess surely warranted a rank higher than the lowest in C-class. Actually, I am a newcomer. Prior to today, I had not engaged in any heroic activities, which account for my low ranking, Baiye clarified. The unlicensed knight nodded. Oh, I see. Your rank will surely rise swiftly. With the monster defeated, he decided to continue his patrol, bidding farewell as he ran towards the bicycle that had been knocked aside by the potato monster. Goodbye. Baiye held a favorable impression of the unlicensed knight, and thus treated him with warmth, unlike his demeanor towards the vest-wearing tiger. Subsequently, Baiye departed from the scene, unaware that his current mental state was far from optimal. His eyes were plagued by a stinging sensation due to the recent use of his Kaleidoscope divine powers. At this moment, he had just acquired some points and promptly opened the system panel. Points, 20. He observed that the points column had transformed from 0 to 20. Baiye then turned to the points shop to make some exchanges. Ding. The host exchanged for physique, 10, deducting 10 points. Current remaining points, 10. Ding. The host exchanged for Hashirama cells 1, deducting 10 points. Current remaining points, 0. Physique, 10 Hashirama cells 1. Physique, 20 Hashirama cells 1. Besides the physique attribute, the Hashirama cells were also quite significant. They not only comprehensively enhanced Baiye's abilities, but also granted him self-healing capabilities. Not only could his wounds automatically mend, but his mental strength, ocular prowess, and even eyesight could restore themselves, ensuring that he wouldn't go blind as long as he didn't excessively overuse the powers of his dual Manjiki Sharingan at once. However, at present, the Hashirama cells within Baiye were minuscule, and their effects were not immediately apparent. He would have to wait for his mental strength and ocular prowess to gradually recover. Fortunately, he did not require combat in the near term, so it posed no significant issue. After all, the cost of 10 points for such a bug-level item as Hashirama cells was exceedingly cheap. For instance, Uchiha Madara had bitten off a piece of flesh from Hashirama and spent considerable time cultivating it to provide a Beto with that caliber of Hashirama cells. It was likely that Baiye would need dozens, if not hundreds, of points to attain a similar level of Hashirama cells. In summary, it was imperative to accumulate more points. To ensure there were no unforeseen complications, Baiye once again approached the Hero Association to apply for his hero activities. For example, the hero rankings were primarily calculated based on the points earned from these activities. However, the Hero Association had never publicly disclosed the criteria for awarding points, and the activities themselves required scrutiny. Heroes had to submit their applications alongside eyewitness accounts from civilians. A quintessential example was Saitama and King, since Saitama would effortlessly defeat monsters with a single punch and then depart. Every time Saitama obliterated a powerful monster, King happened to be present, leading the witnesses to mistakenly believe that King was the one defeating the monsters. Witnesses reported King's feats of vanquishing powerful monsters to the Hero Association, and King bore a scar from his first encounter with a monster, further convincing the Hero Association that those monsters had been defeated by King, thus promoting him to an S-rank hero. The reason was that Saitama neither applied to the Hero Association nor did any witnesses know it was he who had acted. At this juncture, Baiye completed his application, and the Hero Association would seek out witnesses for verification. Coincidentally, the unlicensed knight also arrived at the Hero Association. Are you here to apply as well? Do you need me to be a witness? Upon seeing Baiye at the staff desk, the unlicensed knight immediately approached him. That would be much appreciated. I indeed require a witness, Baiye replied with a nod. Very well. The unlicensed knight promptly elucidated the situation to the staff, attesting that it was indeed the White Knight who had vanquished the potato monster. Furthermore, a citizen had recently reported the potato monster incident, allowing the Hero Association to successfully verify the claims. Ding! The host has completed their inaugural heroic endeavor and resolved the crisis of expulsion, earning a reward of 10 points. Chapter 5. The free meal with Saitama. Aside from maintaining his status as a professional hero, Baiye also saw a modest improvement in his ranking, ascending from the last position in the C class to the 351st place. This increase was not substantial, as the potato monster was merely an ordinary wolf-class creature. The hero ranking is not solely determined by strength, but largely hinges on contributions to society and the association. Social contributions encompass the extermination of monsters, the subjugation of criminals, and acts of kindness, while association contributions involve various special tasks assigned by the Hero Association. Thus, The extent of Baiye's ranking elevation primarily depends on the threat level posed by the monsters he has defeated, rather than the flamboyance of his victories. At least he was no longer at the bottom. At this moment, Baiye internally lamented, "I see your name, Baiye. It appears you still lack a heroic alias. However, after some time in action, you will surely acquire one." The unlicensed knight remarked. "Well, let us hope it is a more conventional hero name," Baiye sighed, given that the heroic aliases for newcomers are determined by the association's officials. There are instances when these officials can be rather whimsical, bestowing bizarre names upon the newcomers, such as Saitama Escape Baldi. The unfortunate few who later formed the Hero Name Victims Association included C-class heroes like the Drunkard, the Bashful Pervert Doctor, and the Great Lecher. These heroic titles were not only peculiar, but also likely to invite ridicule and misunderstanding from the public. Since the unlicensed knight was attending to some matters at the Hero Association, Baiye decided to return home. The sky was gradually darkening, and he thought it was time to purchase some ingredients to prepare dinner, as his stomach was beginning to grumble. With this in mind, he rummaged through his pockets and discovered a bank card, undoubtedly provided by the system. He was curious about the balance on the card. Upon inquiring internally, the system promptly responded, "Ding. The balance of this bank card is 100,000 yen. Please plan your expenditures wisely." In the universe of One Punch Man, the currency is indeed yen. 100,000 yen is neither an insignificant amount nor overly abundant. It roughly translates to around 5,000 RMB. Baiye then headed to a nearby supermarket to see if there were any discounted ingredients available. After completing his grocery shopping, Baiye intended to teleport directly home from the supermarket entrance. Activating his right eye's power, he was transported into the Kamui space. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of the potato monster, who appeared to be questioning the meaning of life. Having likely attempted various methods to escape this peculiar realm, he had succumbed to existential doubt. "All right, you're still trapped in this Kamui space." Baiye almost forgot about the potato monster. Suddenly, upon Baiye's appearance, the potato monster sprang to its feet, determined to deliver a headbutt to this insufferable human. At this moment, Baiye interrupted the potato monster's incantation, presenting two choices: either accompany me to the Hero Association and confess, or remain trapped here until death. In truth, he could never truly confine the potato monster in the Kamui space for eternity. For Baiye, endowed with dual Kamui, having someone present within the space is akin to having a presence at his back. The essence of one of the primary abilities of dual Kamui, phasing, involves transferring his corporeal form into the Kamui space, allowing him to disregard all attacks in the real world. However, during such instances, his physical form within the Kamui space remains utterly defenseless. This is merely illustrative. Baiye had no need to keep the potato monster imprisoned indefinitely. He could eliminate him on the spot. However, like Saitama, he harbors an aversion to indiscriminately slaughtering monsters that have not harmed humanity. Not to mention, in One Punch Man, instances of monsters truly killing humans are rather scarce, possibly intentionally omitted. Ultimately, Baiye employed this tactic merely to intimidate the potato monster. Consequently, the potato monster was indeed frightened. He could not conceive a way to escape, leading him to genuinely believe that his adversary could confine him here for a lifetime. I will go with you to confess. I do not wish to be trapped here," he conceded. Being imprisoned in the Hero Association's designated monster prison was far preferable to this dim, pillar-laden, eerie space. At least within those walls, one would encounter talented individuals who also possessed amiable conversation skills. Observing this, Baiye wasted no time and promptly sent the potato monster to the Hero Association before returning home. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he encountered Saitama descending the stairs. The two exchanged a glance in the corridor. Saitama held a small bag of bean sprouts in his hand, likely purchased on discount from a convenience store that day. In stark contrast, Baiye carried a substantial bag of ingredients. Saitama, while noticing this disparity with a hint of envy, refrained from shamelessly asking for any, nor would he resort to using his strength to seize them. At that moment, Baiye took the initiative to speak. "Is that you, Saitama? I happen to have an abundance of groceries today. Would you care to join me at my home?" "Sure," Saitama replied with delight, his face adorned with an endearingly naive smile characteristic of a strong individual but I only have this bag of bean sprouts, so I hope that's all right. Not at all. I quite enjoy bean sprouts, Baiye responded casually. Then I want to be polite, Saitama said, stepping into Baiye's home without a trace of hesitation. Baiye placed the ingredients in the kitchen and prepared to commence cooking immediately. Do you need any help? Saitama inquired as he approached. No need. Just sit there and enjoy some tea, Baiye replied. All right, Saitama nodded in agreement. Baiye then began to cook. Having long been accustomed to preparing his own meals prior to his journey through worlds, he possessed a certain level of culinary skill, further enhanced by his Sharingan, elevating his cooking prowess to new heights. The meticulous techniques of knife skills, seasoning control, and heat management are effortlessly mastered under the exceptional insight of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Sitting in the living room, casually sipping tea while watching television, Saitama soon caught a whiff of the delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen. How exquisite! It seems that this new neighbor possesses remarkable culinary prowess, he mused to himself. Upon the sudden discovery of a new neighbor moving in, he was taken aback. But the prospect of enjoying a meal here is undeniably appealing, far surpassing the meager bag of bland bean sprouts he had purchased. Chapter 6. The Blade of the Crimson Knight. Baiye emerged from the kitchen, bringing forth an array of dishes, with Saitama promptly joining to assist. Once the table was adorned with a delightful assortment of food, the two took their seats, engaging in the customary pre-meal rituals. I commence my meal. With hands clasped together, Baiye and Saitama simultaneously uttered their blessings. Halfway through, Saitama remarked, It has been quite some time since I've indulged in such a lavish feast. The spread on the table, featuring beef curry, stir-fried bell peppers with meat, and scrambled eggs with chives, might be considered everyday fare. Yet for Saitama, who had long endured poverty, it truly felt like a sumptuous banquet. Indeed, as long as you're satisfied, Baiye replied. To be honest, I initially thought you moved here to take advantage of the exceedingly low rent and utility costs, but it appears you are not as financially constrained as I presumed? Saitama inquired. Although it was a desolate area, the water and electricity services remained intact. The rent and utility fees, while nominally charged, were significantly lower than elsewhere, and no one dared to demand payment, rendering it virtually free. However, aside from Saitama, few would consider residing here. Baiye, as a traveler from another realm, was a notable exception. Don't let my appearance deceive you. I am not as well off as I seem, but I managed to earn a living. Baiye gently shook his head. Upon becoming a professional hero in the Hero Association, one does receive a salary, but the remuneration for lower-tier heroes is scant, making it a struggle to sustain oneself. I see. Occasionally, when I find myself in dire need of funds, I take on part-time jobs, which allows me to scrape by. Saitama assumed Baiye's notion of earning meant working in convenience stores or similar establishments, though one could argue that being a professional hero in the Hero Association was, in itself, a form of employment. Dinner concluded, and both Baiye and Saitama had thoroughly enjoyed their meal. At this moment, Saitama expressed his gratitude once more for being allowed to share in the meal. Not at all. You're always welcome to visit my home, Baiye generously offered. Is that so? That would be splendid. Saitama accepted without hesitation, as it was indeed an invitation extended by Baiye. However, next time I shall endeavor to bring more ingredients and seasonings I wouldn't want to impose. With that, Saitama departed, taking back his bag of bean sprouts untouched. After Saitama's departure, Baiye settled onto the sofa, engulfed in contemplation. In this timeline, Saitama had yet to join the Hero Association. Indeed, his name was absent from the roster of heroes. However, it was evident that at this juncture, Saitama was quite literally a one-punch man, for he had already lost all his hair. Without a doubt, Saitama represented the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world, and it was a curious fate that he found himself as Saitama's neighbor. Nevertheless, understanding Saitama's nature, one would realize that he would never casually harm a human, let alone a monster. Even in the face of the most egregious and despicable individuals, he refrained from using lethal force. Thus, while Saitama was the strongest, he was also the least likely to become an adversary. Baiye's concerns do not lie with Saitama, but rather with the cosmic overlord Boros and the formidable Tornado, who strike with indiscriminate force. He muttered to himself, recognizing the urgency of becoming stronger. Currently, he could only rely on his dual-dimensional powers for self-preservation, utilizing his intangibility or retreating into the dimension of his abilities. However, as a time traveler, he could not be content with mere survival. While surpassing Saitama seemed an unrealistic ambition, given that Saitama does not pose a significant threat, he at least desired the capability to confront Boros head-on. Achieving such a level of strength would not be an easy feat, and at that moment, Baiye resolved to diligently pursue his training. The following day, Baiye commenced his patrol in the residential area of Z City early in the morning. This method might appear somewhat foolish, yet it was the most practical approach. Unlike his mentor, Saitama, who idly awaited news of monsters from the television, Baiye understood that the media typically reported only on severe calamities. Monsters of at least demon level were the only ones worthy of news coverage, while the more common wolf and tiger level monsters simply did not make the headlines. It was precisely Saitama's ignorance of this fact that led him to remain glued to the television every day. While patrolling the streets, Baiye also took the opportunity to purchase a mobile phone, primarily for receiving messages from the Hero Association. It was noteworthy that the mobile phones in this world lacked full screens and were predominantly flip phones. Nevertheless, Baiye regarded this device solely as a work tool, prioritizing functionality over aesthetics. After some tinkering, he successfully connected with the Hero Association, allowing him to receive their notifications promptly. Monsters have appeared in the center of Z City, preliminarily classified as tiger-level disasters. Nearby heroes are urged to respond swiftly. Just as Baiye completed the setup of his phone, he received a message from the Hero Association. Conveniently, it was in the city center, and he could teleport there directly through his dimensional space. Instantly, his Kaleidoscope vision manifested, and utilizing the power of his right eye, he drew himself into the space of his abilities. In the next moment, he found himself on the bustling streets of the city center. Although the Hero Association had not provided a specific location, he quickly discerned the direction from the distant screams of the populace. While civilians fled in panic, Baiye headed determinedly toward the source of the chaos. Before long, a beetle-like creature appeared before him. Indeed, it was a human whose upper body had transformed into that of a beetle, with only his legs retaining their human form. Perhaps it should be referred to as a longhorn beetle man, as it possessed a pair of massive mandibles that appeared capable of easily severing hard objects. The longhorn beetle man stood over 2 meters tall, and its strength was certainly formidable. Suddenly, a rather audacious young man with yellow hair charged forward, swinging a metal rod with all his might toward the longhorn beetle man. However, crack! The creature effortlessly clamped down with its mandibles, snapping the metal rod in half. What? The yellow-haired youth was instantly taken aback, paralyzed by fear as he collapsed onto the ground. Such devastating power, if unleashed upon a human, would undoubtedly cleave them in twain. This aligns perfectly with the definition of a tiger-level monster, which is capable of inflicting multiple, even mass casualties among humans. However, to Baiye, this creature is merely a walking point accumulator. Defeating a tiger-level monster would surely yield him more points than vanquishing a wolf-level one. Ding! The host has exchanged for the Crimson Nightblade, deducting 10 points. Current remaining points, 0. Baiye swiftly redeemed the Crimson Nightblade from the point shop, feeling the need for a formidable weapon. In an instant, a katana materialized in his grasp. Taking a step forward, before his foot could even touch the ground, he teleported directly before the Beetle Man. The Beetle Man was taken aback by the sudden appearance of this unknown human. Before he could comprehend the situation, the blade was already descending upon him. A flash of crimson light erupted before his eyes. Chapter 7. C-Class Second, a swift horizontal slash severed the legs of the Beetle Man. Baiye quickly discerned that the creature's vulnerability lay in its legs. After all, they remained unarmored, unlike its other hardened body parts, rendering them exceptionally fragile. It wasn't until he inexplicably found himself considerably shorter, with a sharp pain radiating from the base of his thighs, that the Beetle Man realized his legs had been cleaved. What? My legs? The Beetle Man wailed. Ding! The host has defeated the Tiger-class monster, Beetle Man, and received a reward of 10 points. Ding! The host has defeated a tiger-class monster for the first time and received an additional reward of 10 points. With merely this one strike, the system adjudged Baiye victorious over the Beetle Man. After all, the creature could no longer move normally, which was tantamount to having lost its combat capability. With points secured and the monster incapacitated, Baiye had achieved his objective. He casually flicked the blood from the blade of his katana. The young man with yellow hair, seated on the ground, stared in astonishment. After a moment of dazed silence, he regained his composure and inquired, "You must be a professional hero, right?" "Well, just an unremarkable newcomer," Baiye replied kindly. "Though you were somewhat reckless earlier, your bravery is commendable. Just be more cautious next time." "Yes, I will be careful." The young man nodded vigorously. Baiye then called the Hero Association to send someone to apprehend the Beetle Man. At that moment, the young man appeared hesitant, as if wrestling with some inner turmoil. Once Baiye concluded the call, he immediately spoke again. I also want to become a hero, but someone like me surely doesn't qualify." "Nonsense. You bravely held off the monster to protect everyone, which already makes you a hero," Baiye smiled. "Even if others perceive you as a delinquent, it does not preclude you from becoming a hero." Recognizing the source of the young man's lack of confidence, Baiye noted the shock of yellow hair. Upon hearing his words, the young man's eyes widened, rekindling with determination. "I understand now. I will work hard." The young man was reinvigorated. Shortly thereafter, representatives from the Hero Association arrived to take the Beetle Man away. In the aftermath, the review committee of the Z-City branch of the Hero Association recorded Baiye's contribution in defeating the Beetle Man and calculated his points. His ranking on the hero roster ascended once more, given that he had dealt with a Tiger-class disaster this time. The value of his achievement far surpassed that of his previous encounter with a Wolf-class threat. According to the Hero Association's assessment criteria, a Wolf-class monster is roughly equivalent to 3 C-class heroes or 1 B-class hero, while a Tiger-class monster corresponds to 5 B-class heroes or 1 A-class hero. Baiye's ability to single-handedly vanquish a Tiger-class monster unequivocally attested to his potential to assume the mantle of an A-class hero. Nonetheless, it remains true that hero rankings primarily reflect various contributions. Thus, the ranking of Baiye has settled at C-level second. This implies that should he successfully challenge the C-level first, he shall ascend to B-level. Gazing at the hero roster published on the Hero Association's official website, Baiye finds himself somewhat content with his rise in ranking. The promotion mechanism of the Hero Association is rather antiquated. For instance, a C-level hero must first attain the top position within that tier before ascending to B-level. However, there exists a degree of discretion, meaning that as the C-level first, one may choose to ascend to B-level or remain at the pinnacle of C-level. This leads to a peculiar situation where the first of B-level may surpass numerous A-level heroes. It is quite evident that the B-level first, Blowing Snow, outmatches the majority of L-level heroes, and the A-level first, Sweet Mask, proves to be stronger than certain S-level heroes. Consequently, a pressing question arises. How do the other B-level and A-level heroes ascend? They can only challenge Blowing Snow and Sweet Mask. Failure in such endeavors would preclude their promotion, which is quite disheartening. Now, as the C-level second, Baiye is entirely qualified to challenge the C-level first. Prompt ascension is undoubtedly the best course of action, for the elevation in hero rank will also trigger the system's point reward mechanism. Without hesitation, Baiye promptly heads to the Hero Association to challenge the C-level first. Baiye, as a newcomer without a hero alias, are you certain you wish to challenge the C-level first, the unlicensed knight? Inquires the review committee member, a young woman with dark skin, seeking confirmation from Baiye. Affirmative. Baiye nods. Despite the opponent being the unlicensed knight, he must proceed for the sake of ascending to B-level. Very well. We shall now contact the unlicensed knight. Please hold on for a moment. Subsequently, Baiye awaits the unlicensed knight in the waiting area. To his surprise, upon learning of the situation, the unlicensed knight hastens to arrive at full speed on his bicycle. Although his strength may not be formidable, his stamina is commendable. He pedals furiously without breaking a sweat. Baiye, I have heard of your ascension to C-level second. Thus you wish to challenge me for a B-level promotion. The unlicensed knight immediately seeks out Baiye upon entering. Indeed, Baiye replies with a slight nod. Then let us commence. I am fully prepared for you to defeat me. At that moment, the unlicensed knight appears eager to receive a beating. Ever since his ranking ascended to C level first, every challenger aiming for B level has succeeded. This is partly due to his own relatively weaker abilities, and partly because he willingly allows it. Unlike Blowing Snow, the B level first, or Sweet Mask, the A level first, who harbor their own selfish motives, the unlicensed knight remains at C level first simply because he believes his abilities fall short of qualifying him as a B level hero. Unlike Blowing Snow and Sweet Mask, who deliberately obstruct other heroes aspiring for promotion for their own selfish interests, Sweet Mask serves as a gatekeeper for the S-Class. This is due to the exceedingly perilous nature of the missions undertaken by S-Class heroes. He wishes to prevent inadequately skilled heroes from meeting their demise. Moreover, he assesses the character of those aspiring to ascend to the S-Class, believing that individuals with poor conduct are unworthy of such a prestigious rank. Baiye said little on the matter, contemplating that he would hold back his strength during the encounter. Under the arrangement of the examination committee, Baiye and the unlicensed knight entered a spacious arena designated for hero duels, with the committee member officiating as the referee. Are both of you prepared? Then, let the competition commence. As the referee's voice echoed, the unlicensed knight immediately charged at Baiye on his bicycle. Aware of Baiye's formidable capabilities and resigned to his inevitable defeat, he approached the contest with utmost seriousness, recognizing the importance of attitude. However, through Baiye's Sharingan, the unlicensed knight's full-speed advance appeared to be as sluggish as a tortoise, allowing Baiye to effortlessly evade and overturn him. The unlicensed knight spun through the air before crashing to the ground, where he lay and raised a white flag in surrender. Ding! The host has defeated the C-Class hero, unlicensed knight, and received a reward of 3 points. Chapter 8. The Vest Brothers. It was evident that the strength of the unlicensed knight was inferior to that of the commonplace wolf-level monsters, which resulted in Baiye only earning 3 points for defeating him. This system notification piqued Baiye's interest, but it was not the meager points that concerned him. Rather, it was the realization that he could earn points by defeating the unlicensed knight. He had initially believed that points could only be accrued through combat with monsters, but he was now enlightened to the fact that victories over other heroes could yield the same reward. This was undoubtedly splendid news, as it broadened his avenues for acquiring points. With the outcome decided, Baiye had successfully completed his challenge. The review committee promptly announced the results. Are you all right? Baiye rushed forward to inquire about the unlicensed knight's condition. I'm fine. I'm not injured. The unlicensed knight waved his hand and quickly rose to his feet as if nothing had transpired. This was not altogether surprising. The unlicensed knight had faced formidable monsters like the Deep Sea King head-on multiple times and had always emerged unscathed. That's good to hear, Baiye replied, visibly relieved. The committee member then addressed Baiye. Mr. Baiye, please come to our Z branch for an interview tomorrow. You will have the option to either be promoted directly to B rank or take the position of unlicensed knight as the top C rank. Understood, Baiye nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, an unfriendly voice interjected. Wait, isn't this outright cheating? How can he qualify as a B rank hero? It was the familiar voice of Vest Tiger. Accompanying him was a burly man clad in a vest, none other than Vest Blackhole, Vest Tiger's brother, who was a B rank hero on the hero roster. Moreover, a group of individuals followed closely behind, seemingly brought in by the Vest brothers. The committee member maintained a stoic expression as he addressed the Vest brothers. Regardless of your grievances, you have no authority to interfere with the Hero Association's promotion system. Rest assured, we are merely here to expose this fellow's cheating. We will not obstruct the Hero Association's promotion process, Vest Tiger replied, with an expression of petty triumph. However, when the formal interview occurs, the committee members will undoubtedly realize that this individual has cheated, and it will be left to their judgment. The committee member fell silent, as Vest Tiger's actions did not contravene the association's regulations. Even though she held a certain disdain for Vest Tiger, she could not overtly show favoritism towards Baiye. Mr. Baiye could never cheat. His strength and contributions unquestionably meet the standards for a B-rank hero. The unlicensed knight could no longer contain himself, and spoke up in Baiye's defense. Unlicensed knight? Your opinion holds no weight here. You are merely someone who climbed to the top of C rank by mere luck. Vest Tiger sneered contemptuously at the unlicensed knight. Many are aware that the unlicensed knight's prowess hardly ranks among the foremost of C-class heroes. His standing is merely a result of his diligent daily efforts in aiding the citizens. However, to the Tiger of the Vest, the deeds of the unlicensed knight are nothing but a farce, and he finds it utterly irksome that such benevolence has elevated him to the pinnacle of C-class. In contrast, he himself has fallen to the 6th position, no, 7th now, having been ousted by the emergence of the Night Watch as the 2nd in C-class. Compounding his ire is the humiliation he suffered at the hands of the Night Watch, prompting him to enlist his brother, the Black Hole of the Vest, to confront the Night Watch. With the backing of the B-class Black Hole, the Tiger of the Vest's arrogance swells. Night Watch, you have only been a newcomer for 7 days, and for the first 6, due to a lack of heroic action, you were nearly expelled from C-class, barely clinging to your position. Now, I ask you, how did you manage to leap from the very bottom to 2nd in C-class in just a day or 2? Is it not cheating? Wouldn't you agree? As the Tiger of the Vest interrogated the Night Watch, he incited the crowd's emotions. It seems likely that those who had just entered were deliberately brought in by him, ensuring the review committee could not show favoritism towards the Night Watch and allowing him to repay the humiliation he previously endured. Of course, these individuals were merely onlookers drawn by a few perks, either newcomers or low-ranking C-class heroes, not true allies of the Vest brothers. It is indeed peculiar. How does one almost face expulsion only to be promoted directly to B-class? I too find it odd. I have never witnessed such a swift ascension from C-class to B-class. Truly capable newcomers typically leap to B-class or even A-class during their initial assessments. This does raise the possibility of cheating. If the association does not conduct a thorough investigation, it will be profoundly unjust to all. Upon hearing that nearly everyone around stood in agreement with him, the Tiger of the Vest nodded in satisfaction. This was clearly slander. How can one accuse without evidence? The unlicensed knight, undaunted by the Vest brothers, stood his ground in a spirited defense. Did you not hear me tell you to be silent? Be careful, or I shall flatten you. The Tiger of the Vest brandished his enormous fist in a menacing display towards the unlicensed knight. Yet the unlicensed knight, who had faced even the formidable Deep Sea King without fear, would not be intimidated by a coward like the Tiger of the Vest, who thrived on bullying the weak. He stood resolutely against the Tiger, disapproving of such base behavior. Night Watch, afraid to respond? Feeling guilty as a cheater, are you? At that moment, the Black Hole of the Vest, arms crossed and with a fearsome countenance, boomed a rebuke towards the Night Watch. While his strength remained uncertain, his imposing presence was palpable. To outsiders, the Night Watch appeared to be cowed by the Black Hole's dominance. Given this, if I simply trample you beneath my feet, would that not serve to vindicate me? At this moment, Baiye spoke, his expression and tone remarkably calm, as if the matter at hand were merely trivial. Huh? Do you truly believe you can trample me, the mighty vest-clad tiger? The vest-clad tiger instantly reacted as though he had heard a jest, proudly boasting. I am no mere unlicensed knight. I possess the strength of an A-rank hero, though, due to unfortunate circumstances, I remain at C rank. Baiye, indifferent to the brother in the vest's attempts to waste time, coolly remarked, I apologize, but I was referring to the two of you together. Chapter 9. I am in a hurry as noon approached. Baiye was pressed for time, eager to return home to prepare lunch. He contemplated swiftly eliminating the two adversaries to save time while simultaneously earning points. Upon hearing this, the muscular figure known as Vest Tiger and the ominous Vest Black Hole were momentarily taken aback. Are you jesting with me? Vest Black Hole regarded Baiye with a look of incredulity akin to that reserved for a fool. What gives you the audacity to challenge both me and my brother? As Vest Tiger regained his composure, a disdainful expression crossed his face. This is utterly absurd, setting aside the legitimacy of your claim to be an A-class hero. You are merely a top contender among C-class heroes, while Vest Black Hole is a seasoned B-class hero. You may not even stand a chance against Vest Tiger alone, let alone both of us. Defeating an unlicensed knight holds little weight. Perhaps he was too impulsive, driven by youthful fervor. However, He was about to face the repercussions of such recklessness. Not only Vest Tiger and Vest Black Hole, but those around them also perceived Baiye's actions as a reckless gamble. Even the unlicensed knight expressed concern. Baiye, do you truly believe you can take on both of them alone? Isn't that a tad perilous? Although he recognized Baiye's formidable strength, he understood that Vest Tiger and Vest Black Hole were equally formidable. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, especially when one of them is an experienced B-class hero. Fear not for me, Baiye replied with a serene smile. Very well. The unlicensed knight could only hope for Baiye's victory over the Vest brothers. Let us not waste any more time. I am in a hurry. Let's commence. Baiye's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon the Vest brothers. Come at me. You make it sound as if I fear you. Vest Tiger, emboldened by Baiye's challenge, felt a rush of adrenaline. Despite having been startled by Baiye previously, he remained confident, believing he had merely been momentarily deceived. Kid, don't blame us for bullying you later. You requested that we both engage you. Enough of your prattle, Baiye interjected, growing impatient. Such arrogance. I shall demonstrate my prowess. Vest Black Hole's temper flared instantly as he raised his fist, ready to strike Baiye. Hold on, interjected the remaining examiner, still present. I shall continue to serve as the referee. Both parties must adhere to the rules of engagement. Let's get on with it. Vest Tiger appeared eager to pummel Baiye. With the referee's command, Vest Tiger and Vest Black Hole charged at Baiye in unison. Their combat style primarily relied on brute strength, their towering physiques and robust muscles serving as the source of their power. Vest Tiger stood at an impressive height of 1.9 meters and weighed 102 kilograms, while Vest Black Hole reached a staggering 2 meters and weighed 143 kilograms, boasting a grip strength of 200 kilograms. Their physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary individuals, yet it paled in comparison to what Baiye was about to reveal. Ding! The host exchanged 23 points for physical constitution, resulting in a deduction of 23 points, leaving a current balance of 0 points. Physical constitution, 23, bringing his total to 43. Baiye's physical prowess surged dramatically, now exceeding that of an average adult male by more than 4-fold. Confronted by the 2 assailants, he opted not to employ the dual divine eye technique, but instead resolved to overpower them through sheer physical combat. With merely the foundational abilities of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, including insight, Baiye effortlessly dominated the 2 brutes. Their approach appeared sluggish, as if they were moving in slow motion, and the trajectory of their punches was easily anticipated by him. This anticipation exemplified the strength of his insight, as it allowed him to deduce their next moves based solely on their preliminary gestures. The replication of ninjutsu was similarly executed, enabling him to mimic their hand signs with remarkable precision. The duo, known as Vest Tiger and Vest Black Hole, attempted to corner Baiye, yet every punch was deftly evaded, his demeanor remaining nonchalant. In stark contrast, the attackers began to gasp for breath, for fighting was exhausting, and throwing empty punches was even more so. It seemed as though Vest Tiger and Vest Black Hole were being toyed with. How swift! The speed of his dodging was astonishing. They couldn't even lay a finger on Baiye. Was he merely evading without countering? Perhaps Baiye's speed surpassed his strength, leading to a battle of endurance. The spectators were utterly astonished by Baiye's reflexes and velocity. After a prolonged exchange, the brothers had yet to land a single hit on him, and their frustration mounted. Their punching frequency escalated, yet so did their exhaustion. Before long, Vest Tiger was too fatigued to maintain his guard. Infuriated, he cursed, lamenting Baiye's evasive tactics as he took a moment to rest, panting heavily. Seems you've had your fill. Now it's my turn, Baiye remarked coolly. With those words, a fierce determination glinted in his eyes. As Vest Black Hole's punch barreled towards him, Baiye merely tilted his head, allowing the fist to graze past his ear. Swiftly thereafter, he thrust his right knee upward, striking Vest Black Hole squarely in the abdomen. The impact was devastating, causing Vest Black Hole to curl up and collapse to the ground, racked by intense pain that rendered him unable to rise. His face contorted in agony, not only from the trauma to his abdominal muscles, but also from a ruptured liver. Such a liver explosion is a rare and decisive end in combat. Once it occurs, few can endure, as it transcends mere pain, leading to a loss of bodily control and strength. Congratulations! The host has defeated the B-rank hero, Vest Black Hole, and received a reward of 8 points. Brother! Upon witnessing Vest Black Hole fall, Vest Tiger was thrown into a panic. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, and a ringing filled his ears as he lost consciousness. Succumbing to a single punch from Baiye, the host triumphed over the C-class hero, Vest Tiger, earning a reward of 4 points. The arena fell into a hushed silence as Vest Black Hole and Vest Tiger were swiftly eliminated by White Knight, leaving the spectators in a state of bewilderment, their expressions frozen in astonishment. The outcome was clear. Congratulations were in order for White Knight. The review committee was the quickest to react, promptly announcing the results. As the verdict was revealed, the crowd gradually regained their composure. Notably, those who had initially doubted White Knight were now visibly flustered. Some discreetly slipped away, feeling utterly embarrassed by their earlier skepticism. Chapter 10 Codename, Godly Might. Did I truly not misread? The vest-wearing tiger and the vest-wearing black hole have actually lost? It is a complete and utter domination. The Vest brothers exhibited no capacity for resistance whatsoever. This is troubling. We have underestimated him far too much. Will he harbor any resentment towards us for this? Upon regaining their composure, the crowd expressed their astonishment. Remarkable. Even the B-class, vest-wearing black hole stands no chance against you. The unlicensed knight was equally taken aback. As I mentioned earlier, there is no need for concern, White Knight responded. Indeed, was overly cautious, the unlicensed knight said, scratching his head awkwardly. With nothing else to attend to, I shall take my leave now. With that, White Knight turned and departed. As for the fallen vest-wearing tiger and vest-wearing black hole, whoever wishes to deal with them may do so. With sufficient ingredients still in the refrigerator, White Knight refrained from grocery shopping. Upon hearing White Knight's return home, Saitama instinctively came over for a visit. What are we having for lunch today? Is there still beef? Saitama inquired. For Saitama, consuming meat had become a luxury, especially beef. He still lingered on the curry beef he had enjoyed the previous night. Yes, there is some left from yesterday. I bought half a portion. Let us stir-fry it shortly, White Knight replied. Great, I'll leave it in your capable hands, Saitama said. This time, he brought over all the limited ingredients and seasonings from his home, intending to cook together with White Knight. Half an hour later, White Knight and Saitama had already begun dining at the table, engaging in casual conversation about daily trivialities. ISNT, there a persistent rumor about powerful monsters frequently appearing in this area. Aren't you afraid? Saitama asked White Knight, although he had come to dismiss the rumor as false. Having lived here for quite some time without encountering any formidable monsters, only minor nuisances easily dispatched with a single punch, he noted that the outside world remained steadfast in its belief. And now he finally had a neighbor. Moreover, a neighbor who graciously shared meals with him. It's rather fine. After all, I am a hero. If I were to fear monsters, that would be somewhat unprofessional, White Knight replied casually. Oh, so you're also a hero? How fortunate. I happen to be a hero out of interest as well. Not only are we neighbors, but we are also peers, ha ha ha. Saitama's interest was piqued, as heroism was his greatest passion. You must be quite formidable then. It seems you have resided here for quite some time before I moved in, and those powerful monsters cannot seem to handle you, White Knight remarked. Well, it's not that impressive, Saitama humbly replied. To be honest, those rumors are entirely fabricated. There are no formidable monsters at all, merely minor lackeys that can be dealt with effortlessly. So, you need not worry about the safety of this place. Baiye could hardly suppress the urge to express his thoughts. It was not that those peculiar individuals were particularly weak, but rather that Master Saitama was extraordinarily formidable. However, he could not afford to reveal his prior acquaintance with Saitama or his awareness of Saitama's prowess, lest it arouse suspicion. In the afternoon, Baiye ventured out once more, engaging in blind transmission within the realm of Kamui. The principle of his teleportation ability operated on the premise of transitioning from point A to the Kamui space and then to point B. If point B was an unfamiliar location to him, precise transfer would be impossible. It was not as simple as knowing the geographical coordinates to facilitate direct transmission. To reach an unvisited destination, he could only rely on blind transmission, the outcome of which was uncertain. Nevertheless, blind transmission proved beneficial. For instance, if Baiye were to randomly relocate to City A, he would subsequently be able to teleport there with precision, akin to activating various teleportation points within a game. Thus, he set about randomly activating teleportation points across different cities. Ding! The host has arrived at City Y for the first time, earning a reward of 2 points. During his inaugural blind transmission, Baiye was initially unaware of his new location until the system promptly informed him. In a world of One Punch Man, there were a total of 26 cities, corresponding to the letters A through Z. Geographically, adjacent letters were likely to be situated close to one another, with City Y conveniently located next to City Z. The prospect of earning points was indeed enticing, and Baiye felt invigorated. He resumed his blind transmission in the Kamui space. Next stop, Ding! The host has arrived at City G for the first time, earning a reward of 2 points. Ding! The host has arrived at City H for the first time, earning a reward of 2 points. During this period, Baiye nearly encountered disaster, inadvertently transporting himself to the edge of a volcanic crater with molten lava below. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and returned to the Kamui space. After several back-and-forth transfers, Baiye found his mental energy nearly depleted. This was after he had already achieved a physique score of 43. Had it been at the beginning, he would have exhausted himself in mere moments. Points, 22. Baiye glanced at the system panel. Currently, he possessed 22 points and decided to allocate them. Ding! The host has exchanged for physique 12, deducting 12 points. Current remaining points, 10. Ding! The host has exchanged for Hashirama Cells 1, deducting 10 points. Current remaining points, 0. Physique 12, Hashirama Cells 1, Physique 55, Hashirama Cells 2 at present. Baiye's method of allocation prioritized physique while supplementing with Hashirama Cells, though he had no other items available for exchange at this time. With that, Baiye returned home to rest, planning to continue his blind transmissions to other cities the following day. The next morning, before embarking on his map exploration and point accumulation, Baiye needed to complete the Hero Association interview. In the Z City branch, multiple review committee members conducted an interview with him, referred to as the review conference. At this moment, Baiye, guided by the staff, entered an expansive room devoid of any adornments, a vast white chamber. Beside him stood a solitary chair, while across from him at a long table sat 4 committee members clad in formal suits, one of whom was a dark-skinned woman he had encountered the previous day. First and foremost, congratulations on securing the top position among C-class heroes, began the man seated in the center. Regarding your hero codename, the higher-ups have devised one for you, Red Eyes Man. What do you think of this designation? Upon hearing this name, Baiye was taken aback, nearly rendered speechless. Could we not have a more dignified title? His greatest apprehension had materialized. Indeed, the officials of the Hero Association seemed to have concocted this codename without much thought. Please, Baiye said, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. May I request a different hero codename? Not satisfied with it? The higher-ups have yet to finalize your hero codename, so in principle, you may request a change, but once it is formally established, such a request will no longer be feasible, the suited man replied. Then I would like to apply for the codename Divine Might as my hero title, Baiye promptly declared. Chapter 11. The Flying Thunder God Technique. The hero codename Kamui is not particularly remarkable, yet it is undoubtedly superior to the rather absurd moniker Red-Eyed Man. The officials at the Hero Association seem to favor the use of man when conceptualizing hero names. Yet Baiye fails to comprehend the significance of Red-Eyed Man. Very well, I shall advocate for you. The man in the suit nodded and continued now. To return to the main topic, today's interview will be overseen by the 4 of us. Achieving the status of the top C-class hero will grant you the opportunity to ascend to B-class. Of course, you may also opt to remain in C-class as its champion. Baiye, what is your decision? Should you advance to B-class, your rank will be the lowest amongst B-class heroes. The suited man confirmed. I choose to advance. Baiye replied without hesitation. Remaining in C-class would serve no purpose, and the requirement for C-class heroes to submit weekly activity reports was quite cumbersome. I see. a decision to ascend. The suited man noted this down. Next, we will pose a few straightforward questions. A young woman seated at the far right spoke up. I will record your responses on the psychological analysis answer sheet. While Baiye answered the questions, several individuals observed him from behind a one-way mirror on the upper side of the room. They were special review committee members from the Hero Association, tasked with responsibilities distinct from those of ordinary reviewers. Their primary duty involved verifying the promotion and ranking elevation of specific heroes, ensuring that no misconduct went unnoticed. That must be Baiye. What are your thoughts on the rumors of his cheating? One member inquired. During the previous physical and endurance assessments, his results had been rather average. It was perplexing how he had managed such an impressive leap in just a few days. Perhaps he had not exerted himself fully during the tests. However, the motives behind his concealed abilities were indeed suspect. At this juncture, there was no definitive evidence to support the allegations. Mere speculation was futile. After all, he had chosen to advance, and it would be prudent to observe him for a while. If he truly possessed the talent, he would hold his ground in B class. Otherwise, he would surely regret his decision. One must not underestimate the fierce competition within B class. The special review committee members whispered among themselves regarding Baiye. He was acutely aware of their scrutiny, but remained unfazed. Having already established contact with his advisor, should he proceed with the connection now? The special review committee was situated in an office, and the liaison behind them was in communication with the advisor. Yes, under the directive of the special review committee, the connection was successfully established. Hello, I'm currently occupied, so please keep it brief. The figure that appeared on a large screen was a strikingly handsome young man with golden eyes and blue hair, the A-class hero known as Sweet Mask, ranked first. Thank you for your ongoing assistance regarding the application for the top C-class hero to be promoted to B-class. As per our usual practice, we kindly request your final judgment. Mr. Sweet Mask, the special review committee member began. Promotion to B rank. Such matters can be decided by yourselves, as the distinctions between C and B ranks are rather inconsequential. Sweetheart Mask displayed an air of indifference. This is the essence of the situation. However, it is ultimately a system determined by the board of directors who appointed Mr. Sweetheart Mask as an advisor to garner public support for the association. The special review committee member explained, somewhat awkwardly. He wished to avoid offending Sweetheart Mask, yet could not contravene the regulations set forth by the board. Only heroes of a rank and above require my counsel, for their societal impact is significant, and the conduct of heroes of my own rank could reflect upon me. Yet for B rank, Sweetheart Mask had initially contemplated offering a sharp critique of B and C ranks, but reconsidered and decided to let it be, opting instead to observe passively. Currently undergoing an interview is the unnamed C rank's top contender, White Knight. The special review committee member promptly began the introduction and shifted the focus to White Knight. His eyes appeared somewhat unusual, but that was the extent of it. As long as no scandalous behavior emerged, he should be promoted. Sweetheart Mask casually rendered his final judgment, then terminated the communication to resume his own affairs. After consuming an entire morning, the promotion process for White Knight was finally concluded. He now held a document in hand, a certificate of promotion, signifying that the Hero Association had approved his elevation to B rank hero. He was temporarily positioned as the last of the B ranks, specifically the 101st. Ding. Host has been promoted to B rank hero, receiving rewards, 10 points. Flying Thunder God Technique. The Flying Thunder God Technique? Upon hearing this system notification, White Knight was momentarily taken aback. He had initially anticipated merely earning points through his promotion within the Hero Association, but unexpectedly received an additional delightful surprise. The S-rank Spacetime Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique. While it shares certain overlaps with the Double Godly Might, it possesses its own distinct characteristics. Although the capabilities of Double Godly Might are more versatile, it does not render the Flying Thunder God Technique entirely ineffectual in White Knight's hands. Returning home, White Knight prepared to make lunch, with Saitama once again mooching off him. During the afternoon break, White Knight began to delve into the Flying Thunder God Technique. The system had bestowed upon him the technique in its entirety, eliminating the need for a learning process. Now he could, at will, leave a mark of the Flying Thunder God Technique upon any person or object or rather, a mental imprint. However, as White Knight lacked chakra within him, the system had modified the technique, transforming the chakra imprint into a mental energy imprint. With this imprint established, White Knight could instantaneously transport himself to the marked location via the Flying Thunder God technique. In principle, this method of teleportation is swifter than the transfer capabilities of Double Godly Might, as the latter requires a transit through the Godly Might space, whereas the Flying Thunder God technique bypasses such intermediary processes. Originally, the most formidable aspect of the dual Sharingan is not merely its ability to transfer, but rather its capacity to render all physical attacks ineffective through intangibility, while simultaneously disregarding all forms of physical defense with its long-range strangulation technique. Thus, for Kuroyuki, the dual Sharingan and the Flying Thunder God technique do not conflict with one another. However, this applies only to ultra-long distance teleportation. When it comes to instantaneous movement within line of sight, it becomes ambiguous as to which technique is swifter. The dual Sharingan can simultaneously open multiple spatial portals. For instance, while absorbing with its right eye, it can open a portal at a distance with its left eye, facilitating seamless instantaneous movement. Furthermore, the transfer capability of the dual Sharingan surpasses that of the single-eyed Sharingan. Nevertheless, Kuroyuki feels that something is still amiss and contemplates checking the point store, only to discover that it has undergone a transformation. Physique, Senju Cells, Blade of the Red Knight. 4th Hokage's Kanai, Rasengan Chapter 12 Silver Fong, Bangu as anticipated. The Points Marketplace has introduced new items, specifically two. It is evident that the influence of the Flying Thunder God technique has brought about these additions. The Kanai and the Spiral Sphere can be utilized in conjunction with the Flying Thunder God technique to develop novel techniques, such as the Flying Thunder God Slash, the Flying Thunder God Second Stage, and the Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar. However, the Flying Thunder God Instantaneous Rotation technique remains beyond Baiye's reach, as it requires both Tobirama and Minato to execute simultaneously, necessitating the mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique by two individuals in perfect coordination. Item details: Kanai identical to that of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, capable of marking the Flying Thunder God technique for repeated exchanges. Price, 0. 1 point unit price. Item details: A-Rank Ninjutsu Spiral Sphere, originally named the Light Wheel Popsicle Initiated Rotating Hair Jiraiya's Dual Technique, which condenses spiritual energy in the hand, continually compressing it until a highly destructive sphere is formed, akin to the tailed beast ball, with derivative techniques requiring personal development. Price, 50 at this moment. Baiye perused the details of these two new items, finding the 4th Hokage's Kanai rather reasonably priced, while the Spiral Sphere seemed somewhat extravagant. With only 10 points to his name, he opted not to make any purchases for the time being, deciding to wait until a more pressing need arose for redemption. After conducting a cursory study of the Flying Thunder God technique, Baiye continued to explore the map and accumulate points. Beep. Host has arrived in City A for the first time, earning a reward of 2 points. Beep. Host has arrived in City F for the first time, earning a reward of 2 points. As Baiye unlocked more cities, the nature of his blind transfers inevitably led to unforeseen circumstances. Previously, he had found himself randomly transported to a volcanic crater. This time, he arrived at a martial arts arena. There, he observed several individuals engaged in training, including some familiar faces: Hungry Wolf, Kalanzi, and Kuchong. It dawned on Baiye that he had randomly transferred to Bangu's martial arts arena. Turning his head, he spotted an elderly man with white hair, his hands clasped behind his back, slightly hunched yet robust in stature. It was none other than the S-Rank 3rd, Silver Fong Bangu. Beep. Host has arrived at Bangu's martial arts arena for the first time, earning a reward of 2 points. Where did you come from? Bangu inquired, his expression one of surprise as he beheld the suddenly materialized youth with blood-red eyes. He had not perceived from where the young man had emerged. Had his speed reached a level beyond his senses? The surrounding disciples were similarly captivated, their gazes filled with astonishment and confusion as they regarded Baiye. My apologies, I was testing a particular ability, and I shall take my leave without intruding further. Baiye promptly offered his apologies. Just as he prepared to transfer back to the Kamui space, Bangu called out to him. Wait, since you're already here, there's no need to rush away. Would you care to sit with me? Bangu invited. Very well. I shall graciously accept your offer, Baiye replied with a nod. Continue your training. Do not let me catch you slacking off. Bangu briefed his disciples and then led Baiye to the room where the guests were received. Please take a seat, he said with a courteous tone. Thank you, Baiye replied as he settled down across from Bangu. I will get straight to the point. Are you interested in joining my dojo? At this juncture, Bangu gestured, inquiring if Baiye had heard of the flowing rock-shattered fist. Baiye's silent and sudden appearance left a profound impression on Bangu, sparking his interest in taking on a disciple. Baiye paused for a moment before responding, I apologize, but I am already a professional hero in the Hero Association. I have also heard of your esteemed reputation, Silver Fong. It is an honor. Is that so? What a pity. Bangu expressed his regret immediately. Engaging in heroic activities left insufficient time for martial arts training at the dojo. He did not wish to impose on others. So the matter of taking on a disciple was regrettably set aside. However, you are a hero as well, currently an A-class hero, I presume? I do not recognize you among the S-class heroes I know, Bangu inquired. No, I am merely a novice, having just been promoted to B-class hero. Baiye gently shook his head. Oh, Bangu thought to himself, questioning whether his judgment had faltered, based solely on Baiye's demonstrated speed. He had assumed him to be at least an A-class hero, if not S-class. Yet, he had only just ascended to B-class, indicating a rise from C-class. Even as a newcomer, this seemed unusual. Typically, physically adept newcomers would not be rated as C-class at the outset. Although there was a written examination alongside the physical assessment, the exam content was quite simple, and even someone of his age could achieve a high score. It should be even easier for the youth. Of course, Saitama was an exception. He scored merely 21 out of 50 on the written test, primarily due to his overly casual and straightforward responses. For instance, when faced with a scenario involving a powerful monster holding multiple hostages in a desolate area, Saitama's answer was simply to cut it down. This approach applied to other questions as well. For Saitama, confronting seemingly dire predicaments indeed warranted a direct approach. Yet the standard answers were expected to reflect a more conventional perspective. Hence, Bangu found the situation odd. While a typical individual could secure high scores in written tests, Baiye's classification was merely a C-class, having barely surpassed the passing mark of 70, suggesting a low score on the physical assessment. By the way, you mentioned earlier about testing a particular ability. Is it a form of martial arts or a type of superpower? Bangu inquired. It could be considered a superpower? Baiye replied. In truth, the twin divine might was neither a superpower nor martial arts. However, within the context of the world of One Punch Man, it could only be tenuously categorized as a superpower. I see, Bangu nodded in understanding. At this moment, he comprehended that the youth before him, with blood-red eyes, was likely adept solely in superhuman abilities, while his physical prowess was rather mediocre, thus resulting in a low ranking during evaluation. This realization underscored the necessity for his own flowing rock-shattering fist to bolster his physical conditioning. Ahem. Bangu cleared his throat and candidly stated, although you are already a professional hero, if you are interested, you may visit my dojo during your leisure time. I would be honored to impart to you the formidable martial art known as the flowing rock-shattering fist. Grateful for Mr. Bangu's kindness, I shall contemplate this offer. Baiye replied with a polite smile. It was not a matter of disdain for the flowing rock-shattering fist, but rather a sheer lack of interest. His true passions lay in the exploration of abilities such as the Sharingan, Hashirama cells, Flying Thunder God technique, and Rasengan, including the likes of Rinnegan, Susanoo, and the pinnacle of transformation into a Buddha. Chapter 13. The Flying Thunder God mark very well. Bangu did not press the other party. By the way, what is your hero alias? I have yet to acquire a hero alias. The higher-ups have not yet reached a decision. As it stands, it may be Divine Might. Baiye replied. You may simply call me Baiye. He refrained from uttering the rather ostentatious alias, Crimson-Eyed Man. That would surely be a source of embarrassment. Ah, then I shall address you as Baiye for now. Bangu stated, I am called Bangu. There is no need to refer to me as Silver Fong. Very well, mister. Bangu. Baiye nodded. Subsequently, Baiye and Bangu engaged in light conversation over tea until it was nearly time for Baiye to depart. Mr. Bangu, I must continue to experiment with my abilities, so I shall take my leave. Baiye expressed candidly. Very well, take care. Bangu nodded slightly. In the next moment, Baiye unabashedly demonstrated his dual divine might teleportation ability before Bangu. One moment he was seated, and the next he vanished without a trace. Bangu barely perceived Baiye's disappearance in the blink of an eye, noting only a subtle distortion in the space around him as Baiye departed. A fleeting wave that quickly dissipated. It was only due to Bangu's status as the third-ranked S-class hero that he was able to detect it. An ordinary person would have been entirely oblivious. This ability is indeed formidable. If his physical attributes can also be enhanced, ascending to S-class hero status seems imminent. Bangu mused. Meanwhile, in an effort to increase his endurance, Baiye allocated points to his physical attributes. Ding! The host has exchanged for Physique 20, deducting 20 points. Current remaining points, 0. Physique 20, Physique 75. Baiye's physique reached 75, and he continued to unlock more cities. Ding! The host has visited City E for the first time, earning a reward, 2 points. Ding! The host has visited City X for the first time, earning a reward, 2 points. Baiye toiled throughout the afternoon, unlocking several previously unvisited cities. As he unlocked more cities, the probability of reaching unvisited cities through blind transmission diminished significantly. Fewer than 10 cities remained that he had yet to unlock. From here on, I shall let things unfold naturally. There is no need to force blind transmissions to increase my odds, Baiye contemplated. Moving forward, Baiye remained vigilant, monitoring the announcements from the Hero Association on his mobile device. Should a monster appear in any city he had visited, he would be able to respond promptly. Monsters detected in the suburbs of City Y, initially classified as a Tiger-class disaster. Nearby heroes are urged to respond swiftly to eliminate the threat. After patrolling the streets of City Z for half a day, Baiye's phone finally buzzed with activity. The frequency of notifications from the Hero Association remained somewhat low, as many monsters were defeated shortly after their emergence by nearby heroes. Only those monsters that had yet to be subdued and were reported by the public to the Hero Association prompted announcements. City Y is a place that Baiye has previously visited, and he promptly transported himself there through the Shenhui space. At that moment, the Hero Association had just dispatched the precise location of the monster. Baiye swiftly made his way towards the coordinates, opening a series of spatial portals within his line of sight, enabling him to achieve instantaneous travel over considerable distances. Consequently, he arrived at the scene in no time. Simultaneously, other heroes who were already nearby also rushed to the location. Judging by their demeanor and presence, they appear to be C-class and B-class heroes. Typically, a Tiger-class monster could be confronted by 5 B-class heroes or 1 A-class hero, and the 3 heroes present were struggling mightily in their battle. They included B-class hero Pointy Hero, C-class hero Reserve Student, and C-class hero Hairstylist. Pointy Hero had a sharply pointed head, a stout and short physique. Yet it was evident he possessed considerable muscle, wielding a large hammer in combat. Reserve Student donned a school uniform, sported a mushroom-shaped hairstyle, and wore thick glasses. His face adorned with numerous adolescent blemishes. He wielded a compass as his weapon, which was certainly no ordinary compass. Hairstylist had a wild hairstyle that resembled a person who had not washed their hair in over a month, brandishing an electric shaver in one hand and scissors in the other. Opposing them was a creature that resembled a rose. However, it was a canine's head transformed into a gigantic rose, its body entirely black. Unlike a typical rose, its head was not vibrant and beautiful, but rather resembled a carnivorous plant with a terrifying maw capable of swallowing an average-sized human whole. "Let us attack together," shouted Pointy Hero as he swung his hammer down once more at the Tiger-class monster, Rose Dog. With a resounding thud, he managed to knock out one of Rose Dog's teeth, yet it was of little consequence, as the creature had many teeth left. Simultaneously, Reserve Student and Hair Stylist charged forward, believing that Pointy Hero would at least stun the monster momentarily. However, Rose Dog opened its mouth and devoured both of them in an instant. Yet, As they were swallowed simultaneously, they became lodged in Rose Dog's throat, their legs flailing desperately outside, struggling to escape, while Rose Dog stubbornly attempted to swallow them whole, unable to do either. "Don't be afraid, I will save you," cried Pointy Hero, seizing the opportunity when Rose Dog momentarily froze. He swung his hammer with all his might, striking the creature's head. The issue was that reserve student and hairstylist were still stuck in Rose Dog's mouth. Despite the blow, Rose Dog remained unfazed. While the two heroes were rendered dazed by the impact, their struggles diminished significantly, reducing the resistance for Rose Dog, heightening the possibility of them being forcefully swallowed. "How could this happen?" Pointy Hero exclaimed, scratching his head in confusion, realizing he had inadvertently made the situation worse. Just as reserve student and hairstylist were on the verge of being swallowed, Baiye arrived just in time. He could take advantage of this monster to experience the Flying Thunder God technique. He swiftly grasped one leg of both the reticent student and the stylishly coiffed individual, invoking the Flying Thunder God technique without the need for hand seals, and together they were instantaneously transported to a nearby location that he had previously marked. Simultaneously, he left a mark on the head of the Rose Hound. However, his Flying Thunder God mark was neither that of the second Hokage nor the fourth, but rather a unique kaleidoscopic design of his own. Suddenly, a black pattern resembling the divine might of a kaleidoscope manifested on the head of the Rose Hound. Chapter 14. The woman, the repressed student who had just been rescued, and the hairstylist were still a bit dazed, likely needing some time to recover. "Keep an eye on them," Baiye instructed Sharphead before instantly utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. "Oh," Sharphead responded, only to look up and find Baiye's figure had vanished without a trace. He was immediately bewildered, glancing around until he finally spotted Baiye near the Rose Dog. To his astonishment, Sharphead was taken aback, for the Rose Dog had already been decapitated. The speed of the Flying Thunder God technique was astounding. In the blink of an eye, Baiye had teleported directly in front of the Rose Dog using the mark on its head, executing a seamless and fluid strike with the Red Knight blade, beheading it before the Rose Dog could even react. Ding! The host has defeated the tiger-level monster, Rose Dog, and received a reward, 15 points. Clearly, the Rose Dog was slightly stronger than the average tiger-level monster. Baiye recalled that the last time he defeated a tiger-level monster, he earned 10 points, indicating this one was indeed more formidable. There exists a hierarchy among tiger-level monsters, ranging from Tiger Shame to Tiger Pinnacle, with significant disparities in strength. The Rose Dog likely fell into the mid-tier category. Having successfully slain the Rose Dog, Baiye teleported back to Sharphead's side. They appeared to be in no serious danger, merely a bit dazed from the earlier incident. Baiye assessed the condition of the repressed student and the hairstylist, confirming that neither was in mortal peril. Clutching the Rose Dog's head, he vanished once more. Sharphead stood there, bewildered. Who was that young man? An A-class hero? Perhaps even an S-class hero? The terrifying tiger-level monster had been effortlessly dispatched. The speed was so incredible he hadn't even witnessed the process of its demise. While it is known that B-class heroes can single-handedly defeat tiger-level monsters, with a rough guideline suggesting 5 B-class heroes to contend with a single tiger-level monster. To execute such a swift and effortless kill seemed beyond the capability of any B-class hero. Perhaps the top-ranked B-class hero, Hell's Blizzards, possessed such power. However, Sharphead found little inclination to speculate on the identity of the extraordinary youth. The repressed student and hairstylist were still recovering, and once they regained their senses, they might blame him for complicating matters. In an instant, Baiye returned to the Z-City branch, having previously left a Flying Thunder God mark there. At that moment, the head of the Rose Dog unexpectedly spoke. "Excuse me, could you please take my body along as well?" You're not dead yet?" Baiye expressed mild surprise. "My head can remain alive temporarily even when separated from my body, but beyond a certain duration, I will perish. I'm not ready to die yet." The Rose Dog candidly confessed. "Very well. As long as you are forthcoming, I shall spare your life." Under the pale night, Baiye employed the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to Y City, retrieving the body of the Rose Dog before promptly returning to the Z Division. Expressing gratitude, the Rose Dog thanked Baiye, who in turn presented it to the review committee. The committee member was momentarily startled, nearly losing her composure. How could you bring a living monster in here? Fear not. It has been subdued. If you doubt me, see for yourself. Come, shake its paw. Baiye proceeded to train the rose dog as one would a pet. In an effort to ensure its safety, the rose dog obediently lifted its right paw to shake hands with Baiye. Well, it seems this creature is quite compliant. The committee member sighed with relief. However, her apprehension lingered. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, she requested that Mr. Baiye personally escort the creature to the underground prison. Rest assured, I recently had my head severed and it has yet to fully heal. A kick to my head would surely result in it falling off, the rose dog interjected, attempting to alleviate the committee member's concerns. As it spoke, it tapped its head, nearly causing it to detach before hastily readjusting it. Ha ha! The committee member chuckled awkwardly, yet her worries persisted. She instructed the staff to first separate the rose dog's head from its body before transporting it to the underground prison. Following Baiye's resolution of yet another Tiger-class disaster, his ranking within the B class had improved, ascending from 101st to 56th place. This elevation, while modest, was significant in its own right. Most B-class heroes lacked the capability to independently defeat Tiger-class monsters. Thus, Baiye's solitary victory had already surpassed the contributions of over half of his peers. As for Saitama's relatively slow ascent in ranking, it stemmed from his tendency not to report victories to the Hero Association. Throughout his 3 years prior to becoming a professional hero, he had not reported any of the monsters he defeated, most of which were credited to King, who effortlessly claimed the 7th position in S-class. Of course, King's charisma and bravery were undeniable. Even after joining the Hero Association, Saitama remained nonchalant. For instance, when he vanquished Boros, the association was entirely unaware. In contrast, Baiye promptly reported each of his victories, naturally resulting in a swift rise in rank. Though he indulged in playful antics, he took the system's rewards seriously. Upon his promotion to B-class, he not only received points, but was also granted the S-class space-time ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique. It was uncertain what further surprises awaited him upon advancing to A-class or S-class hero. Baiye did not immediately depart from the Hero Association, taking a moment to glance at his name on the hero roster. At that moment, someone approached him from behind. You must be the Baiye who recently ascended to B-class? I've heard you defeated another Tiger-class monster today. How impressive. You hardly seem like a newcomer. Moreover, they had subdued both the B-class hero, Black Hole, and the C-class hero, Fierce Tiger, with remarkable prowess. It was truly formidable. Baiye swiftly turned his head to behold two unfamiliar heroes. I am Baiye, he replied with a nod. Baiye, that must be your given name. It appears you have yet to acquire a hero alias, being a newcomer and all. One of them continued, we happen to encounter you. So allow me to offer a word of advice. It would be prudent for a newly promoted B-class hero to pay a visit to the top-ranked hero, Hell's Snow, to extend your greetings. Otherwise, you may find yourself in her crosshairs. Chapter 15. Saitama's request. Is there any particular tale regarding the woman you mentioned, known as Hell's Blizzard? Baiye inquired with an expressionless demeanor. In truth, this was a rhetorical question. He was fully aware of the circumstances surrounding Hell's Blizzard, yet he feigned the innocence of a novice. Indeed, there were numerous accounts of her fearsome reputation. She was notorious for suppressing newly ascended B-rank heroes and coercing higher-ranked B-rank heroes to join her faction, the Blizzard Group. Those who dared to refuse faced threats and retaliation. Both of us had previously been compelled to pay our respects to the formidable Hell's Blizzard due to the oppressive influence of the Blizzard Group. For failure to do so could jeopardize our futures. Aside from a select few B-rank heroes under the protection of the Vest Legion, the B-rank rankings were essentially monopolized by the Blizzard Group. The two B-rank heroes recounted tales of Blizzard to Baiye. I understand. Thank you for your warning. Baiye nodded. Although he claimed to comprehend the situation, he was, in fact, indifferent. His confidence in his own abilities rendered him fearless. It's good that you understand. Now that you've just ascended to B rank, the Blizzard Group likely hasn't noticed you yet. You should take the opportunity to visit and pay your respects in the next couple of days, or it may be too late once you become their target. They continued to advise him. However, Baiye remained unconcerned about the Blizzard Group. Well, I shall take my leave now. Baiye replied with a slight nod before turning to depart. It seemed he had absorbed their counsel. Yet another novice, unaware of the rules, had been spared the consequences. Nonetheless, the root of the issue lay in the tyrannical behavior of the Blizzard Group, which went unchecked, as even the Vest Legion maintained a policy of non-interference with them. By the way, come a bit closer, I once heard that the second-ranked S-Class hero, Trembling Tornado, is supposedly the sister of Hell's Blizzard, coupled with Blizzard's own formidable strength. Few dare to offend her. Is that true? So she has such a connection with Trembling Tornado. No wonder. They discussed for a while before instinctively glancing around, only to find that Baiye had vanished without a trace. He left so quickly, in the blink of an eye he was gone. Meanwhile, Baiye had already teleported home. If it were merely a matter of traveling, especially when marked with the Flying Thunder God technique, he preferred it, as its side effects were less severe than the Double Divine Might technique. It only consumed his mental energy. That evening, Saitama continued his customary practice of dining at Baiye's home. As they shared a meal, their conversation drifted back to the topic of heroes. Although Saitama had initially pursued heroism out of interest, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. He had long sensed this discrepancy, yet, as he often stated, he regarded heroism merely as a hobby, and thus it did not weigh heavily on his mind. However, as time passed, he inevitably became somewhat concerned. What was amiss? Was it the meager salary? Indeed, Mr. Saitama's financial situation was rather precarious. Baiye disguised himself as an ordinary hero working for the Hero Association, engaging Saitama in conversation from this perspective to avoid raising any suspicions. From the viewpoint of an average person, without a comprehensive understanding of Saitama, it would be easy to mistakenly assume that the self-proclaimed hero was affiliated with the Hero Association. Salary? What is that? Occasionally, a kind-hearted individual might offer me some food. A large question mark suddenly appeared over Saitama's head. Wait, don't professional heroes working for the Hero Association receive a salary? Although those of lower rank earn a paltry sum. Baiye feigned astonishment. Professional heroes? What is that? Saitama inquired with a look of utter bewilderment. Well, I suppose I have an inkling now. Mr. Saitama, you wouldn't be entirely unaware of the Hero Association's existence, would you? Baiye promptly asked. Upon hearing this, Saitama paused for a moment. Completely unaware? Approximately 3 years ago, a man claiming to be a hero saved the grandson of the wealthy Agni from monster. In gratitude, Agni financed the establishment of the Hero Association, and many of its regulations were conceived by him initially. Baiye succinctly explained the origin of the Hero Association. I see. Saitama nodded, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that the unknown hero was, in fact, himself. So Baiye, you are already a professional hero of the Hero Association? Indeed, I have already registered in the hero roster, which grants me official recognition from the Hero Association, a modest base salary, and additional remuneration based on my contributions. Baiye continued to elucidate, adding that there were also strength rankings, popularity rankings, and even fan clubs for renowned heroes. Furthermore, the term hero in contemporary society generally refers to professional heroes, those who must be listed in the hero roster. Conversely, anyone who arbitrarily claims to be a hero risks being regarded as a fool speaking nonsense. Thus, Mr. Saitama, Baiye had made his warning quite clear. At this moment, Saitama's expression darkened. Listening to Baiye, he finally grasped what had fell off. It was that his fame was far too low. No one recognized him. Now he understood that registering with the Hero Association was the key to gaining notoriety. As for salary, he remained indifferent. His philosophy regarding money had always been to maintain a modest existence, working occasionally when finances were tight, which made him quite laid back overall. Of course, if someone were willing to offer him money, he would not refuse. Baiye, let us visit the Hero Association together tomorrow. At that moment, Saitama earnestly requested. The reason is quite simple. He is not only directionally challenged, but also completely unaware of a location of the Hero Association, thus requiring Baiye to guide him. Without hesitation, Baiye agreed. Ding! The host has received a request from Saitama, earning a reward of 10 points. Upon hearing the system grant another reward, Baiye was not surprised. The system had previously mentioned that interactions with significant characters would also trigger point rewards. which is one of the reasons he was eager to cultivate amiable relationships with Saitama and Bang. Another reason lies in his favorable impression of Saitama, Bang, and the unlicensed rider, among others. Chapter 16, Classification. S ranked the following day. Baiye and Saitama rose early. They had arranged to head to the venue for the Hero Certification exam that morning. The Z Division of the Hero Association was situated at a different location from the examination site, necessitating that those wishing to participate make a special journey to the venue. Naturally, Baiye and Saitama walked there, as Saitama found it tedious to fly directly, and Baiye preferred not to showcase his impressive abilities, such as the Flying Thunder God technique, in front of Saitama. While en route, Baiye explained the examination rules to Saitama. The Hero Certification exam comprised 2 segments, a written test and a physical assessment. A perfect score of 100 points required a minimum of 70 points to pass, thereby qualifying one as a professional hero. In other words, a score of 70 would suffice, correct? Saitama nodded in agreement. While that was indeed enough, a higher score would undoubtedly be more advantageous, as there are classifications among professional heroes, C, B, A, and S ranks, with S being the highest and C the lowest. Baiye elaborated that achieving a score of 100 in this examination would directly elevate one to the status of an S rank hero, which would naturally garner greater public attention compared to AC rank hero with a mere 70 points. Oh, I'll try to score higher then, Saitama replied nonchalantly, seemingly confident that attaining a high score would not pose much difficulty for him. Although he held no particular aspirations for the distinctions of C or S rank heroes, his intent in participating was to enhance his reputation. According to Baiye, it was preferable to achieve the highest rank possible at the outset of the examination. Hence, he aimed for a high score. The physical assessment was straightforward, but the written test warranted attention. Baiye cautioned, "Let me pose a sample question for you. Imagine you encounter a formidable monster on a bustling street, one whose strength surpasses your own. What do you think you should do in that situation?" The written test questions varied each time, thereby not constituting an act of cheating for Saitama. However, it is worth noting that the questions posed by the Hero Association were rather simplistic. Even with varied questions, the formats were fundamentally similar. Genos had mentioned that achieving a perfect score on those written assessments was quite commonplace, yet Saitama, in contrast, managed to score only 21 points, with a mere 1 point attributed to his sense of justice, while the remaining 20 points were likely a baseline score. As even such an answer could hardly be deemed entirely incorrect. "Cut it out," Saitama replied with a blissfully oblivious smile, answering decisively. Baiye fell silent, reflecting that Saitama's response was indeed predictable. "So, was that the correct answer?" Saitama inquired with a sense of confidence, as this response felt flawless to him. "Incorrect." Baiye shook his head. "Huh? Then what would the correct answer be?" Saitama asked, perplexed. To clarify, Baiye explained, "While it may be true that Mr. Saitama possesses formidable strength, one must consider that this examination is designed for the general populace, and not everyone is a powerful individual, correct? Therefore, you should approach this question from the perspective of the weaker party, from the perspective of the weak." This posed a bit of a challenge for Saitama. However, he was not always this formidable. During his school days, he too was subjected to bullying, feeling quite powerless at that time. It was precisely this sense of weakness that fueled his desire to grow stronger. Eventually, he became bald and invincible, reflecting on his past as a weak individual. Saitama pondered how to approach this problem. If viewed from the standpoint of the weak, the strategy would be to stall the powerful monster as much as possible, thereby granting the ordinary citizens precious time to seek refuge, wouldn't it? Saitama's tone lacked certainty, and his expression shifted to a serious demeanor, indicating that he was earnestly contemplating the issue. "That's correct," Baitian nodded. "Oh, it turns out to be quite simple, just requires a bit of a roundabout approach." Saitama reverted to his usual oblivious expression. Well, as long as he could score well, he would tackle the questions in this convoluted manner. "That should be fine, then," Baitian remarked. Saitama's physical test garnered a perfect score, and now it was a matter of how he would perform in the written examination. The 6th special examination venue for the Hero Certification Test, located in Z City, was now bustling. Saitama had already entered the examination hall, surrounded by numerous participants dressed in an array of eccentric costumes. As a registered hero, Baiye had the privilege to observe the examination from the stands, though interference was strictly prohibited. The written examination commenced first, consisting of only a few questions, which Saitama approached with utmost seriousness. He had been forewarned by Baiye to utilize the roundabout thinking style of the week instead of his usual one-punch mentality. By adopting this mindset, the questions in the written test were essentially a walk in the park. With the written portion concluded, it was time for the physical assessment. Next item, lateral jumps for 30 seconds. Begin. At this moment, Saitama's expression shifted once more to one of seriousness as he executed the lateral jumps. However, they were not the earnest kind. Despite this, he created multiple afterimages, his speed astonishing enough to leave the other candidates in line slack-jawed. Next, 1,500 meters run. Next, weightlifting. Next, vertical jump. Saitama breezed through each examination item with ease. For instance, he shattered the record for the 1,500 meters run, lifted weights to the maximum capacity of the bar, and leapt so high that his head broke through the ceiling. Moreover, Saitama treated the entire process like a game, with no task that could compel him to take things seriously. Meanwhile, the other candidates were drenched in sweat, feeling embarrassed by their performances, some even contemplating abandoning the exam altogether. Only Baiye maintained an expression of calm indifference throughout. After the examination concluded, Baiye reunited with Saitama in the lounge. During the physical test, Saitama had only worn his underwear, but he was now fully dressed. It seems that we will be able to collect our results in about an hour. Let's wait here for a moment, Saitama remarked. How do you feel? Baiye inwaited. It was rather simple. The written exam was slightly uncertain, but it should be fine, Saitama replied, his expression both relaxed and confident. An hour later, Saitama received his results. Oh, a perfect score of 100. That must be the highest possible. Gazing at the results in his hand, Saitama exclaimed in astonishment. Moreover, it stated Mr. Saitama, following the Hero Association examination, is recognized as an S-Class hero. We look forward to your future heroic endeavors. Ding! The host has assisted Saitama in achieving S-Class designation, earning rewards, 10 points of merit, and the instantaneous movement technique. In essence, during this ranking competition, Baiye was the MVP, while Saitama effortlessly secured victory. Chapter 17, Body Flicker Technique. Baiye was once again pleasantly surprised. Although the body flicker technique is not as precious as the Flying Thunder God technique, it is exceptionally well suited for use in conjunction with it. The body flicker technique is quite a common ninjutsu within the Naruto universe, with each ninja village possessing its unique variant. In essence, the body flicker technique serves as an umbrella term for ultra-rapid movement capabilities, encompassing a broad scope. For instance, the lightning release body flicker of the Raikage differs entirely from Shursue's phantom body flicker. One is rooted in lightning chakra, while the other is a visual technique of the Sharingan. Yet both fall under the same nomenclature. Similarly, Hansa's water body flicker and Zabos's mist body flicker exemplify this principle. The body flicker technique that Baiye acquired is a common variant from Konohagakure. Classified as a D-rank ninjutsu by the village, it possesses the potential for enhancement through dedicated practice. For example, Minato mastered the body flicker technique to an extraordinary degree, effortlessly traversing the battlefield in conjunction with the Flying Thunder God technique, achieving speeds surpassing that of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. A quintessential instance of this is during the Fourth Great Ninja War, where Minato utilized the body flicker technique to swiftly arrive at the battlefield, marking multiple locations with Flying Thunder God seals along the way. This ultimately allowed him to transport the tailed beast bomb to the ocean, facilitating the instantaneous relocation of the first, second, and third Hokage to strategic positions in the Four Red Yang formation. It is evident that without prior markings, the Flying Thunder God technique cannot facilitate direct teleportation. Therefore, Minato's mastery of the body flicker technique allowed him to fully exploit the potential of the Flying Thunder God technique. If one were to delve deeper, the Flying Thunder God technique can be classified as both a space-time ninjutsu and a specialized form of the body flicker technique. Minato, possessing a fundamental understanding of the body flicker technique, elevated it to an extraordinary level, which is one of the reasons he could master such a complex ninjutsu as the Flying Thunder God technique. This is why it is said that the body flicker technique is the ideal companion to the Flying Thunder God technique. Indeed, it appears that you have already attained the status of an S-class hero. Baiye expressed his delight regarding the body flicker technique while addressing Saitama. Is it truly that simple to become an S-class hero? Then Baiye, you must also be an S-class hero, right? Saitama pondered, questioning whether the difficulty of the exam was perhaps too low, particularly the physical fitness test. Is being an S-class hero this easy? I apologize. I have only just ascended from C-class to B-class, so please forgive my shortcomings. A polite, yet slightly awkward smile appeared on Baiye's face. Huh? Is that so? Saitama responded with surprise. He recalled Baiye's earlier words about perspectives on strength and weakness, wondering if he was once again viewing matters from the perspective of a strong individual. Hence, could it be that the hero exam is indeed quite challenging? Saitama propped his chin with one hand, contemplating this notion, and eventually concluded that this was the only possible interpretation. Indeed, it is evident that Saitama's strength is formidable. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Baiye smiled. It is I who will require your assistance, Saitama replied earnestly. This was in reference to the matter of sharing meals. Mr. Saitama, the lecture for successful candidates will commence at 3 p.m. Please ensure your timely arrival at the second auditorium. At that moment, the loudspeaker on the wall emitted an announcement. Is it true that we can leave after attending the lecture? Saitama inquired. Indeed, replied Baitsu, nodding. Very well, let's be on our way. Saitama promptly set off. By then, Baitsu and Saitama had arrived at the second auditorium. In the spacious hall, only Baitsu and Saitama occupied the front row, accompanied solely by a staff member at the podium. However, this individual could scarcely be deemed a mere staff member. He was the active A-class hero, Snake, ranked 38th. Snake had a rather gaunt visage with a pronounced chin, and to an unacquainted observer, he might appear to be a rather intimidating figure. Despite the sparse attendance, Snake posed a query. First, I congratulate you, Mr. Saitama, on passing the examination. However, was there not only one candidate today? If you're Saitama, then who might you be? Snake directed his question towards Baitsu. I am Baitsu, a B-class hero accompanying Saitama for the examination. You may disregard my presence. Baitsu replied with an expressionless demeanor, sitting upright. Oh, so you're the newly promoted Baitsu. Very well. Snake refrained from pressing further with Baitsu, evidently acquiescing to his presence as an observer. The Hero Association had not prohibited other professional heroes from attending. It had merely stipulated that candidates who failed the exam and outsiders were not permitted entry. Then, while Baitsu seemed composed, it was Saitama beside him that truly captured Snake's attention. Although he was a long-awaited S-class newcomer, Saitama's demeanor was rather lackadaisical. He leaned back with one arm draped over the chair, crossed his legs, dressed in a tracksuit emblazoned with the word OPPAI and related graphics, and perpetually chewed bubblegum, exuding an air of nonchalance. This was a formal occasion hosted by the Hero Association. In contrast, Baitsu's upright posture made Snake feel more at ease, which was why he had refrained from challenging Baitsu earlier. However, addressing Saitama's cavalier attitude directly was not an option for Snake. His position forbade him from expressing discontent freely, especially given the substantial additional income this job offered, coupled with the S-class newcomer status that made him wary of causing offense. With great effort, Snake maintained a calm tone to continue the lecture. Mr. Saitama, although you are now an S-class hero, a veritable genius among geniuses, it is imperative that you do not become complacent. One must possess the consciousness befitting a hero. Your likeness has been publicly disclosed on the Hero Association's official website, and the public will be vigilant in monitoring your conduct. Yet, Saitama remained unfazed, his posture unchanged, as if he had scarcely registered Snake's admonitions, even leisurely blowing bubbles with his gum. Snake's expression darkened, but he restrained his anger with great difficulty. I hope you can aspire to become a hero of exemplary character. Just as Snake's words faded, Saitama's bubble burst, splattering him with its remnants. With a sharp pop, witnessing this scene left Snake utterly flabbergasted. He found himself in a quandary, unable to express his anger, and, as an A-class hero, he had no means to retaliate against the S-class Saitama. Thus, he could only suppress his frustration and conclude the lecture in silence. Chapter 18. The fourth-generation Kunai. The tedious lecture had finally come to an end. Saitama, with his hands tucked into his pockets, strolled along the path leading home. At that moment, Baiye opened his phone to check the official website of the Hero Association, where he discovered that Saitama's information had already been added to the hero roster. He was listed as the last S-rank hero, the 17th in total. As he scrolled further down, he found himself ranked 56th in the B-rank leaderboard. He was eager to see if the officials had finalized his hero name. B-rank 56 Divine Might. Baiye breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the officials had ultimately heeded his suggestion. Otherwise, had they assigned him the name Red-Eyed Man, he would have seriously considered resigning. My hero name has been established, and soon, Mr. Saitama will also possess his own hero title, Baiye remarked to Saitama. Hero name? What is that all about? Saitama inquired. It is a unique name that belongs solely to a hero, typically derived from their characteristics, Baiye explained. For instance, my initially proposed name was Red-Eyed Man. He gestured towards his Sharingan, indicating that the officials had likely concocted this title based on his eyes. Why do you say initially proposed? Saitama asked with curiosity. Because I requested a modification for my hero name, and they ultimately accepted my suggestion. My finalized name is now Divine Might. Baiye succinctly conveyed the situation. Oh, I see. Saitama nodded. So, does that mean my hero name will be Bald Cape Man? Baiye fell silent for a moment. That is indeed quite possible. That sounds dreadful. If that is the case, may I also request a modification? Although the title Bald Cape Hero suits Saitama's appearance, he was particularly sensitive about the term bald, and thus would be reluctant to accept such a name. In the end, Saitama truly did join the Hero Name Victims Association due to this hero title, protesting with others in front of the Hero Association headquarters, demanding an apology from the association, which illustrated how much he cared about the name. Perhaps we can explore that option later. I am not entirely certain, Baiye replied with a slight, awkward smile. If all goes as anticipated, Saitama's hero name will indeed be Bald Cape Hero. As for how Baiye managed to successfully request a modification, luck might have played a role. When he ascended to the rank of B-class hero, his hero name had not yet been officially confirmed, and Red-Eyed Man was likely just one of the concepts the officials had considered. Just as they were hesitating, Baiye offered his suggestion, and the apathetic officials decided to finalize his title based on that. Most officials at the Hero Association are of this ilk. There are substantial issues in management, with many lacking both virtue and capability, and some have even engaged in numerous misdeeds. Well, we shall see what unfolds in due time. At this moment, Saitama was solely preoccupied with the desire to return home and indulge in reading manga, too lazy to contemplate anything further. During his leisure time, Baiye intended to experience the technique of body flicker. Upon receiving a reward from the system, Baiye effortlessly mastered the body flicker technique without the need for a learning process. However, the practice remained essential. Otherwise, the fundamental body flicker technique, which nearly everyone in Naruto could perform, would offer him little assistance. Guided by the method provided by the system in his mind, Baiye concentrated his mental energy, activating his body through this force to achieve rapid movement. Originally reliant on chakra, the system had ingeniously transformed it into mental energy. After a brief attempt, Baiye instantaneously flickered forward a few meters. His speed was indeed impressive, but it was still insufficient. Reflecting on his recent velocity, Baiye murmured to himself. He quickly discerned that two factors influenced the limits of the body flicker technique: his physical condition and the intensity of his mental energy. Furthermore, frequent practice of the body flicker technique would enhance his proficiency, which would also be beneficial. With this in mind, Baiye accessed the system panel for a quick glance. Host: Baiye, age 20 years, identity: human, B-class, rank 56, abilities: dual Kinui, flying thunder god technique. Body flicker technique. Weapon: Crimson Night Blade. Physique: 75, Hashira Micel's X2, Points, 41. Point shop, LV1, having amassed 41 points. Baiye decided to conserve them for future exchanges based on circumstances. Subsequently, he practiced the synergy between the body flicker technique and the flying thunder god technique, while unlocking the remaining cities he had yet to visit. Before commencing his practice, Baiye needed to exchange for some shuriken. Ding! Host exchange for 10 4th Hokage shuriken, deducting 1 point. Current remaining points, 40. For this practice session, Baiye casually spent 1 point to acquire 10 shuriken. One by one, the trident-shaped shuriken materialized in Baiye's hands. He then imbued each shuriken with the flying thunder god technique, causing the signature Kimui mark to appear on their handles. With everything prepared, Baiye promptly began his practice. Using City Z as his starting point, his method involved continuously executing high-speed movements with the body flicker technique, while in midair, timing his throws of the shuriken precisely. The shuriken required accurate targets, such as a rock emerging from the sea or the tip of a city's tall spire, relatively small targets. Simultaneously performing high-speed movements and accurately throwing the shuriken demanded exceptional reflexes and skill, akin to that of the prodigious Minato. As Baiye began his practice, he was still somewhat clumsy and far from achieving Minato's peak intensity. Thus, he required practice all the more. At this moment, Baiye was moving rapidly through the air, though traces of his movement remained visible, a feat he had yet to master completely. Soon, he identified a target, the tip of a tall tower, and he promptly hurled the shuriken towards it. Under the influence of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, even the untrained Baiye exhibited throwing abilities that surpassed those of ordinary individuals. The shuriken he hurled accurately embedded itself at the pinnacle of the tower. Excellent! A wave of satisfaction washed over Baiye. Before long, he arrived in W City. Ding! The host has arrived in W City for the first time, receiving a reward, 2 points. In the next moment, the swiftly moving Baiye suddenly executed the flying thunder god technique, instantly teleporting to the very apex of the tower he had just targeted. With the tips of his feet gently resting on the shuriken embedded in the steel, he stood tall at the tower's summit. Chapter 19. The directionally challenged Saitama Baiye had completed his preliminary training. Indeed, it was merely an initial exercise. He intended to escalate the intensity subsequently. As Baiye once again performed the flying thunder god technique, the kunai he had embedded into the side of the tower vanished alongside him. Grasping the kunai, he returned to City W. Several cities remained to be unlocked, and he planned to traverse these locations in rapid succession using his instant body technique, ensuring that he left at least one kunai at a specific target in each city. If any kunai failed to strike its target with precision, Baiye would have to start anew. Without granting himself a moment's respite, Baiye persevered in his practice. Ding! The host has arrived in City V for the first time, earning a reward of 2 points. Ding! The host has arrived in City U for the first time, earning a reward of 2 points. Having completed this round of rigorous training, Baiye had unlocked all 26 cities. However, he was still dissatisfied with certain aspects. By the time he reached the final city, fatigue had set in, resulting in his last kunai not striking with the desired accuracy. Although it had hit the target, it had deviated slightly. Baiye was stringent with himself, allowing no room for error. He resolved to undertake another round of equally intense training the following day, as he felt on the verge of exhaustion and needed to return home to rest. As for the 11 scattered kunai across various cities, he was in no rush to retrieve them. He would collect them one by one before commencing training the next day. After all, the flying thunder god technique inscribed on those kunai would never fade, with only the exception of Obito Uchiha having once dispelled the technique. Upon returning home, Baiye immediately spotted Saitama sitting in his living room, engrossed in the television. Saitama's own television had malfunctioned, and the cost of repairs was prohibitive, so he temporarily took refuge in Baiye's abode for entertainment. "Oh, you're back," Saitama remarked. Noticing the beads of sweat lingering on Baiye's forehead, he inquired, "Did you go training? You look quite exhausted." "Yes, I was just traversing through several cities," Baiye replied casually. "I see. That sounds like fun. Could you take me along tomorrow?" Saitama's demeanor shifted to a more simplistic, yet powerful, tone, his expression one of innocent curiosity. Staying at home every day had grown exceedingly dull for him. Although his routine typically involved indulging in manga and television, and his sole interest lay in heroic endeavors, even that could become tiresome over time. Moreover, Saitama relied on news broadcasts to identify monsters, which often left him with long stretches of inactivity, as the media seldom reported on lesser threats. Baiye felt a sudden wave of awkwardness, realizing he had been somewhat careless. He wished he hadn't disclosed his activities to Saitama. Tomorrow, it seemed likely that Saitama would challenge him to a battle. Well, at that time, you might just end up making me lose my way, Baiye said with an awkward smile. Not at all, Saitama waved his hand dismissively. Early the next morning, Baiye retrieved the 11 kunai he had left in various cities. He then took Saitama to the rooftop of their building, using it as their starting point. Saitama was now clad in his battle attire, a yellow superhero suit complemented by a white cape. Although it might appear somewhat unrefined, this outfit was custom-made by a sympathetic tailor who believed in Saitama's lofty aspirations, making it profoundly significant to him. Thus, it had become his enduring combat attire. Here is our starting point. Where is the destination? Saitama inquired. The destination is set at Peace City, specifically on the rooftop of the Hoshinokai Grand Hotel. Baiye replied. All right. Saitama began to stretch, engaging in some light exercises reminiscent of a primary school routine. Moments later, with a blank expression, he declared, I am ready. We can set off. 3, 2, 1. Baiye counted down. As the countdown concluded, both Baiye and Saitama launched into action. Baiye utilized his teleportation technique, while Saitama relied solely on his physical prowess. In a classic superhero flying pose, it appeared as though he was soaring. In reality, it was his extraordinary leaping ability. Just a slight effort from him could propel him at light speed, allowing Saitama to swiftly distance himself from Baiye. Though Baiye possessed the ability to instantly surpass Saitama, using the Flying Thunder God technique marked in Peace City, he saw no merit in doing so. His desire for victory was not extreme. He was there to practice the Flying Thunder God and teleportation techniques, rather than to compete. And losing to Saitama was certainly not a source of shame. Unperturbed by Saitama's significant lead, Baiye maintained his own pace in practice. As before, he left 1 or 2 kunai in each city he passed, emphasizing precision in his aim. This time, Baiye executed his tasks with considerably more finesse than the previous day. By the time he reached his final destination, Peace City, he still had energy to spare, unlike the previous day when he had felt utterly exhausted. Of course, this was not due to a sudden increase in his stamina or mental fortitude, but rather a testament to his improved technique, fluidity in movement, and adept navigation through varied terrains, resulting in a natural reduction in overall exertion. However, upon arriving at the rooftop of the Hoshinokai Grand Hotel, Baiye found no sign of Saitama. Is teacher Saitama not here yet? That can't be right. Aside from the initial moment of departure, Baiye had not seen Saitama again. Logically, Saitama should have been waiting for him at the finish line. Could it be that teacher Saitama, growing impatient, has returned? Beep. The host has triumphed over Saitama in the speed competition, earning a reward of 100 points. Upon hearing this system notification, Baiye was momentarily bewildered. How did I inexplicably win? Where's teacher Saitama? Meanwhile, Saitama, jumping between several cities, could only express his own confusion. I don't know either. As previously mentioned, Saitama was notoriously directionally challenged. Originally, the destination set for Baiye was City P. However, Saitama inadvertently exerted a bit too much force and leaped directly from City Z to the farthest city, leaving him utterly bewildered about the direction of his intended endpoint. This predicament was rather dire, as he found himself utterly disoriented, uncertain even of how to return. At that moment, Saitama had already jumped to another city from City A, yet he remained oblivious to his new location, scratching his head in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Baiye quickly came to the realization that the sole possibility of Saitama's defeat lay in the fact that he had lost his way. He nearly forgot that Saitama was characterized by his notorious lack of direction. However, he now found himself at a loss as to where to search for Saitama. Had he known, he would have marked Saitama with the Flying Thunder God technique. Now, he had no choice but to call Saitama. On the other end, Saitama was in a quandary about what to do when suddenly his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon retrieving it and seeing that it was a call from Baiye, he immediately answered. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Saitama began, Baiye, it seems I've lost my way. Chapter 20. Breaking limits I had already surmised. Baiye was momentarily rendered speechless. Have you reached the end? Should I simply take the subway back? Saitama remarked. If he were to continue flying, he feared he might lose his way home by the next day. Thus, he decided to descend and take the subway instead. Although riding the subway incurred a cost, it was a necessary compromise to return home, and fortunately, the fare was relatively inexpensive. You needn't go through such trouble. Just describe any distinctive buildings beneath you, and I shall find you, Baiye suggested, considering Saitama's financial constraints and wishing to spare him the subway fare. Well, I truly appreciate that, Saitama replied, glancing down. Let me see. There's a tall tower nearby, and beside it flows a great river. I believe I have seen this tower before, though I have forgotten its name. I know where that is. I'm on my way, Baiye responded before abruptly ending the call. Almost instantaneously, upon hanging up, Baiye appeared before Saitama. Wow, that was fast, Saitama exclaimed, astonished by Baiye's sudden presence. In truth, Baiye had employed the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport. As the tower Saitama described was one he had marked the previous day. Given that it was a space-time ninjutsu, its speed was astonishingly swift. Would you like to visit the destination or head straight home? Baiye invited. Let us take a look at the destination first. Otherwise, it feels as though something is missing, Saitama replied. Very well. This time, Baiye opted not to use the Flying Thunder God technique, but instead employed the body flicker technique for rapid movement. Saitama leisurely flew behind him, cautious not to exceed a certain speed lest he become lost again. Before long, Baiye and Saitama arrived at their destination. Standing atop the Starry Sky Hotel, they gazed out at a breathtaking landscape that resembled a picturesque mountain water painting. You arrived before me. Thus, you have won, Saitama stated calmly. He did not particularly care for victory or defeat, readily acknowledging his loss with a sense of indifference. It was not that he, who had reigned undefeated in the world, felt bored or lonely. Rather, the experience of losing once brought a refreshing sense of novelty. That cannot be counted, Mr. Saitama. You merely lost your way, not the contest. Baiye counted it. While Saitama was willing to concede defeat, Baiye refused to acknowledge his victory. A hollow triumph held no significance for him. Of course, if the system were to reclaim the 100 points as a reward for his victory, he would certainly be more agreeable. Loss is loss. There is no need for further deliberation, Saitama declared nonchalantly. Before Baiye could present a counterargument, Saitama continued, You are indeed quite strong. Why then are you merely a B-class hero? Are the other A-class heroes and S-class heroes stronger than you? He possessed little understanding of the overall combat capabilities of the Hero Association. In his eyes, the prowess exhibited by Baiye was already quite formidable, which led to his confusion regarding Baiye's position on the B-rank leaderboard. Perhaps, Baiye casually remarked, there are indeed many impressive individuals within the Hero Association, but none surpass your abilities. He could not engage in conversation with Saitama from an omniscient perspective. Otherwise, he would have confidently asserted that no one was more powerful than Saitama. Is that so? Well, let us see just how formidable they truly are, Saitama replied, revealing no trace of arrogance, while eagerly anticipating a worthy adversary within the Hero Association that could compel him to exert himself. Naturally, he would not seek out conflict. He had always maintained a laid-back attitude. If a powerful opponent were to emerge, it would be splendid. Yet he found contentment in simply staying home to read manga and watch television. Shall we head back then? In that case, let us compete once more. I have yet to be fully satisfied. At that moment, Saitama abruptly adopted a serious demeanor. Boo-ho! Baiye felt a slight jolt of anxiety in his heart. Saitama was about to intensify the training significantly. The previous round had already exhausted him to a third of his capacity. Nevertheless, it was a beneficial challenge. Pushing beyond one's limits was an extreme yet effective training method. Very well, let us begin, Baiye nodded resolutely. Baiye and Saitama swiftly propelled themselves in the direction of home. Throughout the process, Baiye displayed no signs of complacency, maintaining a rapid pace along the same route, though he substituted throwing shurikens with retracting them. With merely a third of his stamina remaining, his body began to approach its limits. Even as he sweated profusely and felt utterly drained, he gritted his teeth and persevered, determined to complete the entire journey. It was uncertain how long this torment of physical exhaustion endured, but suddenly, Baiye experienced a resurgence of vitality, his body becoming significantly lighter. Ding! The host has surpassed their physical limits, earning rewards. Constitution 35, Hashirama cells 2. Constitution 110, Hashirama cells 4. Baiye immediately understood the reason for his newfound lightness. Subsequently, he successfully completed the journey, returning to the rooftop of his home. However, this time, he did not see Saitama's figure. Surely, he hadn't gotten lost again. Just then, Baiye's phone rang. Upon seeing Saitama's name appear on the screen, his suspicions were confirmed. "Hello, I'm sorry, Baiye, but it seems I've lost my way again." At that moment, Saitama was uncertain of his whereabouts and could only call Baiye for assistance. "I'll come find you now. As usual, just describe any notable buildings around you." Baiye had long since grown accustomed to this scenario. The spatially challenged Saitama contrasted starkly with him. Endowed with the Sharingan, he possessed an impeccable memory, retaining vivid images of all the places he had traversed. Thus, as long as Saitama mentioned a distinct building, he could effortlessly recall its precise location. The old play was reprised, and Baiye returned to his rooftop with Saitama. Once again, Saitama found himself lost, resulting in another victory for Baiye. However, the system did not bestow any rewards upon him this time, likely because the competition in speed with Saitama was deemed a one-time achievement, similar to the reward he received only during his initial visit to the Hero Association. Were it not for this limitation, he could easily exploit the situation by leading Saitama through a series of glitches to amass points, given that Saitama's poor sense of direction would render him incapable of winning. "Mr. Saitama, may I leave a mark on you? I trust you won't mind? This way, I can locate you at any time." At this moment, Baiye contemplated marking Saitama with a Flying Thunder God technique, but prudently sought Saitama's consent first. "Sure," Saitama replied without a second thought, exhibiting no concern that Baiye might exploit this mark against him. Baiye was slightly taken aback by Saitama's readiness, yet upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, Saitama was invincible. Baiye then placed his hand on Saitama's back, inscribing the Flying Thunder God technique upon him. The design of the Kimui mark materialized, unnoticed beneath his clothing. "That will suffice. Next time you find yourself lost, simply call for me." Chapter 21. Dragon-level catastrophe. It is quite remarkable. "I shall trouble you when a need arises." Saitama absent-mindedly scratched his back, feeling nothing particularly extraordinary. "Well, I'm going to take a shower. Do you have any other plans for today?" Baiye nodded in response. "None at all. If there are no monsters lurking about, I merely wish to lounge around, reading manga or playing games." At this point, Saitama suddenly recalled something. "By the way, Baiye, are you interested in games?" "Somewhat. I've played my fair share in the past," Baiye replied. "Perfect. I'll bring some games over to your place later," Saitama invited eagerly. As for Saitama himself, he hadn't broken a sweat, and thus saw no need for a shower during the day. In contrast, Baiye was already drenched in perspiration, having just pushed his limits to the brink. Aldikt, Baiye acquiesced. Accompanying Saitama in gaming seemed to him a trivial use of time. In truth, he was eager to see if he could earn rewards by besting Saitama in the game. If rewards were attainable, it would certainly not be a waste of time. However, even if there were none, it would still be worthwhile, as he was genuinely interested in experiencing the games of this world, which bore a striking resemblance to those of Japan from his previous life, where physical game discs and handheld consoles remained prevalent. Despite losing his way twice, he still found today to be quite enjoyable. As they descended the stairs from the rooftop, Saitama sighed. "As long as you're happy." Baiye echoed this sentiment, a hint of helplessness in his smile. "Did you truly have fun?" Baiye mused internally. His utmost efforts were merely a casual game in the presence of Saitama. Yet, it was precisely because Saitama was Saitama that he felt no sense of defeat or discouragement. Upon finishing his bath, Baiye emerged from the bathroom to find Saitama had already set up the game on the television, utilizing the screen as a display for the physical game disc. "All cleaned up, let us play," Saitama said, patting the cushion beside him, which he had brought along. "All right, I'll dry my hair first." Once Baiye had dried his hair, he sat beside Saitama and picked up the game controller. "This is a fighting game I've always enjoyed. Do you need me to teach you?" Saitama said, a hint of excitement in his voice. After practicing against the game's AI for so long, he was finally ready to face a human opponent. "No need. I have some understanding of this type of game." Baiye gently shook his head. Just a glance at the game interface revealed it was akin to classics like King of Fighters or Street Fighter from his past life. Such iconic games left a lasting impression, even though he had only played them in his early childhood. Initially, Baiye did not activate his Sharingan. The conclusion is, he utterly defeated Saitama in the game. His understanding of the fundamental mechanics of such games, coupled with the prowess of his Sharingan, proved advantageous. In the very first match, he mercilessly overpowered Saitama. Ding! The host has triumphed over Saitama in the game, earning a reward of 10 points. The points granted by the system were notably diminished, indicating its awareness of the relatively low difficulty in overcoming Saitama in this realm, thus adjusting the rewards accordingly. At that moment, the corners of Saitama's mouth twitched slightly, taken aback by being so thoroughly bested right from the outset. He had intended to instruct Baiye on how to navigate the game, only to be met with a swift and decisive defeat. Should one claim Saitama's combat abilities to be lacking, he would merely smile nonchalantly. However, to assert his gaming skills were subpar might provoke a genuine reaction from him. "So your gaming prowess is quite formidable. I shall take this more seriously," Saitama resolved, adopting a more earnest demeanor, seemingly intent on showcasing his true gaming capabilities to Baiye. Baiye, realizing he had perhaps gone a bit too far, discreetly deactivated his Sharingan, opting to compete with Saitama using only his basic 3-Tomo Sharingan. Yet, shortly thereafter, KO. Saitama fell to Baiye once more, though this time, the defeat was less humiliating. Baiye had not only disabled his advanced Sharingan, but had also eased up slightly. "Let's go again." Saitama remained unsatisfied. Baiye silently shut off his 3-Tomo Sharingan, reverting to his ordinary black eyes. Unbeknownst to them, 10 matches had swiftly elapsed. Saitama faced 10 consecutive defeats. Despite Baiye's efforts to temper his performance, it was not overtly apparent. Even with some leniency, victory still followed. For Saitama's gaming skills had not improved, while Baiye, a novice player, honed his abilities with each match. The insights and learning capacity afforded by the Sharingan remained, even after its deactivation, far surpassing that of an average individual. The gap in their gaming prowess widened, making it increasingly challenging for Baiye to lose intentionally. He could not afford to be too blatant in his attempts to let Saitama win, lest the latter detect it and become displeased. After 10 defeats, Saitama's demeanor grew increasingly irritable. Yet, he held steadfast to his principles. No matter how thoroughly he was trounced in the game, he would never resort to violence against his opponent. Instead, he would channel his frustration inward or unleash it upon the monsters. "I'm starting to tire, Mr. Saitama. Perhaps we should call it a day?" Baiye suggested. "Oh, is that so? Then let us play again another time," Saitama replied, nodding without a hint of doubt. Transformed from a volatile egg into a straightforward nut wall, he mused, "I never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent today. I shall return home and practice diligently. In a few days, I shall surely defeat you." Saitama's determination surged anew. Baiye could only respond with a smile. Subsequently, Saitama returned home with the game disc and controller in hand. However, as he reached the doorway, he suddenly halted, realizing with a jolt that he had nearly forgotten about the malfunctioning television at home. What a predicament! "Baiye, may I borrow your television?" "Of course. It's no trouble at all. I seldom watch TV, so feel free to use it." Baiye nodded in agreement. "Great. I shall commence my practice right away." Saitama resumed his seat before the television. Just as he was engrossed in his game, a news bulletin abruptly interrupted the screen. It reported that City A had been struck by a widespread explosion, suspected to be the result of a disaster of demon or even dragon-level magnitude. Upon hearing about the severe attack on City A, Baiye quickly deduced, could this possibly be the emergence of that dragon-level vaccine man? Chapter 22, Dragon Class, Vaccine Man. Once again, an unusual individual has emerged, prompting the call for justice. Saitama promptly set down the game controller in his hand and paused the game. Just as he was about to don his superhero attire and embark on his mission, he realized that his companion, Baiye, had vanished without a trace. Has he run off so swiftly? He must have gone to confront the monster. I must hasten my departure as well, Saitama murmured to himself. After changing into his battle gear, he swiftly made his way to City A. This time, Saitama did not lose his way. However, Baiye had already arrived in City A ahead of him. Having immediately utilized the Kimui space for teleportation upon discerning from the news that a dragon-class monster, Vaccine Man, was likely involved. He had yet to leave his mark of flying Thunder God in City A, but the Kimui teleportation was instantaneous. Ding! Host has exchanged for Constitution 108, deducting points 108. Current remaining points, 50. Ding! Host has exchanged for Hashirama Cells 5, deducting points 50. Current remaining points, 0. Constitution 108, Hashirama Cells 5, Constitution 218 Hashirama Cells 9. At the very moment he arrived in City A, Baiye promptly allocated all his points to enhance his Constitution and Hashirama Cells. Faced with a dragon-class monster, he would not allow himself any leniency. Boom! Just then, Baiye heard a deafening explosion erupting not far away. The blast radius was immense, swiftly reaching his vicinity. Baiye activated his Kaleidoscope Sharingan, utilizing his phasing ability to render the explosive force ineffective. In stark contrast, a vast expanse of buildings around him was obliterated, turning into a desolate wasteland in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he observed several enormous orbs of light soaring into different directions above him. These were the abilities of the dragon-class monster, Vaccine Man, seemingly bestowing powers akin to those granted by the divine to Wandering Emperor. Without hesitation, Baiye took action to intercept the luminous spheres, simultaneously opening 3 spatial portals to capture the floating orbs. Not only did he intercept them, but all were also transported into the Kamui space. Vaccine Man was taken aback, noticing that the anticipated explosion had yet to occur. Doubtful, it levitated into the air and launched multiple light spheres in all directions. However, Baiye once again utilized his dual Kimui teleportation ability to intercept them. Fortunately, the dual Kimui allowed for the simultaneous opening of multiple spatial portals, proving to be immensely advantageous in this circumstance. What on earth? Vaccine Man was utterly astonished. At that moment, Baiye had identified Vaccine Man, the muscle-bound figure resembling a demonic being floating in the distance. He instantly teleported before Vaccine Man and hurled an array of shurikens, each marked with the flying Thunder God seal. As a dragon-class monster, Vaccine Man possessed remarkable reflexes, tilting his head to the side to evade the incoming shurikens aimed at his face. "Who are you?" Vaccine Man inquired leisurely, unhurried in his response. However, Baiye would not waste time conversing with the Vaccine Man at such a moment. As the shuriken whizzed past the Vaccine Man's ear, the instant it entered his blind spot, Baiye sprang into action. Flying Thunder God Slash. The Crimson Knight blade materialized in Baiye's hand, and his body moved at an imperceptibly high speed, delivering a lethal strike to the Vaccine Man. The suddenness of the attack left even the dragon-level Vaccine Man unable to react. Before it could comprehend what had occurred, Baiye had already passed through its body, having retrieved the shuriken in the process. Cough! The Vaccine Man suddenly spat blood, only then realizing that it had been injured. A seemingly unremarkable rookie hero, Baiye remarqued nonchalantly. The Vaccine Man quickly turned, its body undergoing a dramatic transformation, rapidly swelling in size until it mutated into a monstrous figure towering several dozen meters. Its head grotesquely deformed, and razor-sharp claws extending from its hands. Seeing this, Baiye remained unfazed. Even as the giant claws struck, he did not evade, directly passing through them. What? The Vaccine Man was struck with disbelief. It should have been able to tear this human to shreds, yet it had touched nothing. At that moment, Baiye hurled the shuriken once more. This time, the vaccine man could hardly be bothered to dodge, seemingly confident in its defensive capabilities in this berserk state. The shuriken indeed failed to inflict any damage, merely embedding itself in the vaccine man's enormous head, akin to a mere tickle. However, Baiye directly infused the power of divine might into the blade of the Crimson Knight blade, akin to enchanting it. Now, the Crimson Knight blade possessed the ability to strangle, rendering it capable of bypassing all physical defenses. No matter how high the vaccine man's defenses were, it would be futile unless it could unravel the divine might space. In an instant, Baiye executed the flying thunder god technique, decapitating the vaccine man. The blade, now imbued with divine might, met no resistance, slicing through the vaccine man's neck with ease, as if cleaving through mere vegetables. The head of the vaccine man rolled onto the ground, still alive at first, staring incredulously at Baiye. Ding! The host has defeated the dragon-level monster, Vaccine Man, earning a reward of 100 points. Ding! The host has defeated a dragon-level monster for the first time, earning a reward of 50 points. Just then, Saitama, freshly donned in his battle suit, arrived at the scene. Oh, you've already defeated him. It seems I have arrived too late. Saitama observed the severed corpse of the vaccine man on the ground, his expression unchanging. He had little interest in fame or fortune, thus would not vie with Baiye for credit, for he could have obliterated the vaccine man's head with a single punch at that moment. Meanwhile, the not-quite-dead vaccine man attempted to launch energy orbs at Baiye with just its head, rapidly gathering the orbs within its mouth. Yet, Baiye swiftly transported the vaccine man into the divine might space. The vaccine man felt as though it had entered a dim and mysterious realm, devoid of all vitality. Bewildered as it prepared to unleash the energy orbs, sword in hand, searching in vain for clarity. Suddenly, Baiye appeared behind it, yet it failed to perceive his presence at first. Die or submit, the choice is yours. Upon hearing this voice, the vaccine human abruptly turned its head. However, it soon realized it could not move its neck, resulting in a comical roll backward, positioning itself upside down with its head on the ground, facing Baiye. At that moment, the vaccine human's eyes met Baiye's kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The two stared at each other intensely, with the frenzied vaccine human S singular eye nearly surpassing Baiye's entire form and size. The vaccine human S eyes, once completely devoid of color, abruptly transformed into a blood-red Sharingan, though this change was fleeting. Ding! The host has controlled the dragon-level mutant, vaccine human, with an illusion and received a reward. 50 points. Chapter 23. Illusion, rewritten. Baiye had merely entertained a fleeting thought, yet to his astonishment, he discovered he could indeed wield illusion to control the vaccine man Ding. The host can utilize illusion to command opponents he has previously defeated in the world of One Punch Man. The controlled subjects retain their consciousness, but must obey the host unconditionally. Currently, the host can control a maximum of 3 targets, though this limit may be expanded in the future. As Baiye pondered this revelation, the system promptly provided an explanation. So that is how it works. Baiye nodded slightly. The vaccine man, being a dragon-level monster, was notably formidable even among his peers. Controlling him would not only grant Baiye a capable ally, but also yield reward points. In truth, had the vaccine man not been so careless, falling prey to the flying thunder god technique and various initial assaults, Baiye would not have easily triumphed over him. It is evident that the vaccine man is, by lore, the most powerful monster prior to Boras's arrival. His light sphere ability surpasses that of the Wandering Emperor, and his physical strength utterly crushes that of the Wandering Emperor, boasting numerous mutated forms. He appears to be the perfect successor to the Wandering Emperor, likely chosen by the divine only after the vaccine man was swiftly vanquished by Saitama. In the next moment, the vaccine man regained his composure. Yet, it seemed he remained oblivious to his being under illusionary control, instinctively attempting to unleash his light sphere at Baiye, only to find himself utterly incapable of doing so. Confounded, the vaccine man could not comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Baiye understood. This was due to the vaccine man's absolute obedience to him, rendering him incapable of inflicting harm. Baiye surmised that his illusionary powers had been modified by the system, allowing the controlled subjects to retain their consciousness, which he found quite agreeable. Otherwise, he would have found the notion of puppets rather uninteresting. Enough of this. You cannot harm me now. I shall revisit you later, Baiye declared before departing the godly might space, leaving the bewildered vaccine man behind. Upon his return, Saitama inquired, "Where have you been?" "I was occupied with a minor matter." "Speaking of which, what is the situation here?" Baiye observed, noticing a throng of heroes and media reporters surrounding them. "These individuals appeared just as you left, insisting that I was the one who defeated the monster, when it was clearly you," Saitama replied with a hint of exasperation. "Mr. Saitama, you are far too modest. Among everyone present, you are the sole S-class hero. Who else could have vanquished the monster? Indeed, you are the only one here, and the monster's remains lie at your feet. It is said that this incident was a dragon-level catastrophe, Mr. Saitama. May we interview you to capture your thoughts on the matter?" The reporters disregarded Saitama's explanations entirely. Coincidentally, as Baiye had ventured into the godly might space to exert control over the vaccine man, the reporters and heroes had emerged to witness the monster's carcass lying beneath Saitama's feet. It is inevitable that they mistakenly believed that Saitama was the one who defeated the monster. Thus, I've repeatedly stated that the true victor over the creature is he. Saitama once again clarified this, gesturing towards Baiye. "Is he not the B-rank hero, Shenwei? It seems implausible, as this time it was a dragon-level monster that appeared. Truly, what an exceptional new star, classified as S-rank from the outset, who confronts a dragon-level creature with such ease, although currently ranked last. His combat prowess surely deserves a place among the top 10. None of the heroes present appeared to believe Saitama's words. After all, they had not witnessed Baiye vanquishing the vaccine man, and thus could not fathom that a mere B-rank hero could defeat a monster within the brief span of 1 minute during a dragon-level catastrophe. At that moment, Baiye shook his head in resignation and unceremoniously tossed the vaccine man's head out of the Shenwei space. Suddenly, a massive head fell from the sky, startling the journalists and heroes surrounding them. Why? Why is it still alive? Could it truly not have been Saitama who defeated it? What on earth is happening? It moved. It moved. Oh no. The crowd was momentarily struck with terror, some nearly losing their composure, for the vaccine man's head retained the ferocious appearance from its rampaging state, exuding an aura of dread. Anyone who had witnessed the vaccine man's terrifying destructive power would find it hard not to feel fear, even with only a head remaining. The vaccine man instinctively attempted to attack the onlookers. "Come back." However, Baiye's cold command halted it, as the vaccine man was unable to disobey his orders. The journalists and heroes stood in stunned silence, astonished that a dragon-level monster dared not defy a B-rank hero. Baiye said nothing further, absorbing the vaccine man back into the Shenwei space before turning to Saitama and declaring, "Let us go home." Only the stunned journalists and heroes remained, bewildered by the spectacle. Saitama nodded, disinterested in lingering there, particularly in engaging with the media. Soon, Baiye and Saitama returned home. Sitting on the sofa, Saitama fell into a brief contemplation, feeling a sense of dissonance regarding the hero he aspired to become. The reactions of the journalists and heroes earlier had unsettled him. Why did they presume that the monster could not have been defeated by Baiye solely based on their rank disparity? Why must there be a hierarchy among heroes? Yet, it had come to this. He could not simply withdraw from the Hero Association. Baiye similit incidenge. Saitama's sense of discomfort likely stemmed from the distinctly hierarchical and utilitarian nature of the Hero Association's various systems. This surely struck Saitama, who viewed heroism as a mere hobby, as peculiar. However, there is little that can be done, such is the nature of human society. The existence of the Hero Association holds its own significance, bearing both drawbacks and advantages. The issues plaguing the Hero Association have never stemmed from the system itself, but rather from those so-called prominent figures within. Subsequently, Saitama cast aside these matters, continuing to sit before the television, engrossed in his game. Meanwhile, Baiye returned once more to the realm of community, where he observed the vaccine man, who had previously been reduced to nothing but a head, gradually regenerating his body. "I was contemplating whether to retrieve your body and return it to you, but seems unnecessary now," Baiye remarked, The elusive Baiye nearly startled the vaccine man. At this moment, the vaccine man had managed to regenerate a hand, using it to turn his head in Baiye's direction. What on earth have you done to me? Why am I unable to attack you? The vaccine man's face was contorted with anger, his voice rising. I understand your urgency, but do remain calm. Baiye replied with a gentle smile. As it stands, you could be considered my slave. Do you truly believe a slave can harm their master? Chapter 24. The Fall of Humanity. What? The vaccine man's expression instantly changed, as if it could scarcely accept the notion of becoming a slave to humanity. I am a creation born from the Earth's will, arising in response to humanity's relentless pollution of our planet. The Earth is a living entity, while you humans are but pathogens that corrode its life. My mission is to eradicate humanity and the civilization it has wrought. How dare you regard me, an apostle of the Earth, as a mere slave? The vaccine man seethed with fury, yet it found itself powerless against the figure before it. Realizing that the proclamations of this so-called master and servant were indeed true, and it could only seethe in impotent rage. I care not whether you are an apostle of the Earth or some other entity. At present, you are nothing more than my tool. Should you dare to defy me, feel free to attempt rebellion, White Knight stated with an impassive demeanor. How infuriating! The vaccine man longed to resist, but found itself utterly incapable of doing so. The moment such a thought entered its mind, its body would become unresponsive. I tire of this idle chatter. Come with me at once. With that, White Knight departed the divine space, taking the vaccine man along. Meanwhile, Saitama was at White Knight's residence, engrossed in a video game. He turned to see an oddly shaped figure beside White Knight. Having only previously encountered the enraged vaccine man, he could not recognize it in its now normal form, though it struck him as vaguely familiar. Who is that? Is he your friend? He seems rather monstrous, Saitama inquired of White Knight. That is the vaccine man, the dragon-class monster that appeared today. I have since brought it under my control, White Knight explained. Do not worry, it will not interfere with your gaming. That is acceptable, Saitama replied, returning his focus to the game. He cared little for whether it was a vaccine man or a virus man. As long as they did not disrupt his gaming, all was well. I advise you to remain compliant. I have no intention of harming you. But that individual over there might very well obliterate you with a single blow, White Knight kindly warned the vaccine man. The vaccine man, however, dismissed this caution, regarding the bald-headed figure with disdain. It had little respect even for White Knight, who had just decisively bested it. It believed its defeat was merely a result of carelessness. Otherwise, it might not have succumbed to this human. Once your body has healed, I shall find you some clothing, White Knight stated as he prepared to search the wardrobe for an outfit suitable for the vaccine man. It would be inappropriate for this being devoid of garments to step outside, even if it lacked certain anatomical features. As it was now his tool, there would undoubtedly be occasions when it needed to venture out. Wait. Upon hearing that the other intended to dress it, the vaccine man was taken aback. No, I refuse to don the foolish attire of these ignorant humans. However, White Knight paid no heed to the vaccine man's objections, striding into the bedroom without a backward glance. He casually selected a set of clothing from a wardrobe that the vaccine man could barely wear, intending to make do for the time being. In the future, it seems likely that a trip to the tailor will be necessary to craft a bespoke outfit for the vaccinator, as its stature exceeds 2 meters, rendering ordinary clothing ill-fitting. As Baiye emerged from the bedroom with the garments in hand, the vaccinator's body had just fully regenerated. It longed to flee, yet found itself utterly immobilized, unable to defy Baiye's command to don the attire. No, let me go. The vaccinator howled in despair, its expression twisted with madness. Alas, its cries had no effect. It could only obediently comply with Baiye's orders. Its body moved of its own accord, accepting the clothing and adorning itself. The sole aspect it could control was its head, which contorted in agony throughout the ordeal, emitting wretched screams. The cacophony disrupted Saitama, who was engaged in a game, causing him to falter as his AI opponent seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack, leaving him momentarily flustered. However, this was Baiye's residence, not his own, so he refrained from voicing any complaints, striving instead to concentrate on the game. Even if it were his own home, he would not resort to shattering the vaccinator with a single punch, At most, he would threaten it, having realized that this peculiar entity had seemingly become one of his own. Once the clothing was fully donned, the vaccinator felt utterly despondent, akin to the helpless husband depicted in a narrative, forced to witness its body being desecrated. Do not be so abstract. Putting on clothes is akin to taking my very life, Baiye remarked, exasperated. The reaction was far more exaggerated than when he had severed its head. The vaccinator, filled with humiliation, clenched its fists, declaring, I am an apostle of Earth, and shall never be assimilated by you pathogens that pollute our world. At that moment, it bore a striking resemblance to the fervent protagonists of shonen anime. Is it truly necessary? Baiye mused, his patience wearing thin. Rest assured, I have no interest in assimilating you. I merely require your service when the need arises. I shall never serve humanity, the vaccinator asserted, its tone resolute, eyes radiating unwavering strength. That is not for you to decide, Baiye replied coolly. Vaccinate her. Proceed to thoroughly clean this entire room. A tool can serve purposes beyond mere combat. It can also assist with household chores. No, stop. The vaccinator protested, grasping its right hand, which reached for the broom with its left, yet was powerless to halt the inevitable as its legs moved uncontrollably toward the broom. Subsequently, with a heart heavy with humiliation, the vaccinator completed a thorough cleaning within Baiye's home. However, despite its humanoid appearance, the vaccinator was an anomaly, not a product of human mutation, and thus lacked any household skills. Several times, it nearly overturned furniture with excessive force, only to promptly right them. Upon witnessing the completion of the cleaning, Baiye nodded slightly, acknowledging the effort. Well done, though the process was somewhat tumultuous. Curse these humans. You might as well kill me. The vaccine individual cried out in despair. The White Knight compelled it to engage in actions only a human would undertake, a torment more profound than death itself. Why would one seek to take your life? Is living not preferable? The White Knight casually remarked, Now, you shall join him in a game. Obedient to the command, the vaccine individual found itself powerless, seated upon the cushion beside Saitama. Its hands, driven by an uncontrollable force, grasped the game controller, while the television screen before it displayed an incomprehensible array of images. Saitama's demeanor shifted, adopting a serious tone as a sharp gaze turned toward the vaccine individual. Oh, do you wish to challenge me as well? I assure you, I will not go easy on you. Chapter 25. The Three-Section Staff Lily. The initial encounter in the beginning, the vaccine man, utterly unfamiliar with the game and its mechanics, could only fumble with the controller. As a result, Saitama decisively triumphed in the first round. The subsequent matches also saw Saitama emerge victorious. Remembering the previous encounter where he faced utter defeat at the hands of the White Knight, this time he finally achieved a winning streak, filling Saitama with exhilaration. I won again, he exclaimed joyfully after securing 6 consecutive victories. Initially, the vaccine man found it rather tedious, deeming humanity's engagement in such a banal game to be profoundly foolish. However, as he continued to lose, a sense of frustration began to seep in. Losing to a human in such a trivial endeavor was, after all, a source of disgrace. Consequently, the vaccine man took the initiative to learn the game's mechanics. As his skills and awareness improved, Saitama sensed a shift. This fellow is actually growing stronger? He cast a stern glance at the vaccine man. Although Saitama managed to win several more rounds, each victory became increasingly arduous, culminating in a near defeat in the last match. A hint of anxiety began to creep into Saitama's demeanor. In contrast, the corners of the vaccine man's mouth lifted slightly as he clinched victory in the next round. Foolish humans are not so impressive after all, he boasted, reveling in his triumph. It's just one win. Don't celebrate too soon, Saitama retorted defiantly. The matches proceeded with both Saitama and the vaccine man trading victories, neither able to dominate the other. This back and forth only fueled their competitive spirits further. Meanwhile, White Knight lounged on the couch, leisurely sipping tea. Allowing the vaccine man to engage Saitama in the game was merely a means to an end. He had anticipated that the vaccine man would allow Saitama to relish the thrill of an easy victory, but to his surprise, the competition soon became evenly matched. It seemed that despite his verbal refusals, the vaccine man was indeed conforming, for without a willingness to embrace and learn, one's gaming prowess could never ascend. In the aftermath, the Hero Association confirmed the occurrence of a dragon-class disaster. Based on the testimonies of journalists, citizens, and heroes present, they attributed the primary credit for this calamity to White Knight and Saitama. As a B-class hero, White Knight still faced some discrimination, with doubts cast on his ability to single-handedly defeat a dragon-class monster. However, due to the indelible impression he left on those present, his contributions were acknowledged, preventing him from being deemed entirely unworthy of recognition. Otherwise, all the accolades would have belonged solely to Saitama. White Knight harbored no objections to sharing the credit with Saitama and had no intention of causing a stir within the Hero Association. There would be ample opportunities for recognition in the future. He did not mind this minor share. Moreover, even if he did create a disturbance, it wouldn't forcibly elevate his rank, as it was not solely dependent on strength. In conclusion, both White Knight and Saitama saw their rankings rise. In a remarkable ascent, Baiye has risen from the 56th to the 5th position within the B rank. At first glance, such an elevation appears significant. However, it is not particularly noteworthy considering the formidable challenge posed by dragon-level disasters. These catastrophic events, defined by the Hero Association as crises capable of obliterating multiple cities, are exceedingly rare. The gravity of such disasters far exceeds that of wolf, tiger, or ghost-level threats. Meanwhile, Saitama has advanced from the 17th to the 15th position among the S-rank heroes, despite the fact that there are only 17 active S-rank heroes. Climbing even a few ranks within this elite tier is a formidable task. Take King, for instance, who, despite reaping the benefits of Saitama's numerous accomplishments, remains at the 7th position. Even though King is lauded as the strongest man on Earth, he remains in 7th place, for rankings are determined not solely by strength. This is a well-trodden topic. Aside from the aforementioned contributions, other factors such as status, fame, and connections also play a pivotal role. Despite being hailed as the strongest, King is merely an ordinary person with little influence within the Hero Association, his notoriety being his only significant asset. Achieving the 15th rank is indeed a swift advancement. Saitama glanced at his updated ranking on the Hero Association's official website via his mobile device. I've also climbed to the 5th position in the B rank, Baiye remarked, having checked his ranking on his phone as well. At this rate, you will soon reach a rank. However, before that, let's engage in a friendly duel. I'm a different fighter now compared to a few days ago. Saitama felt a surge of confidence. Alrit, Baiye replied, promptly sitting down to initiate a round of King of Fighters. Meanwhile, the vaccine man, with Baiye's permission, ventured out to explore, albeit limited to the uninhabited areas of Z City. Baiye was adamant that it should not roam freely into the residential districts, as that would undoubtedly lead to complications for himself. A mere 10 minutes later, Saitama resembled a warm, boiled egg, having suffered yet another series of defeats, unable to secure a single victory. While he could hold his own against the vaccine man during their skirmishes, he found himself utterly outmatched by Baiye. Of course, facing off against the vaccine man, who was akin to a novice in the gaming realm, did not serve as a true testament to skill. I think I'll take a break from this. I'll practice for a few more days and challenge you again later, Saitama conceded, fully aware that today's outcome was a foregone conclusion. Yet, he remained optimistic, believing that with perseverance, he would eventually surpass Baiye, as his baldness was a testament to his unwavering dedication. However, combat prowess and gaming skill are not synonymous. While Saitama possesses unparalleled talent in battle, constantly shattering his own limitations, his gaming aptitude remains at a pedestrian level. No matter how hard he strives, he cannot outplay King, whose gaming talent is extraordinary. Nor can he match the seemingly cheat-like abilities of Baiye, who possesses the Kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Beep. The host has defeated a tiger-level monster, earning a reward of 10 points. Today, a formidable Class Tiger villain appeared in City Z. Upon receiving the news, Baiye swiftly made his way to the scene, effortlessly dispatching the threat. Following the usual protocol, he He reported back to the Hero Association, resulting in yet another elevation in his ranking, now reaching the 4th position in Class B. However, ascending further proves to be quite challenging, as the top spots in Class B are dominated by the formidable Blizzard Group, making it exceedingly difficult to break into the top 3, let alone surpass them to achieve Class A status. In essence, due to the influence of connections, the Hero Association is likely to favor the larger and more established Blizzard Group over individual heroes with less support. As Baiye glanced at his position on the leaderboard, preparing to depart, he suddenly noticed someone discreetly inquiring about him. It was a girl he found vaguely familiar, a young lady with a single ponytail of black hair, though portions of her bangs and ponytail were dyed a striking blue. She was clad in a sleek black suit, adorned with a lily hair accessory, and possessed a bosom that seemed somewhat incongruous with her youthful visage. This appeared to be Lily from the Blizzard Group, the assistant to their leader, known for her proficiency with the 3-section staff. However, it seemed that Lily had yet to glean any useful information, as she was about to approach another individual after receiving a negative response from the one she had just questioned. By chance, as she turned around, she found herself face to face with Baiye. "Excuse me," Lily began to speak, only to suddenly realize that the blood-eyed youth before her seemed strikingly familiar. Blood-red eyes? And that face? She likely recognized Baiye, causing her expression to freeze in surprise. Chapter 26. The prank went too far, what do you mean? Baiye immediately inquired. And nothing at all. Lily stammered, a hint of panic in her voice. At that moment, she merely wished to turn and leave. Originally, Lily had come to gather information about Baiye, but unexpectedly encountered him in the Z Division. Being alone, and without the presence of her comrades from the Blizzard Group, she felt no courage to act arrogantly in front of Baiye. Presently, Baiye ranked 4th in the B class, while Lily was at the 75th position. "Yet, I distinctly heard you inquiring about me just now," Baiye remarked, a sly smile gracing his face. "Now that I am here in person, feel free to ask me anything directly." Lily had initially contemplated denying it, but a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps he was the type to be reasonable. Clearly, Lily had been deceived by the charming smile on Baiye's face. It would not be entirely accurate to label it as deception. Rather, it was Baiye's mischievous grin that led to a simple misunderstanding on her part. In hopes of earning praise from Lord Blizzard, Lily resolved to be bold and directly asked Baiye, "You're the B-Class 4th, Goddess Might, correct? Have you heard of the illustrious Blizzard Group?" Upon witnessing Lily's transformation from timid to earnest, Baiye responded candidly, "I have indeed heard of it." "You haven't heard of it, have you? Allow me to properly enlighten you." Just as Lily was about to elaborate on the existence of the Blizzard Group, she suddenly realized something felt amiss. "Wait, you know about the Blizzard Group?" Lily's expression shifted to one of astonishment. She had assumed that as a newcomer who had recently joined the Hero Association, it would be understandable for him to be unaware of the B-Class rules and the existence of the Blizzard Group. However, his response was entirely unexpected. "Of course I know. Besides the Vest Brigade, the Blizzard Group is the most renowned organization within the Hero Association," Baiye responded with a friendly demeanor. "But, knowing about the Blizzard Group, why haven't you come to greet Lord Blizzard?" Lily inquired, puzzled. "Since you are aware of the Blizzard Group, you must also know of the esteemed Lord Blizzard. Ranked 1st in B class, correct?" "Yes, I have heard of him." Baiye nodded slightly, his tone remaining unperturbed. "Then why did you not take the initiative to pay your respects to Lord Blizzard?" "This is a long-standing tradition in B class," Lily questioned earnestly. Under the long-standing monopoly of the Blizzard Group, an unwritten rule had formed within B class. Every newcomer elevated to B class was required to proactively greet Lord Blizzard, and if invited by him, they could not refuse, lest they face dire consequences. "I am aware of these rules, but they seem too cumbersome, so I chose to forego them," Baiye candidly replied. Lily's expression turned somewhat grave. Seizing the moment before Lady Fubuki's anger could be provoked, she urged you to promptly greet her, for Lady Fubuki had matters to discuss with you. "No," Baiye replied without hesitation. "Why? Aren't you afraid of inciting Lady Fubuki's wrath?" Lily inquired, taken aback. "It's simply too troublesome. She can come to me if she wishes to speak," Baiye replied indifferently. Much like Saitama, he had little patience for such convoluted customs. Lily furrowed her brow. "Do you not realize that showing disrespect to Lady Fubuki comes with consequences? Is this considered disrespect?" I find it hard to comprehend your customs, Baiye said, slightly exasperated. Moreover, didn't you just mention she had something to say to me? You can relay it on her behalf now. If you don't go greet Lady Fubuki, I will not tell you, Lily huffed, turning her face away. Upon hearing this, Baiye found her somewhat adorably foolish, as if he truly cared about what Lady Fubuki wished to convey. He could easily speculate that it likely pertained to an invitation to join the Fubuki group. His current ranking had already reached the 4th position in B class, and Lady Fubuki had a penchant for recruiting promising B-class heroes into her group. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine any other scenario, as he had yet to even meet the woman. Fine, if you choose not to tell me, then so be it. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, Baiye turned to depart, only to be called back by Lily. Wait, is there anything else? Just one last question. Where is your home? Lily asked with utmost seriousness. Baiye slowly raised an eyebrow, pondering her inquiry. However, he quickly realized that the Fubuki group likely sought to investigate his background, so they could confront him in the future if necessary. To demand someone's home address right off the bat? Are you a lovesick girl? Baiye teased, maintaining a facade of levity. Upon hearing the term lovesick girl, Lily momentarily froze. The phrase held considerable impact for an innocent young maiden. It took her a moment to recover, her cheeks flushing slightly as she nervously retorted, That's not the case. Then why do you want to know where I live? Baiye casually asked. After a brief hesitation, Lily remained reticent, insisting, Just tell me. She couldn't divulge her intentions, as it would only facilitate the Fubuki group in causing trouble for him later. That won't do. Clarify your purpose, and I might consider answering. What if you truly are a lovesick girl? Baiye continued to jest. I've already said I'm not a lovesick girl, Lily exclaimed, her indignation evident. All right, enough of this. I must take my leave now. Baiye, weary of the banter, turned to go. Wait, answer my question before you leave, Lily shouted, but regardless of her calls, Baiye did not pause in his stride. As the enigmatic figure of Baiye grew increasingly distant, Lily found herself in a moment of desperation. She was unwilling to return empty-handed, and, driven by an impulse she could not quite comprehend, she hastily pursued him. However, she exercised caution, striving to remain undetected. Thus, her actions effectively constituted a form of stealthy surveillance upon Baiye, perhaps due to Baiye's amiable demeanor throughout their encounter. Lily forgot that he outclassed her in both rank and prowess, emboldening her to follow him. From the outset, Baiye had sensed Lily trailing behind him. Initially intending to teleport home, he felt a surge of curiosity instead, deciding to toy with the little attendant of Fubuki. Consequently, Baiye's path became erratic, diverging entirely from the direction of his residence. The winding turns left Lily exhausted as she struggled to keep pace with him. At the next corner, she suddenly realized he had vanished. Realizing she might have truly lost him, Lily abandoned her concealment and hurried toward the end of the path, hoping to glimpse Baiye around the subsequent bend. Yet, the next corner revealed nothing but emptiness. Frustration washed over her, and her expression morphed into one of bitter discontent. Just as despair settled in, a more troubling realization struck her. She appeared to be lost. Surveying her surroundings, Lily discovered she had unwittingly trailed him into a desolate wilderness, surrounded by dense underbrush and towering trees. She was at a loss regarding which direction would lead her back to the city. With a sense of hopelessness, she leaned against a tree, the fatigue of her pursuit weighing heavily upon her. Overwhelmed and disoriented, her emotional state began to unravel. After all, Lily was among the youngest female heroes in the Hero Association, her maturity still in its formative stages, making her increasingly fearful in the face of adversity. The more she feared, the more her thoughts spiraled into dark imaginings. She envisioned herself starving in the wilderness, never to see Fubuki again, or worse, being devoured by a monstrous creature. Tears welled in her eyes as she sat helplessly beneath the tree, her arms wrapped around her knees. Chapter 27. Exchanging contact information upon witnessing the scene, Baiye, concealed in the shadows, felt he had perhaps gone a tad too far, having inadvertently brought tears to the eyes of the young girl. He could not bear to see a girl in distress, and with a soft sigh, he instantly appeared before Lily. As she gently sobbed with her head lowered, Lily caught sight of Baiye's shoes and immediately lifted her gaze. Cool me. I shall take you outside, he stated succinctly, extending his hand toward her. Lily's expression shifted to one of uncertainty, her thoughts seemingly in disarray. After a brief moment of hesitation, she eventually grasped Baiye's hand. In her presence, Baiye refrained from showcasing his formidable abilities, opting instead to escort her on foot out of the desolate outskirts. During their journey, Lily used her other hand to wipe away the remnants of her tears, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at having been seen in such a vulnerable state. Have you already realized that I was following you? Lily suddenly inquired, the words spilling forth. After all, if that were not the case, he would not have turned back to seek her out. Indeed, I had already noticed, Baiye replied candidly, nodding in affirmation. As expected, Lily felt little surprise at this revelation. It was no wonder he had been meandering during her pursuit. Thank you, she muttered softly. Had he not returned to her, she would have been trapped here indefinitely. Not all. However, you ought to refrain from following others indiscriminately in the future. You may find yourself in grave danger, Baiye advised kindly. I would never follow someone without reason. It was only because you refused to tell me that I had no choice but to follow you, Lily retorted, her voice rising slightly. Was it truly a matter of necessity? After all, I am merely a B-rank level 4 newcomer, hardly significant to your Blizzard group. Why go to such lengths? Baiye pondered it, somewhat perplexed. Regardless of his true prowess, few were privy to his actual strength. On the surface, he was simply a B-rank level 4. It was understandable that the Blizzard group wished to recruit him, yet Lily's claim of following him out of necessity struck him as peculiar. A hint of hesitation crossed Lily's face, and after a moment, she spoke, that is my own issue. I wish to assist Lord Blizzard in handling this matter well, hoping to earn his praise. Very well, Baiye replied, momentarily speechless. He recalled that she was indeed a devoted admirer of Lord Blizzard. Having willingly joined the Blizzard group, the lily hairpin adorning her head was particularly intriguing. I strongly advise you to abandon that notion. I would not be foolish enough to disclose my home address to you. That would invite trouble from your Blizzard group, would not? Baiye stated plainly. Not all. As long as you proactively greet Lady Blizz and accept her invitation, not only will she refrain from causing you any trouble, but it will also greatly benefit you. Lily hurriedly replied. Accept the invitation? Indeed, what she wishes to discuss with me is her proposal for me to join the Blizz group, is it not? Baiye inquired nonchalantly. Lily suddenly realized she had inadvertently let that slip. Instinctively, she covered her mouth, yet it was already too late. Since the words had escaped her lips, she decided to proceed without further hesitation. Yes, Lady Blizz believes in your potential and intends to invite you to join the Blizz group. However, she has been unable to locate you, which is why I am here to gather information about you. I understand, but I must decline. Baiye resolutely rejected her offer. He would have to be exceedingly bored to join the Blizz group, which would provide him no advantage and only place him beneath others, as it was Lady Blizz who led the group. Wait a moment. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. Are you not aware of the numerous benefits? Lily quickly clarified. In our heroic industry, there are several factions, and it is quite challenging to survive alone. For instance, if you wish to improve your ranking, you will face obstruction from competitors within the organization. Surely, you must be aware of this? I am aware, yet I still refuse. Baiye maintained his stance, impervious to her reasoning. This left Lily in a state of urgency. Moreover, if you join us in the Blizz group, Lady Blizz can guarantee your ascension to a B-rank position. Otherwise, you will find it exceedingly difficult to advance. For instance, the top few positions in the B rank are monopolized by the Blizz group, and those who do not join will struggle to rise. When you challenge any of the top contenders, it will not merely be a one-on-one duel, but rather a confrontation against the entire Blizz group. You would need to make an astonishing contribution to become an A-rank hero without challenging the top B rank. But how many B-rank heroes can achieve such feats? Thus, it becomes a deadlock. I understand, Baiye nodded slightly. Just then, they arrived at the residential area. This is sufficient. I shall take my leave. Lily, believing he had absorbed her words, smiled and nodded. Yes, it would be best if you could join our Blizz group. If you are unsure of the location, I can guide you there. Hold on. I merely said I understand. I did not agree to join you, Baiye corrected her. Also, while it was I who initially extended my hand, might you now release it? I must return. Baiye glanced at his hand, still grasped firmly by Lily. It suddenly dawned on her that she had been holding hands with a man for such an extended period. Her thoughts had been consumed by the matters concerning the Blizz group, causing her to overlook this detail. Flustered, she quickly released her grip, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. I apologize. No, wait. Why are you still unwilling to join? Lily, regaining her composure, pressed him once more. I have explained it more than once. It's merely a hassle, and I have grown accustomed to my solitary ways, Baiye casually elucidated. If you insist on this course of action, do not say I did not forewarn you. Lord Fubuki will undoubtedly show you no mercy. Thus far, everyone who has declined Lord Fubuki's invitation has deeply regretted it. At that moment, Lily found herself at a loss for how to persuade him, resorting instead to forewarn him. You should truly contemplate this matter. When you have made up your mind, feel free to reach out to me. With that, she retrieved her phone from her pocket. Observing this, Baiye inquired, Are you intending to exchange contact information with me? Prompted by Baiye's remark, Lily's thoughts shifted to another matter, and with a slightly embarrassed expression, she emphasized, Do not misunderstand. This is merely for the sake of convenience in communication. I hold no ulterior motives. Chapter 28. The blizzards of hell, even within the Celestial Empire, requesting contact information from the opposite sex is often regarded as a somewhat ambiguous act. This sentiment is even more pronounced in the One Punch Man universe, set against a Japanese backdrop, where individuals of different genders typically do not exchange contact details with ease. This is precisely why Lily felt it necessary to emphasize this point to Baiye. Not at all. I'm not that self-indulgent. Baiye replied with an impassive expression as he exchanged contact information with Lily. Their phones now contained each other's numbers, and through these numbers, they could even access one another's line accounts, akin to WeChat. Well then, I take my leave, he stated before departing. Lily, too, prepared to take the subway home. Although she had not inquired about his residence, obtaining his contact details was not a fruitless endeavor. As she walked, a thought struck her, and she promptly opened her phone to search for Baiye's number online. To her surprise, she found that his profile was devoid of an avatar, and his name was simply represented by a single dot. With a sense of uncertainty, she double-checked the number to confirm it was indeed correct before sending a friend request. Meanwhile, Baiye's phone vibrated, and upon checking, he discovered a notification from Line, a platform he had casually registered for, but had yet to add anyone. Perhaps it was a message from Lily, he mused. Upon opening it, he confirmed it was indeed a friend request from her, accompanied by a profile picture featuring Lily and Fubuki. He promptly accepted the request. Shortly thereafter, Lily sent a brisk message. You are not allowed to tell anyone about me, crying today. Rest assured, I'm not that trivial, Baiye replied. That is good. She responded, sending a sticker, after which the conversation ceased. Baiye then shut his phone and made his way home. Although the vaccine man was now under Baiye's control, his living space was limited, comprising only a single bedroom. Thus, he had permitted the vaccine man to choose any vacant room on the floor to reside in. Apart from his and Saitama's home, the entire building was devoid of occupants, rendering it a veritable wasteland, with Saitama having ascended to the rank of an S-class hero, defeating monsters and earning substantial rewards. He had recently received a considerable sum of money. The first order of business with his newfound wealth was to take the malfunctioning television from his home to the residential area for repairs before returning with it in tow. Consequently, he would no longer need to borrow Baiye's television for gaming. However, he continued to partake in Baiye's meals, as the latter's cooking was notably delectable. Unlike before, Saitama now had the means to purchase more ingredients. Is it really so lucrative to be a professional hero? He remarked in slight astonishment during dinner at Baiye's home. Capable heroes tend to earn well, but those at the lower tiers face a much harsher reality. Baiye explained it. It seems somewhat amiss, yet I have accepted it. Thus I shall not be relying upon you daily. Saitama pondered. A substantial portion of this sum originates from the reward for resolving dragon-level disasters, which is precisely why Saitama feels a sense of disquiet. Logically, the reward for dragon-level calamities ought to belong to Baiye. Baiye, of course, is well aware of this. Yet he chooses not to address the matter. His indifference towards money is evident. Whether it is abundant or scarce matters not, as long as it suffices. This does not imply he regards wealth as trivial, but rather in the realm of one-punch man, strength reigns supreme, rendering monetary concerns inconsequential. In recent days, Lily has been awaiting a response from Baiye after he has thoroughly contemplated the situation. However, she has received no word, nor has she even glimpsed him online. Lily, have you completed the documents I entrusted to you? At that moment, Fubuki entered the office. This space serves as the headquarters of the Fubuki Group, resembling a studio within a grand edifice. Yes, it has been taken care of. Here you go, Lady Fubuki. Lily rummaged through her drawer and handed the documents to Fubuki. The woman before her, adorned with shoulder-length, dark green hair and clad in a deep green dress and plush coat, is none other than the B-class's foremost, hellish Fubuki. With her fair complexion and striking beauty, she stands in stark contrast to her sister, Tornado, possessing an elegant and statuesque figure. If Tornado embodies the lowly archetype, then Fubuki epitomizes the mature lady type. However, both sisters share a rather unpleasant disposition. Upon receiving the documents, Fubuki cast a curious glance at Lily, as if she wished to vocalize something, yet ultimately refrained. Once outside the office, Fubuki immediately confronted the other members of the Fubuki group. Confess, has anyone been bullying Lily? The members shook their heads in unison. No, we would never dare to bully Lily. Indeed, Lily is a trusted confidant of Lady Fubuki. How could we possibly do that? However, it was noted that Lily has been somewhat distracted lately, frequently glancing at her phone. Could it be that she is in love? Perhaps she is eagerly awaiting news from her beloved? There is indeed a possibility, considering Lily is at that tender age of budding romance. And thus, the rumors began to take shape. Meanwhile, Lily remained blissfully unaware of the speculation circulating within the office. Fubuki, on the other hand, fell into contemplation. She may not fully grasp these matters, yet she sensed there was some truth to what everyone was saying. Perhaps it could indeed be the case. If so, then it is of little concern. Fubuki dismissed the matter, believing that as long as Lily was not being mistreated, all was well. Conversely, the members of the Fubuki group grew increasingly curious. Lady Fubuki, do you have any inkling about Lily's romantic interest? I am quite curious about the type of boy she might fancy, or perhaps even a girl. Please maintain a moderate volume, as Lily is still in the office. The curiosity among everyone stems primarily from their awareness of Lily's profound admiration, even affection, for Miss Fubuki. Consequently, they harbor skepticism regarding the likelihood of Lily being in a romantic relationship, irrespective of whether her partner is male or female. How could I possibly know? Such matters are her own. With an expression of calm, Fubuki interjected, "You should all attend to your own affairs and refrain from discussing others' private matters here." "Indeed, Miss Fubuki." The crowd responded in unison, nodding in agreement as they ceased their idle chatter. "By the way, have you ascertained the whereabouts of the B-rank's fourth-place contender, Shinrai?" At that moment, Fubuki recalled the presence of a certain individual on the B-rank list who was known for his defiance of the rules. Chapter 29. The Assault of the Mosquito Woman. Indeed, Miss Fubuki, that individual resides in the desolate area of City Z. Very well. We shall pay him a visit when time permits to ascertain the extent of his capabilities. The serene expression on Fubuki's face conveyed a hint of pride. It is imperative to issue him a stern warning, so he comprehends the gravity of his transgression against the B-class regulations. Wasn't it Miss Fubuki who entertained the notion of inviting him to join? We shall first see whether he is inclined to accept. To receive a personal invitation from Miss Fubuki is indeed a privilege. No one would dare to decline such an opportunity. I doubt he would have the audacity to refuse, unless he is utterly oblivious to his own limitations. Clearly, the members of the Fubuki group do not anticipate that Baiye will create any significant stir. Ultimately, he shall acquiesce and join the Fubuki group, realizing the rarity of the chance to be part of an organization led by Miss Fubuki. Fubuki chose not to elaborate further and proceeded with her own tasks. Meanwhile, Lily in the office remained unaware that the other members of the Fubuki group had already ascertained Baiye's residence. However, she was confident that even if the investigation was not yet complete, it would be soon. Thus, her anxiety grew. If Lady Fubuki were to show up at his doorstep, All her prior efforts would be in vain. Conversely, should Baiye be willing to cooperate and join the Fubuki group, not only would he avoid any unwarranted and aggressive threats, but she would also gain Lady Fubuki's recognition and praise, a truly mutually beneficial outcome. At this moment, Lily could no longer contain herself. She proactively sent a message to Baiye. At that time, Baiye was at home, engrossed in a video game with Saitama. The phone, resting beside the cushion, suddenly buzzed. He casually glanced at it, discovering a message from Lily. Mr. Shinwei, have you not yet made a decision? Engrossed in his game, Baiye had no immediate time to respond. He merely cast a fleeting glance at the message before his attention returned to the television screen. Meanwhile, Lily saw the message marked as read, but received no reply, which only heightened her anxiety. If it had remained unread, it would have been more tolerable. The fact that it was read but unanswered intensified her worry. 2 minutes later, Baiye effortlessly defeated Saitama once more. Not interested, his response was succinct yet unequivocal. He simply had no desire to join the Fubuki group, so there was little more to discuss. Lily was engrossed in her tasks, but upon hearing her phone buzz, she promptly picked it up to check. The reply she received, however, was disheartening. You, take care of yourself. After sending those 2 messages, Lily shut off her phone, feeling a bit vexed. Her gentle persuasion had proven ineffective. It seemed that Baiye would have to face the consequences. When Lady Fubuki personally visited, if Baiye maintained such a dismissive attitude, he would undoubtedly receive a stern reprimand. She had warned him more than once, but he chose to ignore her. Lily rested her head on the desk, momentarily lacking the motivation to attend to her duties. Is there someone seeking you for a matter? Perhaps we shall play again next time. You may attend to your matters. Observing Baiye engrossed in his phone, Saitama presumed he had urgent business to attend to. However, it was merely a trivial matter. Let us continue. Baiye had already set his phone aside casually. Very well. This time, I shall defeat you using the newly developed combo. Saitama commenced the next match with great fervor. Yet in the end, it was yet another day where Saitama found himself bald, having failed to secure a single victory against Baiye, fittingly as he was already bald. Suddenly, a sharp clap resonated through the air. Baiye looked at Saitama in confusion, unable to comprehend why Saitama had slapped himself. At that moment, Saitama's hand remained on his face. There was a mosquito, but it had already been dealt with. In response to Baiye's bewildered gaze, Saitama offered an explanation. However, as soon as he released his grip, the mosquito emerged, lively as ever, seemingly unscathed. Saitama, in disbelief, attempted to catch the mosquito once more, yet it evaded him effortlessly. No matter how vigorously Saitama swatted, he could not capture the elusive creature. Meanwhile, Baiye sat motionless, observing the spectacle. There it was. The most formidable mosquito in the entirety of One Punch Man had made its appearance, withstanding Saitama's relentless assaults unscathed, either evading blows or surviving them. This could only be attributed to the illogical divine power bestowed by the original author. Thus, Baiye chose to remain a mere spectator of this absurdity. Saitama grew increasingly agitated as the mosquito continued to elude him. Damn it, it actually escaped. Saitama's face flushed with anger. Baiye remained expressionless, unfazed by the outcome. However, he noted the emergence of this divine mosquito signified that the evolutionary home would soon make an entrance. The first to appear would undoubtedly be the demon-level monster, Mosquito Girl, who was poised to attack Z-City. Once Saitama calmed down, he settled down to watch television. At that moment, a program was airing that captured his attention. The theme of the show was chaos, the abnormal proliferation of mosquitoes. This year, mosquitoes had multiplied in alarming numbers, disrupting the lives of the citizens. What would be the cause? We now invite mosquito expert Mr. Kafiki to enlighten us. Conclusively, the mosquitoes observed this year are of an unprecedented species, and thus, I am at a loss for explanations. Please leave. This absurd dialogue resembled a comedic sketch. Yet shortly thereafter, a breaking news alert interrupted the program. A vast swarm of mosquitoes was advancing towards Z-City. All citizens were urged to remain indoors. The preliminary disaster level was classified as demon level. The news broadcast displayed vivid footage of the ominous clouds of mosquitoes, resembling a dust storm, densely packed and fearsome. Any animals caught in their path were instantly reduced to desiccated husks. Upon reading this news, a cold sweat broke out on Saitama's brow. Is this not Z City where we reside? He hastily shut the windows. Just moments ago, a single mosquito had left him in disarray. A swarm would be utterly unbearable. Meanwhile, the Mosquito Queen, leading countless mosquitoes, was swiftly advancing towards Z City. At the same time, the vaccine man, idly wandering in the desolate area, also sensed the impending onslaught of the mosquito horde. His expression instantly transformed into a JoJo art style as he gazed skyward in the direction of the disturbance. What is that commotion? Chapter 30. The demon-level mosquito woman, Saitama, hurriedly secured the doors and windows of his home before proceeding to assist Baiye in doing the same. Just as he was about to close the final window, the formidable mosquito re-entered. You dare to return? This time, I shall not let you escape. You wretched mosquito. The sight of the familiar insect ignited Saitama's fury. Meanwhile, Baiye sat calmly on the sofa, sipping tea, indifferent as long as the mosquito did not disturb him. What are those creatures? Vaccine Man ascended slowly, gazing at the vast swarm of mosquitoes in the distance, a sense of perplexity brewing within. It was aware that it had been birthed by the will of the earth, tasked with the annihilation of humanity, yet remained largely oblivious to other matters. It might not even recognize that it was a monster, for the term monster was originally coined by humans. Vaccine Man could indeed identify the mosquitoes, but among the distant swarm, it discerned a slender silhouette, the source of its confusion. At that moment, Vaccine Man attempted to summon a sphere of light, only to realize that its body was finally unshackled. Ever since being controlled by Baiye, it had been unable to act against humans, including the summoning of the light sphere. This indicated that the figure surrounded by the mosquitoes was not human. Having accumulated considerable pent-up energy recently, it murmured, I shall unleash this upon those wretched beings. But just then, the rapidly approaching swarm abruptly halted. Due to Baiye's command restricting Vaccine Man from leaving the uninhabited zone, the mosquitoes had not yet crossed into that territory, rendering it temporarily unable to strike. Simultaneously, someone was intercepting the swarm. The television news and alarms proved effective. Residents of Z City either hid within their homes or fled to shelters, leaving the streets and shops eerily deserted. However, there was still one individual present, a cyborg. Below the expansive cloud of mosquitoes stood a blond youth clad in a short-sleeved shirt and jeans, adorned with mechanical parts, even his face bearing a metallic sheen. This youth was Genos, the demon cyborg, though at this time, he had yet to acquire that heroic moniker. Aside from his brain, which was original, the rest of Genos was comprised of mechanical components, his face, though metallic, retaining its original features. So, these mosquitoes operate under your command to draw blood, subsequently delivering it to you. No wonder they act in such unison. Thus, if I eliminate you, the master, it will suffice. Genos found himself encircled by countless mosquitoes, yet, due to his metallic composition, he remained impervious to their bites, fixating his gaze on the mosquito woman ensconced within the swarm. The so-called mosquito woman was a hybrid of mosquito and human female, categorized as a demon-level threat, a formidable entity even among demon-level monsters. The figure remained that of a human girl, yet her hands and feet transformed into those of a mosquito, adorned with wings and a blood sac akin to that of the insect on her back. Her head exhibited mosquito-like features, while her face retained the charming countenance of a young girl, with her mouth parts retracted. According to the official texts, this mosquito girl stood at an astounding height of 2.6 meters, a result of her elongated mosquito limbs. However, after her mosquito legs were replaced with human ones by Dr. Genos, her height returned to a more typical range of 1.6 to 1.7 meters. At that moment, the mosquito girl let out a disdainful scoff, casting a contemptuous glance down at Genos. Drain him dry, she commanded, and in an instant, countless mosquitoes swarmed around Genos, who, had he been a mere human, would have been reduced to a desiccated husk countless times over. Yet, as a cyborg, Genos remained unscathed, raising his hand. He unleashed an explosive burst of energy that obliterated all the surrounding mosquitoes in an instant. Upon witnessing this, The mosquito girl was momentarily taken aback. Genos, hand raised, aimed directly at her in the air, his voice icy as he declared, "Don't move, prepare to meet your end." "Huh, is that all you have?" The mosquito girl retorted with a cold smile, still dismissive of Genos. "Incinerate." Genos concentrated energy in his palm, rapidly charging up before unleashing a high-temperature shockwave towards the mosquito girl. However, her reflexes were swift. She evaded the blast and lunged at Genos. Genos' expression shifted to one of vigilance. In the next moment, the mosquito girl's mouth parts pierced through his left arm, severing it. As she reveled in her triumph, she suddenly felt her body grow inexplicably lighter. Turning her head, she discovered that her legs below the knees had vanished, just in time to see Genos casually discarding them to the ground. Genos continued to fire energy blasts at the mosquito girl, relentlessly pursuing her into an uninhabited area. As she dodged, her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Realizing that her current strategy was futile, she resolved to unleash her ultimate technique. With fierce determination, she spread her arms wide, summoning all mosquitoes within a 100-kilometer radius. Despite the humans in the city having taken refuge in time, the animals were not so fortunate. She commanded the gathered mosquitoes to inject the blood they had absorbed into her, facilitating her evolution. As the swarm in the sky grew increasingly dense, Genos sensed the impending danger and hastily gathered energy, intent on eliminating the mosquito girl swiftly. Meanwhile, Saitama found himself unable to contend with the god-level mosquito, which had reemerged through a crack in the door, responding to the mosquito girl's summons. "It is nearly time," Baiye thought, and in an instant, the tranquil scene of him sipping tea was disrupted as he vanished. The teacup settled steadily upon the table as Baiye instantaneously transported himself beside the vaccinator, using the Flying Thunder God technique. He had long inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique upon the vaccinator. As expected at that moment, Baiye gently lifted his gaze and spotted a swarm of mosquitoes in the distance. He could observe the mosquito woman undergoing her evolutionary process. The vaccinator, well accustomed to the elusive Baiye, displayed no signs of surprise. "Aim carefully. Do not cause any collateral damage," Baiye cautioned the vaccinator, who was on the verge of launching a light sphere. He had sensed Genos' presence nearby. The main concern was that the vaccinator's light sphere possessed immense power. A careless strike could obliterate an entire building. What a nuisance. The vaccinator, visibly exasperated, scratched the back of his head, contemplating that perhaps he could just confront the individual directly. Chapter 31. The cyborg Genos as the godly mosquito was summoned away by the mosquito woman. The enraged Saitama pursued it relentlessly. "Stop right there," he shouted furiously at the mosquito. However, he soon noticed a vast and peculiar black cloud in the sky that seemed quite ominous. "What on earth is that? Whoa! It appears to be a swarm of mosquitoes writhing in the air." Saitama gazed in astonishment at the cloud of mosquitoes. How can there still be someone here? Surprised by Saitama's sudden appearance, Genos promptly warned him, "That kid over there, you should take cover quickly. If that swarm of mosquitoes spots you, you will be attacked." "Is that for real?" Saitama replied, momentarily stunned. "Then let us flee." At that moment, the mosquito woman, enveloped by countless mosquitoes, began to emit strange sounds. Genos immediately turned to look, only to see the swarm surge forth like raging tides. Despite the terrifying situation, Genos maintained a calm demeanor, gathering energy in his palm. "Incinerate." An energy blast erupted within a 500-meter radius, incinerating all the surrounding mosquitoes. "When I detected your presence, I confirmed there were no life signs nearby, which allowed me to eliminate you without hesitation." Genos, engulfed in flames, fixed his sharp gaze on the mosquito woman. However, he soon realized that a person had unexpectedly appeared beside him. "Oh no, there's another person." Genos quickly turned to glance at the bald figure, only to find Saitama standing there, completely devoid of clothing, clearly stripped of his attire by Genos' incineration blast. "Don't worry, I'm fine. By the way, what was that technique you just used? It's like a mosquito extermination weapon," Saitama remarked with a calm expression, clearly impressed. Genos stared at Saitama, momentarily taken aback. Hey, hey, hey. At that moment, the mosquito woman let out a chilling laugh. She had completed her evolution, her body now a dark crimson, yet her skin remained pale. The areas where she had merged with the mosquito had undergone some mutations, though not significantly. Most importantly, her power had increased dramatically. In a flash that Genos could hardly react to, she teleported behind him. With a swift motion, a massive gash was carved into Genos's waist, nearly bisecting him. He immediately retaliated with a punch, but the mosquito woman evaded with equal speed, making it impossible for him to land a hit. "Ha ha, you're so weak," she mocked gleefully while systematically dismantling Genos's mechanical body, cornering him into a desperate situation. Aware that he had no hope of recovery, he resolved to self-destruct. Just as the core located at Genos's heart began emitting a beeping sound indicating imminent explosion, a figure known as Vaccine Man appeared before the mosquito woman, cradling a glowing orb in his hands. As the formidable figure of the Vaccine Man emerged before her, particularly the orb of light radiating an exceedingly terrifying energy, the mosquito woman's triumphant smile momentarily faltered. "My temper is quite frayed at the moment." In an instant, the Vaccine Man thrust the luminous sphere directly against the mosquito woman's face. Boom! The explosion of the orb propelled the mosquito woman into the air. The remnants of her blood sacs dispersed like a crimson mist, while her wings, arms, and various limbs shattered, sending her soaring far into the distance. Ding! The host's minion, Vaccine Man, has defeated the demon-level monster, Mosquito Woman, earning a reward of 40 points. Ding! The host has defeated a demon-level monster for the first time, earning a reward of 30 points. As a servant of the White Knight, Vaccine Man naturally reaped the rewards. However, the blast's repercussions extended beyond just the combatants. A vast expanse of nearby buildings lay nearly obliterated. Thankfully, this was an uninhabited area, sparing innocent civilians from harm. Genos was also relatively unscathed. Even without Saitama shielding him from some of the impact, the residual shockwaves were insufficient to damage Genos' core. Lying on the ground, struggling to move, Genos gazed in astonishment at the floating Vaccine Man. Though clad in human attire and possessing a somewhat human-like appearance, it was unmistakably a monster. A monster had dared to assault its own kind. Moreover, it had dispatched that mosquito woman in a single strike. At that moment, Vaccine Man's attention shifted to the grounded Genos. It recognized that it could harbor hostility towards Genos, indicating that he, too, was not truly human, much like that peculiar mosquito. Thus, in his current state of rage, he contemplated launching another orb to vent his frustration. Ignoring the presence of Saitama beside him, Vaccine Man prepared to unleash another glowing sphere upon Genos. Damn it, this fiend is indeed a monster. Realizing the imminent attack from Vaccine Man, Genos instinctively attempted to struggle, but with his legs severed by the mosquito woman, he found himself unable to rise. Was he destined for self-destruction once more? "Forgive me, Doctor." Genos activated his self-destruct sequence once again. Yet, in the next moment, White Knight appeared beside Vaccine Man in a flash, delivering a resounding slap to its head. Smack! The force of the blow not only dazed Vaccine Man, but also left Genos momentarily bewildered. Vaccine Man turned to White Knight, confusion, shock, anger, and a sense of grievance swirling in its eyes. Wasn't he instructed to avoid harming the innocent? What was this all about? White Knight began to lecture Vaccine Man, but this entity was no human. Vaccine Man felt indignant. Cybernetic beings are also humans. Remember that for next time, White Knight asserted. At this moment, Vaccine Man could only nod submissively, acknowledging the severity of the lesson. How strict? But did he genuinely intend to act against that person? Then Saitama, with an air of innocence, spoke up. Because he was acquainted with the vaccine individual, he instinctively assumed that the recent antics were mere folly, until the words of Baiye elucidated the situation. Indeed, this is why I felt compelled to educate him, Baiye affirmed with a nod. Then his gaze shifted to the figure of Genos on the ground. Are you all right? My sincerest apologies for the chaos caused by this fellow. Genos, finally regaining his composure from the shock, quickly interjected, I am Genos. a cyborg committed to executing justice. He had discerned that the peculiar individual who had effortlessly vanquished Mosquito Girl was undoubtedly the disciple of the blood-eyed youth before him. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity. Chapter 32. Teacher Baiye, please, I implore you to reveal your name. Genos earnestly beseeched Baiye. However, Baiye was taken aback, his expression reflecting confusion as he pointed to himself. Immediately, he pulled Saitama before him, urging Saitama to respond to Genos' request. The scene unmistakably suggested that Genos sought to become a disciple, yet Baiye believed that Saitama was the master Genos should be approaching. What was happening? Saitama, unexpectedly thrust forward by Baiye, was somewhat bewildered. No, what I wish to inquire about is that individual with crimson eyes. Genos promptly corrected himself. Did you hear that? He is addressing you, Saitama remarked, turning to Baiye behind him. I am Baiye, the latter finally acquiesced. Teacher Baiye, I fervently request you to accept me as your disciple. Genos exclaimed, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Me? Baiye pointed at himself, incredulity evident in his voice. This cannot be right. Surely, Genos should be seeking Saitama as his master? He pondered, recalling that he had not demonstrated any prowess, intentionally entrusting the Mosquito Woman to Vaccine Man for resolution. Thus, Genos would either seek Saitama or Vaccine Man as his master, but certainly not him. It was not disdain for Genos. Rather, he felt utterly devoid of anything to impart. The system enhancement's dual divine might, flying thunder god technique. Any of these were beyond Genos' grasp. Thus, he was entirely unsuited to be a mentor. Yet, Baiye was taken aback by the fact that even after contemplating such matters, Genos had still set his sights on him. Could it be due to the slap he had just delivered to Vaccine Man? Indeed, please, accept me as your disciple. Genos earnestly reiterated. Let us set this matter aside for now. You should attend to your repairs first. Baiye swiftly shifted the conversation. Following the onslaught by the Mosquito Woman, Genos was left with nearly no intact parts. Even one of his mechanical eyes had been dislodged. As long as the vital core remained unharmed, Genos could be perpetually repaired and modified by Dr. Casino. I am fine. Please, accept me as your disciple first. Genos, however, would not be swayed by the topic change. Saitama, I must trouble you with this matter. I have other affairs to attend to. With no other option, Baiye had no choice but to pass Genos on to Saitama. In his view, Saitama was the most fitting teacher for Genos. Weit. Saitama, realizing something was amiss, attempted to call out to Baiye, only to find that Baiye had already vanished with Vaccine Man teacher. Genos quickly scanned the surroundings, but could not discern Baiye's presence. He became even more convinced that the latter was indeed the master of that formidable monster. His speed so astonishing that Genos had failed to perceive the direction of his departure. May I offer to escort you to a hospital? You are Genos, correct? At this moment, Saitama scratched his face, addressing Genos. No need. Thank you for your concern. The doctor will come to retrieve me, Genos replied. Meanwhile, he observed the bald man before him. In retrospect, this bald individual appeared to be quite extraordinary. At that time, he had unleashed an incendiary device with a radius of 500 meters, and this bald man stood right beside him. Yet he remained unscathed, save for his charred clothing. Moreover, this bald man seemed to be acquainted with the blood-eyed youth known as Baiye. Could he also be a disciple of that esteemed Master Baiye? At this moment, Baiye would never fathom that Genos could mistake Saitama for his disciple. What merit did Saitama possess to be considered as such? Very well, I shall take my leave. Saitama casually bid farewell to Genos and hastily departed, sensing that this individual might prove to be a troublesome character. Fortunately, they were in an uninhabited area. Even if Saitama's clothes had been incinerated, no one would witness his plight. Regrettably, his short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with the English word hage, a transliteration meaning bald, left one wondering whether Saitama was oblivious to its connotation or had intentionally donned it as a form of self-deprecation. After Saitama had hastily exited, Genos belatedly realized his oversight. Oh no, I should have inquired about Master Baiye's residence. Alas, this seems to be an uninhabited zone in City Z. It is said that few would choose to reside in such a place, but with some inquiries, I should be able to ascertain how many souls dwell here. Subsequently, Genos promptly contacted Dr. Kusanoko, requesting the doctor to come and retrieve him, for he found himself unable to move. Meanwhile, Baiye and Vaccine Man had already returned home upon their disappearance. Was that fellow just now seeking to become your disciple? Why did you not acquiesce? Vakineman inquirit. Why ask me this? Perhaps you should become his master instead, Baiye retorted with an eye roll. On second thought, I shall decline, Vaccine Man decisively replied. Given its inherent prejudices against humanity, it was unlikely it would ever consent to taking a human as a disciple. Let us hope he does not come knocking. Though that seems almost implausible. Baiye sighed lightly. He was aware that Genos would undoubtedly discover the location of his home. It was a simple matter in an uninhabited zone to learn of the few living souls residing there. And Genos possessed a sensing device capable of detecting life signs within a certain range. As anticipated, within a few days, an unexpected visitor appeared at Baiye's doorstep. Master, Baiye, are you there? Called out the voice from outside. Is that the cyborg from before? Should I let him in? Saitama, who was engaged in a gaming showdown with Vaccine Man, inquired. There seems to be no other option. Baiye thought to himself. He could not continuously rebuff Genos at the door and thus decided to grant him entry. I must say, I believe you have misunderstood something. My abilities are quite ordinary, and I have little to teach you, Baiye stated somewhat helplessly. Master Baiye, I have come to seek your guidance, Genos declared earnestly. Thus, I have stated that I am unable to impart any knowledge to you. Baiye, feeling quite helpless, thought that since he was already here, he might as well invite him in for a cup of tea before he departed. Out of courtesy, he could not simply dismiss Genos. Genos, however, offered no response, clearly not intending to leave after just a cup of tea. Upon entering the room, Genos beheld Saitama and Vaccine Man engrossed in a video game before the television. This only reinforced his earlier conjecture. Indeed, this seemingly unfathomable bald man and the humanoid creature were both disciples of Master Baiye. If he could also become a disciple of Master Baiye, he would undoubtedly grow stronger and gain the power to obliterate all evil. Chapter 33. Purely free-range, Saitama and Vaccine Man were engrossed in their competition, while Baiye prepared tea to entertain Genos. Thank you. Genos expressed his gratitude with a nod. Yet he refrained from touching the teacup on the table. As a cyborg, he was unable to digest food in the conventional manner. I must clarify that I neither possess the capability nor the desire to take on disciples. Baiye intended to communicate this directly to Genos. How could that be? Master, do you not already have 2 disciples? They are quite formidable, Genos responded, incredulous. 2 disciples. Baiye was taken aback, as he was unaware of having taken on 2 apprentices. Wait, could it be that Genos is referring to Saitama and Vaccine Man? Vaccine Man is one thing, but Saitama, who would dare to consider him a disciple? Indeed, those 2 over there. Please allow me to ascertain who is the elder and who is the junior brother, so that I may address them appropriately. Genos indicated towards Saitama and Vaccine Man, who were engrossed in a game. HM, were you just speaking of me? Saitama turned his head momentarily, and in that fleeting moment, Vaccine Man seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks on Saitama. Ha ha ha, I've won. Vakineman exclaimed triumphantly. I was ambushed. Saitama realized too late, rendered immobile by the rapid succession of strikes. With his health already dwindling, that onslaught had decisively eliminated the character he controlled. I apologize for interrupting. Genos, though unfamiliar with the intricacies of the game, perceived Saitama's defeat and irritation and sensed he might have caused a disturbance. Not at all. It was my own oversight, Saitama replied, then turned to Vaccine Man to express his frustration. How could you ambush me? That is truly despicable. And what of it? I emerged victorious. Vaccine Man replied with a sly grin. Amidst the playful bickering between Saitama and Vaccine Man, Baiye hastily clarified to Genos. You are gravely mistaken, Genos. Neither of those 2 are my disciples, particularly the one without hair. HM, without hair? Is that not merely skin-colored armor on his head? Genos gazed at Saitama's baldness with astonishment. No, that is indeed his skin, not armor, Baiye elucidated. What? So that is not a headpiece? Genos pondered seriously. If that is the case, I'm astonished that someone so young would be bald. Hey, I can hear you. Saitama's forehead twitched with irritation. My apologies. Baiye quickly whispered to Genos. Saitama is particularly sensitive about the term bald, so please be cautious. Understood, Baiye. Genos nodded obediently. Wait, please do not call me master. Baiye immediately raised his hand to point at Saitama. Mr. Saitama is far more formidable than I am. You may refer to him as Master Saitama and seek his tutelage. Upon hearing this, Saitama was momentarily taken aback. Is that so? However, I believe that once one has chosen a mentor like Baiye, one should remain steadfast, otherwise it would demonstrate a lack of sincerity, rendering it unlikely for any teacher to accept me. Genos, however, was unimpressed by this reasoning. The bald man, no, Mr. Saitama, was indeed powerful, but in Genos' eyes, Baiye was equally an unattainable height. Either figure could impart invaluable wisdom. Thus, it would be wise to commit wholeheartedly. If one were to flit from one master to another, it would ultimately yield nothing. Baiye felt somewhat flustered. Indeed, such a sincere child, Baiye. You should accept him without delay. At that moment, Saitama further fueled the fire. He found the notion of taking on a disciple too troublesome and would rather Genos cling to Baiye than seek him out. Mr. Saitama has already given his consent. Please accept me, Master Baiye. Genos once again earnestly bowed before Baiye. Just because Saitama agrees does not mean I do. Baiye felt an urge to voice his frustrations. Moreover, Saitama was only adding to his predicament. However, he had indeed used Saitama as a shield first, so he found it difficult to criticize him. But I have stated more than once that I truly have nothing to teach you. Baiye felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. If it turned out that he had nothing to impart, Genos might even blame him for it. Being a master was no simple task, though Genos was unlikely to place blame on him. The master jested. After all, you have produced such an exceptional being. Uncertain, Genos turned to the vaccine man and inquired. He is indeed a monster, correct? Are you referring to me? By your human definitions, I appear to be that sort of monster, but in truth, I am the vaccine man, born of Earth's will, an apostle of the planet. The vaccine man earnestly articulated his identity. However, Baiye and Genos had already lost interest in what it was saying. I have already mentioned that he is not my disciple. Baiye reiterated. Is that so? Nevertheless, I still hope Master Baiye will accept me as a disciple. I believe that being by your side will yield significant rewards. No matter how, Baiye argued, Genos remained resolute in his pursuit. Ultimately, Baiye was entirely exasperated and could only relent. If you wish to follow, then follow. But remember, I am not your master and have no obligation to teach you anything. It is not that I do not wish to teach, but rather that I genuinely have nothing to offer you. Consider this carefully. Yet, without a hint of hesitation, Genos nodded and replied, I have already given it considerable thought. Fine, do as you wish. Baiye felt a sudden wave of fatigue. Ding! The host has acquired a disciple, Genos, and received rewards. 50 points growth incentive. As the disciple's ranking within the Hero Association ascends, the host shall receive corresponding rewards. Well, this is somewhat acceptable. The rewards bestowed by the system provided Baiye with a measure of solace. However, despite his explicit declaration of not wanting to be a mentor, it appears that Genos is resolutely inclined to regard him as one in his heart. In any case, Baiye had made it clear to Genos that he has nothing to teach him, opting instead for a purely hands-off approach. In this way, he effectively reaps the benefits of the system's rewards without any direct involvement, as Genos' rise in the Hero Association does not necessitate his deliberate assistance. Meanwhile, Saitama let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the troublesome individual had successfully latched onto Baiye. Chapter 34. The House of Evolution. Well then, Teacher Baiye, would you care to hear my story? Genos inquired. Certainly, but please be succinct. Baiye emphasized the phrase be succinct. If he did not stress this, Genos would undoubtedly launch into a lengthy narrative spanning thousands of words. Not only would Saitama find it unbearable, but Baiye would too. In brief, before Genos became a cyborg, he endured a catastrophe in which his family was brutally slain by a rogue cyborg, leaving him as the sole survivor. By a stroke of fortune, he encountered Dr. Kusino, and due to his frailty, he implored the doctor to enhance his body, vowing to annihilate the deranged cyborg and eradicate all malevolence from the world. Just as Genos was about to begin his recitation, Baiye interrupted him, prompting Genos to reorganize his thoughts. I aspire to vanquish all evil, which is why I wish to become as powerful as you, Teacher Baiye. Genos articulated this quite succinctly. That is a noble aspiration. As for becoming like me, I can only wish you good luck, Baiye responded, offering encouragement to Genos. I will strive diligently. Genos nodded earnestly. First, have you registered for the hero registry yet? Baiye asked. Not yet, Genos replied, shaking his head. Has Teacher Baiye already registered? Surely you must be an S-class hero? No, I'm merely a B-class hero, Baiye corrected him. What? How can this be? Genos was taken aback. There's nothing unusual. I'm simply a B-class hero. In fact, Mr. Saitama is already ranked 15th in S-class. Baiye stated matter-of-factly. Astounded, Genos immediately grabbed his phone and accessed the Hero Association's official website to search the rankings. Indeed, he found Saitama at the 15th position in S-class, but what troubled him was that Teacher Baiye was conspicuously absent from the S-class listings. He scrolled further down and was unable to locate Baiye in A-class either. Continuing his search, he finally spotted the hero code named Godly Might in 4th place within B-class, easily recognizable by Baiye's likeness. This must be a mistake. With Teacher Baiye's abilities, it is inconceivable for him to be merely in B-class. Genos exclaimed, If Teacher Baiye has been wronged in any way, I shall seek justice from the Hero Association on your behalf. There's no need for that. It is my own issue, and it is merely a trivial matter. Baiye shook his head. Very well, Genos acquiesced to Baiye's wishes. Then I shall register for the hero registry as well. Genos stood up, preparing to depart. Though he had never been particularly interested in the Hero Association, having preferred to pursue justice alone, the knowledge that Teacher Baiye was also part of the association compelled him to make the visit. On that day, Genos proceeded to the Hero Certification Examination venue in City Z to partake in the examination. His written examination and physical test naturally earned him perfect scores, and he seamlessly became yet another S-rank newcomer following Saitama, ranking 18th among the S-class. Ding! The host disciple, Genos, has ascended to S-class rank 18 and received a growth reward of 20 points. Simultaneously, Baiye also received a system reward. It appears that each ascent in Genos's ranking grants him points. For instance, ascending from 18th to 17th would yield further rewards. After completing the lecture, Genos returned. Baiye, I have logged into the hero registry, he announced, sitting upright across from Baiye. Given your abilities, you should have become an S-class hero by now, Baiye remarked. Indeed, Genos nodded slightly, a growing perplexity stirring within him. The hero qualification exam seemed straightforward. Why had Baiye not achieved S-class status as he had? He sensed that there might be a profound reason behind it. Perhaps the Hero Association was not as righteous as the world perceived. Since Baiye had previously been reticent, Genos refrained from voicing his doubts at that moment, merely remaining vigilant regarding the Hero Association. Very well, you wish to accompany me, did you not? You will now have the opportunity to fight alongside us. Baiye slightly masked his inner thoughts. After all, he could not impart any genuine skills to Genos, nor would he demand that Genos strive solely for an elevated rank. Since he intended to foster independence, he would refrain from meddling in Genos's developmental trajectory. Indeed, joining the Hero Association was the right decision, Genos affirmed. The Evolution House is nestled within a dense forest. A towering structure stands there, but is merely a facade. The true Evolution House lies within an underground laboratory beneath it. This so-called Evolution House was established by a scientist named Kinos. In his youth, he exhibited extraordinary intellect and made numerous contributions to the world. However, he became disillusioned with society, for despite the accolades for his genius, no one embraced his philosophy. He aspired to facilitate human evolution artificially, believing that humanity's current capabilities were woefully inadequate. To him, everyone but himself was a foolish creature. Thus, at the tender age of 15, he devised a plan to reshape humanity and the world to his liking. As he approached his 70s, nearing the end of his life, he accelerated his endeavors, rejuvenating himself and creating a multitude of clones. He then conducted extensive experiments on animals alongside his clones, even going so far as to use humans as test subjects, leading to the creation of Mosquito Girl. The place was named the Evolution House, stemming from Kino's dream of facilitating human evolution. Mosquito Girl has been eliminated? He mused. It matters not. At most, she was merely a specimen, a fragile insect without the capacity to draw blood. No, the Mosquito Woman was actually defeated in a rather disastrous manner while absorbing a significant amount of blood during her evolution. What? In a laboratory, various incomplete or complete human specimens are preserved in individual incubation chambers. Dr. Kino's is engaged in conversation with his clones. This is a recorded segment. Please take a look. The clone projects a video onto the large screen. The footage reveals the moment the Mosquito Woman was vanquished. That individual is a monster? The Mosquito Woman was indeed defeated by a monster. Upon witnessing her being blasted away by the vaccine man's energy sphere, Kino's instantly lost interest. After all, such a creature was not the artificially enhanced new human he desired. The footage has not yet concluded. Please watch until the end, the clone urged. Soon after, Kino's beheld the sudden appearance of the White Knight, who incapacitated the vaccine man with a single slap, while the vaccine man appeared submissive and offered no resistance. That monster, dare not defy him? A smirk played on Kino's lips, and the speed, imperceptible to the naked eye, indicated a remarkable physical prowess. He might indeed serve as an intriguing specimen. I wish to investigate his physiology further. Chapter 35. The arrival of Fubuki. Moreover, it is noteworthy to mention the peculiar bald individual beside him, who is devoid of clothing. While the reason for his nudity remains a mystery, his physique exudes an extraordinary aura. Though Saitama refrains from showcasing his prowess, and no footage exists of him remaining unscathed amidst Genos's widespread destruction, he nonetheless captures the attention of the clones. It is a simple matter to invite him for a physical examination. Genos remarked indifferently, sent a messenger to extend an invitation to them, particularly to that individual who resembles someone afflicted with red eye disease. We must bring him back, even if it requires force. Understood. The clones nodded in agreement and then withdrew. Following Genos's successful examination and ascension to the ranks of S-class heroes. Although he has yet to engage in any heroic endeavors, his reputation has already spread far and wide. In fact, fan clubs dedicated to both Genos and Saitama have begun to form. After all, the emergence of a new S-class hero is a rare occurrence, especially with Saitama's recent rise, followed shortly by Genos. Both heroes share a certain resemblance. They are notoriously reticent when it comes to media interviews, and capturing their images proves to be a challenge. However, Genos enjoys greater popularity as the public perceives him as more aloof and dashing, while Saitama's baldness renders him less favored. Nevertheless, Saitama himself remains unfazed by such trivial matters. Today, the Fubuki group has commenced its operations. Their tolerance for the White Knight has reached its zenith. The fact that he has yet to extend a greeting to Fubuki is a blatant breach of decorum, and thus, it is imperative to establish a firm stance, lest they struggle to maintain their dominance in Class B moving forward. Fubuki, adorned in a deep green long dress, draped with a plush coat, and wearing her favorite high heels, arrived at the outskirts of the no man's land accompanied by two members of the Fubuki group. As they prepared to infiltrate the target's hideout, Fubuki's expression was icy. Should there be any hint of resistance, you all know what to do, correct? Indeed, let him learn a lesson. So he never dares to slight Miss Fubuki again. The two individuals accompanying Fubuki were Eyebrow, the second ranked in Class B, a man with slightly longer hairstyle than braids, whose facial features align with his peculiar hero moniker, and Mountain Ape, a towering figure whose chin resembles an unusual shape, with fists larger than an average person's head. Mountain Ape effortlessly tore apart the lock on the barbed wire gate, allowing the trio to venture into the no man's land. Moments later, White Knight sat in the living room, while the vaccine man engaged in a video game at Saitama's residence. Genos had yet to relocate to the no man's land, so he was not always present at White Knight's home. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. White Knight, the fourth ranked in Class B. We are aware that you reside here. Eyebrow bellowed loudly in front of Baiye's door. Come out. Miss Hell Blizzard, ranked first in B class, has something to say to you. Baiye instantly realized that this was an unwelcome visit from Blizzard and couldn't help but grumble internally about their rude approach. Surely, they could have knocked first. This was a clear disturbance to the peace. Nevertheless, he rose to open the door. "Hello, would you like to come in for some tea?" Baiye greeted with a smile. "No, our Miss Blizzard is here on business, not for tea," Eyebrow bluntly replied. Both Eyebrow and Mountain Ape wore unfriendly expressions, exuding an air of aggression. Blizzard appeared somewhat more composed, but not by much, her arms crossed and a hint of arrogance in her demeanor. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Baiye, the newcomer. You must have heard of my name," she stated, deliberately emphasizing newcomer before Baiye's name, adopting a tone that indicated she was speaking from a position of superiority. "Yes, I have. It sounds quite impressive. What of it?" Baiye responded with a polite smile. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Blizzard, Eyebrow, and Mountain Ape all seemed momentarily frozen. This fellow was undeniably arrogant. To them, the fact that Baiye did not display any signs of contrition or flattery upon realizing he was in the presence of Blizzard was already a sign of disrespect. Miss Blizzard is a significant figure, ranked first in B class. "Haven't you realized that yet?" Eyebrow warned, his tone carrying an implicit threat that should Baiye continue in his arrogance, they would not remain courteous. "So by saying I know, do you expect me to proclaim how impressive Miss Blizzard is?" Baiye questioned it, puzzled. In Japan, there is indeed a profound hierarchy, and showing deference to seniors like Blizzard in the Hero Association is customary. After all, the worldview of One Punch Man is deeply intertwined with Japanese society, where even currency is in yen. However, Baiye hailed from the Celestial Empire, and he felt free to act as he pleased. Saitama shared a similar disdain for such troublesome hierarchies. "That's somewhat the idea, but your response is rather dismissive," Eyebrow retorted, visibly displeased. "Moreover, it seems you have little regard for us. How could a mere newcomer be so audacious? Do you not know that the first thing one should do upon being promoted to B class is to greet Miss Blizzard?" "Ah, that's a minor issue. I can greet her right now," Baiye replied expressionlessly. "Hello, I am Baiye. I look forward to your guidance." This only served to further irritate Eyebrow, who felt Baiye was devoid of sincerity. "Enough," Blizzard interjected, interrupting Eyebrow just as he was about to cast a spell. "You have only recently embarked on your journey as a professional hero and are still a novice, unfamiliar with the various rules and conventions. Such naivete is understandable. However, if you continue in this manner, your prospects appear bleak," Bhikshu remarked slowly. "That is of little concern to me. I shall simply let things be," Baiye replied nonchalantly. Both Kailash and Mountain Ape were taken aback, having never encountered a newcomer so audacious in the presence of Miss Bhikshu. Even Bhikshu found herself momentarily speechless. Yet she believed that the so-called indifference expressed by this individual was mere folly. No one could truly resist the allure of ascending to greater heights. After a brief pause, she continued, "You're contemplating this indifferent attitude merely because you're beset by numerous obstacles. Join my organization, and I can facilitate your swift rise to a B-class position." "It sounds intriguing, yet I must decline," Baiye responded without hesitation. Chapter 36, Hellstorm Ding. The host has declined Fubuki's invitation and received a reward, 10 points. At this moment, Fubuki completely lost her patience. "Jiamiao, Yin-san, teach him the harsh lesson. Ensure he can no longer engage in heroic deeds." Fubuki ceased her idle chatter with Baiye and directly commanded her subordinates to take action. Yes, Jiamiao and Yin-san had long harbored disdain for Baiye and immediately charged at him. Yin-san's method of attack was a fist larger than his own head, while Jiamiao wielded a pair of eyelash curlers. Of course, these curlers could transform into weapons, rather than merely being tools for beautification. Baiye could only feel helpless. He believed he had maintained a sufficiently amicable attitude, yet still found himself on the brink of combat. However, there was no real detriment. Defeating two B-level heroes ranked second and third would grant him points. He stood his ground, unperturbed, as he observed the approaching fist and eyelash curler. In the next instant, both the fist and the eyelash curler passed through his visage. Jiamiao and Yin-san initially believed they had struck their target, only to be horrified to discover that he was as elusive as a phantom. In that moment, they passed through Baiye's form. He deftly seized the fabric of their clothing from behind and, with a powerful throw, hurled them out of the building. After all, with a physique 20 times that of an ordinary person and the enhancement of Hashirama S cells, tossing individuals weighing dozens or even hundreds of kilograms was a trivial feat. Fubuki's expression shifted to one of astonishment. She had not anticipated that Jiao Miao and Yan-san would be so effortlessly dispatched by someone who was merely a rookie ranked 9th in B level. You initiated the attack first. Do not blame me for being ungracious, Baiye remarked coolly. Are you also intent on obstructing me? Fubuki's countenance turned icy. Baiye's head was suddenly adorned with a question mark. Who was truly impeding whom? From the very beginning, it was Fubuki's group who had sought trouble with him. At that moment, Fubuki unleashed her psychic powers. As a psychic, she commanded formidable telekinesis. The tempest she conjured, reminiscent of hell itself, was the origin of her hero moniker, Hell's Fubuki. In an instant, the air within 100 meters was under her control, swirling with countless fragments that coalesced around her, forming a tempestuous storm. Don't say I didn't warn you. It would be wise to keep the commotion to a minimum. Baiye observed the swirling debris with an impassive expression. Under normal circumstances, Saitama should be engrossed in a game with Vaccine Man. Excessive noise might disturb them next door. However, Fubuki was not one to heed Baiye's counsel. Not only did she refrain from restraining herself, but she also intensified her efforts. By the way, your abilities are ineffective against me. Save your strength, Baiye offered a friendly reminder, displaying a hint of concern. Yet to Fubuki, these words felt like mockery. Was he belittling her? You shall regret this. With the storm at its zenith, Fubuki unleashed its full fury. Rest assured, I shall spare you. Hellstorm. With these words uttered, the tempest surged forth towards Baiye. The storm erupted from the corridor, and Shueisha instinctively believed Baiye had been swept away, prompting her to unleash a more devastating move, compressing the violent winds and debris. Thus, Baiye, caught in the maelstrom, would be relentlessly crushed, leaving no respite amidst the barrage of rubble. The brutality of tearing flesh and shattering bones could compel instant surrender, a truly merciless maneuver. Were it not for the defiance of her opponent, Shueisha would have preferred to refrain from such measures. The position of B rank number 1 was of utmost importance to her. Any unwillingness to submit signified an intent to surpass her. This was an affront she could not tolerate. She would show no mercy to anyone who threatened her standing. Are you done yet? The games end here. At that moment, Baiye suddenly appeared behind Shueisha. Unscathed, his attire pristine. With the powers of Shunshu and Flying Thunder God at his disposal, he was impervious to the alleged hellstorm. To Baiye, Shueisha's actions and intentions bore little distinction from childish play. Upon hearing Baiye's voice behind her, Shueisha was taken aback, spinning around to find a mere inches away. So close. She instinctively attempted to retreat, yet Baiye's right eye had already activated its divine might. With her frail physique, Shueisha could not evade the allure of this power, just as Baiye prepared to confine her within the realm of divine might for reflection. An unexpected visitor descended from the heavens. At such a moment, the arrival was most inconvenient. Baiye had anticipated that the Evolution House would likely send some oddities to trouble him, but the timing was most unfortunate. There was no choice. He had to set Shueisha aside and first deal with the intruders from the Evolution House. Seeing her opponent suddenly halt, Shueisha remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. In the next instant, a humanoid mantis descended, landing precisely where Baiye and Shueisha stood. Nearly struck, Shueisha was startled into a seated position on the ground. Ding! The host has exchanged for Spiral Sphere, deducting 50 points. Current remaining points, 370. Ding! The host has exchanged for Physique 260, deducting 260 points. Current remaining points, 110. Ding! The host has exchanged for Hashirama Cells 11, deducting 110 points. Current remaining points, 0. Seizing this opportunity, Baiye allocated a wave of points, typically reserved for moments of combat. Physique 260, Hashirama Cells 11. Physique 478, Hashirama Cells 20. At this juncture, the system notification that should have concluded continued unabated. Ding! The host S. Hashirama cells have reached 20, unlocking the reward. Would release, would clone. Baiye was instantly filled with joy. As the intercellular organisms reached a certain threshold, the corresponding would release ninjutsu was indeed unlocked. Ahem. My name is, meanwhile. The humanoid mantis that had just landed was swiftly decapitated by Baiye with a casual strike of the Crimson Nightblade. Ding. The host has defeated the tiger-level monster, Mantis Kariri, and received a reward of 20 points. The reward of 20 points indicates that this mantis creature was relatively formidable among the tiger-level monsters. However, it faced Baiye. The voice of Mantis Kariri abruptly ceased. This is a monster. At this moment, Fubuki appeared somewhat disheveled, sitting on the ground in a duck-like posture. Chapter 37. The Susanoo slays the Beast King is not yet over. Baiye disregarded Fubuki, his gaze fixed in a certain direction. Fubuki was about to voice her thoughts when a sudden explosion interrupted her. Boom! The buildings behind were violently blasted open, and as the dust settled, an enormous, fully armored steel gorilla emerged before them. The series of unexpected events left Fubuki momentarily stunned. Forgetting to rise from the ground, she turned her head only to realize that Baiye had inexplicably vanished. In truth, Baiye had just been ambushed by the Earth Dragon, which attempted to seize his foot from below. Seizing the opportunity, he descended to confront the Earth Dragon. It was, in reality, merely a creature resembling a mole. Ding! The host has defeated the tiger-level monster, Earth Dragon, earning a reward of 20 points. Ding! The host has defeated the tiger-level monster, Frogman, earning a reward of 10 points. Ding! The host has defeated the tiger-level monster, Slugman, earning a reward of 10 points. In addition to the Earth Dragon, Baiye had also dealt with the nearby Frogman and Slugman, all dispatched by the Evolution House. Meanwhile, Fubuki on the ground was in a state of panic. She feared that Baiye had abandoned her to face the menacing steel gorilla alone. At that moment, Fubuki had no choice but to rise and confront the creature before her. Having unleashed 2 powerful attacks against Baiye earlier, her condition was far from optimal. Yet she steeled herself to wield her psychic abilities once more. Target not you. Do not obstruct my path. However, the steel gorilla offered no chance for Fubuki to maneuver. Charging directly at her, Fubuki hastily employed her psychic powers to counter the gorilla's assault. Yet, in her weakened state against a foe of such formidable strength, the hastily conjured earthen wall was insufficient to withstand the gorilla's brute force. Cough! Fubuki was sent hurtling through the air. Fortunately, the earlier earthen wall had absorbed much of the impact, sparing her from severe injury. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, Fubuki heard the sound of heavy footsteps, feeling the ground tremble beneath her. Turning her gaze, she beheld an immense humanoid lion, even larger and more muscular than the previous steel gorilla, its claws sharp and menacing. Despair began to envelop Fubuki. Had yet another creature more powerful than the steel gorilla appeared? Was this truly the fabled no man's land, teeming with such formidable beings? What is this woman? Is she the target we seek? The Beast King questioned, observing Fubuki on the ground. Moments ago, the Earth Dragon should have captured the target, yet it seemed to have vanished without a trace. The steel gorilla added, could it be that this fellow desires to claim the credit and has retreated? The Beast King immediately expressed his skepticism. The steel gorilla and Beast King were engaged in a dialogue before the trembling figure of Fubuki, whose brow was drenched in cold sweat, rendered devoid of any escape. I must inquire, is your target me? At that moment, Baiye suddenly materialized right before Fubuki. Found you. The target has made an appearance. The Beast King instantly recognized the blood-eyed youth as the objective sought by Dr. Kinos. It's quite perilous here. You should conceal yourself, Baiye advised Fubuki, promptly enveloping her into the Kamui space. Although he could resort to a protective embrace in such a dire situation, he lacked the inclination to carry Fubuki into battle against the Beast King and Steel Gorilla. With Fubuki safely secured, Baiye could concentrate solely on confronting the 2 formidable foes, while affording Fubuki the opportunity for introspection within the Kamui space. Admittedly, this arrangement would inhibit his ability to utilize his intangibility, but against 2 monstrous adversaries of the ghostly caliber, He was far from being compelled to resort to such measures for survival. A hero saving a damsel? How laughable! With you alone, despair only deepens, the Beast King chortled, his aura swelling as his mane of lion hair bristled. Prepare to witness the might of the Beast King. Lion slash. The Beast King's right hand glimmered with lethal claws as he lunged toward Baiye, unleashing 5 waves of light that shredded the nearby buildings into fragments. Nevertheless, Baiye deftly evaded the onslaught with his keen insight and reflexes. Oh. The Beast King roared in a frenzy, clawing wildly. The steel gorilla prudently positioned itself aside. With the Beast King present, its involvement was unnecessary, and proximity could lead to unintended harm. After a while, the Beast King's frustration grew palpable as he failed to land a hit on Baiye. You cannot escape. I shall end your life. This is the law of the jungle. Ha ha ha. The Beast King succumbed to a berserk state, his muscles swelling instantaneously, bursting through his coat and the chains restricting his power. Lion slash meteor shower. The Beast King leaped into the air, unleashing a relentless barrage of claw strikes at Baiye from every angle. We are to capture him alive. The steel gorilla hastily interjected. But the Beast King had already descended into madness and dared not raise his voice too loudly. Yet this time, Baiye had no intention of evading. Susanoo. A blue-green skeletal frame materialized, enveloping Baiye entirely. However, this was merely the initial phase of Susanoo. Under Baiye's command, it progressed further. The rib-like structure expanded rapidly, evolving into a skeletal upper body, and soon became enveloped in flesh and veins, all encased in a layer of Susanoo's exterior. The essence of Susanoo was the physical manifestation of chakra, regarded as the third power of the Sharingan, often referred to as divine strength. Evidently, Baiye's Susanoo had been uniquely modified by the system into a manifestation of mental power. Now, not only did he possess over 400 points of physical strength, but he also harbored a certain degree of Hashirama cells, thus rendering the activation of Susanoo a trivial matter. In the blink of an eye, the Susanoo of Baiye had reached its second stage, manifesting a half-formed body adorned with flesh and a mantle of spiritual power, towering at a height of 20 to 30 meters. In its formidable grasp were 2 colossal swords, the weapons intrinsic to the Susanoo. This second stage represents the pinnacle of balance for the Susanoo, capable of wielding weapons with commendable offensive and defensive capabilities, while imposing minimal strain on its host. What? The Beast King, initially confident in its ability to rend Baiye into 4 pieces, was taken aback as Baiye transformed into a giant even taller than itself. Without affording the Beast King a moment to react, Baiye swiftly commanded the Susanoo to strike. The 2 massive swords descended with such velocity that the Beast King was caught unaware. Even as the giant blades fell, it remained frozen in place. In the next heartbeat, the Beast King's colossal form was cleaved into 3 segments. Ding! The host has defeated the demon-level creature, Beast King, and earned a reward of 45 points. The Beast King, considered the apex of its kind within the demon classification, was nonetheless unable to withstand the onslaught of the Susanoo. At this moment, Baiye turned his gaze toward the iron gorilla on the other side. The iron gorilla stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. The second-ranked creature in the evolution house, far superior to the Beast King, had been effortlessly dispatched by a mere human, especially when it noticed Baiye's attention shifting towards it. The iron gorilla hastily prostrated itself in a desperate plea for mercy. Kneeling and bowing its head, it implored, "I sincerely apologize for my earlier arrogance. Please spare my life. I will divulge everything." The stuttering that had characterized its speech moments ago vanished, as it realized that its prior affected demeanor was merely a fade. Now, it feared that even a moment's hesitation in speech might provoke a swift retribution. Witnessing the iron gorilla's abject surrender, Baiye dispelled the Susanoo. "Who sent you here?" he inquired, feigning ignorance. Well, to cut a long story short, Baiye, well aware of the iron gorilla's propensity for verbosity akin to that of Genos, preemptively urged brevity. "Understood. In brief, our employer, Dr. Genos, has a keen interest in your physique and wishes to conduct research utilizing your body. Thus, we were dispatched to capture you." The Iron Gorilla promptly condensed its previous lengthy discourse into this concise statement. Very well, your presence is no longer required. With that, Baiye vanished, entering the Kamui space to check on how Fubuki was faring in her moment of reflection. Chapter 38. The Fist of Friendship, rewritten. As soon as Fubuki was engulfed by the Kamui space, she felt an inexplicable allure emanating from Baiye's eyes, as if they possessed a mystical power capable of drawing her entire being into their depths. In the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped her, and a wave of disorientation washed over her, spinning her world into chaos. Instantly, she found herself in this bleak and unfamiliar realm, devoid of sunlight, clouds, or any semblance of life. As far as the eye could see, an endless expanse stretched out before her, composed solely of colossal pillars that formed the ground beneath her feet. What place is this? The unknown is one of humanity's most primal fears, and upon arriving in this bizarre world, Fubuki couldn't help but feel a surge of trepidation. Could it be that Baiye has cast me into this desolate abyss? This was the only conclusion she could draw. Yet, how had he accomplished this, and what kind of realm was this? Fubuki was utterly in the dark about it all. With no other choice, she began to advance in a particular direction. However, after walking for what felt like an eternity, it seemed as though she was merely treading water, stuck in the same spot. This world offered no points of reference, nor any exits to speak of. Does he intend to confine me here indefinitely? Realizing that continuing would only squander her energy, Fubuki decided to pause, settling down on the ground to rest. The previous encounter with Baiye's lethal strike, coupled with the assault from the steel gorilla, had left her physically drained. She resolved to regain her strength before resuming her search for an escape, though deep down, she feared she might never find one, destined to be ensnared by Baiye for all eternity. Damn it. Not only does he obstruct me, but he also traps me here, Fubuki muttered quietly to herself. Just then, a voice pierced through the silence, Baiye's voice. Hey, I can hear what you're saying. Startled, Fubuki looked up to find Baiye standing before her, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere. She quickly rose to her feet, brushed off the dust from her attire, and maintained her usual aloof demeanor, unwilling to let Baiye witness her moment of vulnerability. Surely, you are the one who has imprisoned me here? Fubuki's gaze was steely as she scrutinized him. Indeed, but I merely wish to instill a lesson in you. If you have yet to grasp the significance of this, I would not hesitate to keep you here for a few more days, Baiye replied nonchalantly. Why should I be the one to learn a lesson when it is you who obstructed my path? Fubuki retorted sharply. Not at all. You seem to be misconstruing matters. We were not even acquainted prior. How could I have impeded you? Baiye quipped, unable to stifle his sarcasm. Your desire to surpass me is, in itself, a form of obstruction, Fubuki stated plainly. So you are referring to the rankings? Rest assured, I have no intention of remaining in B rank to usurp your position. I shall ascend higher, he declared confidently. Then, Baiye deliberately stepped on a landmine. By the way, why haven't you advanced to a rank yet? You must have lingered at the top of B rank for quite some time. Don't you find it dull? Fubuki fell silent for a moment. I am under no obligation to answer you. On the surface, her face betrayed no emotional upheaval. However, in reality, Baiye was already dancing on her emotional landmine. The reason why Blizzard remained at the top of B rank was rather straightforward. She could never ascend to the A rank's pinnacle. That position was monopolized by the Sweetheart Mask. And as long as the Sweetheart Mask remained unwilling to elevate to S rank, Blizzard would inevitably be unable to achieve the status of A rank's first. She believed her current strength could secure her the 6th position in A rank, but for her, being the first in B rank held far greater significance than being 6th in A rank, even surpassing the importance of being 2nd in A rank. This was her sole opportunity to officially outshine her sister. Tornado ranked 2nd in S rank, and the first position inherently eclipses the 2nd. Thus, even being merely the first in B rank was immensely meaningful. Reluctance to answer. But such a stance would hinder your growth and make survival arduous. Baiye's tone suddenly sharpened. Heroes exist to combat evil, not to indulge in personal desires. This sentiment, I must admit, is borrowed from a certain S-rank Saitama. He did not neglect to emphasize the origin of this phrase. After all, he was merely an ordinary person who had traversed dimensions, lacking the lofty ideals and profound awareness of heroism that Saitama possessed. He belonged to a rather unremarkable individual, possessing a modest sense of justice, a few noble ideals, and a faint awareness of heroism, whose actions were primarily motivated by a desire for self-improvement. Nevertheless, he would not take pleasure in suppressing newcomers who defied him, thus considering himself entitled to admonish Blizzard, content with the status quo of being B-Rank's first, gathering those weaker than herself. Did she truly believe this constituted strength? Much like the Beast King and the Iron Gorilla that emerged today, if she could not handle such foes, how could she expect her subordinates to assist her? Her reluctance to ascend to A rank might stem from a fear of being unable to surpass those who held the top positions in A rank. Moreover, her tendency to suppress those weaker than herself. Was such behavior befitting a hero? The so-called Blizzard group she established was nothing more than a child's play. At this juncture, Baiye's words struck deep, delivering a severe reprimand to Blizzard, particularly the remark about a child's play, which left Blizzard visibly flustered. Silence. Enraged, Blizzard instinctively sought to silence Baiye with her powers, only to realize in the next moment that her abilities were utterly ineffective in this unfamiliar realm. The space offered no manipulable objects, leaving her with nothing but the insipid air. "Is this how desperate you are?" Baiye, with an expressionless demeanor, replied coolly. "In this very situation, what can you do to me? It is time for you to reflect on yourself. I said be silent." In a fit of rage, the furious Fubuki, despite being unable to unleash her supernatural abilities in this realm, lost control of her emotions and charged at Shinya. Wielding a craft knife that seemed to have materialized from thin air, tears welled in the corners of her eyes, clearly indicating that Shinya's words had struck a deep chord within her. However, in the next instant, Shinya effortlessly snatched the craft knife from her grasp, and with a clenched fist, delivered a decisive blow to her face, a gesture he termed a friendly punch. Fubuki was instantly sent reeling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string. Shinya was not one to show leniency towards weeping girls under any circumstances. After all, the previous Lily had not attacked him, yet he had still restrained his strength. Had he unleashed his full power, Fubuki would have faced consequences far graver than merely being propelled backward. Her physical capabilities were already inferior to those of an ordinary person, as she typically relied on her supernatural abilities in combat. Now, lying motionless on the ground, Fubuki appeared dazed, possibly bewildered by the punch or questioning her very existence, failing to even raise her hands to shield her swollen, stinging face. This strike not only left her with a near-death sensation, but also shattered her self-esteem and Navi beliefs. Ding! The host has defeated the B-rank hero, Hell's Fubuki, and earned a reward of 20 points. It seemed she had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, so perhaps it was best for her to reflect in silence. With that, Shinya departed from the Kemui space, leaving Fubuki alone in her solitude. Chapter 39. The Ball Peculiar, rewritten. As Fubuki unleashed the Hellstorm, the Vaccine Man, just having concluded a game, became acutely aware of the disturbances outside. He turned to Saitama beside him and inquired, "Did you hear that commotion outside? Such occurrences are commonplace. There's no need for concern. Come, let us begin another game." "Your previous victory was merely a stroke of luck," Saitama replied, still preoccupied with the desire to reclaim his earlier defeat against the Vaccine Man very well. The Vaccine Man resigned to the situation, reassuring himself that since Shiroyasha was nearby, any potential mishap could easily be rectified by him. Although the noise outside grew increasingly pronounced, it eventually subsided, leading Saitama and the Vaccine Man to disregard the unfolding events. At that moment, the Iron Gorilla was covertly sending reports to Dr. Genus through a microsatellite embedded in his cranium. He had presumed that Shiroyasha had departed, only to be startled by his sudden return. Thud! Upon seeing Shiroyasha materialize unexpectedly, the Iron Gorilla hastily shut his cranial casing, concealing the satellite within, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. How does one make a stubborn woman realize her mistakes? Shiroyasha pondered aloud to the Iron Gorilla. Lacking any understanding of such matters, the Iron Gorilla quickly adopted a posture of supplication, apologizing profusely. I am but an ignorant gorilla. Shiroyasha did not press the iron gorilla further. After a lengthy pause, he returned to the Kamui space. There he found Fubuki, who had shifted from a reclined position to sitting, her expression withdrawn and her gaze dimmed. Have you regained your composure? Or do you wish to remain in this state a while longer? Shiroyasha inquired, his tone devoid of emotion. I wish to go outside, Fubuki murmured softly. It seemed her demeanor had softened. Shiroyasha promptly guided Fubuki out. Upon returning to the real world, Fubuki's eyes immediately fell upon the dismembered corpse of the Beast King, alongside the iron gorilla, who was dutifully bowing in submission. Only then did she comprehend that these formidable foes had been vanquished by Shiroyasha. She had initially believed he would flee in the face of danger, yet the reality was starkly different. Teacher Shiroyasha, what are you doing here? Just then, Genos arrived on the scene. Upon observing the grim tableau, his demeanor shifted, and he spoke with grave seriousness. What is the meaning of this? Fubuki's attention was drawn to Genos, recognizing him as an S-class hero, and to her astonishment, he addressed Shiroyasha as teacher. The series of unbelievable events ignited a flicker of intrigue in Fubuki's previously dulled eyes as she regarded Shiroyasha. I seem to have attracted the attention of a certain individual named Genos, who sent some monstrous beings after me, but that has since been resolved. Shiroyasha succinctly explained the situation to Genos. Is it possible that you are referring to Dr. Kinos from the House of Evolution? Genos inquired. Baiye nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it appears you are familiar with the House of Evolution. I have heard whispers about it. It is a group advocating for a new world, akin to a religious sect. Genos remarked. That Kinos likely seeks to utilize the body of Master Baiye for his research on human evolution. Given his obsessive nature, he will not easily relent. Baiye Sikhit, somewhat exasperated. Indeed, he should not be seeking me. Perhaps he should approach Saitama instead. Well, the original objective set by the boss was to capture 2 targets alive. Aside from you, there is also a peculiar, unclothed bald man, the steel gorilla explained. The bald man. Upon hearing the steel gorilla's words, Baiye nearly burst into laughter. The bald man must undoubtedly refer to Saitama. The last incident occurred because Saitama's clothing was incinerated by Genos. Baiye silently mourned for Saitama for 3 seconds. At this moment, having noticed that the steel gorilla seemed to be a cyborg like Genos, he could not resist questioning him. You're a cyborg, are you not? Has the House of Evolution been producing cyborgs since 4 years ago? How many cyborgs like you are there within your organization? Have you ever undertaken missions that resulted in the destruction of several towns? For years ago, his classmates and even family members were slaughtered by an out-of-control cyborg. His intense desire for strength was solely to eradicate that very being. If it were confirmed that this steel gorilla was indeed the rogue cyborg from that time, he would be compelled to eliminate him on the spot. Thus, while interrogating, Genos aimed the barrel of his weapon at the steel gorilla. The steel gorilla, knowing he could not resist, complied and confessed. I do not know when the boss began his research. I only know that I am the only combat-ready cyborg from the House of Evolution. Even if the steel gorilla had dared to resist, he would not have been a match for Genos at this moment. After being defeated by Mosquito Girl, Genos had returned for repairs, during which Dr. Kusino had enhanced his components, making him stronger than before. Seeing that the steel gorilla's dazed expression did not suggest deceit, Genos relented. Baiye, do you know any S-class heroes? At that moment, Fubuki, who had been unable to interject until now, suddenly spoke up. Genos turned his gaze toward her, having previously overlooked this unfamiliar individual. It appeared that she was acquainted with Master Baiye, so he introduced himself. I am Baiye's disciple, named Genos. Disciple. Fubuki's face displayed astonishment. An S-class hero was indeed a disciple of a B-class hero. Genos, having only recently joined the Hero Association, had not paid much attention to the roster of heroes, thus failing to recognize her as the B-class's top-ranked elf Fubuki. Are you acquainted with Teacher Baiye? Genos inquired of Fubuki. Fubuki found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She was not only unfamiliar with Baiye, but had also come to compel him to join the Fubuki group. If Baiye's disciple Genos were to discover this, he would undoubtedly be furious. While she wasn't well acquainted with him, she was still a guest. Today, She had come to pay a visit, only to inadvertently encounter an assassin sent by the Evolution House. At that moment, Baiye interjected to extricate Fubuki from her predicament. This revelation took Fubuki by surprise. She had not anticipated Baiye would come to her aid rather than exacerbate her troubles. Speaking of the Evolution House, Baiye remarked, "Since they have set their sights on you, I believe it is imperative that we eradicate them to prevent future calamities." Genos proposed otherwise. Starting with the mosquito monster and followed by the modified beings, they will undoubtedly continue to dispatch more monsters if left unchecked. You are correct. We should take the initiative. However, before we proceed, Baiye's gaze shifted towards Fubuki. Fubuki, I trust today's events have imparted sufficient lessons for you? Fubuki, I feel as though I have encountered that name before. Upon hearing it, Genos promptly retrieved his phone to conduct a search. Indeed, he found the hero alias Hell's Fubuki on the Hero Association's official website, ranked as the first in B class, alongside Teacher Baiye. Although he had failed to recognize Fubuki moments ago, he had previously heard mention of her at the Hero Association, where there was talk of a group called the Fubuki Group that specialized in suppressing newcomers. It was no wonder that Baiye had mentioned a visit from someone else. You are the leader of the Fubuki Group, are you not? So, you have even regarded the teacher as a target for suppression? Genos's lips curled into a slight smirk, tinged with a hint of mockery, ultimately finding himself saved by his teacher. Chapter 40. Explanation and acknowledgement. Individuals endowed with innate superpowers are exceedingly rare in this world. Most possessors of such abilities tend to be rather self-important, and Fubuki is no exception. She has long harbored aspirations of being the best, yearning to stand at the pinnacle of this realm. However, that woman, Fubuki's elder sister, Tornado, recognized as the strongest superhuman, has become her greatest impediment. Had it not been for such a formidable sister, I might never have found myself in a position of prominence. In the home of Shiraya, Fubuki, Shiraya, and Genos sat around the table. It was evident that Fubuki was earnestly explaining and taking responsibility for her actions. Thus, when I ascended to the top of B class, a thought struck me: to remain steadfastly in the number 1 position of B class, leading all heroes beneath this rank, and to surpass my reclusive sister through the strength of our collective efforts. Fubuki candidly articulated her thoughts while revealing the motivations behind her past actions. The tornado you mentioned is none other than the second-ranked S-class, Tornado of Terror, correct? Genos inquired. Indeed, Fubuki affirmed with a nod. Given her rank as the second in S-class, you should at least be executing such ambitions as the top of A-class, Genos remarked, perplexed. Even if you do not possess your sister's prowess. As a firmly established hero in B-class, aiming for A-class should not be an unattainable dream. After all, the chasm between B-class and S-class heroes is substantial. Even if I were to gather all B-class heroes into my organization, excluding Master Shiraya, of course, attempting to surpass the second-ranked Tornado of Terror in such a manner would amount to little more than a psychological victory. That's not feasible. You underestimate the A-class. Fubuki replied, her expression growing somber. With my capabilities, I could indeed rank among the top in A-class, but attaining the number 1 position is utterly impossible. The S-class hero Atomic Samurai has 3 disciples. A-class is second, Cutting Iron. A-class is third, Tachi of the Hill. And A-class is fourth, Samurai Drill. They have all remained at their ranks, unable to surpass the number 1 A-class hero, Sweet Mask, and thus have not advanced to S-class. Fubuki spoke with a heavy heart. This world is rife with absurd monsters. My sister, Sweet Mask, King, and Blast are all paragon monsters among monsters. Genos nodded slightly, perceiving his master as a formidable entity among such beings. After joining the Hero Association, he gained a clearer understanding of Shiraya's exceptional prowess. The Hero Association undoubtedly possesses records concerning dragon-level disasters, particularly the recent catastrophe instigated by Vaccine Man. Now, Vaccine Man obediently follows Shiraya's commands like a disciple. This is a dragon-level monster, not something any S-class hero can easily confront alone. Given my current circumstances, it is exceedingly difficult to ascend solely through my own strength. This is the impetus behind the establishment of the Fubuki Group. With a sincere tone, Chueshua lowered her head and said, I apologize for my prior offense. My desire to secure the top position in B rank was overwhelming, as this was my only opportunity to be number one. Upon realizing that your ascension to the fourth position in B rank posed a threat to my standing, I contemplated either merging with you or suppressing you. I am truly sorry. As she spoke, Chueshua not only bowed her head, but also placed her hands on her thighs, embodying a submissive demeanor. Baiye promptly inquired, "You surely will no longer consider undermining other newcomers, correct? If you can amend this behavior, I shall accept your apology. I will not act this way again. I hope you can forgive me." Chueshua vowed. "Very well. Acknowledging one's mistakes and seeking to correct them is a commendable trait," Baiye replied, feeling a sense of relief. "There is no issue with your establishment of the Chueshua group, as long as you refrain from coercing or oppressing others. If all those individuals willingly join, it is perfectly acceptable for the entire B rank leaderboard to be comprised of members from your group." "Yes." Chueshua nodded obediently. "As for your insistence on remaining in the top position of B rank, that is your personal affair, and I shall refrain from further commentary." Baiye stated calmly, "Furthermore, I will not contend with you for the top B rank. My focus will solely be on my ascent, so you need not concern yourself with me threatening your position." From a rational perspective, Chueshua should have already been promoted to a rank. Remaining at the top of B rank serves only to satisfy an inexplicable sense of pride and a false sense of victory, offering no real advantage compared to an advancement to a rank. However, since this is ultimately a personal matter for Chueshua, Baiye chose not to deliver any sharp criticisms. Ding dong. Chueshua slightly parted her lips, ready to continue, but was interrupted by the sudden sound of the doorbell. Moments later, Saitama opened the unlocked door. The vaccine man followed closely behind him. "Baiye, I have nearly finished training with the vaccine man, and I am here to challenge you once more," Saitama declared with an air of confidence, seemingly convinced of his own capabilities. "That is S-class hero Saitama." Upon seeing the unmistakable bald figure, Chueshua instantly recognized Saitama and was taken aback. She had never anticipated that another S-class hero would pay a visit, and it appeared that he was quite familiar with Baiye. Moreover, the vaccine man. Chueshua recalled this name as well. The creator of the dragon-level disaster, a recently emerged dragon-level monster, who was reportedly defeated by Saitama, with some claiming that he was vanquished in collaboration with Baiye. She was more inclined to believe the former, as otherwise she would not have dared to confront Baiye initially. Yet, how could this dragon-level monster, the vaccine man, still be alive? Was he truly visiting Baiye's home as casually as a neighbor? The appearance of Saitama and the vaccine man once again jolted Chueshua's mind. "Why, you are truly the vaccine man?" She couldn't help but ask. The vaccine man, having recently faced a series of defeats, was currently feeling rather dejected. "It is I. Is there a problem?" The demeanor of the vaccine man is inherently fierce and compounded by his recent string of defeats. His expression and tone are decidedly unwelcoming. The menacing countenance and glare immediately left Tsukuyumi somewhat pale with fright. At this moment, the vaccine man, lacking the inclination to engage with this woman of unknown origin, instead turned to Baiye and implored in a subdued tone, "Could you spare me some money? I wish to purchase a game for training." The relentless defeats at the hands of Saitama left the vaccine man feeling quite resentful, for he could not fathom that a mere bald human could best him. In that instant, Tsukuyumi could hardly believe her eyes as she witnessed a formidable dragon-level monster humbling himself to solicit funds from Baiye, an astonishing revelation that profoundly challenged her previous perceptions. Chapter 41. The expedition against the House of Evolution here. This 10,000 yen should suffice. Baiye generously produced a 10,000 yen bill from his pocket to hand to the vaccine man. Although he possessed a bank card, he preferred to keep a portion of cash on him. After defeating the monster, he would receive a reward, coupled with a modest monthly salary. Thus, Baiye was not currently in want of money. Is this amount sufficient? I'm not quite sure. The vaccine man had no grasp of the game's pricing or the purchasing power of the yen. 10,000 yen is more than enough. You could purchase a multitude of games with that, Saitama interjected. All right then, I'll go buy it now. The vaccine man turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something. Wait, can I leave the no man's land now? Yes, but I will accompany you. Baiye responded. Together, they exited the room, only for Baiye to re-enter shortly thereafter. Weren't you supposed to be buying things with that monster? Fubuki inquired. Indeed, my clone has already gone with him, Baiye replied with a nod. Clone? Fubuki was taken aback. Baiye possessed such an ability? Yes. Baiye merely acknowledged her surprise without elaborating further. Earlier, he had utilized the wood release technique, unlocked by reaching a certain level with the Hashirama cells, to create a wooden clone that accompanied the vaccine man on his shopping expedition. This clone bore an uncanny resemblance to Baiye and possessed combat capabilities, able to wield the dual Kimui techniques and even manifest Susanoo. By the way, I haven't seen this person before. Is she your friend, Baiye? Saitama finally noticed Fubuki. No, this is our first encounter. She is the B-class rank 1. Health Fubuki, Baiye introduced her. Oh, while I haven't heard of her, she seems quite formidable, Saitama remarked with his characteristic simplicity. Meanwhile, Fubuki remained in a state of astonishment. Not only had she managed to earn the admiration of the S-class hero Genos, but she was also conversing amiably with the S-class Saitama. Was it truly within the capabilities of a B-class hero to achieve such feats? It dawned upon her that her understanding of Baiye was far too superficial. However, at that moment, her thoughts were consumed by a desire to be part of this extraordinary circle. Fubuki. Fubuki? Baiye called her name twice, sensing her lack of response. As if awakening from a reverie, Fubuki finally acknowledged him. Oh, what is it? Were you daydreaming? Mr. Saitama was speaking to you, Baiye remarked. Oh, I apologize. I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? Fubuki quickly apologized. What I said was, while I was gaming earlier, I heard quite a commotion outside. Was that you fighting with Baiye? Saitama calmly reiterated. Fubuki was momentarily startled. After all, the person in question was an acquaintance of Baiye's and an S-class hero. Asking such questions made her subconsciously feel interrogated. Indeed, yet Fubuki could not help but acknowledge it. So, have you reconciled now? Saitama continued to inquire. Well, I suppose so, was Fubuki's vague response, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. As long as you have made amends. Otherwise, you would be causing a disturbance. Saitama nodded in agreement. In truth, it was primarily due to the monstrous beings attacking teacher Byakuya. Most of the commotion was likely caused by those creatures. At this moment, Genos interjected to clarify on behalf of Byakuya. Really? Are there truly monsters? Saitama exclaimed in surprise. Yes, they're affiliated with that mosquito monster from before. They are targeting teacher Byakuya's flesh, and oh, they are also after you, Mr. Saitama, Genos elaborated. They are after me? Saitama pointed to himself, hastily emphasizing, I have no interest in monsters. No, it is that Dr. Kinas intends to use your and teacher Byakuya's bodies for research, which is why we must swiftly eradicate the House of Evolution, lest he send more to harass us, Genos explained. Saitama nodded slightly, understanding. Do you need my assistance? If possible, it would be best if you could accompany us, Byakuya suggested. Currently, the primary combat strength of the House of Evolution consists of a dragon-level Azure Beetle. Byakuya was not particularly concerned about her ability to defeat the Azure Beetle, but rather wished for Saitama to utterly dismantle Dr. Kinas's psychological defenses, addressing the issue at its core. All right, when do you plan to depart? Saitama inquired. Anytime, today, tomorrow, or even now, Byakuya casually remarked. Then let us act swiftly. We cannot miss the supermarket sale day the day after tomorrow, Saitama replied with newfound seriousness. The supermarket holds a sale every week, offering significant discounts. Although Saitama is no longer impoverished, his habit of rushing to the supermarket sales has become ingrained, and he finds it difficult to change. Let us go then. Byakuya also rose, preparing to depart. At this moment, only Fubuki remained seated. Both Byakuya and Genos turned to her. Fubuki, aren't you coming back? Byakuya asked promptly. I am going with the teacher to eliminate the House of Evolution. You should also leave, Genos stated expressionlessly. Oh, all right. Prompted by Byakuya and Genos, Fubuki finally came to her senses. They then all exited, with Byakuya locking the door behind them. Although the uninhabited area is nearly devoid of thieves, locking the door is still a good habit. The House of Evolution, underground laboratory. This is impossible. How could this happen? The elite forces dispatched have all been eliminated. Even the Beast King, Dr. Kinos, stood in disbelief, unable to accept such a devastating outcome. These elite forces had been his reliance for eradicating the remnants of humanity. Yet in the blink of an eye, they had been completely annihilated. According to the report from the armored gorilla, the boy with blood-red eyes and the cyborg would soon launch an assault on the evolutionary house, threatening to render years of painstaking research futile. A group of clones, clad in identical monotonous attire marked only by differing numerical designations, gathered in Kinos' office. In light of this dire situation, Kinos, consumed by both rage and despair, resolved to unleash his ultimate weapon, the Azura rhinoceros beetle. Chapter 42. The stronghold of evolution. At this declaration, the group of clones was immediately struck with alarm. What? No, this cannot be. Yet, it seems there is no other recourse left. However, the clones exhibited palpable fear towards the Azura horned beetle, as if it had left them with haunting psychological scars. Do not panic. This is merely a last resort, Kinos intoned darkly. The buildings on the surface are riddled with traps. Perhaps they will never reach this place. And, as you all know, the repercussions of this crisis could be dire. Upon departing, Fubuki nearly forgot her subordinates, Alash and Mountain Ape, who had been flung away by Byakuya. She eventually located them in a nearby trash bin, seemingly having landed there after being struck. Noticing that they remained unconscious, Fubuki had no choice but to rouse them. After a brief interval, Eyelash and Mountain Ape awoke, scrambling awkwardly out of the bin. "Miss Fubuki, what has happened to us?" they exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for the events that had transpired. They could only recall the instant they were about to confront that arrogant newcomer, after which everything went hazy. "Enough of this. Let's return," Fubuki stated with an impassive demeanor. Very well. Eyelash and Mountain Ape could only adjust their disheveled attire and support one another as they followed Fubuki. After all, they ranked second and third among B-class heroes. Being thrown from such a height had not caused them any serious harm, merely a few injuries rendering them temporarily incapacitated. On their journey back, Eyelash could not help but inquire, "Miss Fubuki, have we failed?" "What of that, Shinrai? We have failed. His abilities are far more formidable than we anticipated," Fubuki acknowledged in a flat tone, though she harbored the belief that Byakuya could not compare to Sweetheart Mask, especially not to her sister. She could not deny that Byakuya was indeed powerful enough to be deemed a monster. "I see." Both Eyelash and Mountain Ape fell into a contemplative silence, presuming that Miss Fubuki was experiencing a low moment. Subsequently, Fubuki offered no further commentary. Contrary to Eyelash and Mountain Ape's assumptions, however, Fubuki's spirits were not diminished. Rather, she felt a burgeoning sense of anticipation and joy. Upon returning to the stronghold of the Fubuki group, Lily remarked, "Lady Fubuki, you are injured?" She had noticed that Fubuki's attire appeared disheveled, as though she had been in a scuffle. "Yes, but I am unscathed. Merely a slight injury." Fubuki waved her hand dismissively. "Was it that person who harmed you, Lady Fubuki? This is utterly unforgivable." Lily was instantly filled with indignation. "I must confront that individual and hold them accountable. Do not act impulsively. It was not Baiye who harmed me." Chue Shui quickly intervened, saying, "You should all refrain from provoking him in the future. In fact, he was the one who saved me this time. Otherwise, I cannot fathom the dire consequences I would have faced." Reflecting on the Beast King and the Iron Gorilla at that moment, she realized that had Baiye not come to her aid, the outcome would have been unimaginable. "Oh, does this mean he has officially joined our Chue Shui group?" Lily inquired with intrigue. "Pretty much," Chue Shui nodded, already formulating some thoughts in her mind. "I see. It seems that fellow is indeed perceptive." Lily appeared to be in quite good spirits. After Chue Shui departed, Lily eagerly opened line on her phone to message Baiye. "I heard you've joined the Chue Shui group. You must have been captivated by our esteemed Chue Shui's charm. I can take you to tour the Chue Shui group's base sometime. By the way, how did Chue Shui sustain her injuries? Did you encounter any monsters in your area?" Lily sent several messages in quick succession, yet Baiye did not respond. Her messages remained unread, and he was offline. At that moment, Baiye was en route to the Evolution House, and given the circumstances of impending battle, he had not brought his phone along. Baiye, Saitama, and Genos had sprinted from the Z-City wasteland to the secluded depths of the forest for a full 4 hours. Although Baiye had a general sense of the location, he had never been there and thus could not utilize the twin divine might or flying thunder god techniques for direct transportation. Saitama, unaware of the path, refrained from using his formidable leaps that spanned vast distances. Genos, while familiar with the route, felt compelled to run alongside Baiye and Saitama, who were both on foot. In truth, Baiye could have used the body flicker technique to expedite their journey, but he wished to maintain a low profile in front of Saitama. If he were to utilize the body flicker technique while accompanied by Saitama, it would feel rather strange to him. Thus, the three of them persevered to reach the stronghold of the Evolution House. The location mentioned by the Iron Gorilla must be this very site. At this moment, Baiye spotted a tall building surrounded by mountains and forests in the distance. Upon arriving at the base of the building, Genos wasted no time and immediately opened fire. Taking a stance, he aimed his hands at the towering structure. Boom! The full-force incineration cannon unleashed by both hands obliterated the entire building, reducing it to rubble and creating a small mushroom cloud. Even a substantial portion of the hillside behind the building was blasted away, showcasing the enhanced power bestowed upon Genos after further modifications by Dr. Kasuno. Moreover, with Genos' explosive attack, the countless mechanisms within the building became utterly meaningless. "What on earth are you doing? That was rather abrupt," Saitama remarked, staring at Genos in bewilderment. "I deemed this the most efficient approach. Is there a problem?" Genos retorted. "That may be the case, but your method is excessively ruthless," Saitama replied, critiquing him. "Let us descend from here. Below lies the true stronghold." At that moment, on the other side, Baiye had discovered the entrance to the underground research facility. Indeed, it was not so straightforward. The edifice above was merely a fade. Genos swiftly comprehended this predicament. "Then let us hasten our descent," Saitama remarked. Subsequently, the trio ventured into the subterranean passage, officially entering the stronghold of the House of Evolution. Ding! The host has reached the House of Evolution stronghold and received a reward. 5 points. Chapter 43. The Azura Rhinoceros Beetle in a spacious underground chamber. Countless dismembered limbs and shattered bodies lay strewn across the floor, remnants of the genus clones. The architect of this sudden massacre was none other than the colossal humanoid rhinoceros beetle, clad in armor yet possessing a distinctly human visage, evidently a creation of Dr. Genos. An experiment merging human and beetle traits. With a swift motion, the Azura rhinoceros beetle obliterated another clone, seemingly relishing the carnage. Only at that moment did Dr. Genos dare to emerge from the shadows, drenched in perspiration. "Azura, rhinoceros beetle, you have slain so many of my clones. Surely, you must be appeased now? If not for the abundance of clones to sate its wrath, Genos would not have ventured to confront this formidable creature." "What did you say?" The Azura rhinoceros beetle turned sharply toward Genos, casually snapping the shackle from its neck. "How could I possibly be appeased? You have imprisoned the pinnacle of strength from the House of Evolution deep underground. Such an egregious waste infuriates me." The veins on the creature's face throbbed, demonstrating its profound displeasure at Genos' actions. "Calm yourself. Your mental state is unstable. We cannot control you." This was a necessary precaution. Genos, drenched in cold sweat, understood that if not for the years of arduous research, he would never have released such a being. "Control me? The Azura rhinoceros beetle laughed mockingly. "I am the epitome of what you call new humanity. You, in contrast, are relics of a bygone era. It is you who should be subservient to me." Faced with the creature's derision, Dr. Genos refrained from retorting. Yet, he was acutely aware that the Azura rhinoceros beetle was merely a failed experiment, imbued with immense power but lacking the requisite character. At that moment, Genos' watch emitted a sound. "Let us set aside this discussion. I have an urgent matter to address. I require a specimen for my experiments, one of astonishing strength, and only you can vanquish it by any means necessary." Meanwhile, Baiye and his companions had arrived at the underground base. The vast corridor seemed endless, and they wondered when they might locate Dr. Genos. Suddenly, Genos' biological sensing device activated. Is it Dr. Genos? Or perhaps a monster? Suddenly, Genos detected two life forms rapidly approaching their direction. Two entities are advancing towards us. He alerted. Genos, fall back, Baiye advised promptly. He had already glimpsed the silhouette of the Azura rhinoceros deep within the passage, aided by the kaleidoscopic insights. A tremendous noise approached, and in the blink of an eye, the Azura rhinoceros stood before him. Oh, three individuals. Which one is your target? The Azura rhinoceros grasped Dr. Kino's head in one hand and charged forward, dragging Kino's along. That blood-eyed youth, and that bald one. Dr. Kino's struggled to speak, nearly having his skull crushed. Is that so? Then the third one is of no consequence. The Azura rhinoceros tossed Kino's to the ground and directed his assault towards Genos. Even in its normal state, the speed of the Azura rhinoceros was such that Genos could hardly react. Just at that critical moment, Baiye placed a hand on Genos' shoulder. In the next instant, the fist of the Azura rhinoceros, roughly the size of Genos himself, passed through Genos and struck the wall, creating a significant dent. It missed the target, the Azura rhinoceros remarked, surprised. Genos' eyes widened. Had his face not been mechanical, he would surely have been sweating profusely. Teacher Baiye. He too was astonished that the creature's attack had not struck him, seemingly due to Baiye's hand resting on his shoulder. The Azura rhinoceros turned to observe the unscathed Baiye and Genos. It seems you possess some skill, managing to evade my attack. Instead of launching another strike immediately, the Azura rhinoceros continued. I am known as the Azura rhinoceros. There's a combat space nearby. Let us engage in a proper battle there. Very well, Baiye replied, expressionless, with a slight nod. A bloodthirsty grin spread across the Azura rhinoceros' face. Having been confined deep underground for so long, its desire for battle had reached its zenith. Subsequently, both parties entered a vast combat space, while Dr. Kino's hid in the shadows, observing secretly. This is the largest combat arena here. You three may come at me together. I hope you can provide me with some excitement. The Azura rhinoceros declared with delight now. Let us indulge in a spirited clash. No need. I do not relish overwhelming odds. Allow me to face you first. Baiye stepped forward. You wish to take the lead? Then I shall follow after, Saitama remarked nonchalantly, contemplating that a formidable opponent who could not best Baiye might be worth his anticipation. Teacher, let me go first, Genos insisted. Genos, do you not wish to learn? Now you have the perfect opportunity to observe my combat style. In that case, you shall realize that becoming my disciple may not be of much use. Yet Baiye refrained from voicing that last thought. Indeed, the disciple is grateful for the lesson. At that moment, Geniston nodded earnestly, finding great wisdom in what Master Baiye had articulated. Not willing to join us? Very well. Then let us savor each one individually. As he spoke, the Azura rhinoceros beetle approached Baiye at a leisurely pace. Oh, it is evident that you possess considerable strength. Remaining composed in the face of me is quite impressive. Observing Baiye standing steadfast and unmoving, the Azura rhinoceros beetle nodded in satisfaction. The creature that Geniston had chosen seemed capable of providing a modicum of enjoyment. Just as the words left its mouth, the Azura rhinoceros beetle suddenly flickered and almost instantaneously appeared behind Baiye, its massive fist following closely behind. How swift! Geniston was taken aback, and by the time he processed the situation, the colossal fist of the Azura rhinoceros beetle was poised to strike Baiye. Concern for Master Baiye's safety surged within him. However, at that very moment, the Azura rhinoceros beetle noticed that the crimson gaze of its opponent was fixed upon it. In truth, Baiye's Kaleidoscope Sharingan had tracked the movements of the Azura rhinoceros beetle, capturing every action in meticulous detail. Too slow. The calm and unhurried voice emanating from the opponent sent a wave of shock through the Azura rhinoceros beetle. Chapter 44. Divine Might, Spiral Sphere, Yet. It was this very voice that incited the fury of the Ashura unicorn beetle. With all its might, it unleashed a powerful punch, intent on reducing the contemptuous human before it to mere pulp. However, in the next instant, the fist of the Ashura unicorn beetle passed right through Baiye's form. Perplexed by this bizarre phenomenon, the Ashura unicorn beetle found itself at a loss. Not only it, but Genos also gazed intently at Baiye, his expression grave. He too could not fathom how his master achieved such an extraordinary feat. He had encountered cyborgs and superhumans alike. Yet none had ever demonstrated the ability to render their bodies impervious to harm. The earlier incident, when he had experienced a similar effect, now flooded his mind. Wait. Could it be that Master Baiye executed a high-speed maneuver in that fleeting moment, eluding detection by both himself and the Ashura unicorn beetle's naked eye, thus creating the illusion of invulnerability? It dawned on Genos why his master had placed a hand on his shoulder. It was to guide him through that rapid motion, unnoticed by his own awareness. This revelation deepened Genos's admiration for Baiye. Their strengths were on entirely different planes. Moreover, witnessing his master's prowess firsthand, Genos remained intensely focused on the unfolding battle. Unbeknownst to Baiye, Genos's misunderstanding, fueled by the power of phasing, only grew more profound. Meanwhile, Saitama maintained his usual impassive demeanor, his expression betraying only a hint of confusion, unable to comprehend how Baiye had negated the monster's assault. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Ashura unicorn beetle's missed-strike, Baiye placed a hand on its waist, inscribing a flying thunder god technique upon its form. Seeing his opponent merely press a hand against him without launching an attack, the Ashura unicorn beetle scoffed, "Are you foolish?" It then swung its fist once more, resolute that it would not miss this time. In an instant, Baiye utilized the flying thunder god technique to teleport to a distant location, having marked multiple spots across the battlefield with his kunai. How can he move so swiftly? The Ashura unicorn beetle turned to behold Baiye, now standing far away. Astonishment etched upon its face. At that moment, Baiye began to gather psychic energy in his hands, the force swirling and compressing in various directions, coalescing into a high-density energy sphere. Clearly, he had not been earnest from the beginning. Rather, he was testing the spiral sphere on the Ashura unicorn beetle, which was not an ordinary dragon-class monster. Such creatures were rare, and most would not withstand his experimental onslaught. The Ashura unicorn beetle, observing the peculiar orb forming in Baiye's grasp, wore a dismissive expression. "What? Do you intend to defeat me with that pathetic little thing? How utterly dismissive of me." Yet, I can distinctly sense the terrifying energy concealed within that orb, brimming with an extraordinary density. But can Master Baiye truly vanquish that monster with it? Genos pondered gravely, finding it difficult to gauge the orb's potential, having never encountered such a phenomenon before. Baiye chose to ignore the Ashura horn beetle, instead focusing intently as the Sharingan rapidly coalesced in his grasp, steadily advancing towards the creature. Observing this, the Ashura horn beetle's previously tense demeanor relaxed. "Your evasion skills may be peculiar, but your offensive tactics are lacking. Allow me to demonstrate what constitutes a formidable attack." With a monstrous cry, the Ashura horn beetle surged forth with astonishing speed, determined to land a powerful blow. Yet, even in the face of the creature's ferocity, Baiye remained unperturbed. Just as the beast lunged at him, Baiye's form abruptly vanished. What? The sudden disappearance of Baiye caught the Ashura horn beetle off guard, prompting it to instinctively turn its head to survey its surroundings. Unbeknownst to it, Baiye had already materialized before it, channeling the power of divine might into the Sharingan, transforming it into a black sphere of energy. Divine might, Sharingan. The orb, now imbued with divine energy, was thrust towards the beetle's abdomen. The once impenetrable armor of the creature shattered like the delicate wings of a cicada, offering no resistance as it effortlessly penetrated through. Gah! The Ashura horned beetle erupted in a torrent of blood, its abdomen pierced and gushing uncontrollably. Sensing the imminent threat of death, it hastily retreated, exhibiting a disarrayed panic. "What? I've been injured." It was only then that the Ashura horned beetle realized its abdomen had been breached, struggling to comprehend the severity of its wound. In the shadows, Dr. Genos stood in stunned disbelief. It was the first time he had witnessed the Ashura horned beetle sustain injuries, let alone appear in such a pitiful state. Genos himself was equally astonished, rendered speechless. That orb of energy, It seemed to undergo a transformation in an instant. Initially, he had sensed the overwhelming power contained within it. Yet, when the beetle's abdomen was pierced, he felt nothing at all. It was as if the orb had dissolved into the void, effortlessly breaching the creature's defenses. This defied all principles of physics. If superpowers manipulate the laws of nature, then Master Baiye had transcended them entirely. Genos chided himself for not being perceptive enough, lamenting how he had failed to comprehend Baiye's actions in that fleeting moment. Curse it! Genos felt a deep frustration. His own strength was insufficient, preventing him from even grasping the most fundamental observations of the battle. This was an invaluable opportunity for close-range insight into his master's combat prowess. No wonder Teacher Baiye had always been reluctant to accept me as his disciple. It seems my abilities have diminished to the point where I am unworthy of learning from him. In contrast, Saitama appeared somewhat astonished. Indeed, Baiye's prowess is formidable, showcasing techniques beyond his comprehension. However, this also implies that the so-called Ashura will have no opportunity to engage him in battle, which leaves a tinge of regret. How on earth did you achieve such terrifying power? The Ashura unicorn exclaimed, clutching its bleeding abdomen, its expression one of disbelief. Upon hearing this, Baiye's expression darkened. Do you truly wish to know? The Ashura unicorn was taken aback. It had merely asked in passing. Was his fellow genuinely inclined to divulge? At that moment, it stood there attentively, almost forgetting the relentless flow of blood from its wound. Genos, too, felt a sudden intensity. Was Teacher Baiye finally about to reveal the truth? Chapter 45. All thanks to exceptional talent, however, could this truly be without consequence? By revealing the method of his ascent in strength, would it not also alert his enemies? Genos was deeply intrigued by his master, the White Knight's path to power. Yet he harbored concerns that such knowledge might pose a threat should it fall into the wrong hands. This left him in a state of profound inner conflict. I owe my current prowess entirely to my remarkable talent. Deep Blue, enhance! With these words, White Knight once again gathered the Sharingan in his hand, infusing it with the power of divine might, and casually hurled it towards the Ashura beetle. His seemingly nonsensical actions were, in truth, a means to convey to Genos that he had nothing of real substance to impart. The Sharingan was a gift from the system, as was the dual divine might. Everything he possessed was bestowed upon him by the system. Due to the casual manner in which he threw it, the divine Sharingan traveled at a rather unremarkable speed. The Ashura beetle, startled, leaped 10 meters into the air, narrowly evading the ominous black energy sphere that had instilled fear within him. At this moment, Genos fell into contemplation. He struggled to grasp the meaning behind his master's words, engaging in a mental frenzy as he sought to decipher their significance. In stark contrast, Saitama remained utterly unperturbed. Meanwhile, the hidden Kinos was left bewildered, questioning the nature of this supposed method of becoming stronger. Was the implication that one could achieve such heights solely through innate talent? After a brief interval, Genos suddenly struck his palm as if struck by enlightenment. The essence of his master's message was likely that extraordinary talent merely constitutes the foundational threshold. The true essence lies in diligent training and the correct approach to cultivation. This notion was profoundly profound, rendering it difficult for adversaries to grasp its deeper meaning. Such was the wisdom of his master. White Knight was not concerned about being underestimated by Genos. Rather, he feared the latter's propensity for excessive speculation and overthinking. Unfortunately, the very scenario he dreaded began to unfold, though he was yet unaware of it. You are mocking me. Upon regaining his composure, the Ashura beetle erupted in fury. Suddenly, a transformation overtook the Ashura beetle. Its veins bulged, and its eyes turned a milky white. Wait, Ashura beetle, are you losing control again? Kinos, hidden in the shadows, exclaimed in terror. No longer caring about revealing the method to strength, the Ashura beetle proclaimed, regardless, I am strongest. In an instant, it completed its metamorphosis. Its muscles grew larger and more defined. The horns on its head and back doubled in size, and its veins became more pronounced, while its previously pierced abdomen miraculously healed. Ashura mode. The Ashura beetle cackled ominously. Once I activate Azura mode, I shall lose my sanity for the next 7 days, unable to suppress my primal instincts. Before his words could fully escape his lips, the Azura beetle's body executed a swift teleportation. Its speed terrifyingly doubled compared to before. However, in the face of this situation, Baiye merely uttered calmly, "So, you intend to rampage until next Saturday?" Saitama, who had been watching the entire time without a hint of emotion, finally displayed a look of shock on his face. His mind momentarily went blank, plunging him into a whirlwind of thoughts. Indeed, after I eliminate you, I shall venture outside and continue a spree of destruction until next Saturday. Ha ha! The Ashura beetle swung a fist toward Baiye, who swiftly teleported to another marked location using the flying thunder god technique. Bang! The spot where Baiye had just stood was immediately transformed into a massive crater by the force of the Ashura beetle's punch, with cracks sprawling across the ground for dozens of meters in diameter, a testament to the terrifying power of that blow. This scene left Genos feeling utterly horrified. If he were in Baiye's position, he would have been unable to evade the Ashura beetle's rampaging fist, likely reduced to a mere heap of scrap metal. Fortunately, Baiye's speed was remarkable, allowing him to dodge to a distance of 100 meters in an instant. His dynamic vision could hardly keep pace with the Ashura beetle, especially compared to his teacher's speed. Saitama remained trapped in a state of shock, his mind incapacitated, leaving no one to discern what was amiss with him. It was all over. No one in this world could stop the uncontrollable Ashura beetle. In the shadows, Dr. Genos smiled wryly. Although this was not the outcome he desired, it would at least demonstrate to the world that the new humans he had created would inevitably replace the mediocre and foolish beings of the old era. Don't run. If you have the guts, confront me head on. The Ashura beetle charged toward Baiye once more, its speed so swift that it covered the distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Baiye's gaze turned cold, and he prepared to take the situation more seriously. Susanoo, just as the Ashura beetle's fist was about to strike Baiye squarely in the face, a blue-green skeletal figure of Susanoo suddenly enveloped him entirely. Ding! The host exchanged for Constitution 110, deducting points 110, current remaining points 0. Constitution 110, Constitution 588. As the stage of Susanoo continued to ascend, Baiye simultaneously allocated a point to himself. It wasn't until the third stage that Susanoo ceased its growth. The third stage manifested as the addition of the Akatsuki armor atop the existing second stage, with only a slight increase in size, yet a significant enhancement in defensive capabilities. What is that? Upon witnessing the emergence of the colossal blue-green giant that surpassed even the Ashura beetle, Genos was taken aback. At that moment, Genos's eyes sharpened, as his teacher exhibited yet another phenomenon beyond his comprehension. Ora, 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 ora. The already rampaging Ashura beetle showed no fear in the presence of the suddenly materialized Susanoo, relentlessly pounding its fists against Baiye. Yet, each blow merely struck the Akatsuki armor of Susanoo, failing to breach its defenses. At this moment, Baiye, having grown weary of the playful antics, raised his Susanoo dual blades, imbued with divine power, and executed an X-shaped slash toward the Ashura rhinoceros beetle. The voice and movement of the Ashura rhinoceros beetle abruptly ceased. Its body cleaved into 4 segments by the X slash. Ding! The host has defeated the dragon-class monster, Ashura rhinoceros beetle, and received a reward of 80 points. Dr. Kinos was left utterly dumbfounded, his expression vacant and his glasses askew. The uncontrollable Ashura rhinoceros beetle had been dispatched in an instant. Dr. Kinos was undoubtedly questioning his existence, for this was his most formidable experiment. Meanwhile, Saitama finally regained his composure. Baiye, I wish to confirm something with you. Saitama spoke slowly, his head bowed. What is it? Baiye turned to face him. What day is it today? Saitama inquired, his voice slightly trembling. Today? It's Saturday, Baiye replied. In an instant, Saitama collapsed to the ground, clasping his head in despair, exclaiming, I misremembered the time. Today is the supermarket sale day. Calm down, Mr. Saitama. If you hurry, you might still make it, Baiye calmly advised. Upon hearing this, Saitama leaped into action, his terrifying jumping ability smashing a large hole through the ceiling and even breaking through the ground. Dr. Kinos, with a stiff neck, looked up at the sunlit, gaping hole above, bewildered. This was indeed deep underground, and the base was constructed from exceptionally resilient materials. Was this truly human? Genos. We should leave as well, Baiye instructed Genos. Understood, Master. Genos nodded in agreement. Wait. Just then, Doctor. Kinos could no longer contain himself and rushed from the shadows to call out to Baiye. Baiye turned to look at Kinos. Did you truly not undergo any experiments? Dr. Kinos asked, his voice filled with desperation. In response, Baiye replied nonchalantly, no effort, merely innate talent. Chapter 46, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Shursui. Upon hearing this response, Dr. Kinos' heart sank into utter despair. This was no mere mental breakdown. It was a profound crisis that led him to question the validity of his entire past. Both the blood-eyed youth and the bald aberration shattered his worldview completely. Doctor, Kinos found himself powerless, kneeling on the ground. Perhaps it is time to abandon this research. The world need not change, but rather, it is I who must transform. Teacher, shall we not deal with him as well? In observing Dr. Kinos, who had fled, Genos could not help but inquire of Baiye. No need, Baiye replied succinctly, turning away without further explanation. He understood that the events of the day would compel Dr. Kinos to entirely shift his career path, perhaps to one involving takoyaki. Very well. Genos chose not to press further and followed in Baiye's footsteps. On their way, Baiye took a moment to assess the changes in his own body. He realized that the burden of the third stage Susanoo was indeed substantial. Merely activating it for a brief period was already quite taxing. The thought of achieving its complete form was far from his mind at present. For now, he contemplated the possibility of freely utilizing the third stage, which would require either a certain purity of his Hashirama cells or the possession of the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Only by fulfilling one of these conditions could he realize his ambitions. Baiye felt some hope for the former, while the latter seemed elusive. After all, Obito had no biological siblings, and the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan was traditionally attained through the fusion of the Sharingan of blood relatives. After departing from the Evolution House, Saitama managed to barely catch up with the supermarket sale day. Baiye had already returned home, while Genos had gone back to his own place. Baiye initially intended to bring his phone along for a visit to the Hero Association, eager to report his victory over the monster. However, upon picking up his phone, he was greeted with a plethora of messages, all from Lily. After sending 3 messages without a response, she subsequently dispatched 3 angry emojis. When Baiye noticed Lily mentioning his supposed joining of the Blizzard group, he slowly typed out a question mark. Mere seconds later, it showed as read. Almost instantaneously, Lily replied, "You finally responded. Do you never check your phone?" I was busy with matters. Of course I couldn't check my phone. By the way, who informed you that I joined the Blizzard group? It was none other than Lord Fubuki. Why do you ask? Baiye sent an ellipsis, momentarily lost in contemplation. He had never agreed to join the Blizzard group, yet Fubuki had conveyed such a message to Lily. In other words, it seems that Blowing Snow has no intention of letting him off the hook. First, let me clarify that I have never joined the Blowing Snow group, and I must step out to attend to some matters. I will address any issues later. After sending this message, Baiye turned off his phone and tucked it into his pocket. Soon after, a barrage of messages from Lily arrived. Wait, what is going on? Blowing Snow clearly stated this to me. Have you changed your mind at the last minute? Don't leave yet. However, no matter how fervently Lily sent messages, they remained unread. This was because Baiye typically kept his phone on silent, and aside from calls, he was not disturbed by any influx of messages. He would check his phone whenever he had the time, which is why he preferred to avoid notification vibrations and sounds. With the technique of Flying Thunder God, Baiye swiftly arrived at the Z Division of the Hero Association. Within his divine space, he had preserved the corpses of the Ashura, Rhinoceros Beetle, and Beast King, which could serve as proof. However, since the disaster levels of the Ashura, Rhinoceros Beetle, and Beast King had not yet been defined by the Hero Association, they were momentarily at a loss regarding how to classify these 2 monsters. Mr. Divine Might, the review committee member said with a troubled expression. Due to the lack of data on these two monsters, we cannot currently ascertain your specific contributions. How about this? We will report to the leadership and send these monster corpses to headquarters for further study, so they can determine your contributions. That works. Do as you see fit, Baiye replied casually, as he was in no rush. After all, he was the one who actually brought the monsters from the Evolution House. Saitama would never report such matters. As long as the Hero Association was not too lazy to calculate his contributions, he was content. 3 days later, the research results from the Hero Association headquarters were released. The Ashura rhinoceros beetle was preliminarily classified as a dragon-level monster, while the Beast King was categorized as a demon-level monster, which seemed quite fitting. The Hero Association had never bothered to further differentiate between dragon-level and dragon peak. However, this classification was met with skepticism from headquarters. After all, Baiye was merely a B-level hero, and the monster corpses he had brought could not even be managed by ordinary S-level heroes. This inevitably raised doubts. In response, headquarters convened a high-level meeting, attended by the officials of the Hero Association. You are all aware of the situation regarding the B-level hero, Divine Might, correct? What are your thoughts on this? One official stated, "My perspective is to observe further. If he can defeat more demon-level monsters, or even dragon-level ones, much like King, then there will be no issue." I share the same sentiment. If he truly embodies the sudden brilliance of a hero like King, then we should refrain from frivolous doubts. Ultimately, the principle of majority rule prevailed, and the officials decided to adopt a wait-and-see approach regarding Baiye. Naturally, this did not impede Baiye's ascent in rankings. The meeting concerning Baiye was convened for no more than 10 minutes. Had it not been for Saitama and Genos's insufficient heroic exploits, these individuals would undoubtedly have spent an additional 2 hours devising heroic aliases for the two S-class newcomers. As one of the rare, pragmatic officials within the Hero Association, Shichi sat there in exasperation. His skepticism towards Baiye was not unwavering. Rather, it was disheartening that such an important meeting concluded so hastily in under 10 minutes. It resembled a child's play. They could have at least discussed other pertinent matters. In the aftermath, Baiye, having made contributions far surpassing those of a B-class hero, ascended to A-class. Consequently, he neither usurped Fubuki's position as the top B-class hero, nor was he required to undergo a promotion interview. Initially, his contributions as the demon-level Beast King elevated him to the 39th position in A-class, the lowest rank. Subsequently, his achievements against the dragon-level Ashura rhinoceros beetle propelled him further to the 5th position in A-class. This was partly due to the presence of the A-class's top-ranked Sweet Mask, an essential ambassador for the Hero Association, alongside the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th ranks being occupied by the disciples of the S-class hero, Atomic Samurai. It is unnecessary to mention the significance of Sweet Mask to the Hero Association. They must also extend due respect to Atomic Samurai. Thus, at present, Baiye could only be ranked 5th, as his record lacked sufficient depth, and the Hero Association would never disclose the unspoken rules of the hero realm. Ding! The host has been promoted to A-class hero, receiving rewards. 30 points of merit Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Shursui. Chapter 47. Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The sound of the system prompt took Baiye by surprise. He already possessed the power of dual Kamui. So why was the system bestowing upon him another pair of Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Was he meant to alternate between the two pairs? The situation left him momentarily bewildered. Just then, the system provided a timely response. Ding! The host can merge the Kaleidoscope Sharingan of dual Kamui with Uchiha Shursui's Kaleidoscope Sharingan to obtain the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Could this be true? Baiye felt a surge of astonishment and delight. This was an extraordinary boon for him. The Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan was the very thing he yearned for at this stage. Not only would his ocular power receive a terrifying enhancement, but he would also be free from the side effects associated with the use of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Furthermore, he would be able to wield Shursui's ocular techniques, including the formidable Genjutsu Kodo Amatsukami and the space-time ninjutsu developed from the Sharingan. Typically, a pair of Kaleidoscope Sharingan would possess two distinct ocular techniques. But Shursui's case was an exception, as both of his eyes held the same technique, Kodo Amatsukami. It remained uncertain whether he could utilize it once or twice before entering a cooldown period. One could only commend the system for adeptly resolving Baiye's dilemma regarding the acquisition of the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Just days prior, while departing from the evolution home, he had been contemplating this very issue. Theoretically, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan of Uchiha Bido and Uchiha Shursui could not be fused, as they were not blood relatives, merely distantly connected by a thread of lineage. Yet, the system had evidently altered this premise, forcefully enabling the fusion of the two pairs of Kaleidoscope Sharingan. With a resolute thought, Baiye summoned Uchiha Shursui's Kaleidoscope Sharingan into his hand. The design of this Sharingan bore a striking resemblance to that of a shuriken, unmistakably belonging to Shursui. Unsure of the exact procedure, he resorted to the most straightforward method of inserting the eyes directly into his eye sockets. Remarkably, he felt no discomfort, and in an instant, the fusion was complete. The patterns of the two Kaleidoscope Sharingan intertwined, forming a more cohesive design. Subsequently, Baiye accessed the system panel. Host, Baiye H, 20 Identity, Human. A-Class Rank 5, Abilities, Dual Kinui, Kodo Amatsukami, Susanoo, Flying Thunder God Technique, Body Flicker Technique, Shursui, Basic Body Flicker Technique, Sharingan. Wood Clone, Weapon, Blade of the Red Knight. Physique, 588, 20 Senju Cells. Points, 110. Point Store, LV1. He discovered that he had indeed acquired Uchiha Shursui's ocular techniques. From this day forth, Baiye need not fret over his ocular power. He could now devote his focus to enhancing his physique and the Senju cells. For these two factors would determine his capability to unlock the ultimate form of Susanoo. Ding dong, as Baiye reveled in the exhilaration of acquiring the eternal kaleidoscope. A sudden ringing of the doorbell interrupted his thoughts. It must be Genos, he mused. Ever since the vaccine man purchased the game, he had been holed up at home, diligently honing his skills, and would rarely visit unless Baiye had matters to discuss. Baiye promptly made his way to the door, only to be greeted by the sight of a tall and imposing woman. What brings you here? Baiye's pupils constricted in surprise as he inquired. The visitor was none other than Hellish Blizzard. Am I not welcome? This time, Blizzard's demeanor was markedly more amiable than their previous encounter. Her tone was calm as she engaged Baiye in conversation. It's not that you aren't welcome. Baiye recalled the words Lily had shared with him earlier. Actually, I have something I wish to ask you. Please come in. Blizzard removed her high heels upon entering, adhering to the custom of either wearing indoor slippers or simply going barefoot, lacking designated indoor footwear for guests. Blizzard had no choice but to enter in her sheer black stockings. Upon her entrance, she surveyed Baiye's humble abode, noting the impressive individuals who seemed to congregate there, S-class heroes and dragon-level monsters alike, despite the ordinary appearance of the small dwelling. Yet, after scrutinizing her surroundings, she was unable to discern any particular significance. Baiye, unfazed, prepared a cup of tea for her. Please, have a seat, he invited. Certainly. Blizzard settled into a chair across from Baiye, unhesitatingly reaching for the snacks on the table. Baiye said nothing in response and proceeded to address the matter at hand. I've heard from Lily of your group, and it seems you have taken the liberty of including me in the Blizzard group without my consent. How'd you come to know of this? Blizzard's hand, which had been poised to grab a snack, froze mid-air, her expression betraying a hint of guilt. When did you meet Lily? Why was I not informed? She had intended to draw closer to Baiye while subtly securing his allegiance, confident in her abilities to charm him. Thus, she had responded to Lily with a non-committal. Perhaps, as Lily was her sole confidant, she felt justified in her response. Little did she anticipate that Lily not only knew Baiye, but had also divulged this information. Now, the situation had grown awkward. I've known for many days now, but that is not the crux of the matter. The real question is, have you not yet given up? Baiye stated bluntly. I will not give up. I am determined to have you join the Blizzard group, no matter the cost. Blizzard declared earnestly, her expression serious. This is not a matter of cost. Not to mention, you possess nothing that could sway my heart. My reluctance to join the Blizzard group stems from a simple unwillingness. Baiye shrugged. If you have no further business, I kindly ask you to take your leave. Blizzard fell into silence, her expression somewhat intricate. Nevertheless, her hands remained busy with the small snacks. At that moment, Baiye rose to hang the laundry on the balcony, as the freshly washed garments awaited their display. However, upon his return to the living room after hanging the clothes, he discovered that Blizzard was still seated there, and the array of snack boxes on the table had been half consumed, despite his initial modest offerings. Baiye was not one to be overly calculative. He merely felt a twinge of discomfort. Was this individual merely here to indulge in his provisions? Or had she become so familiar that she regarded his home as her own friend-esque abode? Chapter 48. The Content of Cultivation. I am curious about your purpose for being here, Baiye inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Actually, there is nothing of great importance. I merely wish to pay a visit, Tsukuyumi replied. That's rather casual of you. Baiye could not help but retort. At that moment, the doorbell rang once more. As Tsukuyumi was closer to the door, she rose to assist Baiye by opening it. Teacher, it's me, Genos announced just as the door swung open, revealing Tsukuyumi. To his surprise, he noticed that she was the one standing before him, and she seemed to be taken aback by his presence, particularly as he shouldered an exceptionally large suitcase. Tsukuyumi, have you already moved in with Teacher Baiye? Genos promptly asked. Tsukuyumi paused, clearly unprepared for such a question. She quickly clarified, No, I'm just here for a brief visit. That's a relief. Genos sighed, feeling reassured. If Baiye were cohabiting with this woman, it would complicate his own plans to move in. With a slight shift of his body, Genos managed to maneuver the suitcase inside. Tsukuyumi was momentarily astonished by the enormity of the luggage, which was nearly twice her size. Genos, what is this? Baiye inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. In truth, he had already surmised that Genos intended to move in. Teacher, may I reside here? Genos asked candidly. Actually, there's an empty room next door, Baiye suggested, gesturing towards the adjacent space. After a brief moment of contemplation, Genos nodded, very well. This arrangement would not hinder his pursuit of learning from his teacher, although he possessed a sleep mode that allowed him to rest comfortably in the living room at night. He refrained from insisting, respecting his teacher's preferences. Genos then swiftly made his way to the vacant room next door, depositing his belongings without even tidying up the long-abandoned space. Before promptly returning, his intention was not merely to reside there, but to facilitate the recording of Baiye's teachings and cultivation techniques. He produced a notebook and seated himself at the table, diligently writing. He not only sketched Baiye's current activities, but also annotated the illustrations with descriptive text. Meanwhile, Tsukuyumi sat demurely, observing as Genos rendered incomprehensible images in his notebook. She leaned towards Baiye and whispered, Has he always been like this? Indeed, Baiye affirmed with a nod, unable to deny the truth. Genos could overhear the hushed exchange between Baiye and Tsukuyumi, yet he remained unperturbed. In fact, he included their whispered conversation in his drawings, considering it an integral part of Baiye's teachings. Genos, I believe it is time to impart something significant to you, Baiye suddenly declared in a serious tone. Genos immediately sat up straight, setting down his pen. Was his teacher finally about to reveal the true essence of cultivation? Tsukuyumi, too, turned her gaze towards Baiye, intrigued. She was intrigued by what Baiye would convey to Genos, the S-class hero, regarding his training regimen. Firstly, as a cyborg, traditional training methods had become entirely ineffective for him. With a serious expression, Baiye stated, Yet, you can continually surpass yourself and evolve amidst adversity. Confronting formidable foes is the swiftest path to your empowerment. Although your physical form may no longer be subject to enhancement, your spirit can grow more resilient and unyielding. I hold great faith in your potential. Indeed, Genos's eyes widened slightly, and Baiye's words struck a profound chord within him. I will strive diligently and shall not disappoint you, master, Genos declared earnestly as he rose to his feet. Yes, keep at it, Baiye replied with a subtle nod. His previous words were undoubtedly grounded in truth, particularly the notion of growth through hardship. Genos had consistently become stronger only after being gravely injured by powerful adversaries, subsequently receiving enhancements from Dr. Kusinu. This was the sole wisdom Baiye could impart to Genos. Originally, Baiye intended to dissuade Genos from recording futile training methods. But as soon as he finished speaking, Genos resumed his serious scribbling in his notebook. Baiye found himself at a loss. Perhaps it was best to let him be. Baiye, do you possess any training methods to share with me? At that moment, Fubuki suddenly spoke up. I do not know, Baiye responded, his expression devoid of emotion as he shook his head. He genuinely had no answers. Fubuki was somewhat taken aback by Baiye's decisive refusal. I sincerely apologized once more for my previous actions. She assumed Baiye still harbored resentment regarding past events, thinking her earlier apology had not sufficed. Thus she quickly reiterated her regret, regardless of his willingness to respond. She did not wish to harbor enmity with Baiye. I accept your apology, but I must be forthright. I truly do not know of any training methods suitable for you, Baiye said with a helpless shake of his head. I recall you're a psychic. You would be better off consulting your sister. That won't do. The mention of her sister immediately resurfaced unpleasant memories for Fubuki. Noticing her resistant demeanor, Baiye chose to refrain from further comments, aware of the delicate and strained relationship between Fubuki and Tornado. However, it wasn't long before Fubuki managed to recalibrate her emotions and return to crafting small snacks. She contemplated that she had consumed a bit too many calories that afternoon and resolved to eat lightly that evening. Fubuki meticulously monitored her caloric intake each day, which accounted for her well-maintained figure. By the way, has Master S gaze changed? At that moment, Genos, who had been observing Baiye's actions and recording them, suddenly noticed a difference in Baiye's eyes compared to before. While he had seen Baiye's 3-tomo Sharingan and normal dark pupils, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan was indeed a sight he had never encountered before. It truly is remarkable. Suddenly, Fubuki leaned closer to Baiye, scrutinizing his eyes intently. She had always thought there was something peculiar about his gaze, but now she was astonished to discover not only intricate patterns, but also their ability to shift. The proximity of Fubuki was startling. Baiye could almost feel her breath, prompting him to instinctively lean back. Chapter 49. Points Mall LV2 My eyes are naturally like this. There is nothing to be surprised about, Baiye explained in a nonchalant manner, intending to brush the matter aside. I once doubted whether my teacher's eyes had undergone mechanical modification, but it seems my suspicions were unfounded, Genos remarked. Could it be that you are also a superhuman? Upon hearing the term natural and recalling the peculiar abilities Baiye had demonstrated earlier, Fubuki immediately inquired. Perhaps, Baiye replied, having previously been questioned about such matters by Bongu, and could only describe himself as a superhuman. However, superhumans of the spatial type do indeed exist, such as the S-Class Rank 1, known as Explosion. It is no wonder your abilities are so extraordinary. You truly are a superhuman, Fubuki expressed, somewhat astonished. Now I understand why my teacher has always insisted he cannot teach me anything. Genos finally comprehended, yet the teacher had already established a path for my training, affirming that seeking knowledge from him was indeed the right decision. I'm glad you have finally grasped this, Baiye said with a hint of satisfaction. After a considerable time, Fubuki seemed to have matters to attend to. Thank you for your hospitality, she expressed her gratitude before departing, referring naturally to the tea and snacks provided by Baiye. Why must one work to earn money? Why must one spend to eat? What freedom is left in this world? The wealthy are gluttonous. The poor suffer their entire lives. The labor of the poor merely enriches the rich, while the affluent grow ever wealthier and the impoverished grow ever poorer. Therefore, we shall not work. I, Ironhead, shall change this world. We, the Peach Blossom Group, will turn our utopia into reality. On the streets, a group of bald men clad in combat uniforms gathered, the imposing figure leading them. Standing at an impressive height of 2.15 meters is none other than the leader of the Peach Blossom Group, also known as the B-Class Wanted Criminal, Ironhead. They advocate for a libertarian approach to not working, seeking to recruit everyone into their army of non-workers. However, despite Ironhead shouting for an extended period, no one paid him any heed. What a bunch of foolish people, Ironhead exclaimed in frustration. Let us go. We shall smash the home of the richest man, Zenier, and make it known that we are not jesting. Soon, Ironhead led his followers to a towering building. Is this Zenier's residence? Iron Head gazed up at the seemingly infinite height of the edifice, feeling a surge of irritation. How infuriating! This entire building belongs to him. What illicit means could he have employed to amass such wealth? Smash it! Ironhead commanded his accomplice beside him. Yes, not only Ironhead, but his entourage donned similar combat attire. One of the subordinates saw his armament swell several times its size, and with a mighty blow, he struck the building before them. Boom! Rumble! With that powerful strike, the building collapsed, a testament to the extraordinary nature of their combat gear. Truly worthy of the new combat suits developed by that organization. Our daring theft of these suits has proven immensely profitable. Witnessing their terrifying power, Iron Hammer couldn't help but smirk sinisterly. However, after a brief moment, they realized they had misidentified their target. Xenial's residence was not this building, but rather further ahead. Nonetheless, they adopted a nonchalant attitude and continued their advance towards Xenial's home. Meanwhile, Xenial, the wealthy tycoon, received the news. As he hesitated on whether to heed his servant's advice to flee, a tall figure suddenly appeared by the window. How fortunate it is that such an event occurs just as my contract is nearing its end. The person had their long hair tied back, donned in a ninja outfit, with a blade strapped to their back. Oh, Sonic! Xenial exclaimed with delight. Yet, his expression swiftly shifted to one of concern. After all, the individual was a B-class bounty criminal, accompanied by numerous henchmen. What of it? You should be more worried about how to deal with the mountain of corpses that will accumulate. Sonic remarked indifferently. A group of bald thugs clad in peculiar combat suits. And their leader is a B-class wanted criminal, likely quite resilient. I can only hope that they provide me with a modicum of entertainment. This is quite troublesome. A band of bald men wreaking havoc on streets. At that moment, Saitama, having just finished a few rounds of gaming with Bait, noticed a news report on television regarding the Peach Blossom Gang. Particularly, upon hearing that all members of the gang had shaved their heads and warned the citizens to be cautious of bald individuals, he could hardly contain himself. Being bald himself, he feared the potential for misunderstanding. He certainly did not wish for his reputation to be tarnished by this gang. We must swiftly eliminate them, Bates stated. Indeed, I shall go and crush them. Saitama hurriedly returned to his room to change into his combat suit and promptly headed towards the area where the bald men were rampaging. Bait chose not to accompany him, as Saitama could effortlessly handle those thugs, and he also wished to avoid entanglement with Sonic the Hedgehog. That individual tends to obsess over those who defeat him. On the other side, Iron Hammer's Peach Blossom Gang had arrived at a location not far from Xenial's Golden Excrement Building. They needed only to traverse this patch of forest to reach their destination. However, they were intercepted midway by Sonic. Even a group of bald men in specialized combat suits fell easily to Sonic's prowess. The only survivor, Iron Hammer, encountered the arriving Saitama, who effortlessly obliterated his combat suit with a casual punch. Yet, immediately after, Sonic mistook Saitama for a member of the Peach Blossom Gang, resulting in summary, this is a rather exasperating tale. In recent days, Bait has been sporadically earning points. Unbeknownst to him, the system suddenly delivered a notification. Ding! The host has currently accumulated a total of 1,000 points, elevating the points mall to level 2. Baiye, filled with curiosity, promptly opened the points mall to explore the new offerings at level 2. The first page of products remained unchanged, yet a second page had been added. Without hesitation, Baiye used his thoughts to flip to the second page. Points Mall Level 2 Tiger Skin Mask, Red Knight, Obito, 3 Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Fin, Rinnegan, Chapter 50. The Oddity Association, Item 1 Details. The red tiger skin mask worn by Obito during the Night of the Annihilation. Devoid of any special effects, yet remarkably durable. Price, 1 points per unit. The first item appeared unremarkable, merely an ordinary mask. Subsequently, Baiye continued to peruse the details of the other 3 items. Item 2 Details. 3 Tomo Sharingan, usable as a spare eye, or as a one-time consumable for Izanagi and Izanami. Price, 200 points per unit. Item 3 Details. The Flame Fan, also known as the Uchiha Fan. Crafted from a fragment of the Divine Tree, capable of absorbing all attacks within its endurance threshold and rebounding them as tempestuous energy. Price, 200 points per unit. Item 4 details. A single Rinnegan from Uchiha Madara. When possessing just one, only the fundamental ocular techniques of the Rinnegan can be utilized. However, when a pair is assembled, one may access the exclusive techniques of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. Price, 1,000 points per unit. Baiye cast a glance over the 3 items. They all held significant utility for him. Nevertheless, none were urgent necessities at the moment, with each one more expensive than the last. There was no immediate need to expend such a plethora of points on the 3-tomo Sharingan and the Uchiha fan, while acquiring the Rinnegan was entirely beyond his means. Before long, a knock resounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Baiye promptly opened the door, revealing the vaccine man before him. I was just wandering outside when a self-proclaimed elite from the Oddity Association approached me, inviting me to join their ranks. What exactly is this Oddity Association? The vaccine man inquired of Baiye. The Oddity Association. Baiye fell into a moment of contemplation. The association had swiftly sought out the vaccine man, likely already recognizing his considerable strength. After all, the vaccine man was no weaker than the association's cadre, the Wandering Emperor. Baiye's current consideration was whether to advise the vaccine man to outright decline the invitation from the Oddity Association or to accompany him to investigate the association firsthand. After a brief moment, Baiye reached a decision in his heart. Since he would inevitably confront the Oddity Association, it would be prudent to gather evidence and intelligence in advance. This could also serve as a contribution to the Hero Association. Presently, he ranked 5th in the A class, and to surpass the top 4 and ascend to S class, he would undoubtedly require substantial contributions. Otherwise, regardless of the 3 disciples of the Atomic Samurai or Sweet Mask, their connections within the Hero Association were formidable, making it unlikely for a newcomer like him, lacking in connections and relations, to ascend easily. I shall accompany you on this venture. Where is the individual who invited you to join the Oddity Association? Baiye stated candidly. He has already departed, but he mentioned he would return tomorrow to prompt me to consider his invitation carefully. The vaccine man replied. Then let us await his return tomorrow. Baiye nodded slightly. He then immediately opened the point shop. Ding! The host exchanged for a tiger skin mask, deducting 1 point from his total, leaving him with a remaining balance of 215 points. As Baiye acquired this item, a striking red tiger mask materialized in his hands. Upon examining it, he discovered that the mask was indeed quite durable, capable of withstanding wear without intentional damage. Even if it were to break, losing just 1 point of currency was hardly a concern. Baiye then attempted to don a mask, and to his astonishment, despite the single eye hole, his other eye remained unobscured. His vision was perfectly normal, and he could utilize his ocular techniques without impediment. Quite satisfactory, he mused, nodding in approval. This mask appears rather dashing, remarked the vaccine man, observing Baiye's masked visage. I never would have guessed you possessed such taste. Have you become more astute lately? Baiye retorted, Somat bimusit. It was unexpected to hear such words from the vaccine man. No, this is my genuine opinion, the vaccine man replied. However, despite its appeal, Baiye had no intention of wearing the mask regularly. His acquisition was for a specific purpose, to infiltrate the Monster Association and gather information and evidence. He understood that he could not reveal his true identity, as a mere search of the Hero Association's official website could expose him before he even entered. Subsequently, Baiye stored the tiger skin mask back into the system's inventory, causing the mask to vanish from his face. The following day, the vaccine man led Baiye to the previously arranged meeting spot with the monster. It's here. Baiye raised his gaze to see a phoenix-like figure approaching. In reality, it was the ghost-level monster known as Phoenix Man, clad in an absurd bird costume. Yes, that's the one. It resembles a foolish bird. The vaccine man acknowledged. Soon, Phoenix Man landed before Baiye and the vaccine man. Have you made your decision? And who is this individual? He inquired, directing his question at the vaccine man. He is my superior, a more formidable monster than I, and he is quite interested in your association, which is why he has accompanied me. The vaccine man explained, his expression neutral. These words were, of course, orchestrated by Baiye. At that moment, Baiye wore the tiger mask, fully aware that if he could persuade Phoenix Man to grant him entry into the Monster Association, his objective would be achieved. Whether his true identity would eventually be discovered was of little consequence, as no one within the Monster Association could effectively retain his presence. Is that so? Very well, Phoenix Man replied, accepting without suspicion of the Vaccine Man. Bringing another powerful monster into the association was advantageous for him. Subsequently, Phoenix Man led by Yi and the Vaccine Man into the Monster Association, directly escorting them before the dragon-level monster, Great Eye, after which Phoenix Man willingly stepped back. I have summoned it. Who might you be? At this moment, the large-eyed figure directly confronted by Yi, demanding, you bear the essence of humanity, not that of a monster. Yet you dare to tread upon the grounds of our Monster Association? Bai Yi, disinterested in engaging with the large-eyed figure, had discreetly captured some footage of the interior of the Monster Association with his phone. With the evidence in hand, he intended to swiftly relocate with the Vaccine Man, deeming further conversation with the large-eyed figure unnecessary. However, as Baiye's eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan manifested, the large eye widened in shock. You are Baiye. Simultaneously, 1,500 meters underground, the essence of the large-eyed figure, Sykes, was filled with excitement as he crushed the wine glass in his hand. Chapter 51. Sykes on the Surface. The entity known as the Great-Eyed One serves as an advisor to the Monster Association and is classified as a dragon-level monster. In reality, the Great-Eyed One is merely a puppet with a monstrous exterior, while its true form lies 1,500 meters beneath the ground, a young woman named Sykes. She is the genuine leader and founder of the Monster Association. Sykes reclines on a sofa, her cascading blue waves of hair framing her face, perpetually adorned with black-framed glasses. Her form-fitting dress accentuates her exquisite curves, rendering her a paragon of beauty in the world of One Punch Man. Intriguingly, her name, Sykes, phonetically resonates with the English word sex, which carries connotations of allure and other, less describable meanings. At this moment, the glass of red wine in Sykes's hand shatters under her grip, her expression one of incredulous astonishment. It has been ages since she has lost her composure in such a manner. Could it truly be him? Is it Baiye? Sykes murmurs dreamily. Almost immediately, she commands the Great-Eyed One to call out to Baiye. Upon hearing his name spoken by the Great-Eyed One, Baiye is taken aback. He is aware that the true form of the Great-Eyed One is Sykes, and that she possesses a third eye. Yet, he did not anticipate that this so-called third eye would be so formidable, capable of discerning his true identity with such ease. Could it be that the tiger-striped mask, available for merely 1 point of merit, is truly inadequate? You reacted just now. You are indeed Baiye, aren't you? At this juncture, the Great-Eyed One descends from its throne and approaches Baiye. How did you recognize me? With his identity unveiled, Baiye decides to drop the pretense. The Great-Eyed One, under Sykes' control, possesses only a fraction of supernatural abilities and does not pose a significant threat to him, allowing him to remain unhurried. At this moment, he is more intrigued to learn how she recognized him. Of course, you would not recognize me as I am now. The Great-Eyed One cryptically states, speaking in riddles that Baiye cannot comprehend. What do you mean? Baiye inquires, unable to restrain his curiosity. Come with me, and you'll understand. The Great-Eyed One extends a hand, inviting Baiye to follow. After a moment of contemplation, Baiye resolves to accompany it. Meanwhile, the Vaccine Man wishes to join as well, but is halted by the Great-Eyed One. Only Baiye can accompany me. You must wait here, it asserts plainly. We shall return shortly. This abrupt dismissal showcases a stark departure from any prior invitation extended to the Vaccine Man to join the Monster Association, rendering him seemingly insignificant in comparison to Baiye. At this moment, Baiye subtly signals the Vaccine Man to stay put, and he obediently complies without uttering a word. Then, in a location unseen by the Vaccine Man, the Great-Eyed One suddenly unleashes its supernatural abilities, propelling Baiye swiftly deeper into the earth. During this descent, Baiye quickly realizes the implications. The Great-Eyed One intends to introduce him to its true form, Sykes. Baiye found it difficult to comprehend the situation. Since Sykes established the Monster Association, she had spent her days hidden 1,500 meters underground, and hardly anyone knew she was the true form of Big Bright Eyes. Such a cautious and elusive individual was now willing to expose her identity and location before him. a professional hero? What on earth was she thinking? Surely, she hadn't suddenly lost her mind? At that moment, Baiye could not directly inquire about Big Bright Eyes. Doing so would reveal his omniscient perspective. So he could only wait. Before long, with the assistance of Big Bright Eyes, Baiye arrived at the secret underground hideaway where Sykes resided. Big Bright Eyes, under Sykes' control, returned to the surface. Upon entering the small room, Baiye was astonished to find Sykes lounging on the sofa. It was indeed her hiding place, and she had even willingly invited him down. Had this woman truly gone mad? Sykes reclined lazily on the sofa, crossing her legs as she savored Baiye's reaction upon their unexpected meeting. Observing his incredulous expression, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth. Was he surprised to see her here? Indeed, it was quite astonishing, Baiye acknowledged with a nod. Come, sit, Sykes beckoned him. Baiye could not fathom what this woman was plotting. However, since he was already there, he was unwilling to leave without understanding the situation. Otherwise, he feared he would not sleep well that night. He promptly took a seat on the armchair opposite Sykes. At that moment, Sykes elegantly extended her wine glass towards him. The previous one had been shattered by her, and this was a new one she had procured. Was it poisoned? Baiye's initial response was suspicion that Sykes had tainted the wine. Noticing he did not immediately take it, Sykes added, "It's exquisite red wine, meant for you to savor." Although Baiye's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan could discern that there were no strange substances in the glass, he still felt uneasy about Sykes. "Apologies, but I do not drink much." Baiye polytelidejdin it. Upon seeing this, Sykes narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing something amiss. "Baiye, do you still remember who I am?" she inquired tentatively. "I do not," Baiye replied decisively, shaking his head. As long as he refrained from using his omniscient perspective, this was indeed his first face-to-face encounter with Sykes. At this, Sykes' expression shifted abruptly. "Why is that?" "You are clearly my only understanding," she pondered, a hint of confusion crossing her brow. "Wait a moment." Baiye could not help but interrupt Sykes, speaking earnestly. "I truly cannot comprehend what you are saying. This is our first encounter. Have we perhaps met before?" Sykes, feeling the weight of Baiye's gaze, laden with the scrutiny reserved for strangers, found himself at a loss. "Vice President Baiye, do you truly not recall anything at all?" Chapter 52. The King of Oddities. Even though Baiye had never removed his tiger skin mask, Sykes was certain that the man before her was indeed Baiye. Those eyes, that aura, she was confident that she could never misidentify him. "I'm sorry, but I truly do not understand what you are saying." At this moment, even Baiye, who possessed a godlike perspective, found himself bewildered. He could not comprehend how Sykes recognized him, nor what she meant by Vice President Baiye. All he knew was that Sykes had once been the vice president of the Ability Research Society during their school days, and the president of that society was none other than Blowing Snow. But when had he himself become the vice president? It was important to note that Blowing Snow and Sykes' school days were 4 or 5 years ago, while Baiye had only recently traversed into this world. Moreover, Sykes had just claimed to be the president of the Oddities Research Society, yet he had no recollection of such an organization. The inconsistencies were overwhelming. "Is it possible that you have lost your memory?" Sykes seemed to have an epiphany. "But fear not. I shall assist you in reclaiming those memories." Baiye initially wished to refute Sykes' assertion of amnesia, but after some contemplation, he decided it would be prudent to inquire further. "I am uncertain whether I have indeed lost my memory, yet there is no trace of you in my mind. May I remove my mask for a moment?" Sykes extended her hand, eager to unveil Baiye's face. "That is acceptable." Baiye did not refuse, allowing Sykes to take off his tiger skin mask. Upon seeing Baiye's true visage, Sykes let out a subtle sigh of relief. She had not misidentified him, after all. This meant that Baiye truly had lost his memories. "I am entirely at a loss regarding your amnesia. You vanished without a trace, and we did not cross paths again until today." Sykes' expression darkened slightly. "However, I will do my utmost to help you awaken your memories. Are you currently attending university or engaged in something else?" Sykes recalled their pact to apply to university together as they approached graduation, to further develop the Oddities Research Society within the academic realm. Yet, one day, Baiye had suddenly departed without a word. With his abrupt exit, her sole confidant had vanished, leading her to relinquish her aspirations of pursuing higher education and instead focus on preparing for the Oddities Association. Little did she expect that after so long, she would finally encounter Baiye again, albeit as a man bereft of memories. "I am now a professional hero in the Hero Association," Baiye replied candidly. He deliberately chose this response, eager to observe Sykes' reaction. "What?" Sykes' countenance shifted dramatically, her anger flaring. "You have actually joined the Hero Association? Could it be that those individuals have altered your memories?" "It must be so. That cannot possibly be the case. I remember everything after joining the Hero Association," Baiye remarked, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. "It is not beyond the realm of possibility that they altered your memories without your knowledge," Sykes responded, his expression darkening. Yet, as a thought crossed her mind, she inquired, "But I previously observed the Hero Association's rankings, and I did not see you listed there." "Perhaps I had not yet joined the Hero Association at that time. I only recently registered on the Hero roster," Baiye clarified. "What is your current ranking on the Hero roster?" Sykes pondered momentarily before asking. "A-class. 5th position," Baiye replied. "What? You are not even an S-class hero?" Sykes expressed astonishment, only for a smirk to emerge on her lips, her face adorned with a mocking expression. How absurd. The one who should rightfully hold the first position in S-class is languishing in 5th place in A-class. Truly, a gathering of foolish mortals. Wait a moment. How do you know so much about my abilities? Baiye interjected. Even if you're aware of my strength, it does not warrant a status of being the first in S-class. Not at all exaggerated. The first in S-class, Explosion, has not made an appearance for years, and the second, Trembling Tornado, is merely average, Sykes replied with a faint smile. "In my estimation, your prowess deserves the top rank." Upon hearing Sykes dismiss Tornado's capabilities, Baiye recalled the scene during the climactic battle between the Hero Association and the Monster Association, where Sykes was soundly defeated by Tornado. It is undeniable that Sykes possesses formidable abilities, though perhaps she is overly confident and underestimates Tornado. The Hero Association treats you so poorly. You would be better off joining our Monster Association. I would make you the king of our association, which is my desire, Sykes stated earnestly, extending her invitation to Baiye. There is no need for you to endure further humiliation within the Hero Association. This is where you truly belong, Vice President Baiye. Wait, Baiye's mind spun in confusion. Isn't there already a Monster King, Orochi? Why would you want him to become the king of the Monster Association? Could it be that this world does not have Monster King, Orochi? It is well known that One Punch Man encompasses 2 distinct worldviews, one of which does not feature Orochi. No, it is Monster King, Orochi. If you have any doubts, I can explain them to you at length, Sykes patiently assured Baiye. Then please, first elucidate the meaning of Vice President Baiye, he requested. Baiye inquired, perhaps it is due to amnesia. I hardly recall ever serving as vice president. This matter dates back to the time, just before graduation, when I parted ways with that woman from the Supernatural Research Society and unexpectedly encountered you. It was upon your suggestion that I established the Oddities Research Society, consisting solely of myself as president and you as vice president. Sykes reminisced about those bygone days, her face adorned with a sweet smile, indicative of cherished memories. However, you vanished abruptly, and with my impending graduation, the Oddities Research Society was forced to dissolve. Nevertheless, it matters not. I have since founded the Oddities Association, which has flourished to its present state. Your return is indeed timely. As you lead the Oddities Association in the capacity of king, I shall assist you, and together we shall undoubtedly eradicate all of humanity. Chapter 53. The puzzling gift. As Sykes spoke, Baiye's mind raced to analyze the situation. Yet, he could not discern any clarity. He refused to believe he had truly lost his memory, for he had never encountered Sykes prior to this day. However, Sykes appeared utterly sincere, showing no signs of deception in her demeanor. Even if her acting prowess was unparalleled, Baiye doubted that such a cautious individual would readily reveal her hideout, situated 1,500 meters underground. Regardless of Sykes' formidable strength, she remained human. Should the other members of the Monster Association learn that their leader was merely a mortal, dissent would surely arise. In a world devoid of the monstrous king Orochi, Sykes was perceived as the head of the Monster Association. Within this organization, Numerous dragon-level and ghost-level monsters existed, with the Black Essence being an unquestionable top-tier force. It would be no simple task for Sykes to maintain control over such powerful beings. This was the crux of Baiye's concerns. Sykes' willingness to disclose her hideout signified a profound trust in him, suggesting that her words bore truth. You just mentioned your intent to eradicate all of humanity. Yet I am a hero. My mission is to vanquish monsters and protect mankind. Baiye feigned a troubled expression. His statement momentarily calmed Sykes, who sighed softly. After all, you have lost your memory. It is an unavoidable circumstance. A short while later, Sykes inquired gently, "You infiltrated as a monster to gather intelligence for the Hero Association, did you not?" "Indeed." Baiye did not deny it. "You may proceed with this, but—" Sykes' expression grew complex as she continued. "I hope you will choose to stay. I can assist you in gradually awakening your past memories." She harbored no fear that Baiye would relay the Monster Association's secrets to the Hero Association, as they were already well prepared and merely awaited an opportunity to engage in battle with the heroes. That opportunity could very well be Baiye himself. "I can visit when I have the time, but remaining here indefinitely is impossible," Baiye stated candidly. "Very well. I shall be here waiting for you." "Are you leaving now?" Sykes asked. "Approximately." Baiye nodded slightly. "All right then. I shall not see you off. It would be inconvenient for me to leave this place as well." A hint of melancholy flickered in Sykes' gaze. "Speaking of which, you appear human. Yet your true identity is that of the leader of the Monster Association. It is no wonder you cannot afford to be seen casually," Baiye remarked slowly. "Indeed," Sykes affirmed. "Although, if Baiye were to disclose her human identity to the members of the Monster Association, it would undoubtedly result in significant turmoil, potentially inciting a collective uprising. Are you not concerned that I might expose your true identity? Surely the peculiar members of your association will have significant objections?" Baiye inwitted tentativity. "You are correct. It is indeed challenging for the oddities to accept that a mere human leads them. Yet, I harbor no fear, for I choose to believe in you, even if you have completely forgotten me." Sykes gazed at Baiye with tender eyes. "Even if the association crumbles from within, you remain. There will come a day when I will evoke your memories, remind you of our shared past." Baiye felt a shiver run down his spine. Sykes' affectionate gaze and her words posed an immense challenge to any man. Here stood an exquisite woman, possessing a flawless figure and an air of maturity, inexplicably offering herself. Most men would find it nearly impossible to resist. Additionally, her extraordinary trust and reliance on him made it difficult for him to contemplate actions that might hurt Sykes. "Perhaps I should wait until I remember," he thought, hastily departing. He worried that lingering too long might lead him to lose his resolve. As his voice faded, Baiye's figure vanished instantaneously, teleporting to the side of the vaccinator. Observing Baiye's sudden disappearance and reappearance before the great eye, Sykes displayed no hint of surprise, suggesting she was well aware of Baiye's abilities. At that moment, Baiye recalled that he had forgotten his tiger-striped mask, still with Sykes. He promptly addressed the great eye. "I just remembered that my mask is still with you. Could you return it to me? You can surely teleport with it, right?" However, Sykes intended to keep Baiye's mask with her. "Very well, you may keep it," Baiye readily agreed. After all, a tiger mask was merely worth 1 point, and he would hardly need it again. Letting it go was inconsequential. He felt a twinge of surprise at how well Sykes understood his abilities. "Thank you. I hope you can visit me often, preferably every day," the great eye requested of Baiye. Of course, this was merely Sykes' puppet, with the true Sykes expressing this sentiment. "You shall do me utmost," Baiye replied awkwardly, offering a vague response. Meanwhile, the vaccinator regarded Baiye with an odd expression. Although the great eye's voice sounded female, was it truly so desperate? Even Baiye, as a human, and the vaccinator, an oddity, found the great eye dreadfully unattractive. Of course, the vaccinator itself did not even possess a clear gender, merely evaluating the great eye based on appearance. Subsequently, Baiye transported both himself and the vaccinator back home. Upon arriving, the vaccinator could not suppress its curiosity, asking so, "Should not your preference lean towards human females?" Baiye initially failed to comprehend the vaccinator's inquiry, But in the next moment, realization dawned upon him. What are you daydreaming about? I certainly do not possess such XP. Baiye promptly corrected. The vaccine man must have thought he was engaging in flirtation with Big Bright Eye. As for Big Bright Eye, as true form, Sykes, he had no intention of mentioning it in front of the vaccine man. Oh, I see. I was mistaken. The vaccine man scratched his head. In the depths of the Monster Association. Until that moment, Sykes still held the tiger-striped mask in her hand, gently caressing it, her eyes filled with nostalgia. At this moment, she brought the mask closer to herself, not directly placing it on her face, but closing her eyes to savor the scent lingering on it. For it was imbued with Baiye's fragrance. A faint blush crept across Sykes' face, unnoticed by anyone, as she reveled in this moment of infatuation. Chapter 54. The past of Sykes. It seems that an eccentric individual has latched onto me. Was it called Sonic the Hedgehog or Panic the Joint? As Baiye and Saitama sat at the dining table, sharing a meal, Saitama recounted the events he encountered while dealing with the Peach Blossom Group. It must be Sonic the Hedgehog, right? Although both names are rather peculiar. Baiye remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The name Sonic, translated, signifies sound speed, rendering Sonic the Hedgehog as a redundancy, a semantic flaw. Moreover, names like Flashy Flash, Flamey Flame, and Windy Wind all share this same linguistic quirk. And they all hail from a certain ninja village. It appears that individuals emerging from that village are invariably bestowed with such nomenclature. He told me to wait for him and claimed he would defeat me with ultimate ninja techniques. He seems to be quite a troublesome character. Saitama pondered whether he should have refrained from disclosing his name to that individual. But it's all right. After all, Mr. Saitama is exceptionally strong. Baiye just remarque it. Let us just pretend we never encounter that person. Saitama promptly dismissed the matter, deciding that it was far better to read manga instead. Ding! The host has arrived at the Monster Association, earning a reward of 5 points. Ding! The host has entered Sykes' secret abode, earning a reward of 10 points. Having promised Sykes to meet her daily, Baiye teleported to her location during his free time. I was initially concerned that you might have forgotten about me. Yet here you are, Vice President Baiye. Upon seeing the suddenly arrived Baiye, a look of joy spread across Sykes' face. After all, I do not take lightly my commitments. Baiye replied with a smile. Truly, you remain the Baiye I am familiar with, Sykes exclaimed. Could you share more about your past with me? Baiye inquired, as he was deeply intrigued by the connection between himself and Sykes, wishing to uncover the details through their interaction. Certainly, please come and sit beside me. Sykes gently patted the vacant space next to her on the sofa. However, the sofa was merely a love seat, and with Sykes reclining, she occupied an ample amount of space, making Baiye feel slightly cramped upon sitting down. Nevertheless, Sykes appeared unfazed, even resting her legs, which had been crossed, directly upon Baiye's lap. Baiye instinctively wanted to say something, but hesitated, his mouth slightly agape. Reflecting upon our initial encounter, it was indeed Vice President Baiye who took the initiative to engage me in conversation. Sykes recounted his memories slowly, revealing that at that time, I had just severed ties with the president of the original Ability Research Society and was engulfed in despair and anguish. Suddenly, you appeared in my life, proclaiming your desire to collaborate in establishing the Oddities Research Society. Did I truly initiate the conversation? I hope I did not act in any peculiar manner, Baiye inquired. He did not perceive himself as the type to casually approach women, regardless of their beauty. A mere glance would suffice. No, Sykes replied. Your expressed interest in the oddities led me to speculate that you might be the only one capable of understanding me. A notion later validated by subsequent events. Was there truly no one else willing to comprehend you? Baiye probed cautiously, well aware that it was improbable anyone could grasp Sykes' ideologies. His inquiry was merely a formality. After all, Sykes' perspective during his student years was akin to that of the vaccine man, believing humanity to be a blight upon the earth and aspiring to execute a plan for total eradication of mankind. It is unequivocal that Sykes was influenced by divine entities to adopt such views. While there exists no concrete evidence regarding the vaccine man, various suspicions indicate that he was likely a creature birthed by that very deity, sharing a similar disdain for humanity and possessing abilities reminiscent of the Wandering Emperor. Indeed, prior to the establishment of the Oddities Research Society, Not a single individual in the Ability Research Society could fathom my essence, not even the esteemed President Fubuki, whom I once held in high regard. At the mere mention of President Fubuki, Psyche's expression shifted to one of pain, his eyes betraying a glimmer of animosity. Not only could she not comprehend me, but she also sealed my supernatural abilities. Upon hearing this, Baiye recalled Fubuki's notorious reputation. If memory served him correctly, she had sealed Psyche's powers just as they were beginning to surpass her own. Furthermore, the method by which she sealed Psyche's abilities was nothing short of deceitful. She lured him beneath a cherry blossom tree and planted a forceful kiss upon him, thus enacting the seal. Not only did she rob him of his first kiss, but she also imprisoned his powers, a deed that surely justified Psyche's subsequent hatred for Fubuki. Fubuki's rationale at the time was even more absurd than it is now. Upon learning of Psyche's intention to eradicate humanity, she grew discontented, believing that if the lower classes were to vanish, her own ascension to the pinnacle of this world would lose its significance. She was convinced that her position at the summit was predicated upon the subjugation of the masses beneath her feet. In summary, even the current iteration of Fubuki possesses a rather malevolent disposition, yet her character during her student years was far more reprehensible. Fortunately, by that time, I had already acquired the power of the third eye. Even with my prior abilities sealed, I swiftly ascended in strength. Psyche's tone once more bore the weight of anger. Yet I shall never forget the transgressions that woman inflicted upon me. Initially, Psyche held a profound reverence for Fubuki, yet now her sentiments have transformed into vehement disdain. The esteemed leader she once idolized not only failed to comprehend her, but also sealed away her extraordinary abilities, significantly thwarting her ambitions. The Fubuki you mentioned, I believe I am acquainted with. At this moment, Baiye interjected. Really? Psyche's expression shifted subtly, before she quickly regained her composure. However, it is not surprising. I am aware that she currently holds the esteemed position of the top B-class hero in the Hero Association. That woman, has she done anything to you? Psyche inquired with palpable concern. At that moment, Baiye could perceive the worry reflected in Psyche's gaze. Indeed, that individual previously came to my doorstep with a group to suppress me, Baiye replied in a calm tone. As expected, Psyche's countenance darkened immediately, and she earnestly cautioned, Vice President Baiye, you must keep your distance from that woman in the future. Chapter 55. The grayish-purple eyes in the eyes of Psyche. The once formidable and dependable president of the Blizzards had long since vanished, transformed into a venomous woman whom she loathed. Fearing that Baiye might fall victim to the woman's treachery, she fervently cautioned him. I will be vigilant, Baiye replied with a slight nod. If she seeks you again, allow me to confront her. At this moment, Psyche spoke with a heavy tone. She desired to fully unveil the true nature of that woman before Baiye, to prevent him from succumbing to her malice. Aren't you unable to act freely in public? Baiye inquired with a hint of confusion. Aside from you, no one is aware of my true identity as the Great Eye, so it matters not. You can utilize your abilities to transport me away without drawing the attention of those peculiar individuals in the association, Psyche replied with an air of calmness. For your protection against that woman's toxicity, any risk is entirely worthwhile. Deep down, she possessed immense trust in Baiye. Even though he currently could not recall their shared past, she remained unconcerned that he might lead her directly to the Hero Association and confine her. Indeed, if that hell's blizzard returns, I shall take you to my home, Baiye nodded affirmatively. By the way, at that moment, Psyche seemed to have an epiphany, rising to approach the desk behind her. The secret chamber, modest in size, was arranged like a study, filled with innumerable books lining the shelves. She unlocked a drawer, revealing only a notebook within. Psyche gently retrieved it and returned to the sofa, gracefully placing her legs upon Baiye's lap. An action executed with such fluidity that it appeared to be second nature to her. This contains the words you left behind. Perhaps it will help you recall some memories. Psyche offered the aged notebook to Baiye, having likely been in Psyche's possession since her student days. The notebook bore the marks of time, but was nearly devoid of dust, indicating that she occasionally took the time to clean it. Baiye accepted the notebook and began to peruse its contents. Inside, he discovered a series of diaries. The initial entries, chronicling Psyche's journey and insights, as she mastered the third eye. This is the third eye that grants a glimpse into the future. I am on the brink of mastering it. Soon, I shall possess the foresight akin to the great prophet Shababwa, allowing our research in supernatural abilities to advance rapidly. Then, we shall confront the strongest Esper, Tornado, the nemesis of President Blizzards. However, as Baiye turned to the next page, the day Sykes successfully harnessed the third eye. The tone of the diary shifted dramatically. My head aches. It feels as though it might split. Is this the future? If so, does conquering the world hold any meaning at all? This group of intelligent beings spends their days indulging in excess, engaging in debauchery. They are merely a swarm of pests, mindlessly reproducing without understanding the concept of moderation. They are even inferior to mere insects. Let us obliterate everything. To stand at the pinnacle of human society is indeed a disgrace. It is our duty as the society of extraordinary abilities. We are the chosen ones. We must initiate a cleansing operation against humanity. You surely share this sentiment, don't you, President Fubuki? Oh, why? President Fubuki, why can't you comprehend my plight? It is undoubtedly at this juncture that Sykes and Fubuki sever ties. The sudden shift in the diary's tone, as speculated by Baiye, stems from Sykes acquiring the third eye while simultaneously attracting the attention of a deity. The deity distorted the future that Sykes was meant to perceive, leading her to behold a fabricated reality. Of course, this remains merely Baiye's conjecture. He is aware that Sykes is undoubtedly connected to the deity, as the divine presence appeared during the defeat of the Monster Association. However, the deity did not revoke Sykes' powers, nor did annihilate her, as it did with the Wandering Emperor, suggesting that Sykes' third eye and superpowers may not be related to the deity. Thus, the most probable action taken by the deity against Sykes was the alteration of her intended future. This outlines Baiye's speculative reasoning. The subsequent entries in the diary reflect Sykes' diligent training post-break with Fubuki, the swift recovery of her sealed powers, and her lamentation over the solitude of being misunderstood, accompanied by expressions of loneliness and anguish. Until the name Baiye appeared within the writings, the tone shifted once more. Sykes' prose is imbued with rich emotions, expressing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Yet after Baiye's mention, her mood markedly brightens. Today, I encountered a peculiar human with striking red eyes adorned with patterns that occasionally shifted to a grayish-purple hue. They claimed to have a keen interest in monsters, seemingly having heard of my human extermination plan. Perhaps they could understand me? Upon reading this, Baiye's pupils dilated in sudden realization. A grayish-purple hue. Wait, what did I possess such eyes? Grayish-purple, is that not the color of the reincarnation eye? No, what is happening? At this moment, Baiye is profoundly shaken, his pupils quivering uncontrollably. He clearly does not yet possess the reincarnation eye. How could Sykes have seen it? Nevertheless, the grayish-purple eyes do not necessarily imply they are the reincarnation eye. Intrigued, Baiye promptly inquired of Sykes, what did the grayish-purple eyes you once saw look like? I think they appeared circular, but aren't those your own eyes? Why are you asking me? Sykes responded with a puzzled tone. Oh, it's nothing at all. You need concern yourself with it, Baiye replied, attempting to deflect the conversation. At the same time, his heart was profoundly shaken. The ashen purple, the circular pupils. Moreover, Sykes had claimed it was his eyes. Aside from the Rinnegan, could there truly be another possibility? Chapter 56, the first handhold at this moment. Baiye experienced a profound and chilling introspection. Initially, he sought to unravel the enigma surrounding his connection with Sykes, yet the more he discovered, the greater his confusion became. Baiye composed himself and contemplated with clarity. Let us tentatively assume that the Baiye whom Sykes encountered years ago was indeed him. It is known that his current self lacks the reincarnation eye and requires a substantial accumulation of points to exchange for a pair in the marketplace, a matter that is inevitable. This implies that his future self is destined to acquire the reincarnation eye. Thus, in Baiye's contemplation, his future self converges with the figure depicted in Sykes' diary. At this juncture, his eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that the Sykes of the past encountered his future self? Although this hypothesis is audacious, It stands as the most plausible conjecture he could conceive. However, regardless of whether the Baiye referenced by Sakes is indeed his future self, the contents of this diary lend further credence to the veracity of Sakes' assertions. Sakes' demeanor, his treatment of Baiye, alongside the diary's contents, reveal no semblance of deceit, leaving Baiye with nothing but a sense of awe. The most terrifying aspect is Sakes' description of the grayish-purple circle-eyed visage. Even if everything were fabricated, even if Sakes had deceived him from the outset, as a native of this world, he could not possibly conjure the image of the reincarnation I from thin air. The reincarnation I is not a concept native to the world of One Punch Man. If he had not witnessed it firsthand, he could not have articulated such detailed descriptions. Baiye continued to peruse the diary, seeking more precise answers. That peculiar intelligent man suggested I establish a monster research society. I had contemplated this myself. Yet this school requires at least 2 individuals to form a club. His involvement would facilitate its realization. The Monster Research Society has been established. I am the president, and Baiye is the vice president. Henceforth, I shall no longer associate with Fubuki. Should anyone dare to obstruct my plans, even the former President Fubuki shall not be spared. It has been some time since the establishment of the Monster Research Society, and still, it is merely Baiye and I. However, this is to be expected, for no one besides Baiye can comprehend me, nor do I expect them to. My sole understanding companion, Vice President Baiye, you will support me until the end, will you not? Together, we shall usher in a new era, the Age of Monsters. Having flipped through countless pages, Baiye encountered several remarkably familiar phrases. He recognized those words, for they were penned in his own handwriting. He could ascertain that these inscriptions were indeed his, albeit somewhat hasty, reminiscent of someone who had not written for an extended period. These myriad details only served to further corroborate Baiye's internal suspicions. Gone? Why? Vice President Baiye, where have you gone? Did we not agree to witness the dawn of a new era together? Where have you gone? Was it someone who captured you? I shall find you, no matter how many years it takes. At this point, the journal abruptly ceased, and the following pages were blank. Flipping through several more pages yielded nothing but emptiness. Have you finished reading? Has anything come to mind? Sakes inquired eagerly of Baiye. Baiye responded softly, struggling to regain his composure. The handwriting in the journal was undoubtedly his own. Now, do you believe me? Sakes asked, his gaze filled with anticipation. Yes, Baiye smiled. Although those memories remain elusive, I can now affirm that our connection is genuine. He harbored grave doubts that it was his future self who had encountered the past Sakes, only to inexplicably vanish. Why he could meet the past Sakes and why he had disappeared were mysteries Baiye could not fathom, igniting a desire within him to uncover the truth behind it all. That is wonderful. It is more than enough, Sakes replied with a beaming smile. At this sight, Baiye could not help but feel a sense of awe. Even in the original narrative, he had never witnessed such a smile on Sakes' face. Yet in these past 2 days, Sakes had smiled at him more than once. If this entire scenario were merely an elaborate illusion crafted by Sakes for his sake, then Baiye might reconsider his status as a time traveler, for Sakes' abilities surpassed his own. Though I wish to trust you, the memories we share are ultimately lost, and thus I cannot relinquish my identity as a hero. Baiye expressed his heartfelt truth to Sakes. That is understandable. I can empathize with you, just as you once understood me. Sakes replied gently. As long as you are here, that is sufficient. I believe that one day you will recall those memories, and I will do all I can to help restore them. For now, simply pursue what you desire. I have but one small request. I hope you will visit me often. I have awaited your return for far too long. Sakes' gaze was tender and filled with longing. I promise, Baiye nodded. Do you have anything else to attend to today? If not, would you stay and keep me company? Sakes suddenly invited. Baiye paused slightly surprised. Did this imply he wanted him to stay overnight? He glanced at his phone, which indicated it was nearly 6 in the evening. Yet there was no signal 1,500 meters underground. I might need to return for dinner, or would you care to join me for dinner? Baiye contactinvitit Sakes. That sounds good. I would love to see the Vice President Baiye's home. Sakes responded with enthusiasm. At that moment, Sakes finally removed his legs from Baiye's lap. She took the initiative to grasp Baiye's hand, suggesting they depart. The fluidity of her movements indicated that this was not their first encounter of such intimacy. The icy yet delicate touch of her slender hand sent a subtle tremor through Baiye's heart. Unconcerned about potential ridicule, he realized that this was, in fact, his first official hand-holding with a girl, excluding family and certain informal circumstances. Ding! The host has held hands with Sykes for the first time, earning a reward of 20 points. Baiye momentarily set aside the distractions swirling in his mind and reciprocated Sykes' grasp. With a single thought, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport home. However, upon their arrival, they found Saitama, Genos, and Fubuki seated in the living room. Saitama was there for a free dinner, Genos sought knowledge, and Fubuki was quietly enjoying some cookies. As Sykes and Fubuki's gazes met, both were momentarily taken aback. Time and space seemed to freeze in that instant, and the atmosphere was enveloped in an eerie silence. Chapter 57. The Sudden Confrontation. You have returned, Baiye. Thankfully, you arrived before 6. At that moment, Saitama, with his straightforward demeanor, addressed Baiye. Had Baiye been any later, Saitama would have prepared his own dinner. Didn't the teacher mention he was going to a perilous location for training? Why did he bring a woman back with him? Observing the woman beside Baiye, holding his hand, Genos inquired with a hint of confusion. Prior to Baiye's visit to the secret chamber of Sykes, he had concocted a flimsy excuse to prevent Genos from following him. After Baiye's concern and persuasion, Genos reluctantly agreed not to accompany him for training. However, at that moment, Baiye was oblivious to Saitama and Genos' remarks, as he immediately sensed trouble upon seeing Fubuki seated in his home. Sure enough, the next instant, both Sykes and Fubuki exploded with surprise. Fubuki, you are Vice President Sykes. In an instinctive reaction to their unexpected reunion, both Fubuki and Sykes addressed each other using the titles they once held in the Esper Research Association. Sykes was the first to recognize Fubuki. It took Fubuki a moment to grasp that the familiar yet slightly unfamiliar woman before her was indeed Sykes. After all, they had not seen each other in 5 years, and Fubuki had no knowledge of Sykes' whereabouts or activities during that time, making it impossible for her to anticipate Sykes' appearance alongside Baiye. Moreover, Sykes had undergone a remarkable transformation. Both in appearance and demeanor, she had evolved significantly since their school days. Back then, Sykes possessed an admirable figure and delicate features, but lacked an eye for fashion, often appearing somewhat unsophisticated with her black-rimmed glasses. Many anime portray girls who wear glasses and dress plainly as unrefined, only to transform into stunning beauties upon removing their spectacles. Now, however, Sykes sported elegant, wavy hair and had dispensed with her peculiar eye-themed hair accessory. Her physique refined and her aura transitioned from that of a naive schoolgirl to a poised and mature woman. Such a drastic change certainly accounted for Fubuki's initial inability to respond. Conversely, Sykes was aware that Fubuki was affiliated with the Hero Association and that Baiye had already met her. Although their encounter was sudden, Sykes reacted more swiftly than Fubuki. The moment she recognized Fubuki, an overwhelming aura emanated from Sykes, clearly intent on subduing Fubuki with her powers. Meanwhile, Saitama and Genos remained silently observing the unfolding drama, their expressions devoid of emotion, appearing indifferent to the situation. Saitama leisurely sipped his tea, enjoying the spectacle, while Genos, unable to partake in tea, held his cup, also watching intently. At this moment, the weight of the situation fell squarely upon Baiye. Wait a moment. Please refrain from causing a scene in someone else's home. Baiye interjected, interrupting the escalating tension between Sykes and Fubuki. Before the White Knight, Sykes unexpectedly exhibited compliance. Slowly lowering the hand he had just raised, his imposing aura dissipating in tandem. It was only then that Shueisha realized, her expression shifting to one of wariness as she regarded Sykes. Sykes, I never expected to encounter you here. Shueisha spoke in a low voice. Meeting Sykes again after years of estrangement, her gaze was imbued with a myriad of complex emotions. This is Baiye's home. Do you still intend to hinder me? Sykes' tone was laced with animosity. What do you mean by that? Shueisha momentarily failed to grasp the implication behind Sykes' words. You have set your sights on Baiye. Haven to you? When I was on the verge of surpassing you, you sealed my powers out of desperation. And now you intend to wield the same tactics against Baiye? Sykes' eyes bore an icy glare as he questioned her. No, no, no. I would never do such a thing to Baiye. Shueisha awkwardly refuted, her expression faltering. Then what are you doing here? Sykes pressed on. I merely came to have some fun. Shueisha explained, though the sincerity of her words seemed lacking. Given the circumstances, do you truly believe I would still trust you? Sykes clearly held no faith in Shueisha's explanation. But it is the truth. In Sykes' presence, Shueisha's aura had evidently diminished. Shueisha, I warn you, Baiye is mine. If you dare to lay a finger on him, I will not let you off lightly, and I will repay the old grievances in full. Sykes threatened Shueisha coldly. At this moment, Shueisha comprehended why Sykes had accused her of interference. It was all because of Baiye. Realizing this, her expression turned frigid. It is you who is the obstructor, former Vice President, Sykes of the Third Eye. Shueisha stated bluntly, Indeed, I am a self-serving individual, and thus I perceived you, a failed underling attempting to usurp my position as an adversary, and sealed your powers. For this reason alone, I shall not relinquish him. Shueisha unequivocally asserted her stance to Sykes. So, you truly intend to impede me? Sykes regarded Shueisha with a gaze filled with hatred. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to a freezing point, as if Shueisha and Sykes were on the brink of a violent confrontation. Why does it seem that this turmoil stems from a quarrel over affections? At that moment, Saitama, seated nearby, could not help but interject. Clearly, they are vying for the teacher's attention. Such is the allure of our instructor. Genos promptly produced a notebook, diligently jotting down notes, as if he believed that understanding the charm of Teacher Baiye and how to navigate this chaotic scene was worthy of study. It seems that being overly popular can indeed be a troublesome affair, Saitama remarked, in stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere shared by Saitama and Genos. The situation for Baiye, caught between Sykes and Fubuki, was fraught with tension. Unlike my days as a student, the present moment is laden with the weight of consequences. However, this is Baiye's home, and I am reluctant to resort to violence here, for I would unleash upon you a merciless, literal annihilation. Sykes stated coldly, I hope Baiye will make the decision. Will it be you, or will it be me? Fubuki felt an ominous premonition. Yet she could only nod in agreement. Very well, let it be, as you say. In that fleeting moment, both Sykes and Fubuki turned their gaze towards Baiye. Although feeling somewhat helpless in the middle, the choice before Baiye was surprisingly clear. After all, on one side lay a relationship built upon mutual trust and affection from the outset, while on the other side was an unwelcome confrontation right from the start. Chapter 58. Belonging to someone, let it be known in advance that I belong to myself and not to any of you. Without a hint of hesitation, Baiye declared, If I must choose, I would undoubtedly select Sykes. This decision required little contemplation on his part, for Sykes had left a far more favorable impression on Baiye than the likes of Fubuki. However, Sykes was not without her own troubles. Under the influence of the divine, she was intent on the annihilation of humanity. This outcome did not surprise Sykes in the least. A slight smirk graced her lips, revealing a sense of triumph. Fubuki, this time you have lost. Upon hearing this, Fubuki's expression dimmed significantly. Although she did not expect Baiye to choose her, she was taken aback by his complete lack of hesitation. Had Baiye known Sykes for some time, or was it due to her previous actions being excessively inappropriate? A flicker of disappointment danced in Fubuki's eyes, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of defeat. Then please leave, Fubuki. You are not welcome here, Sykes insisted, eager to usher Fubuki away. Wow, how terrifying, Saitama remarked, observing the confrontation between Fubuki and Sykes. Is it true that the teacher prefers that type of girl? Perhaps this is one of the secrets behind the teacher's formidable strength. Genos resumed writing diligently. Although Baiye wished to interject with a quip aimed at Genos, the situation between Sykes and Fubuki demanded his attention, rendering Genos's antics secondary. Sykes, when did you become acquainted with Baiye? What have you been doing during these 5 years of absence? Fubuki inquired before departing. At present, the world, including the entire Hero Association, remained largely unaware of the existence of the Monster Association, and thus no one knew that Sykes was its founder and leader. Not even the monsters associated with it. I met Baiye 5 years ago. Do you recall that I later established the Monster Research Society? Baiye serves as the vice president of that society. Sykes replied nonchalantly. As for what I have done over the last 5 years, I am under no obligation to divulge that information. Baiye was acquainted with Sykes at that time. Fubuki was taken aback. She had not realized that Baiye was a fellow student from her high school. Having severed ties with Sykes at that juncture, she had not pursued any further interest after Sykes founded the Monster Research Society. With merely the two of them in that organization, and Sykes having her powers sealed by Fubuki, it seemed incapable of stirring any significant commotion. Little did she know that another member of the Monster Research Society was indeed Baiye. Noticing Fubuki's astonished gaze upon him, Baiye maintained a stoic expression, appearing completely unconcerned. He had no memory of that time, and therefore offered no response to Fubuki's confusion. Thus, relinquish your intentions. Do not entertain thoughts of harming Baiye. As long as I am here, I shall ensure your schemes come to naught, Sykes warned Fubuki. Her perspective on Fubuki remains unchanged since 5 years ago. In her eyes, Fubuki fears being surpassed by her, thus sealing away her extraordinary powers. Consequently, she believes that Fubuki's current closeness to Baiye stems from the threat posed by Baiye's formidable strength, prompting Fubuki to devise schemes to undermine him. This indeed constitutes one of the primary motivations behind Fubuki's actions against Sykes. However, another significant reason is her staunch disapproval of Sykes' plan for the complete eradication of humanity. The absurdity lies in Fubuki's rationale. She feels there should be countless underprivileged failures beneath her feet, as this validates her position at the pinnacle of this world. It is fair to say that both of them harbor their own issues, yet it is undeniable that Fubuki's problems are far more pronounced. Given that Sykes is influenced by divine forces and does not intrinsically embody such traits. No, I had no intention of doing anything to Baiye, Fubuki explained. However, her justification fell on deaf ears in the presence of Sykes. Initially, Fubuki did seek to suppress the threat to her B-rank status that Baiye posed, but she has since recognized Baiye's prowess and is now solely focused on winning him over. Still attempting to argue your case? Perhaps you should leave before I am compelled to physically annihilate you. I do not wish to put Baiye in a difficult position, Sykes stated with an air of indifference. Left with no choice, Fubuki got up. Yet, she did not depart immediately. Instead, she adopted a pitiable demeanor. Noticing her gaze upon him, which resembled that of an abandoned puppy, Baiye felt a twinge of awkwardness. What are you looking at me for? Please, don't regard me with such eyes. What is this situation? Baiye couldn't help but inquire. I am hungry, Fubuki confessed candidly. Baiye was momentarily speechless. He had anticipated a more profound reason, only to find it was simply hunger. Indeed, it was already past 6 o'clock, dinner time, and Fubuki would require considerable time to return home from this desolate area by subway or car, leaving her famished. However, Baiye reflected that Sykes was likely the root cause of her distress. Although Fubuki's temperament remained abrasive, it had improved significantly since her student days. Deep down, she surely harbored regrets regarding Sykes' past actions, which likely explained her inability to stand firm against him earlier. Just as Baiye surmised, her hunger served merely as an excuse, or rather, just part of the reason. Her primary concern lay in her inability to let go of the events involving Sykes. After so many years, finally encountering Sykes again, she naturally did not wish to leave so easily, even at the risk of incurring his disdain and contempt. At that moment, Baiye approached Fubuki and whispered, "If you wish to have a proper conversation with Sykes, you may return another day. Right now, his animosity towards you is profound, and your words will bear no weight. Take that box of cookies on the table with you, and enjoy them on your way." Allowing Fubuki to depart is, in fact, an act of kindness towards her. At present, Sykes is utterly incapable of heeding Fubuki's words. Moreover, Fubuki is likely unaware of the vast disparity in strength that exists between her and Sykes. Should a confrontation arise between the two women, Fubuki would find herself in a dire predicament, necessitating intervention from Baiye. Thus, he has resolved to send Fubuki on her way. Very well. Fubuki lowered her head slightly, It appears there is no alternative at this juncture. Subsequently, Baiye retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Fubuki, clutching a box of cookies from which she had already consumed half, prepared to exit. Before leaving, she earnestly addressed Sykes, saying, "Vice President Sykes, I am aware that you harbor considerable discontent towards me, but I sincerely wish to engage in a meaningful conversation. I have nothing to discuss with you. Were it not for Baiye's influence, I would have long since been far less courteous," Sykes replied, offering Fubuki no semblance of kindness. Thereafter, Sykes, wishing to avoid further trivial discourse, followed Baiye into the kitchen. It was apparent to anyone that Baiye was already committed to someone. "Perhaps it would be best for you to relinquish your hopes." At that moment, Saitama, wearing a blissfully naive smile, delivered a heart-wrenching remark to Fubuki. Chapter 59. The mentor in Saitama's context. The phrase "having a beloved" pertains to romantic relationships, yet Fubuki interpreted it in terms of influence and power. Thus, with unwavering determination, she declared, "I shall not concede." She had never relinquished her aspiration to recruit Shiryu into the Fubuki group. Having uttered her resolve, Fubuki took her leave. However, Saitama was momentarily perplexed, pondering, isn't the current law one of monogamy? Indeed, but such legal constraints only apply to ordinary individuals, hence. Genos's explanation trailed off, as continuing would lead to an unwanted discussion about egg drop soup. Saitama scratched his head, unsure if he had comprehended Genos's words. On her way back, Fubuki munched on cookies from a box, her demeanor heavy with contemplation. The unexpected appearance of Sykes weighed on her mind. Moreover, from her recent conversation with Sykes, it appeared that Sykes had established some sort of organization, and Shiryu had already joined it. If that were the case, her endeavor to win Shiryu over would become even more arduous. Yet, regardless of the challenges, she remained resolute. Sykes' presence only intensified Fubuki's competitive spirit. Feeling guilt towards Sykes was one matter, while the desire not to be outdone by her was quite another. "Vice President Shiryu, allow me to assist as well," Sykes announced as she entered the kitchen. "Certainly," Shiryu replied with a warm nod. It had been 5 years since they last cooked together, back when they shared meals daily. Sykes, while chopping ingredients, reminisced, "It feels as if we were an old married couple." "An old married couple?" Shiryu retorted, incredulous. Sykes seemed unaware of any correlation between their daily cooking and the notion of being an old married couple. "Oh, it's nothing." Shiryu decided to remain silent, noting Sykes' remarkable innocence. After approximately 10 minutes, Shiryu and Sykes emerged from the kitchen, each bearing dishes. "Let us begin," they proclaimed. The trio performed their pre-meal rituals. The reason for there being only 3 participants was that Genos, who did not require sustenance, sat on the sofa, diligently scribbling away at something. Shiryu found herself curious about whether Genos' notebook contained a plethora of entries such as food must be edible, beauties must be beautiful, and computers must be charged. The dishes prepared by Vice President Shiryu are still as delectable as ever, Sykes remarked, her expression radiating joy. "Indeed, I find myself disinclined to cook for myself now." Saitama concurred. "Thank you for the compliment," Shiryu replied with a gentle smile. Once the 3 had indulged in a satisfying meal, Saitama assisted Shiryu in clearing the table and prepared to return to his gaming pursuits. "Genos, aren't you going to rest?" Shiryu inquired of Genos at that moment. "I wish to observe and document the teachings of our master further," said Genos. "However, I have engagements to attend to this evening," Baiye explained. "Oh." Genos nodded thoughtfully. He glanced at Sykes beside Baiye, then back at Baiye, and once more at Sykes. With an expressionless demeanor, Genos uttered a significant remark. "Rest assured, Master, I shall safeguard your abode tonight." His resting quarters were adjacent to Baiye's, allowing him to perceive any disturbances in the vicinity. Even if the Master did not return home tonight, there was no need to worry about thieves. It was evident that Genos had tacitly acknowledged that Baiye would not be returning home this evening. "Hey, what do you mean by that? It sounds as if you're implying I won TB back tonight." Baiye detected the subtlety in Genos' words. "Isn't that the case?" Genos pondered, unsure if he had misjudged. "Well, I suppose I indeed may not return tonight." Baiye found it difficult to deny. "Therefore, you need not worry, Master. Should any intruder dare to appear, I shall reduce them to ashes, Genos assured. Baiye realized further explanations would be futile and chose to remain silent. Throughout the exchange between Baiye and Genos, Sykes displayed no reaction, oblivious to the underlying significance. I shall take my leave now and not disturb master and mistress, Genos remarked, even altering his address towards Sykes, who remained perplexed. Mistress? Who was he referring to? Sykes failed to grasp the implication. At that moment, Baiye smiled awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for words. After some contemplation, Sykes recalled that Genos had indeed referred to Baiye as master on multiple occasions, leading her to wonder. Could he be referring to me? It dawned on Sykes that she was likely the mistress in question. Indeed, we have led him to this misunderstanding. I shall clarify it with him later, Baiye stated. He did not perceive Sykes as someone particularly invested in romantic matters, given her relentless pursuit of strength and status, which rivaled even that of Fubuki. Prior to the influence of the divine, Sykes revered Fubuki largely due to her superior abilities and shared ambition of standing atop the world. Absent divine interference, it was nearly impossible for Sykes and Fubuki to diverge in their paths. There is no need for explanation. It poses no detriment. Sykes replied with a shake of her head. Is that so? Well then, Baiye expressed mild surprise. Let's return. At that moment, Sykes took Baiye's hand, and he activated his ability, transporting them back to Sykes's secret hideaway. I truly did not anticipate encountering Fubuki again so soon. Though her transformation is quite remarkable, I nearly failed to recognize her, Sykes suddenly remarked. In truth, your transformation is far more profound. Baiye yearned to express his grievances, yet refrained from doing so. While he professed that he would not persecute Vice President Baiye, deep down, he surely harbored resentment for having disrupted her plans. Sykes once again cautioned Baiye, advising Vice President Baiye, do not be deceived by her. The more beautiful a woman, the more likely she is to deceive. Yet, are you not beautiful as well? At this, Baiye could no longer suppress his retort. Chapter 60. The meteor catastrophe. Upon hearing Baiye's words, Sykes was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, a faint blush involuntarily crept onto her cheeks. No, I have never deceived you, Sykes murmured softly. Indeed, I believe you would not mislead me, Baiye affirmed with a nod. In any case, Vice President Baiye should not easily place her trust in that woman. Sykes reiterated emphatically. I understand. By the way, what do you plan to do tonight? Baiye swiftly shifted the subject. Well, of course. As she spoke, Sykes retrieved several books from the shelf behind her. Unfortunately, Vice President Baiye, you seem to have forgotten that we used to study books on superpowers together every day. Sykes reminisced. Baiye cast a keen glance over the books on the shelf, confirming that nearly all were indeed related to superpowers. Sykes' third eye had been comprehended from an ancient tome titled The Third Eye. He felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had not misinterpreted the situation, which would have led to an embarrassing predicament. Thus, Baiye accompanied Sykes in reading until late into the night. It's quite late now. We should wrap up here, Baiye remarked, noting that it was nearly 10 p.m. Sykes replied, closing the book she had been reading. Shall I take my leave and rest? Baiye suggested. Wait, Sykes suddenly called out to Baiye. I hope you can stay with me tonight. Very well. Baiye consented, though devoid of any ulterior motives, as he understood that Sykes likely saw companionship rather than anything else. Are you certain you want me to sleep here tonight? Baiye queried, glancing at the single bed, which was rather small. Did she truly expect him to sleep on the couch? If so, he might as well return home. Well, we can share a pillow, Sykes responded nonchalantly. Subsequently, Baiye and Sykes lay down on the same pillow, as there was only one available on the bed. Ding! The host shares a bed with Sykes, earning a reward, 40 points. At that moment, Baiye heard the system notification in his mind. Coincidentally, Sykes, who had been resting on the pillow, shifted her head to Baiye's chest. Sorry. Vice President Baiye, may I indulge a little? Sykes whispered. Baiye naturally did not refuse. At that moment, Sykes removed her glasses, the very essence of her identity, which she only took off while sleeping. A night passed without incident. While nothing of significance occurred, Baiye himself faced some discomfort, due to the bed's narrowness and Sykes' somewhat restless sleeping posture. Baiye found it quite challenging to rest peacefully. As dawn broke, it became evident that Sykes, not only had one leg draped over Baiye's thigh, but also embraced him with both arms. The softness against Baiye's side was unmistakable, as Sykes' head rested snugly upon his chest. It was at that moment that the nature of Baiye's night became clear, a night of torment. Nevertheless, Baiye's composure remained intact. Aside from slight disturbance in his slumber, he had committed no errors. Now awake, Baiye found Sykes still lost in dreams. He patiently awaited her awakening, reluctant to stir and risk disturbing her rest. Fortunately, it was only a matter of minutes before Sykes roused, her sudden awareness of another's presence eliciting a moment of disorientation. After all, she had long been accustomed to solitude in this space. "Good morning, Vice President Baiye." She greeted softly, rubbing her eyes. "Good morning," Baiye replied, relieved as Sykes loosened her hold, allowing him to move. It appeared that Sykes was oblivious to her actions from the previous night, or perhaps she simply did not mind. She naturally and calmly released him. "Wait a moment. I will prepare breakfast," he announced, and with that, he vanished in an instant. 10 minutes later, he returned, bearing 2 breakfast servings. Clearly, he had made a swift trip home to wash up and personally prepare the meal. He placed the breakfast, consisting of a sandwich, 2 poached eggs, and a glass of milk, on the table for a shared morning repast. "Thank you," Sykes beamed with delight. "I should be heading back soon." Geno's received an urgent call from the Hero Association regarding a crucial matter. Baiye informed her as they finished their meal. "Geno's, is it the robot who calls me madam?" Sykes inquired. "Well, he is a cyborg, not exactly a robot," Baiye corrected her. "What is this important matter?" Sykes pressed on, adding, "Though if it pertains to the secrets of the Hero Association, I shall refrain from asking. It is not a secret, unless there are unforeseen developments. A meteorite is expected to strike Z City, with the potential to devastate not only the city, but also the surrounding areas. Evacuation alerts have already been issued. Baiye jandidli a planet. While it may be beneficial for me to see a significant portion of the intelligent species obliterated as a hero, you certainly cannot stand idly by in the face of such a calamity, correct?" Sykes inquired softly, despite her awareness that Baiye would undoubtedly protect those she despised. She remained emotionally composed, understanding him. "Indeed, I will prevent the meteorite from descending," Baiye declared resolutely. If he could adeptly navigate this impending catastrophe, he would surely ascend to the ranks of an S-class hero. Although the original work depicts Saitama preventing the meteorite disaster, he merely shattered the meteor, resulting in numerous fragments that still wreaked havoc upon City Z. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Furthermore, the Hero Association attributed the majority of the credit to Metal Knight, Boros, and Genos. Consequently, Saitama's rank only ascended from C-Class 342nd to C-Class 5th. Had it not been for Genos' assertion that a perfect prevention of the meteorite disaster, with sole credit, would have propelled him to S-Class 5th, the situation would have been different. It is important to note that while the meteorite disaster is classified as a dragon-level threat, it is not of the ordinary kind. Typically, dragon-level threats may potentially lead to the destruction of several cities, implying a possibility of mitigation. However, once a meteorite strikes the ground, redemption is impossible, and the entire City Z, along with several neighboring cities, would inevitably face obliteration. This is the fundamental distinction. "I support you," Sykes expressed her stance with remarkable clarity. Reflecting on the Hero Association's tendencies, she mused that a mere A-class rank of 5th would likely not allow her to eclipse the achievements of S-class heroes. She was well aware of her adversaries. Indeed, Baiye nodded slightly. This was the aspect that troubled him. Genos and Bang would be tasked by the Hero Association to intervene, and Metal Knight, Boros, would undoubtedly arrive to assess the situation, ensuring that the bulk of the credit would not fall to him, as the Hero Association's recognition of merit is notoriously subjective and irrefutable. In the original narrative, Saitama's feat of shattering the meteorite was largely divided between Genos and Boros, and even Genos' protests to the Hero Association proved futile. "Rest assured, I will assist you in resolving this matter," Sykes said, the corners of her lips curling into a confident smile, as if she had already devised a meticulous plan. "I will always stand by your side, unwavering, until your memories are restored." Chapter 61. How to Prevent a Meteorite Upon Returning Home. Baiye found himself somewhat moved by Sykes' earlier words. He was curious about the methods Sykes would employ to assist him. Regardless of the approach, the mere thoughtfulness displayed by Sykes was enough to touch Baiye's heart. Is Genos not yet at the Hero Association? Baiye suddenly noticed Genos still seated in the living room, prompting his inquiry. Just moments prior, the Hero Association had contacted Genos, leading Baiye to assume he had already departed. Yes, Mr. Saitama also received a call from the Hero Association, but he hasn't finished his chores yet. So I decided to wait for him, Genos explained. As Saitama was now an S-class hero, he was naturally invited as well. Genos continued, by the way, the Hero Association also mentioned that if possible, they would like you to join us too. Have they included me as well? Baiye expressed mild surprise, though it seemed reasonable. After all, in light of the impending meteor crisis, the Hero Association had notified all S-class heroes. Yet only Genos and Bang had shown willingness to reach the Z-City branch. The other S-class heroes were either too far away, preoccupied with other matters, or simply disinterested in the hassle. Furthermore, Genos had been persuaded to come without prior knowledge of the meteor disaster. Nevertheless, even had he known, Genos' character would have compelled him to engage rather than stand idly by. Ultimately, the personnel available to address the catastrophe were severely lacking, which likely explained why they had called upon him, an A-class hero ranked 5th, to bolster their numbers. All right, I shall inquire how much longer Mr. Saitama will take, Baiye stated as he exited the room. Approaching Saitama's door, he gently knocked and asked, Mr. Saitama, how much longer do you need? It seems it won't be quick. My washing machine appears to be malfunctioning, came Saitama's anxious reply, his tone betraying his frustration. Well then, shall Genos and I proceed to the Hero Association in the meantime? Baiye suggested. Go ahead. If it's something of great importance, you can inform me later. Of course, if you can resolve it, that would be even better, Saitama responded. Understood. Subsequently, Baiye and Genos made their way to the Hero Association. I shall take you there directly, Baiye declared, placing a hand on Genos' shoulder and utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to transport them to the Hero Association. Although it was not Genos' first experience witnessing his mentor wield such extraordinary powers, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of astonishment. Moments later, Genos sensed something amiss. They stood at the entrance of the Hero Association, yet his biological sensing device detected only a single life form. Could it be that the Hero Association had come under attack? Teacher, something seems off here. Genos promptly alerted. There's no need for concern. We shall ascertain the situation upon entering, Baiye replied, his expression calm. As they entered the Hero Association, they immediately encountered Bang. Ah, it has been a while, White Knight, Bang greeted with familiarity. His gaze then shifted to Genos, who stood beside White Knight. You must be Genos. I am Bang. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Genos, he replied with a nod, fully aware that the elderly man before him was the esteemed S-class rank 3 hero, Bang. It appeared that this individual was also acquainted with his teacher. Has the Hero Association summoned us for a specific reason? What is transpiring here? Genos inquired without delay. It seems you are yet unaware, Bang explained gravely. This division is deserted. Everyone has taken refuge. It appears that only you and I have responded to the summons, alongside the A-class rank 5 hero, White Knight. However, even the 3 of us may not suffice to confront this crisis. What crisis are you referring to? Why have those individuals sought refuge? Genos pressed further. Generally, the Hero Association convenes in times of insurmountable challenges, yet this occasion presents a crisis that is utterly unmanageable, Bang stated solemnly. The task imposed upon us is to prevent the descent of a colossal meteorite, classified as a dragon-level disaster. In the entire history of the association, no situation has been more dire. In half an hour, that meteorite will strike Z-City, leading to its annihilation and affecting several neighboring cities as well. Of course, if any hero can avert this meteorite disaster, the association's standing will undoubtedly elevate dramatically, accompanied by a surge in investments and donations from various sectors, which the association greatly values. As Bang articulated, should a hero succeed in thwarting the meteorite, the accolades would translate into enhanced status and financial gain for the association. By aiding the association's growth, your rank will naturally ascend. Yet, I must regretfully inform you that the three of us cannot manage this calamity. You should hasten to take those dear to you to safety. Despite the magnitude of the impending disaster, Bang's demeanor remained remarkably composed. A meteorite. Genos finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Were the citizens aware? The association had predicted the meteorite's impact on Z-City half an hour ago. They should have issued evacuation alerts. With a playful chuckle, Bang added, "It's time for panic to ensue." "And you? Aren't you going to seek refuge?" "What do you mean? You should address me as Mr. Bang," he replied. "I cannot abandon this sacred dojo that has been passed down through generations. So I must remain here." He then assumed a stance for the flowing rock-shattering fist. However, Genos paid no heed to it. He turned to White Knight and said, "Teacher, let us leave." Ahem. Bongu felt a moment of embarrassment and lightly cleared his throat. "Surely, you do not intend to thwart that meteorite, do you? It would be prudent to leave Z-City while there is still time." "Fear not. I possess a means to address that meteorite," Baiye calmly stated. "Oh." Observing Baiye's unwavering confidence, Bongu's interest was instantly piqued. Chapter 62. The Indeterminate Completion Body, Susanoo in the subterranean depths of Z-City. Within the lair of the Monster Association, a peculiar individual approached the chamber of the Great Eye. "Lord Great Eye, what summons me?" A monster entered the room. In half an hour, a meteor would plummet towards Z-City. The Hero Association, currently undermanned, was likely to dispatch a few heroes to thwart the meteor's descent. This presented a golden opportunity for a potential cataclysm in Z-City. We must not let this chance slip away. Sykes, commanding through the Great Eye, issued orders to prepare the Centipede Elder. Its sole task would be to impede any heroes attempting to avert the meteor's fall, but must not engage in prolonged combat. Understood. The monster promptly departed to inform the Centipede Elder. 30 minutes before the meteor's impact, a peculiar glimmer became visible in the sky. "Mom, look! A star!" A little girl pointed upward. Her mother, puzzled, wondered why such a large star was visible in broad daylight. As seconds ticked by, the star grew increasingly larger. Emergency evacuation alert. Disaster level, Dragon class. A colossal meteor will descend in 21 minutes. Experts predict the utter annihilation of Z-City. Please evacuate immediately. The broadcast was so dire that it did not even advise people to seek refuge in the shelters of Z-City. For even the most lavishly constructed sanctuaries could not withstand the aftermath of a meteor strike. People had begun to flee Z-City. Yet the streets were choked with throngs of panicked citizens and gridlocked vehicles, creating an impassable snarl. On foot, escape was futile, while cars remained immobilized in the jam. Many families burdened with their loved ones. In such dire circumstances, hope for survival had all but evaporated. Despair settled over the crowd as many gazed up at the approaching meteor. "It's over. We're all. Is there no one to save us? Where are the heroes? Don't be foolish. They have likely long since fled to safety, abandoning us to our fate." Every street in Z-City was nearly impassable. From the rooftops, Genos observed the despondent faces of the populace, their will to live extinguished. With meticulous calculations, Genos determined the meteor's precise landing site. Little did he anticipate that he would need to deploy this prototype here. Upon reaching the rooftop near the impact zone, Genos pressed a button on the briefcase he held. The case emitted a beep, revealing the arms mode, and promptly opened. 2 mechanical arms shot forth, which Genos swiftly donned. Even more astonishing, the arms extended and enveloped the sides of his face. The budget warrior Genos made his grand reappearance. "Now, my incineration cannon can unleash its full power. Yet I remain uncertain about whether it can withstand the impending threat." Genos gazed upwards at the falling meteorite, a sense of doubt lingering within him. Although his mentor claimed to possess a solution, he felt it unwise to rely solely on the teacher. He must also devise a means to intervene, for should any misfortune befall his mentor, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, Genos suddenly sensed an approaching presence. A colossal robot soared through the distance. Equipped with 4 cannons on its back, Genos swiftly positioned himself behind the machine. "You are Boros, are you not?" He had indeed heard of the S-Class Rank 6, the Metal Knight Boros. Yet he had not anticipated Boros would arrive to address the meteorite crisis. "Are you the new S-class hero, Genos? Have you come to thwart the meteorite?" Boros inquired. "Indeed," Genos affirmed, nodding. "Boros, let's combine our efforts to halt the meteorite." However, without a moment's hesitation, Boros replied, "I refuse." "Why?" Genos questioned, taken aback. "I am merely here to test a new weapon, and the meteorite serves as an ideal target for my experiments," Boros elucidated. "Experiment? This is hardly the time for such endeavors. If we do not stop the meteorite, you too will perish. Fear not, I shall not meet my demise. What stands before you is merely a robot under my remote control. Regrettably, I do not jest with my life, but you should be concerned for your own," Boros stated candidly. "Furthermore, when addressing me, please refer to me as Metal Knight, as one ought to address a hero by their code name rather than their true name." With that, Boros turned his attention back to the meteorite, preparing to launch his new missile. Just as he was about to initiate the attack, the ground trembled violently. This peculiar and intense commotion startled both Genos and Boros. In the next moment, a massive creature erupted from the earth. Upon closer inspection, it was a gargantuan centipede, its size extraordinarily imposing, coiling around itself with a length spanning several city blocks. The head of the giant centipede bore the visage of an elderly man, his features shrouded in thick skin. It was the dragon-level monster, Elder Centipede, one of the most formidable among its kind. What is happening? A monster? The appearance of Elder Centipede sent Genos into a state of panic. The impending meteorite disaster had already been a source of great distress, and now, at this critical moment, a creature of such colossal magnitude had emerged. This is disastrous. The experiment cannot proceed smoothly now. As the enormous centipede lunged towards him, Boros clicked his tongue in annoyance. "You could just as well test your weapons on that creature, could you not?" Genos suggested promptly. "True." Boros shifted his focus, aiming the cannons on his back at Elder Centipede. A multitude of missiles was launched almost simultaneously. While Borfei engaged the Centipede Elder, Genos focused on addressing the impending meteorite. He intended to maximize the output of his incineration cannon to diminish the meteor's impact as much as possible. Given the absence of urgency, Genos refrained from extracting the core for power, opting instead to test the cannon's maximum capacity under normal conditions. However, to Genos' astonishment, the Centipede Elder appeared to disregard Borfei's missiles, or rather, its defensive shell was so formidable that it remained unscathed. What? With the Centipede Elder about to strike, Genos was compelled to change his target. This unexpectedly formidable creature was far more powerful than he had anticipated. "Master, the meteorite rests solely in your hands." Reluctantly, Genos aimed the incineration cannon at the Centipede Elder. Boom! Meanwhile, Baiye and Bangu had also arrived at the rooftop. Upon witnessing the Centipede Elder's appearance, Baiye immediately comprehended the strategy proposed by Sykes. "It seems to be a remarkably powerful monster. I shall assist them in confronting that colossal centipede. You mentioned having a plan for the meteorite, correct? The task is now entrusted to you." Bangu remarked, hands clasped behind his back, addressing Baiye. "Very well." As his words fell, Baiye unleashed the power of Susanoo, pushing it to its utmost limits. In an instant, Susanoo's form expanded rapidly, causing the building to collapse around it. With a thunderous roar, a colossal azure giant emerged from the swirling dust. At that moment, Susanoo surpassed 100 meters. Resembling a great Buddha seated in a meditative pose, its hands forming a seal, with its manifested spiritual energy burning like a fierce flame. This was the incomplete yet fully realized form. Chapter 63. The complete Susanoo strikes the meteor ding. The host has exchanged for Constitution 250, deducting points 250. Current remaining points, 100. Ding. The host has exchanged for Hashirama Cells 10, deducting points 100. Current remaining points, 0. Constitution 250, Hashirama Cells 10. Constitution 838, Hashirama Cells 30. In order to withstand the terrifying consumption of the complete Susanoo, Baiye immediately expended all the points he had accumulated. Now possessing the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he certainly had enough ocular power to manifest the complete Susanoo. Yet the strength of his body, including mental fortitude, remained uncertain. Thus, he temporarily needed to maximize both his constitution and Hashirama's cells. The tremendous noise generated by the collapsing building promptly diverted the attention of Genos, Boros, and Bang. That was the master's ability, although it differed significantly from the Susanoo they had witnessed before in the House of Evolution. Genos quickly recognized that this was indeed the master's power. Oh! Bang was equally astonished. That building was precisely where he and Baiye had been moments ago, implying that it had been conjured by Baiye. Was that also a monster? No. There were only human life signs present. Boros, controlling his robotic apparatus, detected that only human life forms were present in that vicinity. Although being distracted during combat could prove fatal, fortunately, their adversary, the Centipede Elder, was also captivated by the commotion of the collapsing building. Just moments ago, Genos had unleashed his maximum power incineration cannon. Yet the colossal size and formidable defenses of the Centipede Elder rendered it largely ineffective. Even with the addition of S-Class Rank 3 Bang to the fray, they could only hold the Centipede Elder at bay. His special attack, the Flowing Rock Smash Fist, was specifically designed to counter humanoid creatures. Having been powerful enough to annihilate the Ugly President and Gums, two dragon-level monsters in the one version. However, it proved ineffectual against the non-human entities like the Centipede Elder and the Meteor. Thus, the Centipede Elder remained unfazed, taking the opportunity to observe the situation near the building. What is that thing? Is it a hero or a monster? It seems a hero is battling a monster. How infuriating. Even at this critical moment. They're monsters causing chaos, and that meteor is about to fall. We are doomed. We will be crushed beyond recognition. Even the emergence of the Susanoo failed to instill hope in the people on the streets, for they could not discern whether this Susanoo was a hero or a monster. As the meteor loomed, set to descend in less than half a minute, despair engulfed everyone, leading them to believe their demise was imminent. At that moment, Baiye's complete Susanoo reached its final form. The ultimate manifestation was a towering, 200-meter-tall, complete Susanoo, also referred to as the War God form. It bore a pair of immense wings upon its back and wielded a katana, ready to soar into the heavens. At this moment, the White Knight was positioned on the forehead of the Susanoo, and it immediately propelled the colossal Susanoo towards the meteorite. The immense figure charged directly at the celestial object, and only then did the crowd below realize that the seemingly monstrous presence was there to save them. In that instant, the world seemed to mute, as nearly everyone instinctively held their breath, gazing upward to see if the azure giant could thwart the meteorite. The Elder Centipede suddenly recognized the perilous situation, for it had received orders to obstruct any heroes attempting to prevent the meteorite's descent. Thus, it too had to intercept the giant heading for the meteorite. However, its speed could not match the full force Susanoo. Sykes understood White Knight's prowess and was aware that the Elder Centipede posed no threat to him. Yet, the Elder Centipede was a foe that only the most elite heroes, such as Bomb and King, could contend with, which was why it had been dispatched to execute this plan. We cannot allow it to hinder our teacher. Genos was the first to react, urgently calling out to Boros and Bang. In a fit of determination, he swiftly extracted the core from his chest, the source of his energy, intending to channel all its power into his incineration cannon to halt the Elder Centipede. Ugh! Genos unleashed his full firepower. This strike from the incineration cannon finally inflicted a noticeable impact on the Elder Centipede. Although it was insufficient to slay the creature, it at least succeeded in halting its assault on their teacher. Boros had initially wished to avoid such conflict, having come solely to test his new weapon. However, witnessing Genos's fervent battle, he felt compelled to join the fray. He had numerous weapons equipped on his robot and decided to unleash them all upon the Elder Centipede. Only Bang felt utterly powerless. His martial arts were ineffective against a creature of such size, akin to mere scratches. Nevertheless, he steeled himself to assist. Meanwhile, the White Knight's Susanoo was now perilously close to the meteorite. He commanded the Susanoo to draw its blade and deliver a decisive strike. Despite the meteorite's terrifying force, the Susanoo's offensive and defensive capabilities had reached their zenith, resulting in a pure clash of might. Crucially, White Knight had imbued the blade with the power of his Eye of God. No matter the meteorite's strength, any tangible object confronted by this divine power would be as fragile as thin paper. In the blink of an eye, the entire meteorite was cleaved into two perfectly intact halves, with not a single fragment scattering. Furthermore, the Susanoo had absorbed the majority of the meteorite's impact. Divine might. White Knight immediately utilized his right eye to forcibly draw the two halves of the meteorite into the realm of his divine might. As long as the power of his gaze and mental fortitude were sufficiently formidable, theoretically, the Eye of God could absorb objects of infinite volume, albeit at a greater cost for larger masses. Astonishingly, the two halves of the meteorite were drawn into White Knight's right eye, swiftly vanishing from existence. The reason Baiye refrains from employing the Flying Thunder God technique is that, even if he were to relocate the meteorite to another location, it would inevitably collide with the ground. He has never ventured to a desolate area far removed from any city, and he is uncertain whether such a place even exists. In his view, only the current method can flawlessly mitigate all the repercussions brought about by the meteorite. After all, the Kamui space is entirely isolated from the reality of the world. Ding! The host has successfully resolved the catastrophic dragon-level meteorite crisis, earning a reward of 200 points. Chapter 64. Ascending to the 5th rank of S-Class when Susanoo cleaved the meteorite with a single stroke. The breath of all present was momentarily suspended. Following that, the severed meteorite astonishingly vanished. What had just transpired? Why did the meteorite suddenly disappear? It seemed as though it was absorbed by that colossal figure after being cut. Truly remarkable. Does this mean we have been saved? Surely. It must be the work of a hero. But which hero is this? I have never encountered such a figure before. In that moment, as everyone regained their composure, expressions of sheer astonishment adorned their faces. The teacher, he succeeded. At that instant, due to the near depletion of Genos's core energy, he collapsed weakly to the ground. With his remaining strength, he strained to lift his gaze toward the sky, where he beheld his teacher successfully dispelling the meteorite, prompting a sigh of relief from him. It vanished outright. Bangu gazed up in disbelief. Meanwhile, Borfei maneuvered his robot away. Witnessing the failure of their plan, the Centipede Elder recalled the emphasis placed on not engaging in prolonged battle. It promptly retreated underground. The presence of that azure giant in the sky instilled a profound sense of crisis within it. At that moment, Bangu and Genos were too preoccupied to concern themselves with the Centipede Elder. Subsequently, Baiye descended from the heavens, dispelling Susanoo. He landed gently beside Genos. Genos, you worked hard. He had just witnessed Genos utilizing his core energy to thwart the Centipede Elder. Although, even without interference, the Centipede Elder would not have been able to catch up given its speed. It's all right. Successfully averting the meteorite's descent is what matters. Genos's core still retained a vestige of energy to sustain his systems. However, even if the energy within the core were entirely expended, Genos would not meet his demise. It would merely signify a depletion of power. As long as the energy in his core is replenished, akin to recharging, he would be fine. Meanwhile, a bald man clad in a superhero cloak strode onto the street, observing the clear and tranquil sky, along with the people around him expressing relief for their survival. He suddenly realized that it seemed he was no longer needed. I seem to have arrived late again, but as long as the matter is resolved, that suffices. Saitama mused to himself. After all, he had often failed to arrive in time, as he typically traveled on foot to the locations of monster appearances. In the aftermath, Baiye's ranking was elevated. The resolution of the meteorite crisis witnessed by countless witnesses, coupled with Genos, Bangu, and Borfei engaged in fierce combat with the Centipede Elder, compelled the Hero Association to attribute the lion's share of the credit to Baiye. This was not only an unprecedented dragon-level disaster, but also an event that garnered immense prestige, status, investments, and donations for the Hero Association. Consequently, Baiye surged from the 5th position in A-Class to the 5th position in S-Class. Genos, Bang, and Povey successfully thwarted the dragon-level monster, Elder Centipede. Initially ranked 18th, Genos fell to 19th place after the ascension of Silver Fong to 5th in the S-Class, but his valor in stopping Elder Centipede restored him to 18th. As for Bang and Povey, Their already lofty rankings did not change, with Povey even dropping from 6th to 7th due to Silver Fong's rise. The rapid elevation of Silver Fong naturally attracted the attention of the A-class's top hero, Sweet Mask. Having proven his strength by averting the meteor crisis, Silver Fong's prowess is beyond doubt, meriting his status as an S-class hero. However, Sweet Mask places equal importance on a hero's character. In his eyes, both strength and virtue are essential, and a hero of poor character does not deserve to be in the S-class. Of course, with Silver Fong now an S-class hero, Sweet Mask's influence over him has waned, and he merely observes him out of habit. Ding! The host has been promoted to S-class hero, earning a reward, 100 points, and an Outer Path Golem. Note, after entering the top 5 of the S-class, the host will continue to receive point rewards for each ranking increase. An Outer Path Golem. Silver Fong was taken aback. Is it not necessary to possess the Rinnegan to summon an Outer Path Golem? It appears the system has once again modified the rules. Ding! This is a system reward. All rights to explanation belong to the system. The host can control the Outer Path Golem without the Rinnegan, and the summoned Golem has no time limitations. At this moment, the system provided Silver Fong with clarification. As expected, it was yet another modified version provided by the system. This is undoubtedly a boon. If the Outer Path Golem had various restrictions, it would hardly suffice in the world of One Punch Man, where its offensive capabilities might be relatively weak, but it possesses an almost indestructible vitality. Silver Fong then returned to Psyche's secret lair. How'd it go? I have heard from Elder Centipede that you successfully prevented the meteor's fall. Psyche expressed concern for Silver Fong's situation. I have ascended to 5th in the S-class. Thank you. Psyche. Silver Fong expressed his gratitude. Even though he could not endorse Psyche's plan for the extermination of humanity, he was nonetheless moved by Psyche's actions. Without Psyche's sending Elder Centipede, his ascent to the 5th rank in the S-class would have been far less smooth, if even possible. Without a significant achievement, his path to promotion would undoubtedly face numerous obstacles. The 2nd to 4th ranks in A-class, comprising the 3 disciples of Atomic Samurai, were firmly held by Sweet Mask, not to mention his own lack of power and influence. 5th in the S-class? That seems somewhat acceptable. Although Psyche still believes that Silver Fong should be ranked 1st in the Hero Association, this is certainly a substantial improvement over his previous position as 5th in A-class. Furthermore, there is no need for thanks between us. Such formalities are unnecessary, given our relationship. Psyche smiled and said, although I would prefer you to become the king of our society of oddities, it will be prudent not to rush things until your memories are restored. Chapter 65. Sonic Speed. Hey, Baiye. I heard you previously prevented a meteor from striking City Z and even made it vanish entirely. Is that true? Baiye was sipping tea in the living room while perusing his phone when a message popped up. Unsurprisingly, it was from Lily. He opened the message and casually replied, "What? Do you think it's a lie? How did you manage that? I heard from Fubuki that you possess superpowers. It must have been through your abilities, right?" "Indeed, that is correct." Baiye initially intended to respond with a mere yes, but reconsidered, feeling it might come off as impolite, so he elaborated a bit more. Lately, he had noticed that Lily had been messaging him more frequently, and most of their conversations revolved around mundane daily occurrences, creating a sense of eagerness to engage in dialogue. By the way, do you not have any friends? What do you mean by that? It was evident that Lily was taken aback by his question. I mean it literally. Rather than chatting with me, an outsider, wouldn't it be better to converse with your friends nearby? Baiye was merely curious. To Lily, he was merely an outsider. It seemed unusual to be so chatty with someone she barely knew. Typically, Lily would respond instantly, but this time, there was a delay of 2 or 3 minutes before her reply. How could you consider yourself an outsider? You're already part of our Fubuki group. Although you may refuse to accept it, Fubuki intends to have you join us, no matter what. Baiye responded with an ellipsis and then set his phone down. He was aware that once Fubuki became involved, there was little he could do to escape, so he thought it best to let things unfold as they may. It was another day of special discounts. Perhaps they would go grocery shopping together? At that moment, a bald head suddenly poked through the open window beside Baiye's door. All right, Baiye nodded. He occasionally accompanied Saitama on shopping trips for ingredients. With his phone in hand, he stepped out alongside Saitama. As they walked down the deserted street, Saitama noticed that Baiye's phone had vibrated multiple times. He couldn't help but ask, Baiye, did you receive a call or a message? Nothing significant. Baiye replied casually. He then opened his phone to switch it to silent mode, having forgotten to do so after previously turning it off. However, while adjusting the settings, he noticed a flurry of messages from Lily, filled with various emojis and some rather trivial content. Baiye didn't appear annoyed. He understood that girls of Lily's age often communicated in such a manner. At present, Lily was either a middle school or high school student. Seeing that Lily had sent multiple messages, Baiye decided to respond. I'm not shopping for ingredients with a friend. I'll chat later. You actually have a friend? Lily replied, attaching a perplexed emoji. Why wouldn't he? I have friends. Baiye retorted. I had always assumed that you were a solitary individual without any friends. While this notion may not be entirely unfounded, it turns out you do have a few acquaintances. Baiye was somewhat taken aback. Lily's understanding of him surpassed his expectations. He was indeed not one to revel in social interactions, particularly those he deemed superfluous. To him, what constituted superfluous socializing was defined by his own standards. For instance, the influence of the Vest Legion within the Hero Association was considerable, yet he forced himself to mingle with its members. Furthermore, despite knowing Tornado's temperament, he still sought her company, which he regarded as another example of pointless socializing. Conversely, his interactions with Saitama, Genos, and Bang were genuine and organic, devoid of any pretense. This distinction was significant. At that moment, Baiye suddenly had a realization and posed a question to Lily. Surely you must have at least one friend? Lily fell silent once more, seemingly taken aback by his insight. Baiye began to ponder. Wasn't the Blizzard group a sizable collective? As a member of that group, surely she must have some camaraderie with others? Or was it possible that her definition of friendship deviated from the norm? What's it to you? You're quite bothersome, Lily retorted. Baiye had initially intended to inquire if there was no one in the Blizzard group with whom she shared a close bond. But he deleted the message before sending it, wary of broaching the subject of the group. Nothing much, just a tad curious, he replied before shutting off his phone. The silent mode was already activated, and he tucked it away in his pocket, ensuring it would not vibrate unnecessarily. Indeed, someone must be messaging you. You seem rather popular. Chatting with someone every day. Are they fans? Saitama casually inquired as they walked side by side. Not fans, merely a fellow professional hero I knew previously, Baiye clarified. Oh, so not fans, but colleagues. By the way, have you activated any features on your phone? Texting every day could get quite expensive, Saitama remarked with mild curiosity. It appeared that Mr. Saitama was unaware of Line, a messaging application that could be directly downloaded on mobile devices. Baiye explained that Line had only gained traction in recent years in this world, where most people still utilized flip phones, indicating a technological landscape that was somewhat skewed. Given that Saitama had adopted a rather laid-back lifestyle for over 3 years, as a quintessential homebody engrossed in comics, video games, and television, it was entirely understandable that he was oblivious to the emergence of new applications. Is that so? I shall look into it when I return, Saitama mused. At that moment, Saitama suddenly halted his steps, intending to contemplate as he walked. However, just as Saitama's words trailed off, a shuriken soared toward him from a distance. He effortlessly intercepted it with his hand, sensing the emergence of a troublesome adversary. In the next instant, Sonic appeared before Saitama and Genos, his gaze sharply fixed on Saitama. That individual seemed as if he was. Saitama appeared to momentarily forget Sonic's name. It's Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic promptly corrected him. It seems there's an annoying obstacle present. At that moment, Sonic turned his attention to Genos, declaring, I wish to engage Saitama in a fair one-on-one duel. This bothersome individual needs to be dealt with first. Upon noticing Sonic's hostility directed toward him, a question mark materialized above Genos' head. Chapter 66. The true art of ninjutsu. Before me stands a man with long black hair styled in braids. His strikingly handsome features and an almost delicate physique easily lead one to mistake him for a woman. Today, Sonic is not clad in traditional ninja attire. Instead, he sports a single hint of a ninja's essence, manifested in the purple camouflage painted beneath his eyes. Are you certain you wish to engage in battle with me? Baiye inquires, confronting the imposing Sonic. If you are afraid, it would be wise for you to step aside. My only target is Saitama. Sonic, however, shows no intention of pressing Baiye, evidently regarding him as a weakling. Saitama remains his sole objective. He must vanquish the bald hero. At this moment, Baiye remains silent, instead accepting the kunai from Saitama's hand. Oh, you want it? Then it's yours, Saitama states innocently. Do not take the liberty of giving away someone else's possessions. Sonic retorts, momentarily irked. Nevertheless, his expression quickly regains its calm, his keen gaze harboring a deadly intent. Saitama, today I shall end your life. Yet, before Sonic could finish his sentence, the blood-eyed youth beside Saitama returned the kunai to him. However, this was no leisurely handover. As Sonic watched his kunai hurtling towards him, his eyes narrowed in shock. Speed was his most esteemed attribute, and this velocity was merely a child's play in his presence. With a slight smirk, Sonic effortlessly caught the kunai, much like Saitama would have. Unbeknownst to him, this was merely Baiye's casual toss, devoid of any significant force. At that moment, Sonic noticed an unfamiliar pattern on the handle of his kunai. The moment he caught it, his fate was sealed. In an instant, Baiye utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport directly in front of Sonic. Allow me to demonstrate what true ninjutsu is, Baiye stated coolly. He even warned Sonic that he had already held back, yet even then, Sonic failed to react in time. What? The sudden appearance of Baiye left Sonic utterly astounded. He could scarcely believe, let alone accept, the sheer speed of his opponent. While Sonic remained in shock, Baiye had already gathered the Sharingan in his hand. However, he only formed a small version of it, for he had no intention of killing Sonic. Had Sonic not disdained a moments earlier, Baiye would have gladly stepped aside and allowed Saitama to handle the matter himself. Furthermore, he refrained from infusing the Sharingan with divine might. Otherwise, the outcome would have been catastrophic. As the Sharingan struck Sonic in the abdomen, he was propelled backward, crashing to the ground and losing consciousness. Ding! The host has defeated the speed of sound Sonic, earning a reward of 40 points. Is he alright? As Sonic lay fast asleep, Saitama felt a wave of concern wash over him. It's alright. He's still alive and well, just unable to trouble us for the time being. Baiye remarqued nonchalantly. That's good to hear. Thank you for dealing with this fellow, Saitama replied, feeling reassured. As long as the adversary was human, regardless of the trouble they caused, he did not wish for their demise. This sentiment stemmed not only from his laid-back nature, but also from his unparalleled strength, rendering him indifferent to such matters. It was akin to the words of Uchiha Madara. What adult would lose their temper with a child? No need for thanks, Baiye casually responded. The two then resumed their grocery shopping, leaving the unconscious Sonic sprawled on the ground, unaware of when he would awaken. In the supermarket, Baiye and Saitama gathered an array of discounted vegetables. They purchased more of the items with a longer shelf life, while opting for fewer of the perishables. Saitama, by habit, often procured ingredients for the upcoming week in one go, only buying perishable items intermittently. Afterward, they made their way home. On their return journey, they noticed Sonic still lying there, and passersby had already called for an ambulance. He asked, still unconscious, "Did you hit him a bit too hard?" Saitama inquired. "Not at all. I was quite mindful of the force," Baiye replied with a slight, awkward smile. "But perhaps this will teach him a lesson. So he won't dare act recklessly again," Saitama remarked casually as he walked past Sonic. Just then, the ambulance arrived, and the blaring siren inadvertently roused Sonic from his slumber. He jolted upright, instantly aware of the pain coursing through his body and the dizziness clouding his mind. Struggling to recollect the moments before his unconsciousness, he shook his head vigorously to remember. As the events replayed in his mind, Sonic's gaze sharpened. He inadvertently lifted his head and caught sight of Baiye and Saitama walking past him. "You!" Sonic pointed at Baiye, ready to voice his thoughts, but was promptly lifted onto a stretcher by the medical personnel. "Wait!" Sonic attempted to rise from the stretcher, but the staff ignored his protests. Having endured the force of a Sharingan, his body ached and lacked the strength to free himself from their grasp. Thus, Sonic was forcibly loaded into the ambulance. "Was that person calling us just now?" Saitama said, drawn by the commotion behind him. Perhaps, but let us chalk it up to an illusion, Baiye replied. True. Saitama nodded in agreement. Upon returning home, they stored the ingredients in the refrigerator. As they settled onto the couch to rest, Baiye glanced at his phone, only to be greeted by a flurry of messages from Lily. He couldn't help but marvel at her conversational prowess. 3:06 p.m. Since you're so curious about the reason, would you like me to tell you why? This afternoon at 3:18 p.m., I reluctantly confide in you that I truly have no friends. I have always struggled to integrate into the small circles of my classmates at school, which is why I so deeply admire Lady Blowing Snow, who can orchestrate the entire Blowing Snow group. However, within the Blowing Snow group, for reasons unknown, I still sense a certain distance when interacting with others, and thus I have yet to forge any friendships. The only exception is Lady Blowing Snow. Yet, as she is my utmost idol, it would be inappropriate to classify our relationship as that of friends. Even though Baiye has not replied at all, Lily continues to send a flurry of messages. At 3:40 p.m., she asks, could you possibly be my friend? Chapter 67. The Phantom Body Technique. Upon seeing the messages from Lily, particularly the one where she expressed a desire to befriend him, Baiye felt a surge of surprise. He had initially assumed that Lily would harbor a deep aversion towards him, especially considering that he had previously reduced her tears. It was now around 4 p.m., and unbeknownst to Baiye, Lily had been vigilantly awaiting a response since sending that message at 3:40 p.m. Prior to dispatching her message, she had hesitated for quite some time, and after sending it, she felt a blend of anticipation and regret. Yet, her phone remained stubbornly marked as unread. At least it was not marked as read without a reply. That would have been far more embarrassing. Lily continued to wait, tending to her tasks while stealing glances at her phone screen from time to time. As the clock approached 4 p.m., the message finally indicated it had been read. An immediate wave of anxiety washed over her. She was eager for Baiye's reply, but equally fearful of rejection. Okay, at last, she received Baiye's response, and her heart soared with delight as she eagerly picked up her phone. Just then, Fubuki unexpectedly entered the room. Lily, who are you chatting with? Upon noticing Lily typing away on her phone, Fubuki inquired with curiosity. Startled, Lily instinctively turned off her screen and placed the phone on the table. It seemed she was oblivious to her own odd behavior, especially in front of the esteemed Fubuki, whom she admired greatly. Yet she found herself acting in such a furtive manner. Fubuki, intrigued by Lily's reaction, sensed she was indeed engaged in a conversation. What's the matter? You look startled. She prodded further. And nothing. Lily quickly concocted an explanation. I was just startled because I was playing on my phone and got caught by you, Fubuki. Is that so? Fubuki did not press further or cast any doubts. After all, there was nothing wrong with a little leisure time on the phone, as long as it didn't impede her work. Thank you, Fubuki, Lily replied with a smile. Well then, I shall not disturb you any longer. With that, Fubuki exited the room. Once Fubuki had left, Lily felt a lingering unease. It dawned on her that she actually wished for Fubuki to remain unaware of her budding friendship with Baiye. Perhaps it was because Fubuki had consistently sought to recruit Baiye into their Fubuki group, only to be met with rejection, while Lily had swiftly received his acceptance of friendship. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Fubuki had persistently invited Baiye to join them, but why had he only agreed to be friends with her? Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? This hypothesis took root in Lily's mind, as she seemingly conflated the concepts of joining an organization and forming friendships. At that moment, Lily reopened her phone and noticed another message from Baiye had arrived. Then we are friends. Feel free to visit my home for a cup of tea. Upon reading this message, Lily's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, solidifying her suspicions. Surely, the other party harbored such feelings for her, for who would extend an invitation to their residence so readily? Unbeknownst to her, the individual across from her, Baiye, had not contemplated it to such a degree. His home was frequented by several residents daily, including Saitama, Genos, Vaccine Man, and occasionally Fubuki would drop by. All right, Lily responded briefly, feeling shy and at a loss for words. Although she had frequently received confessions from boys at school, she had always declined them outright. In her view, it seemed peculiar to leap straight from acquaintances to a romantic relationship without first establishing a friendship. Now, Having become friends with Baiye, she was suddenly aware of his apparent interest in her, leaving her in a state of confusion, while Lily remained entangled in her thoughts. Baiye had already put his phone away, attending to his own matters. Teacher, let us engage in a practical exercise. Today, Baiye unexpectedly received a request from Genos. During the meteor crisis, you must have enhanced your components upon returning. Are you preparing to test the power of the new parts with me? Baiye inquired. Indeed, you are astute as always, teacher, Genos affirmed. During the battle with that colossal centipede, I recognized my shortcomings. Upon returning for repairs, I had Dr. Kusunoki further enhance my capabilities. Very well, let us proceed. We shall find an open area. Baiye accepted the request. Subsequently, Baiye and Genos arrived at an expanse outside the city. I will give it my all, striving to provoke your fighting spirit, and I hope you will take this seriously. With that, Genos assumed a combat stance, stating, according to the rules of this practical exercise, you need not hold back. I shall fight until the last moment. Understood, Baiye casually replied, though he had no intention of reducing Genos to a mere heap of scrap metal. The primary reason he agreed to Genos' request was that he wished to test his new abilities as well. Then, please bestow your guidance, he declared. As the words left his lips, Genos immediately lowered his stance, unleashing a surge of power through his hind legs as he charged towards Baiye. Baiye chose not to employ his phasing abilities, instead relying on the insight afforded by his eternal Kaleidoscope and his own speed to evade. As a cyborg, Genos was already remarkably swift, yet in the presence of Baiye's eternal Kaleidoscope, he still fell short. Each of Genos' attacks was effortlessly sidestepped by Baiye. Fully aware of his teacher's formidable prowess, Genos committed himself entirely, unleashing a burning cannon aimed at Baiye, creating a massive crater in the mountains behind him. Yet, Baiye stood unscathed, offering a critique to Genos. Still not fast enough. Genos realized that his speed was inadequate. Just as he was about to increase his power, he saw his master suddenly transform into multiple afterimages, appearing before him with an uncanny swiftness. Genos immediately executed a sweeping strike towards the figure of Baiye, only to have it effortlessly evaded. However, at that moment, the afterimages that were supposed to be mere illusions surged towards him. What? Genos was taken aback. Those were not mere afterimages. In truth, they were indeed the afterimages left by Baiye's movement, or more accurately, phantoms. This technique created a strong illusion that misled opponents into believing they were merely afterimages, rendering them defenseless. This was precisely the illusory body technique of Uchiha Shursui. Chapter 68. The Art of Spirit Communication. The Malevolent Golem. The speed of the phantoms was on par with the true form of Baiye, although Baiye had yet to fully engage. Caught off guard by the phantoms, Genos found himself swiftly surrounded. Neither Baiye nor the phantoms wielded weapons. They relied solely on physical prowess to combat Genos. In an instant, Genos faced a relentless barrage of fists and kicks. Although Baiye refrained from unleashing his full power, he nonetheless succeeded in disassembling several of Genos' components. Desperately evading the onslaught, Genos seized an opportunity, bringing his arms together as layers of barrels unfolded from his hands, revealing an indeterminate number of muzzles aimed at Baiye and the phantoms before him. Ignition. Genos unleashed an immensely powerful incineration cannon, its height towering several meters, rendering it nearly impossible for any target within its range to evade. However, it was nearly impossible, as Baiye had already teleported behind Genos using the Flying Thunder God technique. Unbeknownst to Genos, a kunai had embedded itself in the ground just a few meters behind him. It was over. Baiye formed a Rasengan in his hand and charged towards Genos, who was still occupied with releasing the incineration cannon. In the next moment, Genos was struck with an overwhelming force from behind. Only then did he realize that his master had appeared behind him. Yet, by the time he comprehended this, it was far too late. He was sent flying until he crashed against a distant rock wall. Nevertheless, Genos displayed remarkable resilience, rising from the ground after a brief moment, despite his body wobbling and the mechanical components on his back malfunctioning. Do you still intend to persist? Baiye inquired. I will not give up. Not until I can no longer fight. Genos replied solemnly. This was a rare opportunity to engage in one-on-one combat with his master, and he was determined to seize it. Not only could he learn valuable lessons, but he could also identify his own shortcomings, insights that could only be gained through battling a formidable opponent. Is that so? Baiye nodded slightly. Having concluded his testing of the Phantom Instantaneous technique, he prepared to end this practical exercise. In an instant, Baiye summoned the complete form of Susanoo. Unlike the previous occasion, he activated the complete form instantaneously this time. The colossal azure being that had emerged during the meteor incident reappeared, causing Genos's eyes to widen in astonishment. Is a master finally serious? Just as this thought crossed Genos's mind, he felt a fierce wind rush overhead, accompanied by the faint sound of space being torn asunder. Boom! The overwhelming noise compelled Genos to turn around abruptly, only to discover that the mountain behind him had been completely flattened in an instant. Simultaneously, a few strands of golden hair drifted down from above. Genos stood in shock, having failed to notice his master had executed such a devastating strike. At this moment, Genos found it impossible to relent, for he was acutely aware that had his mentor not deliberately adjusted the angle of that blade, his fate would have mirrored that of the entire mountain. Let us depart. I believe you have absorbed sufficient combat experience, Baiye said, having dispelled the Susanoo before Genos. Genos responded verbally, yet his body remained motionless, unable to fathom the underlying principles of his mentor's extraordinary abilities. Was this truly an inexplicable superpower? Could he, relying solely on mechanical enhancements, genuinely progress to a level comparable to his mentor's? As was customary, Baiye visited Sykes' clandestine abode. Has Fubuki approached you since that incident? Sykes inquired. No. Baiye replied with a slight shake of his head, recalling that Fubuki had not visited his home of late. That is for the best. Yet one cannot dismiss the possibility that she is concocting some nefarious scheme. Sykes harbored deep suspicions regarding Fubuki. I will remain vigilant, Baiye assured, although he recognized that Fubuki had become relatively more compliant, merely continuing to pester him. However, in the presence of Sykes, he refrained from praising Fubuki, as their relationship was quite strained. Such remarks could easily provoke Sykes' displeasure. Then, after a moment's hesitation, Sykes voiced his thoughts. Recently, the Monster Association has been rather turbulent. What has transpired? Is it related to the recent meteor incident? Baiye speculated, considering the possible repercussions of the meteor event. Indeed, since you successfully thwarted the meteor, the existence of the Centipede Elder was prematurely revealed, leading to discontent among certain monsters. Our original strategy was to remain poised, catching the Hero Association off guard, Sykes explained. Now that the Centipede Elder's existence is exposed, it increases the risk of our association being revealed prematurely. Had that meteor successfully obliterated City Z and the surrounding areas, matters would have been much simpler. However, the meteor was flawlessly neutralized by you, yielding no advantage for the Monster Association, serving solely Sykes' personal interests. Even if other monsters remain oblivious to her ulterior motives, the failure of her plan involving the Centipede Elder will undoubtedly incite dissatisfaction. Most critically, her singular strength is insufficient to maintain control over the Monster Association, as not all executives fully place their trust in her. Take someone like Black Jinx, who is of dragon-level caliber, for instance. Your position as a leader has likely been shaken as a result, Baiye remarked. Indeed, yet I was never capable of commanding the entire Monster Association unilaterally, Sykes nodded. Since this predicament arose due to your assistance, I shall naturally help you resolve it. Baiye has always believed that he owed a favor to Sykes from their last encounter, and now it is time to repay it. What do you intend to do? Sykes inquired, filled with curiosity. Isn't the Monster Association in need of a Monster King? Baiye responded with a faint smile. Are you finally willing to become the Monster King? Sykes' tone was suddenly filled with excitement. Sort of, but it's not entirely accurate. Baiye's statement was somewhat ambiguous. At this moment, Baiye had followed the Great Eye to the vast venue where the Monster Association typically convenes. The officials and members have been summoned by the Great Eye, standing on tiered platforms surrounding the space. The purpose of gathering you all here is to announce something important. The Great Eye proclaimed to all the monsters. Our king has appeared. At that moment, Baiye stood behind the great eye, in a position unseen by the other monsters. Suddenly, he extended one hand to form a seal. Spirit Summoning Technique. Outer Path Magic Statue. Chapter 69. The Ten Tails Plan. In the instant that Baiye executed the summoning technique, a colossal Outer Path golem emerged from behind him, towering hundreds of meters high. This humanoid monstrosity resembled a withered tree, as it was, after all, a manifestation of the god tree. It boasted 9 closed eyes, with 10 protruding cylindrical structures adorning its shoulders and back, and its hands and feet were shackled. However, as it broke through the earth, the shackles shattered under its sheer force. A deafening roar erupted from the Outer Path golem, sending shockwaves through the surrounding aberrations. Some broke out in cold sweat, instinctively retreating a few steps, while others wore expressions of panic. Nevertheless, the majority of the high-ranking officials, including He Jing, remained composed, merely observing the golem with grave expressions. The massive humanoid creature was on the verge of breaching the rock layer above it, but fortunately, the space was ample. The golem's appearance aligned perfectly with the image of the aberrations, resulting in no doubts among them. Under Baiye's command, the Outer Path golem settled into a meditative position, mirroring its stance when it had been sealed on the moon. However, as the vessel for the Ten Tails, it existed in a hollow state, having had its chakra extracted by the Sage of 6 Paths and divided into 9-tailed beasts. Consequently, it required Baiye to personally supply it with power, for without the strength of the tailed beasts, the Outer Path golem was incapable of combat. Of course, through the system's modifications, Baiye provided not chakra, but rather mental energy. Moreover, this transmission did not necessitate the invasive method employed by Nagato. In simpler terms, the Outer Path golem could persist after being summoned by Baiye, yet it would continuously deplete his mental energy. However, it seemed the system had also adjusted this aspect, as the ongoing consumption was less than he had anticipated. Additionally, possessing Hashirama's cells allowed for a gradual recovery of his mental energy, achieving a counterbalancing effect. Although the rate of consumption slightly outpaced recovery, the surplus was negligible for him. Is this the so-called king of aberrations? It merely appears somewhat intimidating, He Jing remarked first. The creature, entirely black save for its white face, bore a lewd expression and an antenna atop its head, identifying it as the dragon-level aberration, Heisei Jingzi. He Jing was the first to express skepticism, yet he possessed the merit to voice such sentiments. Despite his unimposing stature, he was, in fact, the strongest asset of the Aberration Association. Relying solely on the power provided by Baiye and lacking the strength of the tailed beasts, the Outer Path golem indeed fell short in power, unable to unleash any tailed beast balls. Nevertheless, Baiye had not summoned the golem for battle. Its mere presence was sufficient to instill fear. Do not be hasty. If he is the king of aberrations, then his strength undoubtedly surpasses yours, De Jiong Yin stated calmly. Is that so? Let us witness just how formidable he truly is, came the challenge. Haikai continues to embody a fearless attitude, undaunted by heaven or earth. Apart from Haikai, no other monsters have dared to voice dissent. The Outer Path golem, merely by its imposing stature, exudes an aura of terror, suggesting that its strength must be formidable. Moreover, De Jiong Yin has emphasized the might of the king of monsters, and it is only Haikai who possesses an almost reckless disregard for death, allowing it to act with impunity. Other monsters do not dare to be as audacious as Haikai. Provoked by Haikai, Baiye naturally commands the Outer Path golem to respond. Under Baiye's influence, the 10 cylindrical protrusions on the golem's shoulders swiftly coalesce into colossal balls of lightning. These lightning orbs are instantaneously formed and unleashed, targeting Haikai atop the platform. Unperturbed, Haikai divides itself into countless replicas to absorb the impact of the lightning orbs. Crack, crack, as the lightning orbs strike. The replicas of Haikai are reduced to ashes. However, within Haikai's being lies an almost infinite number of cells, rendering it largely unscathed, although some nearby monsters do suffer the consequences. Ding! The host has defeated a tiger-level monster, earning a reward of 12 points. Ding! The host has defeated a wolf-level monster, earning a reward of 8 points. Since the Outer Path Golem currently serves as Baiye's familiar, any monsters it defeats also count as Baiye's victories. Observing the scene, the other monsters hastily distance themselves from Haikai, fearful of sharing its fate. Haikai, indifferent to their presence, merely snorts, acknowledging that while it does not yet comprehend the full capabilities of its adversary, it is at least not merely a decorative entity. It has merely conducted a preliminary assessment of its opponent's prowess, not necessarily vying for the title of King of Monsters. Does anyone have any objections? De Jiong Yin inquires. After a considerable pause, no one voices dissent. Thus, the Outer Path Golem formally assumes the mantle of the King of Monsters in the eyes of the association, while the true King of Monsters remains Baiye. Ding! The host has become the King of Monsters in the association, earning a reward of 300 points Sage Mode. Although the Outer Path Golem may not seem fit to bear the title of King of Monsters, despite its nearly limitless vitality, it is merely a resilient entity, excelling in that one regard. If it were to reach its complete form as the Ten Tails, the situation would be entirely different. With this thought, Baiye accesses the points shop. If all goes as expected, new items should emerge. Indeed, on the page of the Level 2 shop, a fifth item has appeared. Beast Summoning Scroll. Product details. Utilizing the Beast Scroll allows one to summon tailed beasts in sequential order from 1 tail to 9 tails. Each successful challenge against a tailed beast grants corresponding tailed beast power, enabling the Outer Path Golem to absorb this power. A total of 900 points is required to challenge all tailed beasts. Price, 100 points per item. Baiye has gradually discerned the patterns of the system. So when he acquired the ability of the Outer Path Golem, he surmised that the points shop would feature items related to tailed beast power. Otherwise, the system providing him with a golem devoid of tailed beast power would serve little purpose. Once the Outer Path Golem absorbs the full strength of all 9 tailed beasts, it can amalgamate into the 10 tails. Furthermore, Baiye is destined to obtain the Rinnegan, which signifies that he will eventually become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. Chapter 70. The Aquatic Tribe in ascending to the status of the King of Monsters, Baiye reaped a substantial amount of points and attained Sage Mode. This Sage Mode allows one to harness natural energy to form Sage Chakra, thereby significantly enhancing one's overall capabilities. Although Baiye is currently unable to generate Sage Chakra within himself, it is certain that the system will modify it into a variant possessing similar properties, eliminating any cause for concern. Sage Mode is already formidable in its own right, and when coupled with the cells of Hashirama, it becomes even more potent. However, Baiye's current supply of Hashirama's cells remains insufficient. Hence, he is not in a hurry to exchange for the tailed beast scrolls. The Outer Path Golem serves its purpose of intimidation within the Monster Association. There is no immediate need for overwhelming power at this juncture. The primary focus must remain on enhancing Baiye's own strength. Those individuals should be more compliant now. At this moment, Baiye sits opposite Sakes in the latter's secret chamber. It is worth noting that, in this narrative where the King of Monsters, Orochi, does not exist, there are indeed certain inconsistencies within the Monster Association. For instance, while Sakes is the leader, he is not the strongest among the members. This can be construed as the monsters uniting to combat the Hero Association. Even the most potent form of the Black Spirit, the Yellow Spirit, in the One version, cannot single-handedly defeat all S-Class heroes. It is essential to recognize that figures like the Black Spirit and the Wandering Emperor harbor their own ambitions. Their relationships with the other monsters in the association are merely collaborative, fundamentally exploitative, as they join the Monster Association to fulfill their own objectives. Thus, they do not hold the leader, the Great-Eyed One, in high regard, as long as their goals are achieved. In an alternate narrative, this aspect is somewhat refined, introducing the King of Monsters, Orochi, who ostensibly serves as the leader, instilling fear throughout the Monster Association, while the Great-Eyed One, Sakes, acts as a clandestine leader, with both sides leveraging each other. Baiye can also foresee the possibility of Sakes exploiting him. While there is no apparent indication of this at present, it is prudent to remain vigilant, for it is better to be cautious than to be caught unawares. Well, it is now my turn to express gratitude to you, Sake said with a faint smile. There's no need for such formality, Baiye replied. Compared to their previous encounter during the meteor incident, their dialogue was merely a reciprocal exchange. The ultimate objective of a monster association must be to engage in battle with the hero association, correct? Baiye inquired. Indeed, to be precise, the ultimate aim is the annihilation of all humanity. However, prior to that, the hero association represents the greatest obstacle that must be eliminated, Sakes candidly stated. Indeed, Baiye sighed, unsurprised. So it seems we shall ultimately become adversaries. Not necessarily. By that time, perhaps Vice President Baiye will have regained his memories. Sake suggested. Perhaps. I remain uncertain about how to retrieve that memory, Baiye confessed, still grappling with the enigma of his lost recollections. Even if his future self were to return to the timeline of Sykes during his student days, he would remain utterly oblivious to the method of doing so. I have always believed that Vice President Baiye would eventually remember. In contrast, Sykes appears to possess greater confidence in himself than Baiye does. Baiye smiled in silence, contemplating whether he could utilize the most formidable illusion, the Btian Shun, to alter Sykes' consciousness. It is known that Sykes' mind has been influenced by a deity. The original Sykes was not like this. Therefore, if one could rewrite the parts affected by the divine, theoretically, Sykes would revert to his former self. However, this remains merely theoretical. In the world of One Punch Man, whether in the original version by One or the adaptation by Murata, deities exist in another dimension. Apart from Saitama, only the deities can be considered T0. It is akin to Baiye attempting to modify Saitama's consciousness with the Btian Shun. The prospect of success is nearly impossible. The same applies to the deities. Assisting Sykes in eliminating their influence would be no simple task. Most critically, the cooldown time for Btian Shun is excessively long. With both eyes, there are only two opportunities. Since both of Shirshue's Manjiki Sharingan techniques are Btian Shun, the right eye can permanently rewrite consciousness but has a cooldown of 10 years. The left eye has a shorter cooldown but also a brief duration for hypnosis, and having Hashirama cells can somewhat reduce the cooldown. However, Baiye possesses only a limited number of Hashirama cells, so he does not anticipate a significant reduction in cooldown time. To fundamentally resolve Sykes' predicament, he must utilize the right eye's permanent rewriting of consciousness, but the lengthy cooldown makes it imprudent to use lightly. If the influence of the deity cannot be resolved, it would be a squandered opportunity. After some contemplation, Baiye temporarily dismissed this thought. The chances to use Btian Shun are too precious, and it is best reserved as an emergency measure unless absolutely necessary. I am a messenger from the deep sea. Umans, surrender the land to us, the aquatic folk. We are the true rulers of this world. You, wretched humans, are but our sustenance. In the coastal region of City J, a humanoid creature with the head of an octopus and a towering height of several meters emerged onto the streets. It had arrived on land accompanied by the sea, and the coastal area seemed to have experienced a strange tsunami, with waves crashing onto the streets. However, despite its imposing stature, it was merely a wolf-level monster. It had hardly boasted for 2 seconds before being obliterated by Saitama's single punch. It's a hero. A hero has come to save us. That hero seemed to be the bald S-class hero, didn't he? No, I remember he is Saitama, ranked 16th among the S-class heroes. Although the title Bald Hero seems fitting, he has yet to acquire a hero codename. With just one punch, he dispatched that monster effortlessly. Truly, he is an S-class hero. The crowd, which had initially been scattering in panic, erupted into cheers. However, Saitama displayed no visible reaction. After obliterating the monster with a single punch, he simply continued on his way home. He was merely on his way home when he happened upon this peculiar individual and swiftly dispatched him. Upon returning home, Saitama brought up the incident. A creature claiming to be of the aquatic tribe. It seems I have heard whispers of such a monstrous lineage, though only one has manifested thus far, mused Genos. Presumably, this is merely the vanguard. With the emergence of the first, it is highly probable that a multitude of aquatic tribe creatures will soon invade the land. Deduced Baiye with an air of sagacious foresight. The teacher's words carry weight, Genos nodded in agreement. I shall step away briefly, but I will return shortly. At that moment, Baiye rose and vanished in an instant. He utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to City J, aware that this locale would serve as the landing ground for the aquatic tribe under the command of the Deep Sea King. Furthermore, multiple coastal areas within City J would soon witness the arrival of these aquatic beings. Thus, he came to prepare in advance. For instance, he intended to leave a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal in each coastal region. Chapter 71. Popularity Rankings from the Perspective of a Deity. It can be inferred that the Deep Sea King will not lead the merfolk on a land for several more days. Thus, there is no need for haste at the moment. Having strategically placed kunai in various coastal regions, all that remains for Baiye is to await the arrival of the merfolk. As for the Hero Association, Baiye does not intend to notify them in advance. Such an action would yield little benefit for him, and it is highly likely that the Hero Association would dismiss his conjectures as baseless, making the endeavor not worth the trouble. Upon Baiye's arrival in City J, he utilized his instant body technique to mark kunai along the coastal areas, returning home in under a minute. When Baiye returned, Genos assumed that his mentor had merely stepped out for a brief errand, unaware that Baiye had practically made a complete circuit of City J, leaving multiple Flying Thunder God marks in his wake. Currently, Baiye ranks 5th among S-rank heroes, while Genos fluctuates between the 18th and 19th positions, and Saitama has dropped to 16th. Genos brought with him a somewhat obscure laptop, on which he was perusing the Hero Association's official rankings. Although Saitama had fallen a rank, he was relieved to find that he was not at the very bottom. Well, even though I'm second to last, I rank 7th on the weekly popularity chart among regular citizens, Saitama remarked casually. Genos, maintaining a stoic expression, continued to sift through the various rankings. What? Saitama exclaimed, nearly spitting out the water he had just swallowed. Could you check what my ranking is? Saitama-sensei. Genos scrolled down and replied, I'm afraid I don't see you listed, as the popularity chart seems to show only the top 30. Oh well. Saitama's disappointment was palpable. After all, he was an S-rank hero, yet he found himself ranking far below Genos, who was not even in the top tier. Why is that? We're both newcomers. So how can there be such a disparity? Saitama pondered aloud. At the age of 19, becoming an S-rank hero is a remarkable feat. You've declined all media interviews. Embodying the image of a cool and handsome figure, a prince of cyborgs, and you could easily secure a spot in the top 5 of handsome heroes, Genos stated matter-of-factly, referencing the labels affixed to individuals by the general populace. How can you say such things without feeling embarrassed? Saitama couldn't help but retort. I do not. For these are merely evaluations based on photographs provided by others, not my self-assessment, Genos replied, shaking his head. Saitama was momentarily at a loss for words. Curiosity got the better of him, and he turned to Baiye, asking, What about you, Baiye? What rank do you hold? Baiye shook his head slightly. I have never paid attention to the popularity rankings, so I cannot say. At that moment, Genos interjected, Sensei is ranked 5th, having recently ascended to that position. Ever since he thwarted the descent of that meteorite, his visibility has significantly increased. Baiye ranks even higher? Saitama found himself grappling with an unexpected sense of disbelief. It appeared that he was ranked among the others. Though he typically paid little heed to such matters, the elevated standings of those around him inevitably drew his attention. Much like the incident with the hero rankings, he had not concerned himself with the existence of professional heroes for over 3 years. However, once he became aware of the situation, he felt compelled to participate in the hero examination. Indeed, Genos nodded, then proceeded to recite the labels affixed to the hero known as Baiye by the general populace. Another handsome hero, a striking young man with dark hair, merely 20 years old and ranked 5th among S-class heroes, possessing chilling blood-red eyes adorned with mysterious patterns, a meteoric rise from the depths of C-class. Hailed as the savior of Z-City. Clearly, his appeal stemmed largely from his looks. Having hair was certainly a bonus. Saitama pouted at the thought. The truth was undeniable. Saitama's baldness was a significant factor in the perception of his appearance, compounded by his questionable fashion sense. Often donning garments emblazoned with OPPI or letters proclaiming his baldness. Otherwise, he might have been considered quite handsome. However, he was unperturbed, having traded some aesthetic appeal for unmatched power. At this juncture, Baiye took out his phone to glance at the Hero Association's official website. Previously, he had only focused on the rankings of heroes, ignoring popularity charts, since high rankings and popularity did not contribute to his points. Just then, a message from Lily popped up. "Didn't you invite me over for tea? I've given it some thought, and it feels a bit too soon. Perhaps we could first meet up and hang out elsewhere?" Baiye was momentarily perplexed. What did she mean by too soon? What do you mean by too soon? He inquired directly. Within seconds, the message was marked as read, but it took several minutes before he received a reply. "I mean, it feels too soon to say such things since we've only just become friends." Upon reading this message, Baiye quickly sensed something amiss. Was it possible that Lily had misconstrued his intentions? He rubbed his forehead, suspecting that his words, such as inviting her over for tea, had led to this misunderstanding. While it was indeed Lily who misinterpreted the situation, he recognized that his phrasing could have been clearer. Normal boys typically would not casually invite girls to their homes. He had grown accustomed to such interactions due to the frequent visits of Saitama, Genos, and Fubuki, which had conditioned his thinking. Ultimately, Baiye decided against immediately clarifying the matter with Lily. If she were the type to take offense easily, realizing that she had misinterpreted his intentions could lead to discomfort. And it was evident that Lily did not fall into the former category. Choosing silence was, in itself, an act of kindness. Baiye resolved to gradually elucidate the misunderstanding with her later. "So, where would you like to go?" he subsequently messaged. "Let us venture to a tea shop, for bubble tea is indeed a variant of tea." With a playful expression, Baiye smiled faintly. "Teacher, is something amiss?" At that moment, Genos inquired of Baiye, having observed him earlier with his hand pressed against his forehead, now smiling at his phone. "I presume you are conversing with your fans again, as you previously mentioned something about that app, Li something?" Saitama, not particularly adept at retaining information, had forgotten the name of the application Line within a few days. "It must be Line," he mused, "though I have never engaged with it." Genos seemed to have an epiphany and promptly retrieved his notebook to jot down notes. It appeared that interacting with fans online was indeed an essential part of the journey toward becoming stronger, and he resolved to download the app upon his return. Baiye, somewhat at a loss for words, opted not to elaborate further. "Have you decided on a specific tea shop?" "Yes. There is a splendid bubble tea shop near my school, which also offers a variety of desserts. I believe it would be an excellent choice." "Very well. We shall go to the place you mentioned, but we must wait until next week." Baiye scheduled the outing for the following week, as he needed to first attend to the matters concerning the Sea People. Chapter 72. King of the Deep Sea in the span of just a few days. As anticipated by Baiye, the Sea People began to make extensive landfalls along the coastal regions of J City. Initially, an eerie retreat of the tide occurred, followed shortly by a tsunami. Enormous waves, towering several dozen meters, surged toward the shore. Within those colossal swells, one could discern a multitude of gigantic, vaguely humanoid creatures. These were the Sea People, primarily comprising wolf-level and tiger-level monstrosities. The waves crashed against the coastal structures, sweeping away cars and uprooting trees, heralding the arrival of the Sea People. Crabs, strange fish, octopuses, and lobsters all exhibited unmistakable traits of seafood, yet they possessed limbs reminiscent of humans, which is the origin of their designation as the Sea People. The sudden emergence of these monsters incited widespread panic, as people screamed and fled in every direction. Numerous beings, claiming to be Sea People, attempted to assault the citizens present, while a lone hero engaged them in a fierce battle. The disaster was classified as tiger level, and citizens were urged to steer clear of the vicinity. Upon witnessing the news broadcast, Saitama immediately rose to his feet. It was the Sea People once again. He resolved to set forth. Without delay, Saitama donned his superhero costume and cape before sprinting toward J City. "Teacher, let us depart as well," Genos remarked to Baiye, who was beside him. "Indeed, but I must hurry, so I shall go ahead," Baiye replied, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Genos momentarily stood in astonishment at his teacher's abrupt disappearance, but quickly regained his composure. He resolved to travel at full power toward J City. aware that he would likely not match his teacher's speed, but determined not to lag too far behind. Meanwhile, Saitama raced along the road, his speed surpassing that of a vehicle carrying a dozen or so individuals. Those were C-class heroes en route to J-City. Due to their relatively weaker abilities, many C-class heroes often banded together for missions. Upon witnessing Saitama swiftly overtake their vehicle, the driver, a C-class hero, was left bewildered. The passenger in the front seat assumed they had not pressed the accelerator and urged, "Step on the gas." "But I have pressed it to the floor," the bewildered driver exclaimed. The A-class hero ranked 11th, known as Venom Sting, had successfully vanquished several sea people. Meanwhile, the leader of the sea people, King of the Deep Sea, had already reached the land. The King of the Deep Sea boasted a muscular physique and a towering stature, wearing a crown atop his head, with 2 red hearts emblazoned upon his chest. He was the most human-like among the sea people, as a benchmark for measuring the battle power of demon-level monsters. King of the Deep Sea demonstrated formidable prowess in the early stages. However, he was essentially a standard demon-level entity, thus earning the designation of a measuring unit. For instance, those stronger than him are classified as strong demons, while those weaker are deemed weak demons. Certainly, even so, Deep Sea King could easily overpower the S-class bottom-tier sexy prisoner, and even Genos might inadvertently falter. At that moment, Deep Sea King effortlessly struck down the beleaguered, poisoned Sting, discarding him onto the ground as if he were mere refuse. Consequently, the disaster level escalated from tiger to demon. Emergency evacuation alert. The disaster level of the sea people has now risen to demon. Citizens of City J, please make haste to the shelters, especially those residing in coastal areas. Exercise utmost caution. As Deep Sea King strolled leisurely down the street, he heard the broadcast. He chuckled mockingly. Evacuation? Such foolish humans, none of you shall escape. The blood debt for my fallen soldiers shall be repaid 100 million times over. Next, the unfortunate target was the A-class hero ranked 20th, Lightning Max. Observing the situation through binoculars from a rooftop, he noted the defeat of Poison Sting and planned to await reinforcements. However, to his shock, Deep Sea King suddenly appeared behind him. Sensing the disturbance, he turned abruptly and was startled by the looming visage of Deep Sea King. "Ah!" Lightning Max exclaimed in fright. Yet, his reaction was commendable. Recovering from his shock, he immediately launched an assault against Deep Sea King. Lightning Kick. This was Lightning Max's signature move, enhanced with explosive powder in his shoes. However, Deep Sea King effortlessly blocked the attack with his muscular arm. "What are you doing? That actually hurts," he taunted with a mocking tone. As Lightning Max pondered his next move, Deep Sea King launched a sudden offensive. At a speed too swift for Lightning Max to react, he was sent flying with a single punch, crashing into another building. Deep Sea King pursued relentlessly, intent on annihilation. Facing imminent death, Lightning Max scrambled to retaliate. Lightning Leap Spin Kick. This was yet another signature move, yet the outcome remained unchanged. He was once again sent reeling by a powerful blow. Fortunately, at that moment, Sexy Prisoner arrived just in time to catch the airborne Lightning Max, having witnessed his beloved Poison Sting in peril on the prison television. He had forcibly escaped to come to her aid. Clad in prison garb with a heart-printed vest over it, and sporting a distinctive chin reminiscent of a buttocks, he glared angrily at Deep Sea King. "Both Poison Sting and Lightning Max are dear to me. How dare you harm them? Unforgivable." With determination, he declared, "Let me test you with half my strength." As he spoke, he exerted himself, causing his vest to explode. But then he froze. "Ah, the sweater my boyfriend knitted for me." Overwhelmed with sorrow, this pain transformed into fury. "I shall not let you go unpunished." The seductive prisoner and the Deep Sea King immediately engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows with neither side gaining a decisive advantage. It seemed transformation was inevitable. Suddenly, the seductive prisoner's body shimmered and underwent a metamorphosis, angel form. The prisoner's muscles swelled, straining against the confines of the prison garb, revealing a bear form. "Truly grotesque," Deep Sea King remarked disdainfully. "Is this your ultimate regret?" The seductive prisoner then summoned his strength, leaping into the air with arms outstretched like wings, showcasing what he perceived as an alluring physique. Abruptly, he charged towards Deep Sea King with a fist raised. Angelic impact. A flurry of punches descended upon Deep Sea King like raindrops, each strike delivered with rapid succession. Countless blows rained down until the seductive prisoner, fatigued, finally ceased. Phew, that should suffice. Believing he had vanquished his opponent, the seductive prisoner gazed at the cloud of dust obscuring Deep Sea King. Little did he know, a calm voice emerged from the haze. Is this the end? Now it's my turn. As the dust settled, Deep Sea King appeared virtually unscathed, launching a powerful punch toward the seductive prisoner's abdomen. The combination attack requires every blow to land with precision and intent like this. Deep Sea King explained joyfully while demonstrating the combination punches. In this moment, the seductive prisoner was both victim and pupil. Inadvertently, Deep Sea King had become his instructor. In an instant, the seductive prisoner was overwhelmed by the rapid, forceful strikes, leaving him dazed. A final sweeping blow sent him hurtling into the distance. Even the S-class seductive prisoner had been defeated. Who among the heroes could possibly halt this catastrophic menace? The television broadcast was providing live updates on the scene, with the defeat of A-class rank 11, Venom Sting, A-class rank 20, Lightning Max, and S-class rank 19, Seductive Prisoner, causing panic among viewers and citizens in the shelters. At this moment, White Knight finally arrived on site. Am I too late? No, I have arrived just in time. White Knight looked up to see raindrops beginning to fall. In such conditions, the Wet Sea King would be considerably stronger than the Dry Sea King, indicating an opportunity for greater point rewards. Chapter 73. The Unfailing Flying Thunder God Slash in the City of J. Numerous heroes have succumbed in battle against the aquatic tribe, lying unconscious on the ground. While several corpses of grotesque beings, presumably vanquished by these heroes, have been discovered. However, it is indisputable that formidable members of the aquatic tribe continue to wreak havoc. Citizens who have yet to seek refuge are urged to do so without delay. Today, we have the honor of welcoming the guest who stands at the pinnacle of the hero roster as the top-ranked A-class hero, and who has maintained the #1 position in the popularity rankings for an impressive 28 consecutive weeks. Mr. Sweetheart Mask. On television, a program related to the aquatic tribe is currently airing. Mr. Sweetheart Mask suddenly appears on the screen, greeting the audience with a striking and dashing expression. The disaster level of this aquatic tribe invasion has reached the demon grade. What are your thoughts on this event, Mr. Sweetheart Mask? The host inquires. The heroes must swiftly eradicate evil while embodying resilience, strength, and beauty, thus alleviating the anxieties of the populace. Mr. Sweetheart Mask states earnestly. I express my deep regret for the heroes who suffered such a crushing defeat, and I hope they will train diligently in the future to avoid unnecessary losses. Suddenly, it appears that another S-class hero has arrived at the scene. Could it be the 5th-ranked S-class hero, Divine Might, who previously saved City Z? Drones are monitoring the situation in real time, allowing the host to broadcast updates to the public as promptly as possible. Upon seeing Divine Might on the screen, Mr. Sweetheart Mask's expression turns serious. He is particularly concerned about the capabilities and character of this S-class hero, eager to observe how this newly minted S-class hero will respond when isolated against formidable foes, surrounded by fallen and injured heroes. Meanwhile, numerous citizens have gathered in the disaster shelters across J City. The majority of the city's inhabitants are seeking refuge in these shelters, with only those far from the coastal areas fleeing to other locations for safety. These shelters, constructed at great expense by the Hero Association, are designed to withstand missile attacks, prepared for even higher levels of disaster. Hero Association personnel are present to stabilize the emotions of the populace. Rest assured, citizens, this place is exceedingly safe, and S-class heroes have already arrived at the scene of the monstrous outbreak. The monsters shall surely be defeated by the S-class heroes. Staff members are reassuringly announcing through loudspeakers. Is it truly safe here? I heard that one S-class hero has already been defeated. Is that true? We do not even know which S-class hero has arrived at the scene. If they too are vanquished by the monsters, then we are doomed. It depends on which S-class hero is present. If it is the second-ranked, Trembling Tornado, or the Mightiest King, there should be no issue. However, the first-ranked Blast has been absent for quite some time. Recently, God's Might thwarted a catastrophic meteor strike, so I hope they can arrive soon. At this moment, the Deep Sea King quickly sensed the presence of another individual behind him. He turned to face Baiye, intrigued. Oh, another soldier has come forth? Forming a line to meet their demise is hardly a wise choice, he mocked, eyeing the frail human before him. The recently defeated, sensual prisoner had at least displayed some physical prowess, but this human seemed far more fragile. Baiye replied coolly, "Aren't you fond of combination attacks? Why not give it a try?" Beep. The host has exchanged for physique 340, deducting points 340. Current remaining points 300. Beep. The host has exchanged for Hashirama cells 30, deducting points 300. Current remaining points 0. Physique 340, Hashirama cells 30, physique 1178, Hashirama cells 60. Beep. The host Hashirama cells have reached 40, unlocking reward. Would release. Hell's Turmoil. Beep. The host Hashirama cells have reached 60, unlocking reward. Would release. Birth of the Tree Realm. Baiye had initially aimed to further enhance his physical strength, but inadvertently acquired 2 would-release techniques. It seemed that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would gradually unlock more would-release techniques until he ultimately achieved the Sage Art. Would-release, True Thousand Hands. His Sage mode was ready, awaiting the growth of his Hashirama cells to unlock the Sage techniques. However, he needed to deal with the Deep Sea King first. At that moment, Baiye's figure suddenly vanished. Huh? The Deep Sea King, noticing the disappearance, expressed his confusion. Yet, before he could ponder further, a punch struck him squarely on the nose. What? The Deep Sea King was taken aback, astonished at how the opponent's fist had arrived so swiftly. Although his gaze had not yet caught sight of Baiye, he could deduce from the impact that the foe was right in front of him. Consequently, he unleashed the combination attack he had employed against the sensual prisoner. However, in the face of the eternal Kaleidoscope, the Deep Sea King's speed was woefully inadequate. None of his punches connected with Baiye. Instead, each missed strike felt as though it landed upon himself, as Baiye returned every punch with one of his own. Damn the human! The Deep Sea King seethed with rage. Taking advantage of the rain, his form suddenly swelled, and he expelled a fearsome eel, its jaws brimming with terrifying teeth, intent on ensnaring Baiye. In response, Baiye swiftly drew the red night blade, severing the monstrous eel in one decisive stroke. Simultaneously, the Deep Sea King has undergone an evolution, transforming from a dry sea king into a wet sea king form. His physique has diminished considerably on land, yet the rain has rejuvenated his strength. Before long, the Deep Sea King metamorphosed from his original humanoid shape into a monstrous form, not only positioning his hands and feet on the ground, but also enlarging his body by several fists. Although you may be quite slippery, your attacks are merely inconsequential to me. Is that so? Baiye remarked coldly. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished once more. The Deep Sea King's gaze sharpened. He could hardly believe that, having regained his power, he was still unable to perceive his opponent's movements. Yet at that very moment, his perspective abruptly shifted, plummeting downward until he crashed onto the ground. What? The Deep Sea King was momentarily bewildered. He was entirely unaware that he had been decapitated and did not realize that, during their recent scuffle, Baiye had marked him with a Flying Thunder God seal. Once again, the tried and true Flying Thunder God slash had prevailed. Ding! The host has defeated the demon-level monster, Deep Sea King, and received a reward of 40 points. Chapter 74. Like a flash, as the head of the Deep Sea King fell to the ground, Baiye was rewarded with corresponding points. To prevent the Deep Sea King from resurrecting during the rain, he approached with a spiral sphere and thoroughly obliterated the creature's head. The strongest monster of the Sea People had been defeated. Indeed, it was only fitting for the 5th-ranked S-class hero, Shenwei, who had previously resolved a dragon-level disaster with remarkable finesse. It was only natural that he would handle this ghost-level disaster with equal ease. Through the drones, the scene of the Deep Sea King's defeat by Baiye was broadcasted, prompting the television host to excitedly announce the good news. So, Mr. Sweetheart Mask, what are your thoughts on this from a hero's perspective? In the interest of boosting the show's ratings, the host swiftly shifted the topic to the immensely popular guest. Sweetheart Mask. I'm only a hero in that fleeting moment of battling evil. At all other times, I am merely an actor and model. Today, I am here to promote my new song as a singer, Sweetheart Mask replied slowly. How unfortunate. Let's return to discussing your new song. The host responded apologetically. With the monster now vanquished, the program could revert to its original theme. However, if I must express my opinion, Shinwei's strength is formidable, allowing him to swiftly and elegantly defeat the monster. It would be even better if his character were equally commendable, Sweetheart Mask stated candidly. He had initially hoped to witness Shinwei's character during this encounter. If he were to retreat with the injured and unconscious heroes after realizing he could not defeat the Deep Sea King, it would demonstrate the qualities expected of a true hero. Conversely, should he flee alone then? Yet, Sweetheart Mask had underestimated Shinwei's capabilities and overestimated the Deep Sea King's prowess. Although Shinwei had previously thwarted a meteor's descent, a dragon-level disaster, few had witnessed that moment firsthand. Furthermore, 3 other S-Class heroes, Silver Fong, Metal Knight, and Genos, were present at the time, unless one had a profound understanding of the circumstances. It would be difficult to attribute the accomplishment solely to Shinwei. Mr. Sweetheart Mask, your words are indeed insightful, the host replied with a smile. Wait, it seems an unexpected situation is unfolding. At that moment, the host noticed the drone footage shifting. There were certainly multiple drones deployed, as the scenes were switching between different angles. A figure was darting through various coastal regions, with each movement resulting in several sea people collapsing, akin to a flash harvesting foes on the battlefield. Is this footage from the coastal areas of J City? Despite the vast distances between each area, how can he move so swiftly? The host was taken aback, nearly dropping his glasses. Even the drone footage from remote areas could not keep pace with Baiye's speed. In mere moments, he vanished from sight. In less than half a minute, Baiye had annihilated all of the sea people in the coastal regions of J City. Thanks to the Kanai strategically left in various coastal regions, Baiye could effortlessly navigate through numerous battlefields. The C-Class and B-Class heroes, who were previously engaged in combat against the sea people, were momentarily taken aback. Ding! The host has defeated a tiger-level monster, earning a reward of 10 points. Ding! The host has vanquished a wolf-level monster, earning a reward of 6 points. Aside from the Deep Sea King, the majority of the sea people were essentially tiger-level and wolf-level monsters, and their numbers were rather limited. It remained uncertain whether the sea people were intrinsically few in number or if the Deep Sea King had brought only a small contingent of his kin to conquer the land. Ultimately, among all S-Class heroes, the Deep Sea King could legitimately claim victory over only the current Sensual Prisoner, which is why Sensual Prisoner consistently occupied the last position among the S-Class. Points, 200 at this moment. Baiye glanced at the system panel and discovered that he had accumulated a total of 200 points for resolving the crisis posed by the Sea People. This outcome was quite satisfactory, although the Sea People's numbers were somewhat lacking. It was only when Baiye had completely eradicated the Sea People that Genos arrived at the scene. Upon his arrival, he was met with the sight of the Deep Sea King, his corpse and several heroes sprawled on the ground. Although he did not see his mentor, he surmised that this massive monster had likely been dealt with by him. As for Saitama, he had just sprinted to J City, nearly losing his way in the process, which accounted for his significant delay. In the original narrative, Saitama's tendency to get lost often meant that he was the last to arrive during major events. In the aftermath, due to various footage captured by drones, Baiye did not need to proactively report to the Hero Association, as the corresponding accolades were automatically attributed to him. However, since this was merely a ghost-level disaster and did not yield the enormous prestige and benefits that the previous meteor crisis had brought to the Hero Association, Baiye's ranking remained unchanged at the 5th position in S-Class. In simpler terms, had it not been for the nature of the last disaster being of meteorite caliber, a typical dragon-level disaster would have been insufficient to elevate Baiye directly to the 5th position in S-Class. A prime example is King, who nearly siphoned off all of Saitama's accolades. Despite having significant contributions from dragon-level disasters, he merely stood at the 7th position in S-Class. and has since fallen to the 8th position. This brings us back to the perennial issue of contribution. Strength does not dictate ranking. Rather, the Hero Association places the greatest emphasis on the benefits an individual hero brings to the organization. A perfectly resolved meteorite yielded immense prestige and wealth, which naturally allowed Baiye to ascend swiftly to the 5th position in S-Class. In contrast, the Sea People's incursion was merely an unremarkable ghost-level disaster, failing to garner widespread societal attention or impact, and, consequently, did not significantly enhance the Hero Association's prestige or resources. This time, both Saitama and I were unable to keep up. Our mentor's speed was simply too formidable. Seated in the living room of the White Knight residence, Genos remarked, "It is merely my extraordinary ability in that regard. My speed is hardly remarkable." White Knight humbly responded, "In terms of speed, how could I possibly compare to Saitama, who can leap at sonic velocity?" However, such prowess would only serve to confuse him further. "You're far too modest, Master," Genos interjected. "By the way, there's a life form detected outside. Could it be a thief?" "I doubt it is a thief. Allow me to investigate," White Knight said, as he was about to open the door when he noticed a strand of deep green hair emerging from the window. Instantly recognizing the figure, he exclaimed, "Fubuki, what are you doing out there?" Chapter 75. The teacher is quite popular among women. Realizing she had been discovered, Fubuki boldly poked her head out. Baiye turned around to open the window, inquiring, "What are you doing lurking there?" "I was checking if Sykes was around," Fubuki replied candidly. "Generally, she isn't here. Do you need something from her?" Baiye asked. "I wanted to have a proper conversation with her, but if she isn't here, then never mind." With that, Fubuki retreated, standing at the door, awaiting Baiye to open it. However, Baiye assumed that Fubuki had simply come looking for Sykes, and, consequently, believed that she was preparing to leave upon not finding her. "Then take care, I won't see you off," Baiye remarked. Upon hearing this, Fubuki urgently exclaimed, "Wait, could you please open the door for me?" Only then did Baiye turn around to unlock the door, puzzled as he asked Fubuki outside, "Aren't you supposed to be heading back? I just wanted to see if Sykes was here. Her absence doesn't mean I have to leave," Fubuki elegantly explained, her arms crossed. Baiye slightly smirked. "Well, welcome." "Excuse me for the intrusion," Fubuki politely said as she entered. As was her custom, she removed her shoes at the entrance and proceeded directly into the living room. "Have you now taken my place as a leisure venue?" Baiye remarked, observing Fubuki comfortably settling onto the sofa he had just vacated. "By the way, that was my seat," he added. It wasn't that he forbade her from sitting there. Rather, Baiye subconsciously felt it was inappropriate to occupy a spot where another had just been seated, a notion likely rooted in childhood superstitions, though it might hold some truth. "Ah, my apologies," Fubuki quickly moved aside. Given the limited space and the presence of Saitama, Genos, and Vaccine Man, all other seats were occupied. Thus, Fubuki found herself squeezed onto the same sofa as Baiye. It wouldn't do for her to sit on the floor alone. Although sitting on the ground is quite customary in Japan, it would seem odd for her to be the only one doing so. Subsequently, Baiye engaged in casual conversation with Saitama and the others while Fubuki listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. At that moment, Baiye's phone screen suddenly lit up, indicating a new message had arrived. "I heard you handled the recent attack from the aquatic tribe. How are you so impressive? I didn't realize you had already reached S-Class rank 5. One could easily surmise that the message was from Lily. In fact, Baiye's line had only one friend to date, Lily. "It's nothing special," Baiye responded somewhat nonchalantly. "Rank 5 is quite something. Even King, who is dubbed the strongest man on the surface, doesn't rank higher than you." After expressing her astonishment, Lily transitioned to more serious matters. "Didn't you mention you were free to hang out this week? Which day specifically do you have available?" Upon seeing this message, Baiye glanced at the time, noting that it was only a little past 2 in the afternoon. "Let's do it today," he thought, wishing to take this opportunity to subtly remind Lily of her misunderstanding regarding him. He then stood up and informed Saitama and the others. "I have something to attend to outside. I probably won't return until before dinner." "All right," Saitama replied casually. "Are you going to fight, or is it something else?" Genos inquired immediately. "It's not a fight. I'm just going out to have some fun," Baiye clarified. "Okay, take care, Sensei," Genos said. He wished he could accompany Baiye if it were a battle. At that moment, Fubuki's phone suddenly vibrated. Fubuki-sama, I'm going out to have some fun this afternoon. My work in the organization will be slightly delayed. The message was undoubtedly from Lily. All right, that's fine. Go enjoy yourself, Fubuki replied thoughtfully. The next moment, she suddenly realized something was amiss. Why were both Lily and Baiye coincidentally going out to have fun at the same time? Could it be? Who are you going out with? Is it a boy? Fubuki quickly added, probing Lily. The message was marked as read immediately, but it seemed Lily hesitated for a moment before responding. Yes, she replied without specifying who it was, merely confirming it was a boy. Fubuki chose not to press further. She already had a good idea of the answer. Previously, she had noticed that Lily and Baiye were already acquainted, and she knew that Lily generally did not socialize with boys, making Baiye a strong possibility. Baiye, are you going out with Lily? Fubuki asked Baiye directly. Yes, he answered without a hint of hesitation, slightly surprised that Fubuki could guess so accurately. Just as I thought. Fubuki mused, realizing that Baiye and Lily's relationship had evidently grown quite close. However, her curiosity did not lead her to dwell on it too much. You mustn't bully Lily. She is a very good girl, Fubuki emphasized. Of course not. Do you take me for someone like that? Baiye replied, feeling somewhat speechless. As long as that's the case, Fubuki nodded in reassurance. I see. Sensei is going out with a girl? Genos pondered. It was not Miss Sykes from before. Lily seemed to be a member of Fubuki's group, meaning she was not merely a fan from the support club. This suggested that Sensei was particularly popular among women. Talking to himself, Genos took out a small notebook and began scribbling. Women must be women, and men must be popular with women. How vague. How wonderful. But if it turns into another incident like last time, that would be quite troublesome, Saitama remarked with a simple expression. He was referring, of course, to the last confrontation between Blizzara and Sykes. I fail to comprehend the complexities of human nature. The vaccine expert appeared somewhat bewildered. In a moment of silence, Baiye chose to depart rather than offer an explanation. It was only after Baiye's departure that Blizzara began to process the situation. Why then? Was a relationship between Lily and Baiye so amicable? In Blizzara's recollection, Lily and Baiye had exchanged words no more than once or twice, as Lily was well aware, given her daily presence at Blizzara's base. In contrast, Baiye seemed to maintain a casual indifference towards her. What then had gone awry in this dynamic? Blizzara pondered for quite some time, unable to discern the underlying reasons, ultimately deciding to inquire with Lily upon her return. Chapter 76. Middle school, student, let us convene at the subway station in Y City. I shall make my way there now to await your arrival. Lily confirmed the meeting place with Baiye. Why not simply disclose your school's location? I can reach it swiftly, Baiye remarked, finding little inclination to take the subway to Y City. Ah, then you should come to Chongbei Middle School. That is where I study, Lily replied. All right, Baiye felt a twinge of surprise. Although he had suspected as much, the revelation that Lily was indeed a middle school student was unexpected. Truth be told, if Baiye had not retained some awareness of Lily's age, her mature appearance and demeanor would have concealed her youth. Her physique was surprisingly developed, perhaps still with room for growth, and she consistently donned formal attire and high heels. Subsequently, Baiye utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the location he had previously marked in Y City. After searching for the approximate location of Chongbei Middle School on his phone, he swiftly moved in that direction using the body flicker technique. Before long, Baiye located Chongbei Middle School. I have arrived. Where shall I wait for you? He inquired. How could you be so fast? I have just set off, and it will take me nearly half an hour to reach you. Why don't you wait for me at that bubble tea shop I mentioned? It's the only one near the school gate, Lily responded, acutely aware that her companion was no longer the B-class novice he once was, but had ascended to the ranks of an S-class hero. All right, Baiye replied, scanning his surroundings until he soon spotted the bubble tea shop Lily had mentioned. It appeared to have 2 storefronts and a second floor, with quite an appealing decor. As it was Sunday, students were on holiday, and the bubble tea shop was bustling with patrons. It is worth mentioning that in Japan, Sunday marks the beginning of a new week. Thus, each week commences from Sunday, followed by Monday, and so forth until Saturday. Hence, Lily sought him out today. It was no wonder that this was the only bubble tea shop remaining in the vicinity, It had monopolized the business, and even if a second shop opened nearby, it would likely not last long. Upon entering the bubble tea shop, Baiye casually chose an empty seat. "What would you like to drink?" "Allow me to order for you," he offered. "Thank you. I would like a jasmine milk green tea, and I will reimburse you later," Lily replied. Baiye promptly went to the counter to order a jasmine milk green tea for Lily and a classic milk tea for himself, before returning to his seat to wait. However, during the ordering process, he attracted the attention of many students around him. "That boy looks so familiar. It feels as though I have seen that face before." "Come on, every time you encounter a handsome guy, you say you've seen him before." "No, truly, that face does seem quite familiar. Could he be one of the S-Class heroes? Let me look it up on my phone. I found him on the hero roster. He is the 5th-ranked S-Class hero, Shinwei. No wonder he looks so familiar." It was astonishing to encounter an S-Class hero in such a setting, and he appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly not much older than themselves. At this moment, Baiye could hear various discussions about himself surrounding him. Out of courtesy, he offered a faint smile to the boys and girls who greeted him with a casual hi. This seemingly ordinary gesture instantly elicited a wave of gasps. "He smiled at me, and he truly looks so youthful." Humph, a group of frivolous girls, unaware that those crimson eyes are the most captivating. Within those blood-red irises likely lies a fearsome demon king. The boys in junior high are, at that awkward age, often exhibiting behaviors that inspired the term CHNIBI, which originates from the idiosyncrasies of Japanese second-year middle school students. It's better for these CHNIBI boys to refrain from embarrassing themselves. Do they not fear being ridiculed? Hearing the students' inexplicable quarrels, Baiye could only chuckle helplessly. Yet, it must be said that Baiye could indeed summon a fearsome outer path demon statue right then and there, a sight as terrifying as any so-called demon king. Subsequently, Baiye sat at his seat, patiently awaiting Lily's arrival. As time passed, 2 cups of milk tea were delivered by the waiter. Just then, a girl, accompanied by another, approached Baiye. "Excuse me, Mr. Shunwei, may I add you online?" The 2 girls before him exuded a slight gyro vibe, akin to the Japanese term for bad girl. Coincidentally, at that moment, Lily also arrived at the milk tea shop. Today, Lily was no longer clad in her work uniform. Instead, she donned a white dress and had traded her high heels for white canvas shoes, her face adorned with a delicate touch of makeup. This was, after all, due to the cultural norm in Japan, where girls are often presumed impolite if they venture out with boys without makeup, regardless of their natural beauty. Just as Baiye was about to respond, Lily, sensing the situation, swiftly approached the 2 girls. "Excuse me, you're occupying my seat," she said with a smile that barely concealed her displeasure. "Oh, my apologies. We'll move." The 2 girls quickly assumed that Shinwei must already have a girlfriend and obediently returned to their original seats. They were quite surprised to learn he already had a girlfriend. Who was she? Perhaps another formidable hero? To be dating someone ranked 5th among S-Class heroes must mean she is at least an A-Class hero. After all, I have never seen her on the S-Class leaderboard. How incredible it would have been if I had succeeded just now. This is a strikingly handsome fellow, ranked 5th on both the S-Class hero roster and the popularity chart. Indeed, that would have been something to boast about, far exceeding any of your previous boyfriends. After all, being a gyro, one typically does not remain grounded. At least, most of them are like that temporarily, holding on to the notion of just having fun while also satisfying their vanity. At that moment, Baiye could hear the conversation between the 2 alluring girls, and he merely shook his head, feeling no surprise. Lily's appearance had indeed come to his aid. Otherwise, he would have found it difficult to decline the advances of these 2 charming girls. Before overhearing their dialogue, he might have consented to add them as friends online, for he was not the type to harbor prejudice against someone simply because they appeared attractive. Meanwhile, Lily took a seat across from Baiye. She refrained from mentioning the recent events, as she felt somewhat embarrassed. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, and she experienced a flutter of nerves. She wondered whether her previous actions had seemed too deliberate. Reflecting on it, she recognized that her behavior had indeed been peculiar. She had acted on impulse without fully understanding why. Could it be? Chapter 77. Misunderstandings deepen. This jasmine milk tea is yours. As Lily's mind grew increasingly muddled, a sudden remark from Baiye nearly startled her. Regaining her composure, she noticed Baiye sliding the cup of jasmine milk tea toward her. "Oh, thank you," she replied, nodding appreciatively. Without a second thought, she promptly settled the cost of the drink, unwilling to take advantage of Baiye's kindness. As she sipped the milk tea, her thoughts lingered on the earlier conversation. Noticing that Lily seemed somewhat distracted, Baiye had initially intended to seize the opportunity to clarify the misunderstanding but decided to wait for a more opportune moment. He savored the classic flavor of the milk tea. This was his first taste since arriving in this world, and he found it quite delightful. As the essence of milk tea remained consistently enjoyable across various establishments. Suddenly, Lily spoke up. "It feels like there are many eyes upon us." The myriad of gazes surrounding them made her feel somewhat uneasy. "This is likely my fault. It seems they all recognize me," Baiye explained. "Oh, that makes sense. You are already the fifth-ranked S-class hero, after all, and you've gained a certain level of notoriety," Lily acknowledged, realizing Baiye had become quite a celebrity. Especially following the recent meteor incident, the Hero Association had not only propelled Baiye's ranking upward, but also fervently publicized his heroic deeds. Undoubtedly, the Hero Association had its own motives in doing so. Much like Sweetheart Mask, the association's most prominent ambassador, whose role serves to promote the organization and attract more talent, as well as garner greater investments and donations. In summary, Baiye had solidified his status as the savior of City Z, significantly boosting his visibility under the Hero Association's marketing efforts. His handsome appearance, formidable strength, and the heroic act of preventing the meteor's descent aligned perfectly with the association's promotional criteria. "By the way, are you still attending this school? Surely, your focus isn't solely on being a professional hero now?" Baiye inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "Yes, I am still studying. But since I became a professional hero, the school no longer requires me to maintain perfect attendance. As long as I participate in the necessary exams on time, that suffices," Lily responded. Consequently, her attention had shifted largely toward the Blizzard Group, with her academic pursuits taking a back seat. In this world, most individuals tended to follow a similar path. It could be deemed a realm where strength reigns supreme. The powerful are seldom short on resources, while wealth alone cannot procure strength. Thus, the necessity for formal education diminishes. For instance, both Blizzard and Sykes evidently did not attend university, having graduated from high school approximately 4 to 5 years prior. It is known that Sykes established the Monster Association at least 2 or 3 years ago, while Blizzard had long since joined the Hero Association, indicating they had not undergone 4 years of university education. Nevertheless, this did not impede their ability to carve out a space for themselves in this world. One possessing the combat prowess of a dragon-level monster, the other ranking among the top A-class heroes. Indeed, Baiye nodded slightly. In such circumstances, it would be utterly absurd for him to advise Lily to diligently study and strive for improvement. "What about you? You don't seem much older than I am. Are you still pursuing your studies?" Lily inquired. She had always been unaware of Baiye's age, merely perceiving him as a peer. A significant factor was Baiye's youthful appearance. Though he was already 20, he bore little distinction from a high school student. However, his ever-vibrant, kaleidoscopic Sharingan lent him an air of maturity. "Not at all. I've only completed half of my university education," Baiye casually replied. His statement held a kernel of truth, for prior to his transmigration, he had been nearing the end of his sophomore year. However, in this new realm, he was compelled to abandon his studies. "Oh, I see." Lily displayed no surprise at Baiye's incomplete university journey. After all, it was quite possible that she too might one day dedicate herself entirely to the life of a hero. Moreover, Baiye was the 5th-ranked S-class hero, already accomplished. With both wealth and fame to spare, it was entirely reasonable for him to pursue heroism full-time. "Wait, my situation is not as it seems. I did not drop out intentionally," Baiye emphasized, suddenly realizing the potential misunderstanding. He was concerned that Lily might misconstrue his words and follow suit in abandoning her studies to become a full-time hero. "All right if it weren't for your reminder. I might have been swayed," Lily admitted. "By the way, regarding my previous invitation to your home for tea." The truth is, Baiye began to explain, but was interrupted by Lily. "I've actually given it considerable thought. I just wasn't mentally prepared before no." Please let me explain, Baiye said, his tone tinged with exasperation. That was merely a customary gesture of hospitality. Even Fubuki pays me occasional visits. Fubuki? Lily froze momentarily. Judging by her reaction, it seemed she had only registered the mention of Fubuki from Baiye's entire statement. What's wrong? Baiye asked, puzzled. Nothing. Nothing at all. Lily shook her head slightly, though her expression had grown decidedly peculiar. Fubuki, when did this happen? Has it already? Clearly, Baiye had failed to clarify the misunderstanding, plunging deeper into confusion, as Lily subconsciously believed that such interactions were reserved for couples. However, in that moment, Lily was uncertain about the cause of her own turmoil. Was it due to Fubuki, or was it Baiye? Observing the change in Lily's demeanor, Baiye instantly recognized that something was amiss. Surely, something has transpired, hasn't it? Can you share it with me? He pressed on, anxious to clarify any potential miscommunications before they escalated. I want to let you have suddenly, Lily blurted out something nonsensical, only to correct herself mid-sentence. I want to let you have Fubuki. Chapter 78. The interrogation of Fubuki. Baiye instinctively rubbed his forehead, perplexed by the notion of not being able to entrust Lady Fubuki to him. Surely, there must have been a misunderstanding. Was it not so? You and Lady Fubuki. Lily's expression appeared rather shaken. That's not the case at all. Ever since that incident when she came to my door seeking trouble, she has been visiting my home quite often, and that is all there is to it, Baiye explained candidly. In fact, there are quite a few people who come to my house daily, which is why I previously invited you over for tea. Oh, Lily nodded slowly, momentarily taken aback. However, it seemed Baiye's explanation had not entirely penetrated her thoughts, as she still appeared to be processing his words. Having expressed all he needed to, Baiye refrained from elaborating further. The two of them then engaged in light conversation over milk tea, with Lily gradually becoming less reserved than she had been at the outset. Before they knew it, 2 hours had slipped by. Glancing at the time, Baiye noted it was around 5 in the evening. I suppose we should wrap things up for today. I need to head back and prepare dinner. All right. Lily nodded slightly, a hint of reluctance flickering in her eyes. Having finally made a friend with whom she could share laughter, she instinctively felt a pang of sadness at the thought of parting. Let us plan to go out together again next time, Baiye said before their farewell. Yes, Lily responded eagerly. After leaving the milk tea shop, Baiye immediately teleported home. Lily, who exited a few steps behind him, had intended to say a few more words to Baiye, but by the time she emerged, he had vanished from sight. She looked around for a moment, but was unable to find him. With no other option, she took out her phone. Why did you disappear so quickly? I'm already home. So fast. It's only been a blink of an eye. Hasn't it? Lily could not fathom Baiye's speed. Is there something you need? Baiye inquired. Nothing much. I just wanted to say I had a wonderful time today. Thank you. No need for thanks. I enjoyed myself as well. After that, their conversation came to a natural halt. At that moment, Baiye noticed that Fubuki was no longer present. Has Fubuki gone back? He asked Genos. Yes, she left about half an hour ago, Genos replied with a nod. The following day, Lily attended her classes, as usual. However, her middle school dismissed students by 2 or 3 in the afternoon, leaving her ample time to pursue her own interests. After school, Lily headed to the Fubuki group's headquarters to work. Upon entering the office, she was taken aback to find Fubuki seated at her desk. Lady Fubuki? Lily exclaimed in surprise. Lily, I have a few matters I wish to inquire about, Fubuki said with a serious demeanor. What is it? Please, go ahead, Lady Fubuki, Lily responded eagerly. Witnessing the serious demeanor of Lady Fubuki, Lily couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness. It concerned the matter of Byakuya. Fubuki's tone grew somber. Lily's expression shifted in shock. Why would Lady Fubuki suddenly broach the subject of Byakuya? Could it be related to her outing with him the previous day? You spent time with him yesterday. It appears your relationship is quite amicable, Fubuki inquired. Lily's heart skipped a beat. Lady Fubuki's expression seemed to interrogate her about her connection with Byakuya. Indeed, Lady Fubuki still. Why, yes. Lily nodded in reluctant admission. Even if Lady Fubuki harbored feelings for Byakuya, she wouldn't be particularly surprised. After all, Byakuya was undeniably remarkable, possessing both formidable strength as the 5th-ranked S-class and an exceptionally handsome appearance. Aware that her admission might incite Lady Fubuki's displeasure, she nevertheless felt an inexplicable urge to confess. I see. Could you share how you managed to cultivate such a strong bond with Byakuya? Fubuki asked straightforwardly. Lily had anticipated a reprimand from Lady Fubuki, but instead, she was being asked such a question. Well, I'm not quite sure how to articulate it. It just felt natural. Our relationship seems to be quite good, Lily replied. Faced with such an inquiry, she was uncertain how to respond. Could you elaborate further? For instance, how did it all begin? Fubuki pressed on. The memories of that day made Lily blush slightly. After all, she had not only followed him, but had also lost track of him and ended up in tears. After a moment's hesitation, she recounted the general sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Fubuki appeared pensive. So, I should follow him when he goes out. 2. This was her conclusion and insight. Fubuki's deduction left Lily utterly bewildered. Normally, such behavior would elicit aversion from the other party. Why would Lady Fubuki think it advisable to act in such a manner? Even Lily recognized the inappropriateness of such actions. Yet Lady Fubuki. No, Lady Fubuki. Such behavior would only provoke disdain. Lily promptly explained. Is that so? Fubuki retorted with a hint of surprise. She continued, speaking of which, Byakuya has consistently ignored me. Does that mean he holds a strong aversion towards me? Perhaps. Lily responded softly. By the way, Lady Fubuki, you must have gone directly to Byakuya's house with Yamayan and Eyelash previously, right? That incident likely left him with a negative impression. Lily speculated. Perhaps so, but I've already apologized to him more than once. What more can I possibly do? This left Shueisha in a state of perplexity. At that moment, Lily appeared somewhat troubled, as she too was at a loss concerning the appropriate course of action. So, according to your assertion, your attempts to follow him must have provoked his aversion, correct? How then did your relationship improve? Shueisha sought to glean insights from Lily's approach. Lily fell into deep contemplation, pondering for quite some time, only to realize that she hadn't intentionally undertaken any specific actions to mend their relationship. I apologize, but I'm not entirely certain. I'm merely added by Yi online and frequently engage him in conversation. Beyond that, I cannot recall any other significant actions was all Lily could articulate. This was undeniably a segment devoid of substantial reference value. However, upon hearing it, Shueisha instinctively struck her palm with her fist. I understand now. Chapter 79. The flowing rock-shattering fist. Lily was momentarily perplexed by Lord Fubuki's apparent understanding. Yet upon observing her confident demeanor, she decided against pursuing the matter further. After Fubuki departed, Lily let out a slight sigh, her spirits seemingly dampened as she rested her head on the table. The recent conversation with Lord Fubuki had solidified a realization within her. Fubuki harbored feelings for Baiye. Although Baiye had explicitly denied any connection with Fubuki during their visit to the milk tea shop yesterday, that was merely Baiye's unilateral perspective and did not necessarily imply that Fubuki lacked interest in him. What should I do? It was difficult for her to reconcile the admiration she held for the esteemed Fubuki with the burgeoning feelings she found herself grappling with. No. Lily quickly slapped her warm, flushed cheeks with her hands, perhaps too bashful to acknowledge her own feelings. On the same day, Fubuki returned to seek out Baiye. Baiye noticed that Sykes was absent. Just as Fubuki raised her hand to knock, she heard Baiye's response. No, I'm not here for Sykes. I'm here for you. Fubuki corrected herself. Me? Baiye found it hard to fathom what favorable purpose Fubuki's visit could serve. What is it? Just tell me. Baiye opened the door only slightly, peering out without inviting Fubuki inside. Fubuki promptly presented her phone screen to Baiye, revealing her line account. What does this mean? Are you asking me to exchange line contacts? Baiye inquired, taken aback. Precisely, Fubuki affirmed with a nod. Although Baiye remained puzzled by Fubuki's intentions, she ultimately acquiesced to the request. All right, Baiye accepted Fubuki's friend request. Why do you have no profile picture and such a casual name? Fubuki remarked upon noticing Baiye's default avatar and unassuming name. Such things are of little concern to me, Baiye replied nonchalantly. Is that so? Let me add a note for you, Fubuki said as she began typing on her phone. Initially, she intended to label Baiye as Shinra, but quickly deleted it and changed it to Baiye. Teacher, Mr. Bangu is on the line, came Genos's voice from the living room. Bangu? What does he want from us? Baiye returned to the living room promptly, with Fubuki following naturally behind and taking a seat beside him. He said he has something entertaining to show us and invited us to his dojo. If we are interested, he will send someone to pick us up, Genos explained. No need for that. We can go directly, Baiye replied as he approached Genos, leaving a parting remark for Fubuki. I'll leave the house in your capable hands. Yeah. In an instant, Fubuki was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Wait. However, it was already too late. By the time she uttered those words, the figures of Saitama and Genos had vanished. After all, there was nothing of value in Saitama's home. So leaving Fubuki alone, there posed no issue. Moreover, although Fubuki had a rather difficult temperament, she was not the type to engage in petty theft. Before long, Saitama had brought Genos to Bang's dojo. This dojo was perched atop a great mountain, accessible only by climbing countless steep steps, a daunting task for the average person. Yet, Saitama and Genos were far from ordinary. Genos could ascend by flight, while Saitama found it effortless, employing either the Flying Thunder God technique or the Divine Eye technique to arrive. Oh, you just finished your call, and you're already here? Bang exclaimed in astonishment upon the sudden appearance of Saitama and Genos. Having previously witnessed Saitama's speed and prowess, Bang did not exhibit much surprise this time. Does Mr. Bang have something delightful to show us? Genos inquired directly. At that moment, Saitama surveyed the surroundings and noted that apart from Bang, only a spiky-haired youth remained, Bang's disciple, Sharingan. He quickly realized that the Hungry Wolf must have begun to stir trouble. Hungry Wolf, once Bang's chief disciple, had unleashed chaos during a training session while Bang was away, defeating all present disciples, who subsequently withdrew from the dojo. Hungry Wolf himself was ultimately defeated by Bang and expelled from the dojo. Sharingan, having escaped that incident by skipping class, became Bang's sole remaining disciple, thus inheriting the title of chief disciple. Pay close attention, Bang instructed, assuming a fighting stance. He then executed a series of flowing rock-crushing punches. The movements of Bang's technique resembled a gentle stream, seemingly devoid of lethality. Yet only those who faced it could comprehend its terrifying nature. The fluid motions could suddenly transform into a devastating strike that shattered opponents. This technique exemplified the principle of using softness to overcome hardness, proving particularly effective against humanoid adversaries, whether human or monster. Even dragon-level foes like Gum and Ugly President would meet their demise in the face of Bang's prowess, as their forms leaned toward the humanoid. However, Genos displayed no reaction whatsoever. In contrast, Saitama observed Bang's technique with a degree of seriousness, contemplating the possibility of mastering the flowing rock-crushing punches. After all, proficiency in various skills could only be advantageous. Ultimately, after merely a single viewing, Saitama's eternal Manjiki Sharingan manifested its immense potential. Ding! The host has learned the martial art, flowing rock-crushing punch, and received a reward of 10 points. Kakashi is referred to as the Copy Ninja due to his possession of a single Manjiki Sharingan from Obito, coupled with the 5 elemental chakra within him. This combination, along with the replicated prowess of the Sharingan, enables him to imitate nearly all ninjutsu employed by his adversaries. The underlying principle of this replication capability is rooted in the ocular insight of the Sharingan, which allows for an intricate understanding of an opponent's movements, thereby enabling the recreation of their techniques. However, this ability does not extend to ocular techniques that do not require hand seals. At this juncture, having completed a demonstration of the flowing rock-crushing fist, Bang inquired of Genos and Knight, "Both of you possess remarkable talent. You should be able to master it swiftly." Yet Bang could hardly anticipate that, having merely showcased the technique, Knight had already grasped the flowing rock-crushing fist. Chapter 80. The Legend of the Hungry Wolf. Is this what Mr. Bangu referred to as something amusing? I think I'll pass. My pursuit lies in absolute destructive power, not in such self-defense techniques, Genos stated candidly, showing no interest. What? Hearing Genos dismiss Mr. Bangu's flowing rock smash fist as merely a self-defense technique, Sharenko could not restrain himself and stood up. You dare to belittle the flowing rock smash fist? I am Sharenko, the chief disciple of Mr. Bangu. Allow me to challenge you. Sharenko immediately declared war on Genos. Genos had no intention of indulging Sharenko. In his eyes, this visit was a waste of his teacher's precious time. He could endure it for himself, but squandering his mentor's invaluable moments was unforgivable. However, just as Genos rose to confront Sharenko, he was restrained by a firm hand on his shoulder from Baiye. Let me handle this, Baiye said as he stood up. Teacher? Genos looked at Baiye in astonishment. He did not anticipate that his teacher would choose to engage directly. While he might have merely delivered a casual reprimand with his teacher's strength, it was likely to result in severe consequences for Sharenko. You are Mr. Bangu's senior disciple, correct? Baiye inquired of Sharenko. Indeed. Do you also look down upon Mr. Bangu's flowing rock smash fist? Sharenko questioned Baiye with a sharp tone. Sharenko, do not be impulsive, Bangu urged, aware that Sharenko was undoubtedly no match for either Baiye or Genos. Such recklessness would only lead to his own downfall. Nevertheless, Sharenko persisted. Today, I shall vindicate Mr. Bangu. Then let us begin. Upon finishing his sentence, Baiye assumed the same stance for the flowing rock smash fist as Bangu had moments before. Bangu reacted swiftly, recognizing the intricacies involved, his expression turning to one of shock. In contrast, Sharenko had yet to master the flowing rock smash fist, which was a highly challenging martial art. Even the seasoned Hungry Wolf had failed to grasp its essence. The key to Hungry Wolf's understanding of the flowing rock smash fist came only after being expelled by Bangu, showcasing his remarkable ability to learn through battle. The knowledge gained from being defeated by Bangu with that technique far surpassed his daily training at the dojo. Sharenko was limited to utilizing more fundamental martial arts against Baiye, albeit having learned from Bangu himself. However, the outcome was Baiye effortlessly sent Sharenko flying with a single blow of the flowing rock smash fist. Sharenko tumbled several times before finally coming to a halt. Fortunately, in this world of heroes, humans are remarkably resilient. It is nearly impossible for them to be mortally wounded, and any injuries can be easily recovered from. Ding! The host has defeated Bangu's senior disciple, Sharenko, and received a reward. 6 points. Though Sharenko was the senior disciple, his actual strength was only at a mid to low level of B-rank heroes, comparable to an average wolf-level monster. Baiye, what you just did. At that moment, Bangu spoke with palpable excitement. The martial arts recently demonstrated by Baiye were none other than the flowing rock-shattering fist, which he had merely showcased with a casual display. To think that after just a single observation of his demonstration, he had already grasped it to such an extent. As the master of the flowing rock-shattering fist, Bangu had reached the pinnacle of this art and could easily discern Baiye's level of mastery. Although his movements appeared somewhat unrefined, the ability to execute the flowing rock-shattering fist with stability in a practical context, coupled with a high degree of completion, was, to Bangu, an astonishing feat. The very fact that his movements seemed awkward only served to affirm the authenticity of his endeavor, indicating that this was indeed Baiye's first encounter with the flowing rock-shattering fist. Moreover, as the undisputed authority in this martial art, Bangu was well aware that it had not been disseminated to the outside world. Apart from his tutelage, it would be nearly impossible for Baiye to have practiced it elsewhere. This meant that Baiye had successfully mastered the flowing rock-shattering fist after a mere viewing, and could immediately apply it in combat. At this moment, Bangu was profoundly shaken. The aptitude exhibited by this young man was nothing short of terrifying. I stand enlightened. This is indeed a powerful and practical martial art, Baiye graciously remarked to Bangu. It was then that Genos realized the techniques employed by his master during the recent confrontation with Kalanzi bore a striking resemblance to the flowing rock-shattering fist demonstrated by Bangu. Master, did you just use Mr. Bangu's self-defense techniques? Genos inquired eagerly. It is not merely self-defense. It is the flowing rock-shattering fist, Bangu clarified emphatically. By the way, Genos, you have been referring to Baiye as your master, correct? Bangu mused. He is indeed quite qualified to be your teacher. Among all the individuals I have encountered in my lifetime, None possess martial talent superior to his, not even myself. What do you mean by that? Genos questioned, perplexed. You underestimate the significance of the flowing rock-shattering fist. For someone to master it after merely observing my demonstration is a rare talent in the martial arts. A once-in-a-millennium prodigy, Bangu stated, his hands clasped behind him, his posture slightly hunched as he spoke slowly. Regrettably, he is unlikely to hold my dojo in high regard. Otherwise, I would willingly pass it on to him and retire to a life of leisure. The events that had just transpired made Bangu suddenly feel his age. The world now belonged to the youth. At this point, Genos began to take the flowing rock-shattering fist seriously. After all, Bangu was the third-ranked S-class hero, and receiving such high praise from him undoubtedly showcased his master's remarkable prowess. However, Genos was not particularly surprised, as he had always known just how formidable his master truly was. Baiye, would you consider inheriting my dojo? Despite knowing the likelihood of success was minimal, Bangu could not help but voice his request. I'm afraid I must decline, Baiye promptly replied. Mastering the flowing rock-shattering fist is merely a matter of skill, yet inheriting an entire dojo presents a far greater challenge. He certainly does not possess the luxury of time for such endeavors. Well, Bangu understands the hope is slim, and thus he feels a sense of relief. By the way, did you not have many disciples here before? Why is it that only Kalanzi is present? At this moment, Baiye feigns ignorance. Ding! The host has triggered the event legend of the Hungry Wolf, receiving a reward of 50 points. Chapter 81. Headquarters of the Hero Association. Once, there were numerous disciples. Yet one of them succumbed to madness, grievously injuring many of the more capable students beyond recovery. The others, gripped by fear, subsequently abandoned the dojo. Bangu recounted the disheartening situation with a grave expression. He had once been my foremost disciple, but after the incident, I had to discipline him severely and expel him from a sect. During my previous inadvertent visit to the dojo, I believe I encountered him, did I not? Baiye inquired. Previously, while traversing the divine space, he had inadvertently shifted to Bangu's dojo and had seen many disciples, including the notorious Eelang. Indeed, he was present at that time. His name is Eelang, characterized by his upright, V-shaped white hair. I wonder if you still remember him, Bangu elaborated. I do recall him. Baiye nodded slightly. Now, the legendary tale of Eelang is about to commence. However, before that, a matter of greater significance must be addressed. The arrival of the cosmic overlord, Boros. According to Baiye's understanding of the timeline, Boros, leading the cosmic dark matter pirate crew, would soon arrive on Earth following the assault of the Sea People. With a disaster level exceeding that of a dragon, Boros undoubtedly ranks among the most formidable foes, second only to deities. Apart from Boros, the only other creature of dragon-level menace is the demon Eelang. As for Saitama, he does not pose a threat, as he is neither an adversary of humanity nor that of Boros. The term dragon level is utilized instead of god-level disaster because, as long as Saitama exists, a catastrophe of divine proportions capable of eradicating humanity cannot manifest, rendering the former terminology more precise. Although Saitama could potentially vanquish both Boros and Eelang, should Baiye choose to remain idle, his journey to this world would lack purpose. However, Baiye sensed that, with his current strength, confronting Boros would prove arduous. He must attain greater power. Given your extraordinary martial arts talent, I shall demonstrate all the techniques of the flowing rock-shattering fist for you, Bangu declared. Very well. I appreciate your guidance, Mr. Bangu, Baiye replied. It is no trouble at all. With your perceptiveness, a single demonstration will suffice. This is far less taxing than instructing my other disciples, Bangu remarked. Currently, only Charan remained as a disciple in the dojo, and Bangu was aware that Charan possessed neither remarkable talent nor an admirable work ethic, making it unrealistic to expect him to carry on the legacy of the flowing rock-shattering fist. Given his advanced age, if he did not take action soon, the technique risked being lost entirely. Thus, he resolved to pass it on to Baiye, who was already a familiar face with impeccable character. Initially, Eelang had been his most promising disciple, but alas. Subsequently, Bangu demonstrated all the techniques of the flowing rock-shattering fist before Baiye. With his eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Baiye committed every detail to memory, as this extraordinary ability endowed him with exceptional recall and learning capabilities. Ding! The host has mastered all the techniques of the flowing rock-shattering fist and received a reward of 50 points. Baiye effortlessly grasped the skills. How do you feel? Do you need me to demonstrate it a couple more times? At this moment, Bongu inquired. No, I have learned it all. Baiye slightly shook his head. As expected of you, Bongu exclaimed in astonishment. On their way back, Genos suddenly asked Baiye, Teacher, is my pursuit of ultimate destructive power misguided? Witnessing his teacher master Bongu's flowing rock-shattering fist, a martial art he regarded as a means of self-defense, had led him to doubt his aspirations. There is no such thing as a mistake in this regard. Rarely do we encounter absolute right or wrong, especially when it comes to abilities. Baiye began to enlighten Genos, stating that just as Fubuki is a psychic adept, specializing in psychokinesis is entirely reasonable. As a cyborg, your forte should indeed be destruction, so your pursuit of destructive power is entirely justified. I understand. Genos nodded. Although his teacher is a psychic, he is also versatile, effortlessly mastering high-threshold martial arts like the flowing rock-shattering fist, allowing for comprehensive development. That's about the essence of it. After being praised by Genos, Baiye could only respond with a slight, awkward smile. Upon returning home, he found Fubuki still there, keeping watch over the house. You all returned quite swiftly. By the way, what did you go to do? Fubuki sat alone, brewing tea for herself. We visited Bongu's dojo, Baiye casually replied. Bongu? The one known as the Silver Fong among the S-Class heroes? Fubuki was momentarily taken aback. Baiye seemed to know more S-Class heroes than she had anticipated. However, it was not surprising that Baiye, now also an S-Class hero, would be acquainted with others of the same rank. Indeed, Baiye affirmed, choosing not to elaborate further. His thoughts were primarily focused on enhancing his strength. Before Boros arrives, he must possess the ability to contend with him. It is known that Boros's full-energy collapsing star roaring cannon has the power to obliterate the Earth, or at least the surface. A level of strength that is formidable to counter. After much contemplation, Baiye resolved to first visit the Hero Association headquarters. He knew that when Boros arrived, he would initially use his spaceship to annihilate City A, causing countless casualties. Since he was aware of this, he could not turn a blind eye to the lives of the citizens of City A. Genos. Would you like to accompany me to the Hero Association headquarters in City A? I have something very important to communicate to the association's officials, Baiye asked Genos. I will go. Genos nodded without hesitation. The significance of what his teacher had mentioned piqued his curiosity. Moreover, he wanted to follow his teacher as much as possible to learn from him. Wait, are you all leaving again? Fubuki interjected, her response much quicker this time before Baiye and Genos could depart. Yes, but you might as well head back first. I will lock the door before I leave. Baiye replied with a nod. Could I possibly join you? Fubuki implored. I don't believe that is necessary, Baiye responded. After all, they were not merely visiting the association's headquarters. Bringing so many people along would resemble a sightseeing tour. The matter at hand concerned the lives of all citizens in City A, and this was no trivial matter. Chapter 82. Cataclysm of Divine Proportions. Well, knowing that persistence would yield no results, Fubuki refrained from clinging to Baiye. Subsequently, Baiye, accompanied by Genos, made their way to City A. As they had yet to visit the headquarters of the Hero Association, they meandered for a while before finally arriving at their destination. The grand edifice before them, distinctly towering above the surrounding structures, was none other than the headquarters of the Hero Association, located in City A. Ding. The host has arrived at the Hero Association headquarters in City A for the first time and has received a reward, 10 points. Is it the esteemed Mr. God and Mr. Genos? What brings you both here today? The receptionist immediately recognized Baiye and Genos. If they could not identify an S-Class hero, they might as well pack up and leave. Of course, aside from the reclusive Mr. Explosion, most were indeed recognizable. I have a matter of great importance to discuss with the Association-S officials, Baiye stated. Understood. We will contact the officials for you right away. The receptionist then used the telephone to reach the officials on the upper floors. Mr. Shichi is available now. He has come down. Please wait a moment. Very well. Baiye nodded slightly and then waited quietly. Before long, a man in a suit with a prominent nose emerged from the elevator. This individual was Shichi, one of the officials of the Hero Association and among the few who were genuinely proactive within the organization. The chance to consult with Shichi rather than the more complacent officials filled Baiye with a sense of fortunate anticipation. Mr. God, Mr. Genos, let us proceed to discuss the matter upstairs, Shichi said seriously, his tone respectful towards Baiye and Genos. This marked the first occasion that the fifth-ranked S-class hero, God, had specifically sought out the headquarters with an important agenda, which Shichi took very seriously. After all, a significant event had recently transpired. Baiye and Genos followed Shichi into the elevator. The headquarters building was impressively tall, comprising 100 floors, with Shichi's office situated on the 56th floor. Once they entered Shichi's office, and he securely closed the soundproof door, the formal discussion could commence. Please, Mr. God, do share what is of such importance, Shichi inquired, pouring tea for Baiye and Genos as he settled into his seat across from them. This matter concerns the lives of all citizens of City A. I have foreseen a formidable energy approaching Earth, one that is more terrifying than any dragon-level disaster I have ever witnessed. I would even dare to speculate that it may be classified as a cataclysm of divine proportions. Baiye declared, his tone grave. Ding. The host has initiated the event of the Cosmic Dark Matter Pirate Group and has received a reward. 100 points. What? Shichi's eyes widened in astonishment. His immediate reaction was not one of disbelief, but rather of shock and trepidation. Not long ago, the great prophetess Sababawoof passed away. However, her demise was merely an unfortunate accident. At the time, she was engaged in divining the future 6 months hence. Perhaps due to the astonishing results of her divination, she succumbed to a fit of coughing, and while attempting to soothe herself with a throat lozenge, it tragically became lodged in her throat, leading to her untimely death. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that, in her final moments, Sababawoof inscribed a note that bore the ominous words, "The Earth is doomed." While these words may appear cryptic, Shichi understood their profound implications. Sababawoof had an unparalleled ability to predict the timing of earthquakes and the arrival of monstrous beings. And although many disasters remained unpredicted, the calamities she did foresee invariably came to pass. Thus, the prophecy of the Earth's impending doom was destined to become reality. Furthermore, this coincided perfectly with Mr. Shinwei's recent assertion that a divine catastrophe was on the horizon. If indeed a divine catastrophe were imminent, then the fate of the Earth was indeed sealed. Concurrently, Genos gazed at Baiye with astonishment. In his understanding, dragon-level disasters were already exceedingly formidable. For instance, the recent meteor strike was categorized as such, as was the colossal centipede that had previously wreaked havoc, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Should the teacher's words prove true and a divine catastrophe were to descend, who would rise to save the Earth? A divine catastrophe is deemed by the Hero Association as a calamity capable of leading to human extinction. It is no wonder that the teacher had made a special visit to the association's headquarters. Clearly, this was no ordinary matter. Mr. Shinwei, how did you come to know of the impending divine catastrophe? Are there further details? Shichi implored Baiye with urgency. My eyes, too, are a manifestation of my superpower, one aspect of which allows me to foresee certain elements of the future, Baiye replied, employing this explanation to veil his omniscient perspective, as it was difficult to cast suspicion upon him, given Sababawoof's precedent. Indeed, the world possessed the capacity for foresight. Is your ability akin to that of the great prophetess Sababawoof? Shichi exclaimed in astonishment. That is not the focal point. The emphasis lies on the imminent divine catastrophe. Baiye stated solemnly. While it may not necessarily be classified as a divine catastrophe, the severity of the impending disaster will certainly not be less than that of the previous meteor calamity. In an instant, all vitality in City A will be obliterated. Shichi's countenance turned pale with horror. What shall we do? While others might doubt, Shichi had unwavering faith in Baiye's words. Not only had Sababawoof previously foretold a disaster that would bring about the Earth's end, but Mr. Shinwei's status as the fifth-ranked S-class hero also lent considerable credence to the situation. Indeed, the prior meteor crisis had been resolved by none other than Mr. Shinwei himself. First, we must evacuate the citizens of City A to other cities for safety, and then we must prepare for the divine catastrophe, Baiye responded. He made no mention of a battle plan, for his sole purpose in this endeavor was to ensure the citizens of City A could seek refuge in advance. Otherwise, when the dark matter pirate crew, led by Boros, truly arrives on Earth, it will be too late. The evacuation of the citizens of City A. Shichi's expression grew troubled. For him to facilitate the relocation of the entire city's populace to other cities was not a task he could accomplish alone. It required the consent of other officials within the Hero Association. The issue lay with those officials, a group of individuals who merely engaged in idle talk and relished in their comforts. To put it bluntly, a collection of ineffectual beings. The crux of the matter was their lack of intellect. It was uncertain whether they would even believe that a cataclysmic disaster was imminent, making it improbable that they would be willing to go through the extensive efforts required to evacuate the citizens. However, Baiye had certainly taken this into consideration. Since those officials would not believe in the impending disaster based solely on hearsay, he resolved to orchestrate a catastrophe himself to herald Boros's arrival. Ding! The host has exchanged for the tailed beast summoning scroll, one tail Shikaku, deducting 100 points. Current remaining points, 270. Chapter 83. Shikaku the One-Tail, Mr. Kamui. I wish to place my faith in you. However, the other high-ranking officials within the association may not share my sentiment, thus making the relocation of a city's citizens a formidable challenge. At this moment, Shichi, with a troubled expression, confided in Baiye. He was exceedingly frustrated with those incompetent colleagues, fully aware of their inclinations. No matter, for a calamity is on the verge of unfolding. No, perhaps more than one. Baiye replied nonchalantly, saying, they shall come to believe then. Shichi was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications. Did this mean that, in addition to the catastrophic events he foresaw, there would be other disasters occurring first? Indeed, that is precisely the implication likely of the dragon-level variety. Baiye affirmed with a nod. Dragon-level disasters? And more than one. Shichi was visibly agitated. Should I hastily assemble all the S-class heroes and implore their assistance in facing these calamities? He had originally intended to gather all the S-class heroes at headquarters for a meeting to discuss the prophecy of Lady Shababawoff. Now, it merely meant advancing that plan. That won't be necessary, for you have both myself and Genos, Baiye stated candidly. This was not mere arrogance. The disasters he referred to were the summoning of tailed beasts in a city, not to mention the nearly indestructible vitality of these creatures. The terrifying destructive power unleashed by the tailed beast chakra balls alone was enough to qualify as dragon-level calamities. Thus, he would have to defeat the tailed beasts he summoned himself, allowing him to harness their power, enabling the outer path to absorb their strength, and preparing himself to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Very well. I shall entrust this to Mr. Kamui and Mr. Genos, Shichi said, bowing deeply to both. I shall give it my all, Genos nodded. Although he felt uncertain in the face of dragon-level disasters, he would not yield to fear. All right then, the time is drawing near. Baiye remarked softly. At that moment, he activated the tailed beast scroll he had exchanged for in the point shop. In an instant, Shikaku the One-Tail was summoned. While Baiye could not dictate the exact location of the beast's arrival in this world, he could ensure it was contained within the vicinity of a city. Ding! Shikaku the One-Tail has descended upon the outskirts of a city. Please proceed to challenge it promptly. It has appeared. Baiye murmured. Shichi's expression shifted in alarm as he swiftly contacted the control officer at headquarters. The officer's role was to receive citizen reports, confirm the appearance of monsters, and assess the disaster level based on past cases. Hello, Mr. Shichi? Is there a disaster occurring in a city? And no, there isn't. Shichi's excited tone nearly startled the officer on the other end. Yet, moments later, the officer's tone shifted dramatically. Mr. Shichi, this is not good. In the southern outskirts of City A, an intense surge of energy can be felt, with the disaster level suspected to be at least of ghostly caliber, if not dragon level. I understand. I shall promptly notify the S-Class heroes to respond. Upon confirming the situation, Shichi immediately hung up the phone. However, just as he was about to speak to Baiye and Genos, he turned around only to find that their figures had already vanished. Teacher, that must be the monster that has appeared this time, right? Indeed, it is that formidable creature at this moment. Baiye and Genos had already materialized on a hill. Gazing downward, they beheld a colossal monster. The creature, entirely gray and adorned with cursed seals, bore a resemblance to a raccoon and sported a tail. It was none other than the one-tailed Shikaku. Fortunately, this suburban area is sparsely populated, inhabited only by a few scattered residents living in the mountains. Thus, the emergence of the one-tailed Shikaku did not incite widespread panic. The suddenly summoned Shikaku was momentarily bewildered, trying to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Prior to its summoning, it had been sealed within the body of a Jinchuriki, and now it appeared to have regained its freedom in an instant. While Shikaku was still in a state of astonishment, Baiye had already approached it. Come, attack me, Baiye directly challenged the one-tailed Shikaku. Huh? Shikaku finally snapped back to reality, realizing that a diminutive human had appeared before it. Infuriated by the audacity of the provocation, Shikaku was not one to show mercy. It immediately unleashed a wind release, great vacuum bullet towards Baiye. A massive sphere of wind erupted from its mouth, moving with astonishing speed and formidable power. Yet, Baiye did not flinch. Instead, he shook his head slightly. He opened a spatial portal using his divine might, redirecting the wind sphere into the realm of divine power. As its potency did not meet his expectations. Is that all you are capable of? Baiye inquired, his tone remarkably calm, which elicited a profound sense of mockery from Shikaku. What? Shikaku was instantly enraged. It ceased holding back and began to gather a dark-tailed beast bomb within its mouth. Genos could sense the terrifying energy contained within the black sphere. Teacher, be careful, he urgently warned Baiye. However, this was precisely what Baiye desired. Moments latte. The tail beast bomb had fully formed and was hurled directly at Baiye. In terms of speed and power, the tailed beast bomb dwarfed the earlier wind sphere. The ground was gouged into a deep trench, obliterating everything in its path. Just as the tailed beast bomb was about to collide with Baiye, it suddenly paused in midair for a brief moment. Baiye's left hand grasped the flying thunder god Kanai, while his right hand rested upon his left arm. In an instant, 8 chains resembling seals emerged, drawing towards the beast ball at the center, gradually enveloping it. Flying thunder god, lightning strike. Once the beast ball was fully absorbed, Baiye's hands firmly held the Kanai. In the next moment, the beast ball was transported to a remote, desolate mountain range. Boom! The beast ball triggered an immense explosion, instantly leveling a vast expanse of forest. The force of the explosion and the resultant shockwave left the heroes in awe. Chapter 84. The Might of Susanoo. Mr. Shichi. A more terrifying surge of energy is emanating from that direction. The magnitude of this power undoubtedly reaches the level of a dragon-class catastrophe. We must urgently direct the citizens to evacuate. Yes, promptly issue a disaster alert. At this moment, Shichi was in communication with the control officer. Upon confirming the impending dragon-class disaster, Shichi became even more convinced that Mr. Shinkai possessed a foresight ability akin to that of Lady Shababawoff. Shichi's expression grew increasingly grave. He was now certain that the divine catastrophe spoken of by Mr. Shinkai was highly probable, and even a 1% chance warranted a vigilance of 10,000. Furthermore, the prophecies of Lady Shababawoff and Mr. Shinkai were perfectly aligned. According to Mr. Shinkai's description, prior to the arrival of the divine catastrophe, there would be more than one dragon-class disaster. Were it not for the pressing time, Shichi would have convened an emergency meeting immediately. Once this wave of dragon-class disasters subsided, a gathering of all S-class heroes would be imperative. Although the 5th-ranked S-class hero, Mr. Shinkai, and the 18th-ranked Genos had already rushed to the site of the dragon-class disaster, the Hero Association still took precautionary measures by contacting nearby heroes in City A for support. Meanwhile, when the tailed beast orb was relocated and detonated elsewhere, Baiye nodded in partial satisfaction. He had deliberately provoked the one-tailed Shikaku to unleash the tailed beast orb to intimidate the officials of the Hero Association. While the chakra of the one-tailed Shikaku was lesser compared to other tailed beasts, the ensuing explosion was sufficient for the Hero Association to classify it as a dragon-class disaster. Now it was my turn. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Baiye abruptly unleashed Susanoo, manifesting the complete form. The once massive, one-tailed Shikaku was instantly reduced to the size of a child. Shikaku looked up at the Susanoo before him, clearly taken aback. Following this, Baiye executed a simple yet brutal slash. This strike instantly altered the heavens and earth, severing everything within a vast range ahead. Ding! The host has defeated the one-tailed Shikaku, earning rewards: 100 points and the power of the tailed beast, one-tailed Shikaku. Note: the tailed beast defeated by the host will not perish, but will have its memories erased and be sent back to its original world. As the dust settled, the figure of the one-tailed Shikaku was entirely obscured, having been returned to the Naruto world as per the system's description. At this moment, Baiye not only acquired the tailed beast power he coveted, but also gained 100 points. The exchange of the tailed beast summoning scroll had cost him 100 points, making this akin to obtaining the tailed beast power without any expenditure. This implies that the powers of the remaining 8 tailed beasts should also be up for the taking. Genos, who had been observing the entire spectacle, could not help but marvel. My teacher possesses not only unparalleled speed, but also extraordinary destructive capability. It seems I shall never be able to keep pace with my teacher in this lifetime. What transpired moments ago was merely a superficial strike, yet the devastation it wrought left him in awe. Moreover, he had never witnessed his teacher exerting their full strength. Do not say such things. This is merely the beginning. Your rate of progress has been remarkably swift, Baiye remarked promptly. Indeed, I shall not be disheartened. I'm simply yet again astonished by the teacher's formidable power. Genos affirmed with a nod. Ding! The host has exchanged for the tail beast summoning scroll, 2 Tails Journey, deducting 100 points. Current remaining points, 270. Baiye wasted no time, swiftly preparing to summon the second tail beast. After all, if he could defeat all the tail beasts in one fell swoop, the power of the tail beasts would be his for free. Before Boros's arrival, he was determined to gather all the tail beast powers swiftly, allowing the Outer Path demon statue to evolve into the 10 tails. Teacher, shall we not return? Genos inquired at that moment. Wait, another dragon-level catastrophe is about to unfold. Baiye replied with an expressionless demeanor. Already so soon? Genos exclaimed in astonishment. Having just resolved one dragon-level disaster, the emergence of another in such quick succession was unprecedented in his experience. Was it truly as the note left by that Madame Shababawaf suggested? The Earth was doomed? Genos contemplated, realizing it all hinged on his teacher. If even the impending divine-level disaster proved insurmountable for his teacher, then perhaps the Earth truly was at its end. Just as Baiye was about to utilize the Tail B scroll to summon the 2 Tails Journey, several heroes who were nearest had already arrived. What about the dragon-level monster? Isn't there a dragon-level disaster occurring here? One exclaimed. Look, that's the S-class, Godly Might, and Genos. They must have resolved the dragon-level disaster. It seemed likely, as the signs of battle were unmistakably evident on the scene, so much so that it could be described as horrifically brutal. The slash wielded by Baiye controlling Susanoo had nearly leveled everything in its path. Trees, hills, and even mountains soaring thousands of meters high were all laid to waste. The heroes arriving had never witnessed such a ghastly sight. They found it hard to fathom what had transpired here before their arrival. Genos, I will summon Vaccine Man, Baiye said to Genos. If you have other matters to attend to, you may return. Otherwise, you shall witness an even more thrilling performance. I wish to continue watching, Genos declared resolutely. In the next moment, Baiye vanished. In an instant, Vaccine Man was brought forth by Baiye, still clutching a game controller, seemingly having just been engaged in a game with Saitama. What is happening? I was in the midst of a game with Saitama. Vaccine Man was momentarily bewildered. There are important matters to attend to. Why indulge in gaming? With that, Baiye temporarily stowed the game controller into the space of Godly Might. As the Vaccine Man regained his senses, he surveyed his surroundings. Clearly marked by the scars of battle were the enemies. They would soon make their appearance. In an instant, Baiye summoned the tailed beast with a scroll. Ding! The two-tailed beast has descended upon the outskirts of City A. Please proceed to challenge it promptly. Once again, in the outskirts of City A, within the same vicinity, Baiye's eternal Mangeki Sharingan swiftly detected the distant presence of the two-tailed beast. Transform, he urged the vaccine man. What? The vaccine man seemed momentarily taken aback. Can't you enlarge your form? Baiye clarified. Oh, that. Normally, I don't resort to that technique. The vaccine man feigned a serious demeanor. Just transform as instructed. Spare me the unnecessary chatter, Baiye retorted with a glare. The vaccine man recoiled slightly, resigning himself to comply. Before long, his form rapidly expanded, reaching a towering height of nearly 100 meters, his appearance turning fearsome and grotesque. Simultaneously, Baiye activated his Susanoo once more, his intentions unmistakably clear. He was preparing to merge with the vaccine man into a formidable armored Susanoo form. Chapter 85. Confronting the three great-tailed beasts with the fusion of Susanoo and the vaccine man, transforming into the formidable armored Susanoo. Baiye had long harbored this aspiration, though prior opportunities to actualize it had been scarce. Now, with the tailed beasts as his targets, he was afforded the perfect chance to experiment with the armored Susanoo. Before him, the Susanoo he had activated seamlessly merged with the enraged vaccine man, whose already massive form swelled even further. One might say that the vaccine man's shape was forcibly elongated by the Susanoo. Naturally, the appearance of Susanoo underwent a transformation as well. The vaccine man's entire body became encrusted with a thick layer of azure blue scaled armor, as if the Susanoo itself had been donned as a suit of armor upon him, with Baiye situated within the prism at its forehead. This represented the completed fusion of the Susanoo with the frenzied vaccine man. Could it truly be possible? Genos gazed in disbelief at the armored Susanoo before him. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that the azure giant summoned by his master could merge with the vaccine man, as this was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. Genos struggled to comprehend the extent of power that his master and the vaccine man could achieve through their union. The combination of an S-class hero and a dragon-level monster must surely approach the realm of divine calamity, or so he speculated. After all, in his eyes, his master's strength far surpassed that of any dragon-level monster he had ever known. What was that? Wasn't that the vaccine man that had previously attacked City A? Why was it here? And had it truly merged with Kim Yui? He had heard tales of Kim Yui being able to summon giants, but witnessing such enormity firsthand was altogether different. It felt as though remaining here would only hinder their efforts. Perhaps it would be wise to retreat to a safer distance. The heroes present were rendered speechless, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. The strongest among them was merely a low-ranking A-class hero, a far cry from the S-class Kim Yui standing before them. At that moment, Baiye maneuvered the armored Susanoo through the air, and immense orbs of light began to materialize behind it. Having fused with the vaccine man, he was now capable of harnessing the vaccine man's orb abilities. Beep. Host has exchanged for the tailed beast summoning scroll, three-tailed Isabu, deducting 100 points. Current remaining points, 170. Beep. Host has exchanged for the tailed beast summoning scroll, four-tailed Son Goku, deducting 100 points. Current remaining points, 70. Beep. Three-tailed Isabu has descended upon the outskirts of City. Host, please proceed to challenge it promptly. Beep. Four-tailed Son Goku has descended upon the outskirts of City A. Host, please proceed to challenge it promptly. Baiye decided to summon both the three-tailed Isabu and the four-tailed Son Goku simultaneously, aiming to confront the two-tailed, three-tailed, and four-tailed beasts all at once. Upon utilizing the tailed beast scrolls, the three-tailed Isabu and four-tailed Son Goku appeared concurrently from two different directions. Baiye initially set his sights on the two tails, also known as the giant blue Hakimi, enveloped in azure chakra flames and adorned with black seals reminiscent of Shikaku. The two tails, or Nikomata, displayed its distinct feature of two tails. Baiye deftly commanded two orbs of light to swiftly assault the two tails. Sans signe imminent danger. The two tails attempted to evade, but having been abruptly summoned and still bewildered by the circumstances, it was ultimately too slow to react to the rapid approach of the light orbs. Consequently, it was struck on the head and leg, unleashing a pained cry from the creature. Upon merging with the complete body of Susanoo, the potency of the light orbs surged dramatically. Not only did their size increase several-fold, but they also became enveloped in a layer of blue-green energy akin to Susanoo, exponentially enhancing their power. Among the nine-tailed beasts, the two tails was inherently weaker. After being bombarded by the two orbs, it fell into a grievously injured state. Baiye, devoid of any inclination to torment the beast, launched a few more orbs to utterly vanquish the two tails. Ding! The host has defeated the two tails and received rewards. 100 points tailed beast power, two tails. With the two tails dispatched effortlessly, Baiye redirected his focus towards the three tails Isabu and the four tails Sun Wukong. The three tails Isabu resembled a colossal turtle, encased in a tough shell adorned with spikes, featuring distinctive hair and whiskers, along with its three tails. Conversely, the four tails Sun Wukong was a massive red monkey with four tails, sporting a headpiece reminiscent of a tightening curse, embodying the legendary figure of the Monkey King. Four tails? I thought I just heard the voice of the two tails. What is going on? The three tails Isabu, suddenly summoned to this realm, was equally perplexed, its gaze settling on the nearby four tails Sun Wukong. However, upon hearing the anguished cries of the two tails, it immediately heightened its vigilance. I detest being called four tails. Sun Wukong retorted sharply. This is not the time for such matters. Look at that entity in the sky. The three tails Isabu alerted, having sensed the murderous intent emanating from the enormous azure creature above them. Oh! Sun Wukong also cast its gaze upward at the imposing Susanoo, sensing an ominous aura. It too could perceive the terrifying energy harbored within the massive orbs trailing behind Susanoo. Do not underestimate it. The two tails was just annihilated in an instant. We must respond with our utmost strength. Let us employ that technique, the three tails Isabu declared gravely. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded slowly. Together, they began to gather the tailed beast balls. The orbs were compressed within their mouths, forming over time, before they simultaneously launched them toward the formidable Susanoo in the sky. Confronted by two-tailed beast orbs approaching from the front and side, Baiye could have utilized a luminous sphere to intercept them. However, he chose not to do so. Instead, with both hands in the hands of his armored Susanoo, he simultaneously formed seals, deploying the Flying Thunder God barrier on both the front and side. This barrier, composed of 8 cursed seal chains, shall henceforth be referred to as the Flying Thunder God barrier. Flying Thunder God, Lightning Strike. The two-tailed beast orbs were gradually absorbed by the barrier. Following this, Baiye and the armored Susanoo cast another spell, directly transferring the two-tailed beast orbs to the feet of the three tails Isabu and the four tails Son Goku. What? Isabu and Son Goku were instantly taken aback. They had completely overlooked the fact that two kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God insignia had been driven into the ground beneath them at some point unbeknownst to them. Chapter 86. The Trembling Tornado Boom. Not only did Baiye return the tailed beast balls to the three-tailed Isabu and the four-tailed Son Goku, but he also summoned more luminous orbs to unleash a barrage upon them. Of course, he was mindful of the presence of civilians in the vicinity. It was evident that he had surveyed the area for any innocents before unleashing his fierce assault. Amidst the chaotic bombardment, compounded by the grievous injuries inflicted upon Isabu and Son Goku from their own tailed beast balls, they were now on the brink of collapse after enduring the relentless onslaught of luminous orbs. Ding! The host has defeated the three-tailed Isabu, earning rewards. 100 points tailed beast power, three-tailed Isabu. Ding! The host has defeated the four-tailed Son Goku, earning rewards. 100 points tailed beast power, four-tailed Son Goku. Meanwhile, Genos gazed skyward at his master Baiye, his heart brimming with emotion. The heroes who had taken refuge at a distance remained utterly speechless throughout the ordeal. As Baiye engaged with the two-tailed, three-tailed, and four-tailed beasts, more heroes flocked to the scene. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, they prudently kept their distance, fearful of being caught in the crossfire of tailed beast balls and luminous orbs. This is utterly ridiculous. Is this the terrifying prowess of an S-class hero? No. Even the average S-class hero cannot be this formidable, can they? It's as if the dragon-class monster, Vaccine Man, were merely a mount. Is this the strength of the fifth-ranked S-class hero? Truly terrifying from their perspective. It was as if deities were clashing, rendering them too intimidated to approach. However, just as Baiye released his Susanoo and descended from the sky, a petite figure whirled in from the distance, accompanied by a gust of wind. Upon landing, she even summoned a whirlwind. Wasn't he there supposed to be a dragon-class calamity? Where was the monster? Accompanied by a voice rich with pride, Baiye turned to see a remarkably familiar petite figure, with her green curls framing a delicately cute face. Her diminutive stature was in harmony with her features. She donned a long black robe with slits on either side, arms crossed in an air of superiority. It was none other than the second-ranked S-class hero, Tornado of Terror. Although her precise height was not clearly stated, a comparison with another S-class hero, Child Emperor, provided a rough estimate. With Child Emperor standing at 131 centimeters, it could be inferred that Tornado was slightly shorter, likely around 130 centimeters, certainly not exceeding 131 centimeters. However, despite her appearance resembling that of a younger girl, she was actually Fubuki's elder sister, age 28. It has been resolved, Baiye replied calmly. His encounter with Tornado did not surprise him. The energy fluctuations from the previous tailed beast balls and the explosive orbs had likely alarmed the executives and staff at the Hero Association headquarters, prompting them to summon Tornado to address the frequent dragon-class disasters. What? Tornado furrowed her brow. So I wasted my trip? Yes, indeed, that is the implication. Baiye replied calmly. However, the individual behind you, is he not also a monster? At that moment, Tornado pointed towards the Vaccine Man behind Baiye. Although she had not paid much attention to the monster files recorded by the Hero Association, thus failing to recognize Vaccine Man as the previously encountered dragon-class monster, she could discern that he was indeed a monster. He is a friend of the teacher. Monsters that do not pose a threat to human society are not classified as disasters, Genos explained. Just like Mosquito Girl and the Iron Gorilla, who were seen following Dr. Kino's selling octopus balls in the residential area, they had not faced scrutiny from the Hero Association, as long as they do not actively harm humans. The Hero Association will not interfere with those benevolent and friendly monsters. Is that so? I shall tentatively place my trust in you. Tornado conceded with a slight nod, choosing not to press further. So, the association did not inform me of the possibility of multiple dragon-class disasters? Is this where it ends? Tornado surveyed the surroundings, seeing no trace of monsters, only the remnants of the fierce battle. It seems to be over. We should return now, Baiye stated expressionlessly. He had initially intended to continue summoning tailed beasts, but upon Tornado's arrival, he decided to temporarily refrain. Given Tornado's nature, she would undoubtedly vie with him to defeat the tailed beasts, and if she were to succeed, it would jeopardize his chances of receiving any rewards. Thus, for the sake of prudence, he chose to head home and rest. Honestly, I expected to encounter a formidable monster. I reluctantly intervened, only to find it was a mere waste of time. At this moment, Tornado began to grumble. You are that newly promoted S-class, right? Although I've forgotten your name. You must be insignificant. Any monster easily defeated by you is certainly of no consequence, which makes this utterly uninteresting. In response to Tornado's complaints, which also belittled him, Baiye remained unfazed. He was well aware that Tornado's temperament was not much better than that of Fubuki. The personalities of these sisters were both rather unpleasant. Having grown somewhat accustomed to Fubuki's demeanor, Baiye had developed a degree of immunity to Tornado's attitude. In contrast, Genos could no longer tolerate it and interjected. Teacher has defeated several dragon-class monsters, and yet you maintain such a disrespectful attitude? After all, they are all insignificant. What difference does it make if there are several or just one? Tornado replied with a haughty expression. Today is a day of rest, and I am quite busy. Do not summon me to waste time unless there is a truly formidable monster. Of course, if it is absolutely necessary for me to intervene, I will begrudgingly do so. You. Just as Genos was about to erupt, Baiye placed a hand on his shoulder. Let it go. Let it go. Why bother arguing with a child? Baiye casually advised Genos. At that moment, Genos reflected upon himself, realizing that his training was insufficient, rendering him unable to maintain composure like his master. What? This remark from the child instantly infuriated Tornado. Chapter 87. The Bounty Criminals, I am your senior. I am older than you. Tornado exclaimed, clearly displeased, with her arms crossed over her chest. Let us return, Baiye said to Genos and Vaccine Man. Indeed, Genos nodded, contemplating that he too must possess the composure akin to that of his mentor. With that, Baiye and his companions turned to leave. Are you ignoring me? Halt! Tornado's irritation surged as she felt dismissed by Baiye. However, Baiye, Genos, and Vaccine Man paid her no heed. At that moment, Baiye was solely focused on swiftly becoming the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, lacking the leisure to engage in idle banter with Tornado. In the next instant, Baiye, along with Genos and Vaccine Man, vanished from sight. Tornado, though vexed, found herself powerless to react. Her gaze then shifted towards the onlooking heroes behind her. What are you staring at? In the presence of the S-Class Rank 2 hero, Tornado of Terror, the crowd dared not even breathe. And nothing at all. We shall take our leave. They hastily retreated, not wanting to incur the wrath of the most formidable Esper. Does this mean the dragon-level disaster has concluded? Then I too may depart. One by one, the crowd dispersed, fearful of provoking Tornado's ire as a result of Baiye's actions. Honestly, the heroes and the Hero Association are all so unreliable, Tornado muttered to herself before soaring away from the scene. Upon his return, Baiye did not remain idle. He specifically ventured into the streets, searching for bounty notices. However, he sought not the monetary reward, but rather the points that defeating those bounty criminals would yield. The classification of bounty criminals bore resemblance to that of professional heroes, ranging from weak to strong: C-Class, B-Class, A-Class, and S-Class. To be precise, the classification was not solely based on strength, but rather on the degree of threat these criminals posed to society. Given that there was a corresponding ranking system akin to that of professional heroes, it was evident that the abilities of these bounty criminals were formidable. Otherwise, the bounties would not be so substantial. Baiye systematically swept through all bounty notices in Z City, accepting every available bounty, and proceeded to defeat each of the criminals in turn. Ding! The host has defeated an A-Class bounty criminal, earning a reward of 18 points. Ding! The host has defeated a B-Class bounty criminal, earning a reward of 12 points. Ding! The host has defeated a C-Class bounty criminal, earning a reward of 5 points. Ding! The host has defeated an A-Class bounty criminal for the first time, earning a reward of 15 points. Ding! The host has defeated a B-Class bounty criminal for the first time, earning a reward of 10 points. Ding! The host has defeated a C-Class bounty criminal for the first time, earning a reward of 5 points. In just a single day, Baiye resolved all the bounty criminals present in Z City. Baiye glanced at the system panel, noting with disappointment that he had only accumulated a little over 500 points, far from sufficient. At this moment, he contemplated his aspirations to acquire a singular Rinnegan and transform the Outer Path Golem into the 10 Tails. Although ideally, he sought to possess a pair of Rinnegan, the mere acquisition of one demanded 1,000 points. Uncertain of when Boros might arrive, he decided to focus on obtaining a single Rinnegan first, hoping to secure the second if time allowed. As for the power of the tailed beasts, he was not concerned, as it could be obtained without expense. Subsequently, Baiye made his way to the Z City Police Headquarters to settle his bounty claims. Hello, this is the Z City Police Department. How may I assist you? Inquired the officer on duty. I am here to settle my bounty claims, Baiye replied candidly. He then produced a series of bounty notices, simultaneously extracting the corresponding wanted criminals from the Kamui space. As the pile of bounty notices and the criminals materialized before them, the surrounding officers were left in astonishment. I have already incapacitated these wanted criminals. You can simply detain them, Baiye reminded them. Oh, please hold on a moment, the officers responded, promptly beginning to verify the identities of the apprehended individuals. Upon thorough examination, they confirmed that each was indeed a wanted criminal, ranging from C to a class. They were astounded that this seemingly youthful individual had managed to capture so many criminals single-handedly. Could he be a professional hero from the Hero Association? Suddenly, someone recognized Baiye. You. You are the S-Class hero who previously thwarted the meteor strike, aren't you? Indeed. Although I was not an S-Class hero at that time, Baiye acknowledged with a nod. It truly is you. No wonder you could handle so many wanted criminals. It's not something an ordinary person could manage. You are the 5th-ranked S-Class hero, Shunwei, aren't you? That's truly impressive. Upon learning of his esteemed rank within the Hero Association, the officers experienced a moment of realization. After verifying the identities of the wanted criminals, they promptly calculated the bounty for Baiye. The bounty for even a single C-Class criminal amounted to at least several 100,000 yen, while B-Class criminals typically yielded even higher sums. As for A-Class and S-Class criminals, their bounties were naturally more substantial. However, Baiye did not encounter any S-Class bounties this time. It seemed Z-City had yet to see any S-Class criminals emerge. Ultimately, the police department awarded Baiye a bounty exceeding 10 million yen, which, when converted to RMB, amounted to several 100,000. This was merely the result of his endeavors over a few short hours. Yet, Baiye was indifferent to the amount of the bounty. His sole concern lay in amassing more points. Ding! The host's total assets have surpassed 10 million yen, earning a reward of 100 points. Chapter 88. The Eye of Reincarnation. Having temporarily captured all the bounty criminals in City Z, Baiye ventured to other cities to continue his pursuit. Each bounty notice contained pertinent information such as the target's name, likeness, and known locations, which Baiye diligently followed to locate his quarry. For those notices lacking detailed intelligence, he chose to bypass them, for blind searches would be a prodigious waste of time, a luxury he could ill afford. After swiftly harvesting the bounties available in this city, Baiye proceeded to the next, repeating the cycle. As Baiye resolved the bounties across various cities, his points accumulated rapidly, with his score nearing the threshold of 1,000, thus allowing for the exchange of the Eye of Reincarnation. He promptly set out in search of his next target. On his journey, Baiye chanced upon a verdant lawn, where he beheld an adorable little kitten. No, it was a small cat. Before this feline stood a woman who bore a striking resemblance to a female version of a sexy prisoner. Not only did she possess a similarly pronounced chin, but she was also robustly built, her stature dwarfing that of even the most formidable women. How utterly charming! As she gazed at the delightful kitten, the woman was overcome with excitement, embracing the small creature and pressing it against her formidable chest. So adorable! She exclaimed in a voice that was both coarse and somewhat masculine, squeezing the kitten tightly to her bosom. In such a peculiar situation, even the most indifferent of cats would be deemed extraordinary. Soon, the woman released the kitten and produced a slice of bread, beckoning to it. "Come here, my sweet baby." However, in the blink of an eye, the kitten's head expanded to an enormous size, its neck elongating unnaturally as it devoured the woman whole. Witnessing this bizarre assault upon an unsuspecting victim, Baiye could not stand idly by. He swiftly employed his formidable power to sever the neck of the mutated cat. As the enormous head dropped to the ground, the woman struggled free from the beast's cavernous maw. Ding! The host has defeated a dragon-level monster, earning a reward of 60 points. At first glance, this small cat would never have been recognized as a dragon-level creature. Is it truly dead? What a pity. It was so endearing, Baiye mused. Just then, a peculiar woman clad in armor appeared. Turning to face her, Baiye observed a young woman with pink hair, striking features, and a tall, slender figure. However, the third eye upon her forehead and her elongated, elfin ears indicated that she was far from an ordinary human. Gazing upon this enigmatic figure, Baiye was struck by a profound sense of déjà vu. The combination of her pointed ears, the eye upon her brow, and her armor conjured memories of Boros. Though Boros possesses a singular, formidable eye, the distinct features of pointed ears, pink hair, and armored attire bear an uncanny resemblance. Baiye could not help but speculate whether the woman before him might be an extraterrestrial of the same race as Boros. At that moment, he also caught sight of a small spacecraft parked a short distance away, further solidifying his suspicions. Undoubtedly, this woman was an alien, likely connected to Boros in some manner. "Who are you?" Baiye inquired directly of the alien woman before him. "Are you a native of this planet?" "I have merely come to observe. Soon, something quite intriguing will transpire," the alien woman replied, evading Baiye's question as she prepared to turn away. I too must take my leave. Strive to survive well. The final remark carried significant weight, leading Baiye to deduce that the alien woman was aware of Boros's impending arrival, thus prompting her cryptic words. Given this, he could not simply allow the alien woman to depart. Ding! The host has exchanged for 1 Rinnegan, deducting 1,000 points. Current remaining points, 50. At that moment, Baiye exchanged for a Rinnegan, specifically for his left eye, supplanting his original left eternal Mangeki Sharingan. However, this did not signify the disappearance of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan's ocular techniques. Both the Izanagi and Kamui remained intact. Ding! The host currently possesses 1 Rinnegan, capable of utilizing its fundamental ocular techniques, including but not limited to Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin, and Shibaku Tensei. At that moment, the alien woman boarded the small spacecraft. Just as she was about to depart from Earth, she suddenly felt an overwhelming gravitational force ensnaring her vessel. What? The alien woman was momentarily confounded by the unexpected turn of events. Bansho Tenin. Baiye raised a hand, employing the ocular technique of a Sharingan to forcibly draw the alien woman's spacecraft towards him. As previously mentioned, the spacecraft was indeed small, measuring only a few meters in length, vastly inferior to Boros's ship, which spanned thousands of meters. Thus, Baiye was able to effortlessly pull the alien vessel closer. Next, Baiye raised his other hand, using Bansho Tenin to lift a boulder larger than the spacecraft itself, directing it to collide violently with the ship. Boom! As the tremendous impact resonated, the boulder shattered, yet the spacecraft appeared relatively unscathed. After all, it was a spacecraft constructed with remarkable durability. Although Baiye was unable to easily destroy the ship, he had at least succeeded in preventing the alien from escaping. Baiye phased through the hatch, penetrating the interior of the spacecraft. The alien woman, intent on firing a beam from her vessel, was oblivious to the fact that Baiye had already positioned himself behind her. You cannot escape. The sudden voice from behind startled the alien woman, causing her shoulders to tremble as she whirled around to face Baiye. I have a few matters I wish to clarify with you. You are not a human of this planet, are you? Baiye inwided. The extraterrestrial woman initially refrained from responding, instead attempting to activate a defensive mechanism of the spacecraft for a counterattack. However, in the next moment, her body began to float uncontrollably, her fingers unable to reach the controls of the ship. The alien woman exclaimed in surprise. Universale traction. She was abruptly pulled towards Baiye and landed unceremoniously on the ground. Chapter 89. Boros's sister. Initially, Baiye regarded this extraterrestrial woman as a formidable adversary, prompting him to immediately exchange for the reincarnation at the moment he intended to strike. However, to his surprise, she appeared significantly weaker than he had anticipated. Boros had previously recounted tales of his race, which thrived on a planet characterized by extremely harsh conditions, endowing its members with remarkable vitality and regenerative capabilities, with Boros himself being the strongest among them. Mistaking this alien woman for a kin of Boros, Baiye instinctively perceived her as a potent foe, only to find that he had miscalculated her strength. Could it be you were actually quite weak? He inquired, observing her wincing on the ground, clutching her rear in pain. Who said that? The alien woman retorted, rising to her feet, striking a pose as if to shed her battle armor. This armor suppresses my power. Once I unleash my full strength, you shall meet your demise. Perhaps that is best avoided, Baiye replied promptly. It was evident that she wore only this single suit of armor, which was quite revealing, accentuating her alluring figure. This implied that should she, like Boros, shatter her armor to release her strength, she would be left utterly bare. Huh, are you afraid? The alien woman boasted, a smug expression on her face. Baiye couldn't help but feel that this individual seemed somewhat foolish. What is your name? He then asked. The alien woman had just displayed similarities to Boros, specifically in possessing armor that suppressed her power. However, her armor was evidently thinner and more revealing than Boros' heavily fortified attire, suggesting a considerable disparity in their strengths. She likely did not require such extensive suppression of her abilities. After all, Boros, a cosmic overlord of dragon-like stature, had long since dominated the universe. It was precisely due to his overwhelming might that he felt loneliness, leading him to heed the prophecy of a seer and embark on a 20-year quest to Earth in search of a worthy opponent. Therefore, it was clear that even members of his own race would pale in comparison to Boros. "My name is Loris, and I must take my leave quickly. Would you kindly step down?" The alien woman, identifying herself as Loris, requested Baiye to disembark from her spaceship. Loris. Baiye fell into a brief contemplation. Boros. Loris. The two names evoked a sense of sibling connection. Could it be that this Loris truly is Boros's sister? Furthermore, from her previous remarks, it seemed she was aware of Boros's impending arrival on Earth. "I never claimed I would allow you to leave. Do you think Earth is a place where one can come and go as they please?" Baiye replied coolly. "Now, let us hear a full account of your earlier cryptic statements. Do I truly need to compel you to release your power?" Loris's expression grew increasingly cold. "Suit yourself. After all, it is not I who will suffer the consequences," Baiye remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing the term suffer, Loris was momentarily taken aback, as if suddenly grasping a revelation regarding the lecherous wolf. Observing Loris's bashful expression as she chastised the lascivious creature, Baiye could only display a look of exasperation, questioning her intentions. Disinterested in prolonging the exchange, he swiftly grasped her wrist and transported them outside the spacecraft. Just as Baiye emerged, a sudden meow caught his attention. He turned, surprised to see that the mutated Hakimi had not perished and had reverted to its kitten form. The woman, who previously resembled a sultry female convict, had fled to a considerable distance. Baiye pondered whether this little creature was so resilient that losing its head would not be fatal, or if it possessed more than one life. However, considering it was a dragon-class entity, such vitality was hardly astonishing. "How adorable!" Loris exclaimed, crouching down to gently stroke the kitten's head, seemingly ignoring Baiye's presence. Baiye fell silent, bemused by whether Loris was simply oblivious or overly confident in her abilities, treating him as if he were invisible while daring to caress the dragon-class Hakimi. He had not anticipated that this planet harbored such charming creatures. "Once it transforms, its cuteness will dissipate," Baiye remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Yet it is still far more endearing than those grotesque beings I encountered on other planets." Loris candidly replied, "Well then, I should be on my way. Farewell, indigenous beings and delightful kittens," she announced, rising to depart. Baiye, however, wore a dark expression, realizing that Loris had yet to comprehend her predicament. To rouse her from her stupor, he utilized the cosmic attraction technique to draw her closer. Grasping her chin, he questioned, "Do you think I jest?" "We face extraterrestrial invaders," although he exerted little force. The grip on her chin was uncomfortable for Loris. "Let go of me," she protested. Lacking the release of her power, due to the confines of her armor, her strength was scarcely superior to that of an ordinary person, rendering her unable to resist Baiye's hold. "Answer my questions obediently, and I shall release you," Baiye demanded, inquiring whether there were other extraterrestrial beings intent on invading the planet. Loris hesitated for a moment before responding, "I do not know." "You hesitated, which implies you are lying." Baiye keenly observed her reaction. "I am not. Just let me go." Loris attempted to pry his hand away with both hands, but her efforts proved futile. In a moment of desperation, she tried to bite his hand, yet she could not reach it. Baiye frowned. "Are you a dog? Trying to bite me?" With no other choice, Loris reluctantly unleashed the power suppressed by her armor. Her armor suddenly began to shatter and fall away, unleashing a formidable aura, yet leaving her entirely exposed. Baiye furrowed his brow even further, as this maneuver left him at a loss for where to direct his gaze. However, due to the close relationship between Loris and Boros, he remained cautious regarding Loris after her display of power. In the midst of battle, he could only fix his gaze intently upon Loris, despite having seen everything he should and shouldn't have. He knew he must not allow himself to be distracted. Yet, to Baiye's astonishment, at the very moment Loris unleashed her power, she unexpectedly bit his hand. Chapter 90. Cosmic Sovereign. However, the perceptiveness of Baiye was remarkably acute. Even though he had not anticipated that Loris would directly bite him, he was able to respond with remarkable timeliness. Shinra Tensei. Baiye did not need to evade. He employed the ocular technique of his Rinnegan to repel everything surrounding him. Loris was instantly thrust away by the Shinra Tensei, and nearby Hakimi was also sent flying. As Loris was propelled through the air, she executed a somersault and, utilizing the momentum from spacecraft behind her, propelled herself towards Baiye. Clearly, as a probable kin of Boros, Loris also excelled in physical combat. Although the force and speed that Loris unleashed appeared formidable, they paled in comparison to Boros. Baiye, with the aid of his Rinnegan and eternal Manjiki Sharingan, effortlessly discerned Loris's velocity. Moreover, Loris likely never imagined that in the very moment she unleashed her power, Baiye had already inscribed the Flying Thunder God mark upon her. As Loris's fist surged towards Baiye's face, it passed right through him. What? The sensation of striking an opponent was utterly absent, leaving Loris astounded. Though she was clad in nothing, Loris had entered a combat stance, displaying no embarrassment before Baiye. Her once pink hair now stood erect, reminiscent of Boros after shedding his armor. Undeterred, Loris accelerated the frequency of her attacks, raining down punches and kicks upon Baiye's body with such rapidity that they became mere afterimages. Yet, despite the flurry of blows, none found their mark, as her opponent stood immobile. At that moment, Baiye disregarded Loris's assaults with his intangibility while simultaneously gathering a Sharingan in his hand. As the Sharingan solidified, his figure abruptly vanished, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind Loris, delivering a Sharingan to her back. Loris was instantly overwhelmed by an unprecedented force pushing against her. Cough! She was propelled once more into the air. Yet the onslaught did not cease there. Baiye repeatedly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to strike Loris from various angles. To an onlooker, it appeared as though Loris was being kicked like a ball, utterly devoid of any ability to retaliate. The speed was such that the unfolding battle was imperceptible to the naked eye. Finally, Baiye prepared to conclude the confrontation. He once again formed a Sharingan in one hand, imbued with the power of Kamui. If you are truly of that lineage, then even this move should not lead to your immediate demise, Baiye stated calmly. As his words faded, the King-infused Sharingan had coalesced. He thrust it directly towards Loris's abdomen. In an instant, her abdomen was pierced. What? Loris, severely wounded, lowered her gaze in disbelief, realizing that Baiye's hand had penetrated her midsection. Nonetheless, even in such dire straits, Loris did not succumb. As Baiye had surmised, Rollies was not so easily vanquished. After Baiye withdrew his hand, the wound on Rollies' abdomen began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. While it could not rival Boros' instantaneous regeneration, Rollies' regenerative capabilities were nonetheless formidable. You have been defeated. Do you wish to continue? Baiye inquired, his tone devoid of warmth. Rollies instinctively contemplated pressing on, but upon hearing his words, her movements came to an abrupt halt. It seemed the recent encounter had left her utterly defenseless, instilling a sense of trepidation within her. Furthermore, Rollies' regenerative ability was not infinite. Once her internal energy was depleted, she would be unable to continue regenerating and would inevitably perish. Even Boros, after willingly converting all his energy into the collapsing star roar, found himself in a state of near death, unable to regenerate further. Congratulations! The host has defeated the dragon-level monster Rollies, earning a reward of 80 points. At that moment, Baiye heard the notification from the system in his mind, signifying Rollies' surrender. After all, she was a kin of Boros, and though she was far inferior, she still possessed dragon-level strength. Although Rollies had yet to verbally concede, Baiye was unconcerned. He retrieved a spare coat from the Kamui space and tossed it to Rollies. I am unsure if your kind possesses a sense of modesty, but this is Earth. You might as well cover up. By not exposing the fact that Rollies had already conceded internally, he offered her a gracious way out. Rollies accepted the coat and quickly draped it over herself, using one hand to tug it to shield certain private areas. Now composed, her previously upright pink hair cascaded down, and she felt a natural embarrassment standing before Baiye in her nakedness, especially after having called him a pervert earlier. Observing Rollies' reaction, Baiye continued. It appears you have regained your composure. May I now pose my question? Are you referring to whether there are other extraterrestrial beings invading this place? Rollies confirmed. Indeed. Baiye nodded slightly. There are, Rollies replied with newfound candor. He is my brother, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will soon lead his legion to this planet. I was merely fortunate to arrive here before him. Is your brother formidable? Baiye inquired, feigning ignorance while seeking further clarification. Without a doubt, Rollies declared proudly. He is the ruler of the universe, the strongest being across the cosmos. I advise you to let me go if you possess any sense of prudence. Otherwise, your fate will be dire. Despite having battled Baiye, Rollies still did not regard him as a worthy opponent for a brother. After all, he could at most be considered a strong individual on this planet, while her brother was universally acknowledged as the supreme ruler of the cosmos. Using this assertion to threaten Baiye. This is precisely why Loris did not vehemently resist the inquiries posed by Baiye. In her perspective, even if she divulged the impending matters concerning her brother, it would have no bearing on the outcome of his dominion over this planet. A cosmic overlord? That sounds rather impressive. Baiye remarked with a faint smile. However, if that is the case, should I not be even less inclined to allow you to depart? In the event that circumstances take a turn for the worse. At least I could use you as leverage, could I not? Chapter 91. Loris's resistance based on the information disclosed by Loris. Baiye has become utterly convinced that this individual is none other than the sister of the cosmic overlord, Boros. It is inconceivable that anyone other than Boros would dare to claim the title of cosmic sovereign. It appears to be the case. At this moment, Loris fell into contemplation, pondering Baiye's thoughts. She realized that he was indeed correct. Using her as a hostage to threaten her brother was a far more effective tactic than simply releasing her. However, I do not wish to remain on this planet. If you wish, I could take you with me. My spaceship has ample room for one more occupant. Loris implored Baiye, stating that once her brother arrives on this planet, everyone, including him, would face certain doom. Yet, I do not wish to leave Earth, Baiye replied, shaking his head. Why not? Loris inquired. This planet has little to offer aside from its charming creatures. Noticing the urgency on Loris's face, Baiye, with a hint of curiosity in his tone, asked, You extraterrestrials likely cannot comprehend this, but are you perhaps afraid of something? Even if I were to leave with you, I would still want to depart from here. Because, Loris hesitated for a moment before revealing her reasoning, I do not want my brother to discover my whereabouts. Otherwise, I would not be piloting that spaceship alone. What's the matter? Does he impose strict control over you? Baiye asked, intrigued. To some extent. But primarily, I do not wish to emulate his reckless demeanor, Loris elucidated. Are you referring to his penchant for wantonly annihilating planets? Baiye quiddied. Indeed, if he is in a good mood, he might only leave after challenging all the formidable beings on that planet. Loris nodded in agreement. So, what is his name? Baiye inquired again, feigning ignorance. Boros, Loris replied with utmost seriousness. He is the strongest of our entire race and the undefeated cosmic overlord. 20 years ago, he heeded the prophecy of a seer who claimed that there existed a being on this planet capable of matching his strength. He was willing to spend 2 decades searching for this planet, solely to find a worthy opponent for a thrilling battle. Although I do not know if you are the one foretold by that seer, he will undoubtedly set his sights on you. Given his attitude towards combat, you would surely perish. Therefore, please depart this planet with me. This way, not only will you survive, but I will also remain hidden from him, lest I be forcibly returned. In the face of Loris's earnest plea, Baiye still shook his head. Firstly, I do not wish to leave Earth. Baiye stated plainly. Secondly, I am eager to witness the prowess of a cosmic overlord. Are you mad? I have told you, you will die, Loris exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Do not concern yourself. I cannot be so easily vanquished, Baiye reassured her. Baiye nonchalantly remarked, Is the so-called cosmic overlord you speak of who poses the true danger? Even if he cannot match Boros, he possesses means for self-preservation. When the time comes, should he falter, there remains Saitama. Baiye's most formidable tactic is, in fact, summoning Saitama, for he has inscribed a flying thunder god mark upon him, allowing him to summon Saitama from any location at will. Thus, The worst outcome would merely entail summoning Saitama to decisively defeat Boros. However, Baiye yearns for the opportunity to triumph over Boros through his own strength, presenting Boros, who seeks solitude in battle, with a truly balanced contest. Do not boast. You have merely defeated me, but my brother's power is beyond your comprehension. Although Loris had been subdued by Baiye, in her eyes, he still fell short of Boros. This sentiment is entirely reasonable, as Baiye had only exhibited a fraction of his true prowess during his skirmish with Loris, and he was not yet the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. That remains uncertain, yet irrespective of your assertions, I shall not flee, Baiye declared candidly. You are utterly infuriating, Loris exclaimed, vexed. Are the inhabitants of this planet all so obstinate? Knowing the cosmic overlord is approaching, you still choose to act this way. Now, she found herself confined here, unable to depart without the other's consent. At that moment, Baiye approached the spacecraft, absorbing it entirely into his Shin's right eye, thereby extinguishing Loris's hopes. Do not dwell on it. Relinquish the thought. Baiye turned to Loris and stated, You. Loris was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that he had simply eradicated her spacecraft. Now, she was forever bound to this planet unless it harbored materials capable of constructing a new spacecraft. Rest assured, once the matter with Boros is resolved, I shall return your spacecraft, Baiye assured her. It was evident that Boros held a degree of concern for his sister. Otherwise, Loris would not have feared his discovery. Thus, keeping Loris around retained a semblance of utility. However, Loris remained resistant, questioning the usefulness of her predicament. By then, it will be too late. My brother will annihilate all of you and take me away. That will not occur, yet I know you will disregard my explanations. Baiye replied, disinterested in further elaboration. There was no need to disclose Saitama's existence to Loris as a means of reassurance. How vexing. Loris felt agitated, yet powerless to change her circumstances. Come, I shall provide you with a temporary place of residence, but during this time, you must comply with my directives. Baiye stated earnestly, this is not coercion. Rather, it is a form of protection. Otherwise, someone might defeat you or even take your life. Understood, Loris responded, her demeanor one of reluctance. Then let us proceed. As Baiye prepared to place his hand upon Loris's shoulder, intending to lead her away from this place, she suddenly dashed towards the mutated Hakimi. In its normal state, the mutated Hakimi resembled a charming little kitten. The earlier outburst was triggered by the formidable female prisoner, who had exerted pressure with her hardened physique. Even the most amiable of cats would find it challenging to remain calm under such circumstances. Chapter 92. True openness. Loris first crouched down to gently caress the kitten's head. Meow, the kitten showed no resistance, abandoning its earlier fierce demeanor. Perhaps it had calmed down after being reprimanded by Baiye, or perhaps it was due to the differing treatment. Although Loris was an alien, she was far more amiable compared to the brutish female version of a seductive prisoner, making it difficult for Hakimi to treat them equally. Do you wish to adopt it? Baiye inquired of Loris upon witnessing the scene. Indeed, Loris nodded. Since I cannot leave for the time being, I might as well keep it as a pet during my stay on Earth. That is permissible, but once you adopt it, you must not abandon it carelessly. Baiye emphasized to Loris. I see. Loris hesitated for a moment. Very well, although it may be troublesome to bring the kitten aboard the spaceship later. As long as you can take proper responsibility, Baiye remarked. Absolutely, Loris replied with enthusiasm. At that moment, Baiye gestured for the kitten to come over. The clever little creature seemed to understand Baiye's intent and leaped directly into his hands. You're quite well behaved. If you continue to be so, I shall not treat you harshly, Baiye assured the kitten. Meow, the kitten responded, likely in agreement. Subsequently, Baiye cradled the kitten in one arm while placing the other hand on Loris's shoulder. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique, he transported himself, along with the alien and the kitten, back to the desolate area of Z City. This building is my residence. You may find a place within this building or nearby. Baiye instructed Loris. Observing Loris's bewildered expression, it was clear that adapting to Earth's environment would be quite challenging for her as an alien. Never mind. You may stay at my home for the time being to acclimatize, Baiye stated, uncertain of where to begin explaining the myriad of unfamiliar concepts to her. All right, Loris replied without hesitation. Upon arriving at the door, Baiye did not need to retrieve a key. He simply opened it with ease. After all, his home was nearly occupied around the clock, only quieting down during the night. As Baiye stepped inside, he was greeted by Saitama, Genos, and Vaccine Man. No, there was a fourth individual present, Bang. Mr. Bang, what brings you here? Baiye exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Bang. I heard that you, Saitama, and Genos reside here. So, I was curious to come take a look, Bang explained. The sight of 3 S-class heroes residing in the legendary desolate area of Z City was indeed a spectacle. Upon his arrival, he had also discovered that the dragon-level monster, Vaccine Man, lived here as well. I see, Baiye nodded slightly. Of course, if you do not welcome me, I can take my leave at once. Bongu remarked, evidently in jest. That would never be the case. Mr. Bongu is always welcome, Baiye responded with a gentle smile. At that moment, Bongu's gaze shifted to Loris, who trailed behind Baiye. I hadn't realized you were so adventurous, he observed. It was clear that upon seeing Loris, clad only in a large coat, Bongu mistakenly assumed that Baiye had introduced her to some peculiar form of play. However, Bongu's expression remained largely unaffected. After all, he too had been quite reckless in his youth, though he had never indulged in such unusual activities as Baiye. Impressive, yet another unfamiliar woman has appeared, he remarked, giving Baiye a thumbs up. Teacher, Genos had evidently misunderstood as well, but rather than entertain bizarre notions, he contemplated why Baiye might engage in such behavior. Could this be a necessary path to becoming stronger? Meanwhile, Vaccine Man struggled to comprehend the intricacies of human interaction and failed to grasp the conversation. Instead, he was intrigued by the woman behind Baiye, sensing that she did not appear to be human. Wait, it seems you have misunderstood something. Baiye interjected, clarifying, this individual behind me is actually an extraterrestrial. According to the Hero Association's definition, she is also classified as a monster. When I encountered her, we fought, and her original armor was destroyed. The coat she wears now is a gift from me. Upon hearing Baiye's explanation, Bongu showed no signs of doubt and nodded in acknowledgement, clearly recognizing that she was not human. The misunderstanding was swiftly resolved. Are they all natives of this planet? Loris inquired curiously. Yes, like me, they are all human, Baiye replied. I see. By the way, why does that particular human lack air? Loris pointed directly at Saitama, who sat nearby. At her words, Saitama's face twitched with irritation, yet he did not lose his temper. I apologize for being bald. It must be quite a sight, like an egg, he chuckled awkwardly. Just as Loris was about to laugh, Baiye swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. In that moment, Baiye was at a loss for words. This individual truly lacked manners, especially when addressing Saitama. Although Baiye was confident that Saitama would refrain from harming Loris out of respect for him, or that Loris would not provoke him if she posed no threat, he felt it necessary to address this fundamental issue of etiquette. Mind your manners. Mocking someone for their appearance is quite disrespectful, Baiye admonished Loris. Oh, never mind. She is an alien. After all, she likely did not mean it. With a relatively mild temper, Saitama interceded on behalf of Loris. Only then did Baiye loosen his grip. I am not well-versed in such matters, so why are you being so fierce? Loris's tone carried a hint of grievance. I was merely explaining my reasoning to you in a calm manner. How could you perceive that as fierce? Baiye wore an expression of resignation. Never mind that for now. Let us first address the issue concerning your attire. Chapter 93. Something feels off. Baiye prepared to take Rollies to purchase some clothing. Otherwise, her current appearance might easily lead to misunderstandings. While it was acceptable among familiar faces like Bongu and the others, the prospect of an unaware outsider witnessing her in such a state could irrevocably tarnish his esteemed reputation. Before stepping out, you must zip up your jacket and, at the very least, on a pair of trousers. With that, Baiye retrieved a pair of appropriately loose white sweatpants from the Shenhui space. Well, Rollies appeared unperturbed by the pants Baiye handed her. She adeptly slipped into the white sweatpants and zipped up her jacket. Although these garments belonged to Baiye, they did not look overly ill-fitting on her. Merely a tad loose. Given Rollies' tall and slender physique, she was not significantly shorter than Baiye, and her proportions were nearly perfect. The only issue was that the sleeves of the coat were a bit long, making it slightly challenging for her hands to emerge, while the sweatpants fit her long legs almost perfectly. Is this acceptable? Rollies inquired of Baiye. In response, Baiye felt somewhat speechless. Was there really a need to ask me? As long as you feel comfortable enough to venture outside without feeling embarrassed. Embarrassment is manageable, and besides, this outfit is far more comfortable than that armor, Rollies remarked, glancing at her reflection in her new attire. That is good, but don't you think something feels a bit off? At this moment, Baiye posed a rather cryptic question. Will it? I don't think so, Rollies countered. Then there's nothing to worry about. Baiye chose to bypass the topic. What he had alluded to was Rollies' current state of being, which was devoid of any conventional attire. However, he could hardly offer her his own men's boxers. As for Rollies' obliviousness to any oddity, it was simply because she had never worn anything else. Prior to her armor being shattered, she had only donned that single piece of armor. Baiye's outerwear and sweatpants as boyfriend attire seemed rather amusing. At this moment, Bangu stroked his chin, deep in thought. Please don't mock me, Baiye said, caught between laughter and exasperation. Mr. Bangu, could you please maintain a degree of seriousness? Janos interjected to support Baiye. My apologies. I merely found that description quite vivid, Bangu chuckled. Rollies, however, appeared not to comprehend the implication of boyfriend, thus she did not react. Before departing, Baiye gently set down the little kitten. By the way, not only did you bring back an alien, but also a little cat? Saitama inquired, glancing at the kitten. Is it true that you have a fondness for cats, teacher? Did you find it as a stray? Janos promptly asked. I'm not sure if it qualifies as a stray, but it is undoubtedly a dragon-level monster, Baiye succinctly introduced. Upon hearing this, Janos's eyes shimmered with surprise. Who would have thought that such a diminutive kitten could be classified as a dragon-level monster? It truly defies expectations. However, there have been rumors that certain exceptionally powerful demon or dragon-level monsters might disguise themselves as weak, thereby misleading their opponent's judgments and striking when least expected. That aside, I recall you mentioning something about wolf-level and dragon-level monsters. What are the distinctions between these classifications? At that moment, Saitama inquired with a curious expression. He struggled to grasp the significance of such hierarchical divisions. Janos, please elucidate this for Saitama, said Baiye, prompting Janos to explain the meanings of each disaster level, all of which were established standards by the Hero Association. After listening, Saitama nodded, albeit with a semblance of confusion. Baiye was not taken aback by this. After all, for Saitama, whether it be a feeble wolf-level monster or a formidable dragon-level monster, it was all a matter of a single punch. Saitama could not comprehend the purpose behind delineating so many levels. Although this little kitten appears quite docile at present, do remain vigilant. After all, it is a dragon-level monster. Let us ensure it doesn't wreak havoc in my home, Baiye remarked. Not a problem, Janos nodded affirmatively. Rest assured if your home is damaged, mine would be at risk as well. I certainly won't allow this little creature to run amok. Saitama maintained his characteristic straightforward demeanor. Indeed, with Saitama's assurance, Baiye felt completely at ease. Subsequently, Baiye departed with Rollies. Meanwhile, Bang remained seated. He had initially intended to discuss certain matters with Baiye, but noticing Baiye was preoccupied, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, opting to wait for Baiye to return after completing his tasks. As they walked along the bustling streets of Z City, Rollies trailed behind Baiye, her eyes darting about in wonder. Being an extraterrestrial newly arrived on Earth, she had yet to witness such a multitude of sights. While nothing particularly astonishing caught her eye, given the advanced technology of other planets she had encountered, the unfamiliar still piqued her curiosity. I wish to explore over there, Rollies expressed, drawn to something in the distance. However, she had barely taken a few steps before Baiye grasped her arm. Let us purchase some clothing first, Baiye stated in a calm tone. Very well. Rollies mumbled. I already have enough clothes on me. Why do we need to buy more? Those are my clothes. It's not as if I'm giving them to you. Baiye replied gestually. Before long, the pair arrived at a large shopping mall, specifically at a women's clothing store. As it was exclusively a women's boutique, even the staff were all female. Upon entering the store with Rollies, Baiye was immediately assumed to be in a romantic relationship with her. It was a common assumption that if a male were permitted entry, It must be with a female companion. Upon witnessing the scene, a female shop assistant promptly approached the two patrons, inquiring, "How may I assist you?" "Let her browse on her own for a moment," replied Baiye. He then turned to Loris and said, "Feel free to select whatever you fancy." The shop assistant smiled and suggested, "It would be best for you to accompany your girlfriend during this process." "She is not my girlfriend," Baiye replied nonchalantly, dismissing the notion. In this context, Loris remained unperturbed, either indifferent to the situation or entirely oblivious to the implications of boyfriend and girlfriend. I sincerely apologize for my presumptuousness." The shop assistant quickly bowed in apology, correcting her earlier misstatement. "I see now that she is your wife. My ignorance is to blame." However, rather than rectifying her mistake, she inadvertently ventured further into error. It was only then that a noticeable change appeared on Loris's face. Chapter 94. The Complete Rinnegan Wife. Lolis's reaction was quite pronounced. She did not comprehend the term girlfriend, but she grasped the meaning of wife. "She was neither my girlfriend nor my wife." Baiye could only deny it once more. "Oh, is that so?" The female shop assistant was taken aback. "She is my sister." To avert any possible misunderstandings, Baiye added. As soon as the shop assistant mistook Lolis for his girlfriend, he realized that this women's clothing store likely permitted entry solely to females. Had he been entirely unrelated to Lolis, he might have been unceremoniously expelled. "When did I become?" Lolis began to question Baiye, only to be silenced by his hand covering her mouth. With his other hand, he guided her deeper into the store to view the garments. Once they were out of the shop assistant's sight, Baiye released his grip. "It's merely a pretense. There's no need for such alarm," he explained. "Why must we pretend?" Lolis inquired, puzzled. Baiye, reluctant to elaborate extensively, stated plainly, "Would you prefer others to perceive you as my sister or as my wife?" Lolis was momentarily speechless. "Perhaps my sister would suffice. The notion of being a wife is rather excessive." Although she was an extraterrestrial, Lolis understood the implications of being a wife. After all, in the universe of One Punch Man, beings, be they human, canine, or alien, communicate in Japanese, leaving no linguistic barriers. "Now, let us set that aside. Hurry and choose some clothes so we can return," Baiye urged. As for why Lolis's presence in the store did not incite panic among the staff, it was because her third eye on her forehead could be closed. Aside from her third eye and elfin ears, which bore a hint of peculiarity, Lolis was fundamentally indistinguishable from a human. However, her elfin ears were not alarming enough to cause distress. Ultimately, as an extraterrestrial, Lolis was still a girl at heart, subconsciously drawn to beauty and fond of exquisite things. Initially indifferent to new clothing, Lolis now enthusiastically began selecting beautiful dresses. "Don't just focus on those. You should choose some undergarments first," Baiye reminded her as he observed her fixation on skirts, jeans, and dresses. "Undergarments? Where are those?" Lolis queried immediately. "Those things over there." Baiye indicated a direction where various women's undergarments were displayed. "So those are called undergarments." Lolis nodded slightly. Noticing her reaction, Baiye could not help but ask, "Don't tell me you've never worn any." "Indeed, what purpose do those things serve?" Lolis retorted. In a moment of silence, Baiye found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to begin explaining to Loris. "Do as you wish. If you truly do not wish to wear that, then so be it." Baiye was reluctant to elaborate further, having no desire to impose his beliefs upon Loris, as long as she refrained from engaging in any excessive behavior. Subsequently, Loris did not spare a glance at the lingerie any longer. "How does this feel? This one? And this?" At that moment, Loris selected a multitude of dresses, holding them up before her and insisting on Baiye's opinion. "Do not ask me. I lack the discerning eye for judging others' attire," Baiye replied, his expression devoid of emotion. "Just take a casual look for me. I do like to reference your thoughts." Loris pleaded in a tone akin to that of a child seeking affection. "To be frank, it is rather meaningless. With your looks and figure, you would look splendid in anything. Thus, my judgment is inconsequential," Baiye stated candidly. "Those with striking features and an admirable physique can pull off any outfit, while those of average or less appealing appearance must meticulously study fashion to enhance their attractiveness." Clearly, Loris belonged to the former category. Additionally, Baiye was not particularly fond of assisting others with their clothing choices, stemming from his previous experiences of enduring hours of shopping with his mother, which was nothing short of torturous. What do you mean? Are you complimenting my beauty? Loris momentarily struggled to grasp his intent. That is precisely the implication. Regardless of the outfit, you are beautiful, so there's no need to seek my opinion. At this juncture, Baiye glanced at the time on his phone, urging her, "You should hurry, it is getting late." "What? Even if you praise my beauty, I will not marry you," Loris muttered under her breath. What kind of peculiar thought process is that? Baiye was momentarily speechless. No one is asking you to marry me. Now, please hurry. Under the guidance of the store clerk, Loris proceeded to try on the selected garments in the fitting room. After trying on each piece, she found herself enamored with nearly every item and requested the clerk to package them all. You certainly are not shy at all, but perhaps you are unaware that these clothes require payment? Baiye remarked, incredulously observing her behavior. Isn't it enough to simply take them? Do I really have to pay? Loris inquired. Baiye recognized from her reaction that his assumptions were confirmed. Purchasing items constitutes a transaction, which necessitates currency, a principle that holds true across various planets. However, Loris had an older brother known as the Cosmic Overlord, and given Loris' own formidable abilities, those who knew her would hesitate to accept her payment, leading her to become accustomed to such treatment over time. What did you expect? Baiye countered. That's unfortunate. I do not possess the currency of this planet. Loris's heart sank at the realization. These garments do not cost much. Allow me to cover the expense for now, and simply remember to reimburse me later. Baiye readily paid for Loris. All right, Loris agreed with delight. Once Baiye had nearly arranged matters for Loris, he resumed his quest for points. This time, he employed the technique of wooden clones, summoning multiple wooden doppelgangers to simultaneously capture bountied criminals in various cities. Although the strength of the wooden clones was inferior to his own, they were more than sufficient to deal with ordinary bounty targets. Points 130. Points 395. Points 750. Baiye's efficiency in acquiring points soared. Before long, he would be able to assemble a complete pair of Rinnegan. While a single Rinnegan could utilize basic ocular techniques and could transform him into a Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, it ultimately paled in comparison to a complete pair. The Rinnegan available in the point shop belonged to Uchiha Madara. Securing a full pair would grant mastery over unique ocular techniques, such as the Rinne Rebirth and the Heavenly Deva Path, exclusive to Uchiha Madara. Chapter 95. The Cataclysmic Star and the Fusion of the 10 Tails. As the wooden clones diligently amassed points, Baiye swiftly surpassed the threshold of 1,000 points. And it was only upon crossing 1,500 that the accumulation began to decelerate. Besides exchanging for the Rinnegan, restoring the Geto Mazo to its original form as the 10 Tails was equally paramount. To date, Baiye had acquired the powers of the 1 tail through the 4 tails. He now sought the formidable energies of the 5 through the 9 tails. Ding! The host has exchanged for the Beast Summoning Scroll, 5 Tails Mu King, deducting 100 points. Current remaining points, 1,430. Ding! The host has exchanged for the Beast Summoning Scroll, 6 Tails Rhino Dog, deducting 100 points. Current remaining points, 1,330. Ding! The host has exchanged for the Beast Summoning Scroll, 9 Tails Kai Bai, deducting 100 points. Current remaining points, 1,030. At this moment, Baiye redeemed all remaining Beast Scrolls in one go. Next, he needed to select a location. The objective of warning the Hero Association had been fulfilled. They were currently organizing the evacuation of the citizens in City A. Thus, Baiye deemed it unnecessary to summon the tailed beasts in that vicinity. Otherwise, he risked attracting the attention of Tatsumaki, who resided in City A, eager to claim a share of the spoils. Baiye chose a desolate area far removed from City A and beyond the borders of other cities. Ding! The 5 Tails Mu King has descended at the host location. The host is urged to engage in battle promptly. Ding! The 6 Tails Rhino Dog has descended at the host location. The host is urged to engage in battle promptly. As the system notifications rang out in succession, the 5 Tails to the 9 Tails, a total of 5 tailed beasts, gradually materialized. Baiye stood atop the highest point in this barren land, beholding the five-tailed beasts that appeared in various directions. The five-tails Mu King resembled a creature born of a fusion between a horse and a dolphin, its form predominantly pure white, adorned with five tails. The six-tails Rhino Dog resembled an immensely enlarged slug, possessing six tentacle-like tails. The seven-tailed May was a magnificent amalgamation of a beetle and a dragonfly, a colossal flying insect with six wings and a singular tail, thus embodying the seven tails. The eight tails Ki had the head and body of an ox, yet its limbs were akin to octopus tentacles, with eight such appendages. Finally, there was the nine tails Kai Bai, an orange-hued nine-tailed fox, undeniably the mightiest and largest among the tailed beasts. The positions of the five-tailed beasts converged, encircling Baiye in the center. They soon became aware of the solitary human present. Ding! The host has exchanged for the Rinnegan one, deducting 1,000 points. Current remaining points, 30. Ding! The host has acquired the complete Rinnegan, granting access to all ocular techniques of the Rinnegan, Uchihamadara, including but not limited to Limbo, Border Jail, Heavenly Obstruction, Stellar Shock, and Heavenly End, Meteor Shower. Baiye promptly exchanged for the Rinnegan, completing his set of eyes, which now transformed into a gray-purple hue, embodying the Rinnegan. Suddenly, 5 enigmatic black dots materialized in his hand. As he unfurled his fingers, these dots soared into the air in various directions. In the blink of an eye, they hovered ominously above each of the tailed beasts. Earth Explosion Star. At that moment, the dots unleashed an unimaginable gravitational force, tearing the ground beneath the beasts apart. The fractured earth formed colossal boulders that ensnared the tailed beasts, drawing them inexorably towards the black dots. Centered around these dots, the debris was relentlessly compressed into an ever-enlarging sphere. Even the formidable nine tails, Kurama, found itself powerless against this technique, rendering the other four-tailed beasts utterly defenseless. Before long, all five-tailed beasts were sealed within. The landscape, ravaged by the Earth Explosion Star, was a sight of utter devastation, with massive rock spheres suspended in the sky, corresponding to the immense craters below. Ding! The host has defeated the five tails, Mu King, and received rewards. 100 points tailed beast power, 5 tails Mu King. Ding! The host has defeated the six tails, Rage, and received rewards. 100 points tailed beast power, 6 tails Rage. Ding! The host has defeated the nine tails, Kurama, and received rewards. 100 points tailed beast power, 9 tails Kurama. Ding! The host has successfully vanquished the 9 great-tailed beasts and acquired all tailed beast powers. Receiving rewards, 300 points. Having gathered the powers of the 9-tailed beasts, Baiye prepared to commence the fusion with the 10 tails. In the next moment, the 5 Earth Explosion Stars that hovered in the air plummeted, causing a violent tremor. However, they also partially filled the deep chasms in the ground. Following their defeat by Baiye, the tailed beasts would have their memories erased by the system and be returned to the Naruto world, ensuring no remnants remained within the spheres. With the emergence of the 5 tailed beasts, particularly following the activation of the Earth Explosion Star, the energy detectors at the Hero Association's headquarters were nearly overwhelmed. A series of terrifying energy fluctuations suddenly erupted in a barren expanse to the north of L City, preliminarily assessed as a dragon-level disaster. The control personnel hurriedly attempted to contact S-Class heroes in L City or nearby regions. Just then, Tornado, who happened to be at the A City headquarters, burst into the office of the control personnel. Has another formidable monster appeared? Tornado inquired with eager anticipation. Why, yes. The control personnel stammered, taken aback by Tornado's sudden presence. These unreliable individuals are no match. Let me handle this, Tornado declared with an air of superiority. But that location is quite far. Perhaps I should first reach out to the nearby S-Class heroes, and if necessary, I will trouble you. The control personnel expressed with concern. I've already said, leave it to me. Do you not understand? Tornado retorted, her demeanor transforming into that of a formidable character from the original work, her expression one of discontent. Why, yes. The control personnel, startled by Tornado's seemingly irate demeanor, faltered under her gaze. Honestly, do not underestimate others. Is this distance truly considered far? With her hands clasped tightly against her chest, Long Quan began to emanate a verdant glow, a manifestation of her extraordinary abilities. It was evident that she had meticulously calculated the direction and location of her target before soaring away from the hero association with her powers. Meanwhile, Baiye formed a hand seal with one hand. Spirit summoning technique. Outer Path Golem. Baiye intended for the Outer Path Golem to absorb the chakra of the tailed beasts right here. Once it had consumed the entirety of their power, the golem would transform into the Ten Tails. With a thunderous roar, the colossal Outer Path Golem erupted from the ground, promptly settling into a meditative position behind Baiye. Without delay, Baiye channeled all of the tailed beast chakra into the golem, initiating a profound transformation within its form. Chapter 96. The Ten Tails. After absorbing the complete chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, the form of the Outer Path demon statue underwent a remarkable metamorphosis almost instantaneously. Its appearance swiftly transformed into that of a complete entity, becoming tall and robust, akin to a humanoid figure with arms and legs. A stage often referred to as the fourth phase before the divine tree. This represents the fully realized form of the Ten Tails, which reached a staggering height exceeding 1,000 meters. The next progression would culminate in its ultimate form, the divine tree. The reason the Ten Tails could undergo such a rapid transformation without the gradual accumulation of power is attributed to the complete chakra provided by Baiye. This bears resemblance to how Uchiha Madara summoned the Ten Tails upon becoming its Jinchuriki, transitioning instantaneously from the Outer Path demon statue to the fully formed Ten Tails. As for the ultimate form of the divine tree, it is of no use to Baiye. Ding! The host has successfully restored the Outer Path demon statue to the Ten Tails, earning a reward of 200 points. Ding! The host has exchanged for Vitality 630, deducting 630 points. Current remaining points, 400. Ding! The host has exchanged for Hashirama Cells 40, deducting 400 points. Current remaining points, 0. Vitality 630 Hashirama Cells, 40 Vitality. 1808 Hashirama Cells. 100 as the Ten Tails completed its evolution. Baiye was simultaneously preparing for the role of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Although his Rinnegan belonged to Uchiha Madara, with the aid of the system, it felt as though they were his own eyes, harmonizing seamlessly, including the initial use of the Double God technique. Therefore, theoretically, he should be able to transition smoothly, unlike Obito's arduous experience in becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. However, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Baiye diligently sought to enhance his attributes. Ding! The host's Hashirama Cells have reached 80, unlocking the reward. Would release. Would Dragon Jutsu. Ding! The host's Hashirama Cells have reached 100, unlocking the reward. Would release. Flower Tree World Birth. With a significant increase in Hashirama Cells, Baiye acquired new would-release techniques. Yet, just as he was preparing to perform the Six Paths Ten Tails sealing technique to absorb the Ten Tails into his body, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A diminutive figure radiating a soft green glow suddenly descended from the heavens, landing before the Ten Tails. It was none other than Tornado of Terror. So this is the peculiar individual that has appeared? It seems quite formidable, though I wonder about its true strength. Tornado then noticed Baiye standing before the Ten Tails. What are you doing here again? How did you arrive? Tornado's appearance took Baiye by surprise. He had swiftly sealed all tailed beasts using the Earth Explosion Star and summoned the Outer Path Demon Statue for the fusion of the Ten Tails. Not expecting Tornado to arrive before he became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. In truth, Tornado happened to be at the Hero Association headquarters, and upon receiving news of the dragon-level disaster, she rushed over immediately. It seems you are unable to handle this behemoth, are you? In crucial moments, it is indeed I who must take charge. Allow me to handle this. Tornado was entirely oblivious to the fact that the Ten Tails was conjured by Baiye. Upon witnessing the remnants of the battle left by the Earth Explosion Star, she assumed that Baiye had exerted considerable effort, yet still failed to subdue this formidable creature. I am engaged in serious matters. Do not disturb me. Baiye was reluctant to engage in further conversation with Tornado, as he needed to utilize his hands to perform hand seals. What is this attitude? Tornado was instantly displeased. She raised her hand to unleash her telekinesis, intending to cast aside the obstructive Baiye and confront the colossal monster herself. This action, however, led to a misunderstanding with the Ten Tails. While it was indeed under Baiye's control, it did not imply that the Ten Tails was a mere mindless puppet. Rather, it had a subconscious willingness to obey Baiye. Thus, when it sensed Tornado's intent to harm Baiye, it immediately launched an attack against her. Roar! The Ten Tails let out a bellow, subsequently triggering a cataclysm of natural disasters, including earthquakes, lightning strikes, tornadoes, and tsunamis, all aimed squarely at Tornado. Oh! Observing the sudden emergence of such widespread natural calamities, Tornado's lips curled into a smirk, as if her interest had been piqued. After all, when it comes to natural disasters, that is her domain of expertise. Tornado promptly raised her hands, employing her formidable telekinesis to conjure an even larger tornado in defiance, while a protective barrier formed around her to mitigate the lightning strikes. The appearance of the Ten Tails finally presented Tornado with an adversary capable of igniting her interest, unlike the previous foes she had vanquished, even those of the Dragon class, which had utterly failed to satisfy her. In stark contrast, Baiye found little joy in the situation, his brow furrowing slightly. Just as he was contemplating whether to intervene in the ongoing battle between the Ten Tails and Tornado, the system suddenly emitted a notification sound. Ding! Host triggers special event. Ten Tails vs. Tornado, reward acquired. Constitution 100, Hashirama cells 20. Constitution 1908, Hashirama cells 120. Ding! Host Hashirama cells have reached 120. Unlocking reward. Would release. Would clone technique. Upon witnessing this, Baiye reconsidered, deciding to observe the situation further. After all, as long as it was before Boros's arrival, it mattered not when Baiye became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. If the battle between the Ten Tails and Tornado could yield greater rewards, he was more than willing to wait and see. Although Baiye did not believe that the Ten Tails could defeat Tornado, conversely, Tornado could not slay the Ten Tails. Rather, it was immortal. Even if Tornado managed to disperse the Ten Tails, Baiye could swiftly revive it. With this thought, Baiye settled down, retrieved a bag of sunflower seeds from the Kamui space, and sat cross-legged on the ground, munching on the seeds. Now this is more like it. Simply sit there obediently and watch my performance. Noticing Baiye's actions, Tornado's expression shifted to one of smug satisfaction. As the Tornado confronted the natural calamities, a colossal flower-shaped cannon emerged from the maw of the Ten Tails, coalescing into an enormous-tailed beast bomb. This oversized bomb accumulated power surpassing even the size of the Ten Tails itself, hurtling toward the Tornado that hovered in the sky. In that instant, the Tornado, which had previously exuded an air of ease, displayed a grave expression. She sensed the terrifying energy encapsulated within the immense-tailed beast bomb, realizing it would be folly to rely solely on her protective shield to withstand it. The Tornado swiftly evaded, yet the distant mountains behind her bore the brunt of the catastrophic force. Boom! It was akin to a nuclear explosion. No, it was a force far exceeding that of a nuclear blast, with an explosion diameter reaching at least 1,000 kilometers, flames piercing the heavens, constituting a strike of national annihilation. Chapter 97. Ten Tails vs. Tornado. Fortunately, this desolate land is situated far from the city. Otherwise, it could easily result in the casualties of millions. Baiye and Tornado find themselves within the blast radius. Tornado shields herself from the explosion's force, and the overwhelming power of this colossal-tailed beast ball invigorates her further. Meanwhile, Baiye remains seated, casually munching on sunflower seeds, completely unfazed by the cataclysmic explosion due to his phasing ability, which also renders the seeds in his hand intangible. Ding! The Ten Tails controlled by the host has defeated a demon-level monster, earning a reward of 40 points. Ding! The Ten Tails controlled by the host has defeated a B-level wanted criminal, earning a reward of 10 points. Concurrently, a series of system notifications resonate in Baiye's mind. It is evident that the nation-destroying tailed beast ball has fortuitously eradicated some lurking monsters and wanted criminals in the uninhabited region. Baiye estimates that he has accrued an additional 200 to 300 points from this endeavor. At that moment, the Ten Tails unleashes another tailed beast ball, this time resembling a laser, slicing towards Tornado. This projectile is significantly faster than the previous colossal tailed beast ball, and the earlier explosion has obscured Tornado's vision, preventing her from evading immediately. The protective shield is directly struck by the laser, and soon begins to show signs of fracturing. Seeing this, as the shield teeters on the brink of destruction, Tornado swiftly ascends to evade the laser. Among all the monsters I've encountered, your destructive power is unparalleled. She acknowledges the Ten Tails' might. But can you withstand my assault? As her words linger in the air, Tornado spreads her arms, no longer withholding her strength. Yet, at that moment, she recalls that someone is still below. Hurry and dodge. Don't say I didn't warn you. She shouts to Baiye below. However, Baiye remains silent, continuing to snack on his seeds. If you won't listen, so be it. Tornado huffs, then directs her psychic powers towards the Ten Tails. She lifts the ground on either side of the Ten Tails, raising 2,000-meter-high rock walls to compress it. The Ten Tails form distorts under the pressure, emitting a roar of anguish. In the next instant, it retaliates by firing a barrage of tailed beast balls, shattering the rock walls, with the remaining projectiles shooting towards Tornado like bullets from a machine gun. Tornado swiftly maneuvers to evade the oncoming tailed beast balls. Seems you hold your own. Tornado muses, somewhat surprised by the Ten Tails' vitality and defense. If it were an ordinary dragon-level monster, it would have already been reduced to pulp by her earlier attack. Then, Tornado channels her energy once more. Encountering a worthy adversary is a rare occurrence, and she finds herself becoming increasingly exhilarated. With her hands mimicking the motion of wringing a towel, she directs her focus towards the Ten Tails and twists. In that moment, an invisible force compresses the very air around the Ten Tails. The tempestuous force of Tornado was unleashed in full might, ruthlessly ravaging the earth. While the Ten Tails cried out in agony, Tornado scoffed lightly, confident that this maneuver would surely subdue her adversary. One could witness the colossal form of the Ten Tails contorting and twisting under the tumultuous winds, akin to a towel being wrung dry. Yet, Tornado underestimated the Ten Tails' resilience. It persevered longer than anticipated, still brimming with vitality. In contrast, Tornado, exerting herself to manipulate such vast currents of air and forcibly constrict the Ten Tails, found her strength severely depleted. Nevertheless, in her fervor, she pressed on, disregarding her dwindling stamina, determined to annihilate the Ten Tails with her relentless psychokinetic force. After a brief interval, Tornado, panting from exertion, noticed the once tumultuous winds around her beginning to calm. Meanwhile, the Ten Tails, though disfigured and in a precarious state, showed no signs of imminent demise. As the dust settled and clarity returned, Tornado's brow furrowed in disbelief upon witnessing the Ten Tails still alive and intact. How troublesome, she murmured, acknowledging the creature's formidable vitality. That had been one of her most potent attacks, yet it had failed to vanquish this peculiar entity. Having fixated entirely on the Ten Tails, Tornado momentarily overlooked the presence of Byakuya. She raised her arm and extended her palm, using her telekinesis to draw down a meteorite from the cosmos, one that was relatively close to Earth. This meteorite was not particularly large, merely a few dozen meters in diameter. Larger ones were beyond her capacity to summon. The Ten Tails swiftly formed a tailed beast bomb and launched it at the meteorite that had pierced the clouds, effortlessly shattering it into fragments. Indeed, that tactic proves ineffective against you. So, what shall I attempt next? Tornado contemplated, unaware of her swiftly depleting energy. It was plausible that she might exhaust herself before she could eliminate the Ten Tails. Moreover, the Ten Tails was indomitable. If Tornado persisted in this reckless expenditure of her strength, she would ultimately succumb to the Ten Tails' endurance. Ten Tails, unleash your full potential without restraint, Byakuya finally commanded. With his permission, the Ten Tails roared and unleashed a cataclysmic transformation. Previously, It had held back due to Byakuya's presence, but now, the scale of this transformation was magnitudes greater than before, instantly altering the very fabric of the world. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and torrents of lightning rained down, most of which targeted Tornado, accompanied by fierce whirlwinds rushing toward her. The trembling earth and roaring torrents painted a vivid picture of an apocalyptic scene. Meanwhile, Byakuya remained unfazed, effortlessly evading all natural calamities with his ethereal form. Only Tornado faced a formidable peril. Her expression shifted slightly. She had not anticipated that her opponent still held back. As it appeared, this was the full-force strike of that monstrous being. In truth, Tornado could have fled the scene in that very moment. But her pride dissuaded her from such a humiliating retreat. Instead, she resolved to confront the Ten Tails head-on. After all, she possessed not only her own sense of dignity, but had also reached a boiling point with the Ten Tails. Tornado expended her remaining energy, wielding the elements to counteract the cataclysmic transformations of the Ten Tails, employing a protective barrier as a means of defense. However, engaging in a battle of endurance with the Ten Tails was undoubtedly an imprudent choice. Chapter 98. The Princess Carrie in the relentless clash against the Ten Tails. Tornado gradually found herself overwhelmed. Her stamina was waning, and at this moment, even forming a protective energy shield was becoming a Herculean task. If this continued, her defeat was inevitable. At this juncture, Baiye had already glimpsed the outcome of this fierce battle. It was somewhat unexpected for him to witness the Ten Tails overpowering Tornado. Had she approached the encounter with a modicum of rationality and refrained from engaging the Ten Tails head-on, the result might have been different. This predicament stemmed not only from Tornado's proud and stubborn disposition, but also from her prolonged absence of worthy adversaries. Thus, when faced with the Ten Tails, she was exhilarated, succumbing to reckless abandon and unleashing her abilities without regard for mana consumption. However, against a being as resilient and seemingly immortal as the Ten Tails, Tornado's impetuousness was her greatest vulnerability. To vanquish the Ten Tails, there existed but one viable method, employing the Six Paths, Earth Explosion Star Sealing Technique. Otherwise, the Ten Tails' immortality was akin to a glitch in the fabric of combat. The only alternative would be to possess destructive power far exceeding that of the Ten Tails, capable of reducing it to ashes in a single strike, ensuring that even upon revival, it would be swiftly obliterated, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. At that moment, Baiye's phone rang abruptly, prompting him to answer. "Hello." "Hello, this is Shichi," came the voice from the other end. "Mr. Shinwei, it seems that trembling Tornado is engaged in a fierce battle with a formidable foe. Could you possibly lend her your support?" Shichi was well aware of Baiye's unparalleled speed within the Hero Association, evident from his previous performance during the assault of the Sea People. Before Baiye could respond, Shichi continued, "We had scheduled an S-Class hero meeting for today, but unexpectedly, a dragon-level disaster has emerged, and Ms. Tornado is currently in a dire struggle. If possible, I believe it would be prudent to avoid postponement." Baiye fell silent for a moment, contemplating his next move. "I understand." With this brief acknowledgement, he ended the call. Since today was the day of the S-Class hero meeting, it was likely also the day Boros and his dark matter pirates would arrive on Earth. Thus, he had no time to squander on Tornado. Coincidentally, Tornado was on the verge of collapsing. The natural disasters she had conjured to combat the Ten Tails were dissipating, and she was left with scarcely any strength to sustain the energy shield against the thunder and tempest. Beads of sweat adorned her brow as she, driven by sheer will, raised her hands to barely maintain the shield. Crack! The ominous sound of the energy shield fracturing sent a chill down Tornado's spine, as she observed visible cracks forming before her eyes. It was evident that the shield would shatter soon, and when it did, peril would swiftly follow. The host-controlled Ten Tails triumphed over the S-ranked second-place contender, the trembling Tornado, earning a reward of 150 points. Upon hearing the system announce that Ten Tails had vanquished the Tornado, Baiye immediately commanded Ten Tails to cease its assault. The rewards that could be claimed had already been secured. There was no reason to allow Ten Tails to truly eliminate the Tornado. Instantly, Ten Tails complied, halting the cataclysmic upheaval of the world as the apocalyptic chaos gradually subsided. At that moment, the tornado's energy shield shattered, her stamina completely depleted, rendering her incapable of even maintaining her ability to float, causing her to plummet straight down. Although the tornado was recognized as the strongest Esper in this world, her physical attributes were only marginally superior to those of Fubuki, both being at a level akin to that of an ordinary human. Falling from such heights, the tornado, devoid of stamina to employ her telekinetic powers, faced an almost certain demise. Baiye, however, could not simply stand by and allow her to perish. He swiftly utilized his divine might to teleport beside her, cradling her in a princess carry with both arms to steady her descent. This was not an attempt to take advantage of the tornado. Rather, it was the most secure method that came to his mind in that moment. Ding! The host has completed a princess carry with the tornado, earning a reward of 50 points. Merely executing a princess carry garnered such a bounty of points, likely due to the task's high degree of difficulty. Had it been anyone else, they would have been sent flying a vast distance by a mere thought from the tornado. Of course, her current state of exhaustion did not factor into this consideration. As Baiye embraced her, the tornado retained but a flicker of consciousness. Catching sight of Baiye holding her, the tornado slightly parted her lips, yet lacked the strength to speak. Her lips quivered, but no words emerged. Do not overexert yourself. You should rest, Baiye advised gently. In the next instant, he teleported them both to the ground, gently laying her down. During her unconsciousness, the tornado experienced a vivid montage of memories. Significant moments replayed in her mind, such as being trapped in a laboratory, being rescued by explosion, and the disdain from Fubuki. However, this montage was short-lived, as the tornado had merely exhausted herself. Unlike during the battle against the Monster Association, when she had not only overexerted her powers, but had also sustained severe injuries. When the tornado finally awakened, she opened her eyes to not only see Baiye's face, but also a colossal head and a Sharingan that was larger than her entire being. For those afflicted with megalophobia or heart conditions, the sight of Tintail's enormous visage upon waking could induce shock. The tornado, however, remained unfazed. Her eyes widened, but she exhibited no excessive reaction and promptly performed a sit-up. You are finally awake. Let us go. We must attend a meeting at the Hero Association. Until the moment the tornado regained consciousness, Baiye had been casually snacking on seeds, but now he stood ready to depart. The tornado, still somewhat dazed, processed the situation. However, she was preoccupied with a matter of great concern. Why was Baiye able to stand leisurely and unscathed beneath the colossal beast towering 1,000 meters, while she herself remained unharmed? Chapter 99. Emergency summons for S-Class heroes. When Tornado regained her senses, she discovered that the colossal Tintails had vanished without a trace. The sudden disappearance left her questioning her own perception. What had happened to that bizarre creature? Tornado inquired. Who can say? White Knight refrained from revealing the truth. After all, Tintails held another identity as the king of the Monster Association. If Tornado and the Hero Association were to learn of his connection with Tintails, it could lead to a cascade of unnecessary complications. Mr. Sitch has summoned us to the Hero Association headquarters for an S-Class Heroes meeting, and you must accompany me. I shall depart first. With that, White Knight's figure vanished, escaping further inquiries from Tornado. Wait! Tornado attempted to call after him, but before she could finish her sentence, he had completely disappeared. She found herself alone, momentarily stunned, before her expression shifted to one of anger. How dare he ignore me? However, Tornado realized that her fury was futile when alone. Emitting a faint green glow, she soared towards the Hero Association headquarters. During her brief unconsciousness, her strength had partially returned, allowing her to maintain normal flight. As she flew at high speed, her mind lingered on the earlier events. She was deeply intrigued by the nature of White Knight's relationship with that gigantic beast. Tornado speculated on two possibilities. The first was that White Knight had defeated the beast after she lost consciousness, and the sight she had seen upon awakening was merely an illusion. The second possibility was that White Knight was already acquainted with the beast, thus evading any attack. and had somehow caused its disappearance. Regardless of which scenario was true, Tornado found it astonishing. Could that peculiar-eyed individual truly possess such formidable abilities? Alternatively, there might be a third possibility, that the beast, having battled her, was too exhausted to pursue either her or White Knight. What truly occupied Tornado's thoughts was the realization that she had encountered an adversary capable of pushing her to her limits. One so powerful that it had nearly thrust her into peril. Yet, instead of fear, she felt invigorated. The beast was certainly not dead. Once she had sufficiently recovered, she would seek to engage it in battle once more, for anything less would be unsatisfactory. Additionally, Tornado recalled a rather unpleasant incident. Just before losing consciousness, it seemed that the insufferable individual had rescued her, and in a rather compromising position. At the thought, her cheeks flushed slightly, though her expression remained one of displeasure. That person had abandoned her, fleeing alone. Tornado muttered her grievances aloud. In truth, Tornado is a paragon of diligence within the Hero Association, as well as its ace. Most formidable monsters that pose insurmountable challenges are typically dealt with by her. Tornado herself is quite invested in the affairs of the Hero Association. For instance, during the S-Class hero meeting depicted in the original work, even Saitama, who was merely a B-Class hero at the time, was recognized by Tornado at a glance, while other S-Class heroes, aside from Genos and Bang, failed to identify him. Thus, Tornado is also aware of the swiftness of the hero known as Knight, having perused the records and footage left by the Sea People disaster, and naturally, she has witnessed Knight's performance. However, despite possessing such remarkable speed, he chose to leave her behind and did not offer her a ride. Soon, Tornado arrived at the Hero Association headquarters in City, and Knight had already reached the headquarters, where he encountered Genos and others in the corridor near the entrance. Bang, Saitama, and Genos had come together. Oh, Knight, you arrived before us. Bang greeted him warmly. This emergency summons for S-Class heroes seems rather significant, so I hurried over. Knight nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, they came across a middle-aged man clad in a cape and wielding a longsword. This man, resembling a certain deity, was none other than the fourth-ranked S-Class hero, the Atomic Samurai. Atomic Samurai has noticed Bang and the others behind him and promptly turned to greet them. Silver Fawn, so you have come as well. And the newly minted Godslayer, the cyborg Genos, and the bald Saitama, I see. As fellow S-Class heroes, the Atomic Samurai could easily recognize them. However, his address towards Saitama did not sit well with the latter. Hello, sir, pleased to make your acquaintance, Saitama responded politely. Despite his discomfort, I am the Atomic Samurai, the man replied, acknowledging Saitama appropriately, as he was aware he was addressing an S-Class hero rather than a B-Class one, which would have altered his demeanor. He then added, correcting Saitama's misapprehension, but I am not yet of the age to be called sir. I am merely 37. Isn't 37 the age of a sir? Saitama replied, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. Next, Knight and Genos also introduced themselves briefly to the Atomic Samurai. I have heard of your exploits. You ascended to the 5th rank in the Hero Association shortly after joining. My 4th position is now at risk. Atomic Samurai remarked with a confident smile, a slender bamboo skewer held between his teeth. However, surpassing me will not be an easy feat. Meanwhile, Genos remained silent, observing the unfolding situation. Just as Knight was about to say something, a voice from behind suddenly interrupted him. Knight, why are you running so fast? It was unmistakably Tornado's voice. Knight turned around, and, indeed, Tornado had caught up with him. As Tornado emerged from the battle unscathed and her stamina having notably recovered, one could hardly discern that she had just endured a fierce confrontation. Upon entering and calling out to Silver Knight, the Atomic Samurai was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Silver Knight and Tornado were acquainted. In his recollection, Tornado was rather proud and difficult to approach. Of course, the Atomic Samurai himself possessed a certain arrogance, resulting in minimal interaction with her. He was well aware of Tornado's troublesome disposition and chose to depart without a word. Where did this child come from? Is she lost? Saitama inquired, observing Tornado, who was shorter than even the upper-grade elementary students. She is the S-Class Rank 2, Tornado of Terror, Genos explained. Move aside, Baldy. I'm here to find Silver Knight, Tornado retorted. Irked at being mistaken for a child and directly addressing Saitama as Baldy. What an impolite little girl, Saitama thought. However, rather than feeling offended by the insult, he merely sighed. Well then, bang, and I will take our leave. This little girl can trouble Silver Knight to help her find her mother. With that, Saitama and Bang departed. Yet, Silver Knight was unwilling to remain, turning to Genos and stating, we should also take our leave. He understood that Tornado merely wished to inquire about the 10 tails, but he had no intention of providing answers. Indeed, Genos nodded slightly. The two then followed suit. Are you ignoring me again? Wait. Tornado, filled with indignation, hastily pursued them. Chapter 100. The Earth is Doomed. Tornado, propelled by telekinesis, chased after them. Hey, Baiye, aren't you going to look after her? It wouldn't be good if she got lost in the Hero Association. This place seems rather expansive, Saitama remarked upon noticing Tornado's pursuit. Although he was aware that she was the second-ranked S-Class hero, he still regarded her as a mere child. It's fine, Baiye casually replied. Stop right there. At that moment, Tornado had caught up to Baiye. We can discuss any matters after the meeting concludes, Baiye hastily dismissed. You said so. Don't think you can escape then, Tornado retorted. Soon, the group arrived at the conference room. As the S-Class hero meeting had yet to commence, only half of the S-Class heroes were present. The heroes in attendance quietly settled into their seats. Baiye could feel Tornado's gaze fixed upon him. Over the next half hour, additional S-Class heroes trickled in. Once the designated time arrived, those who had not yet appeared were marked absent, including the first-ranked Explosion and the seventh-ranked Metal Knight. Present were the second-ranked Tornado of Terror, the third-ranked Silver Fong, the fourth-ranked Atomic Sarai, the sixth-ranked Child Emperor, the eighth-ranked King, the ninth-ranked Zombie Man, the 10th-ranked Drive Knight, the 11th-ranked Pig God, the 12th-ranked Metal Bat, the 13th-ranked Dogman, the 14th-ranked Flashy Flash, the 16th-ranked Vaccine Man, the 17th-ranked Metal Bat, the 19th-ranked Sexy Prisoner, alongside Baiye, Saitama, and Genos. Due to the shifts in ranking among the trio, the overall standings of the S-Class heroes had naturally altered. Most of the heroes were composed, but a few stood out conspicuously. Metal Bat had his legs propped up on the table. Metal Knight was flexing his muscles with great fervor. Pig God was incessantly munching on food. King's engine roared loudly, and Dogman was sniffing the air, concerned about who had passed gas. And there was Tornado, who remained fixated on Baiye. Yet, just as Tornado's attention was on Baiye, the sexy prisoner was also eyeing Genos, evidently keen to find an opportunity to get close to the young hero. The organizer of this S-Class hero meeting, Bang, had arrived but did not immediately clarify the situation. Everyone who was supposed to be here has likely arrived. So, what is the purpose of this urgent meeting? Bang in Guit? I don't know. We've been waiting for so long, yet no one has explained the situation. Tornado expressed her dissatisfaction. Excuse me, is there any tea? Saitama finally spoke up. Subsequently, a small robot approached to serve him tea. I am Shichi, responsible for the briefing at this meeting. Since we are unaware of the whereabouts of the Exploder and the Metal Knight and have been unable to contact them, there is no need to continue waiting. The emergency meeting shall commence immediately. At this moment, Shichi finally began to elucidate the situation, slamming his hands on the table. His expression grave. Let me be forthright. The purpose of gathering you all here is to implore your protection of the Earth. Even though you stand at the pinnacle of the hero realm as S-Class heroes, there exists a possibility of demise in this incident. Therefore, we shall offer you an opportunity. Should you choose to withdraw now, you may retain your S-Class title. However, if you choose to hear what I am about to disclose, there will be no turning back, for you will be placed under house arrest until the matter is resolved to prevent any leakage of information that could incite public panic. Is that understood? Shichi first outlined the pertinent details to the assembly. Hey, so you do have something of great importance to summon us for, spoke the Metal Bat, albeit with a disgruntled expression. I sneaked out of my sister's crucial piano recital. If this isn't significant, I swear I will smash this headquarters. Shichi then spoke in a solemn tone. The great prophet, Lady Shibabawafa, has passed away. Upon hearing this, Several S-Class heroes visibly altered their expressions. However, the change in the Metal Bat's demeanor stemmed from his complete ignorance of who Lady Shibabawafa was. Saitama, on the other hand, directly inquired about it. After Shichi explained the circumstances surrounding Lady Shibabawafa's demise, he transitioned to the crux of the matter, retrieving a note from his pocket. The core issue is that Lady Shibabawafa left behind a note before her passing, the prophecy of which is certain to come to fruition. Shichi promptly displayed the content of the note on a large screen. The Earth is doomed. Yet, the audience did not exhibit much reaction. The child emperor, who had been sucking on a lollipop, removed it from his mouth, puzzled. What does this mean? This is so dull. I still have a tutoring class to attend. Child emperor, you're only 10 years old, correct? Shichi remarked, casting a slightly disdainful glance at the child emperor. I have heard you are a prodigious youth. But if you cannot grasp the gravity of this situation, it merely indicates that you remain a child. What? The child emperor's face reflected discontent. Listen closely. To date, Lady Shibabawafa has predicted several significant disasters, floods, earthquakes, perilous creatures, each time with absolute accuracy. Some of these calamities have claimed numerous lives. However, Shichi's fervor grew as he continued. Lady Shibabawafa has never used the term doomed. This implies that a calamity far worse than even the demon and dragon-level disasters is imminent, assuredly within the next 6 months. Furthermore, if Mr. Shinwei's prophecy holds true, it will be the worst-case scenario. Hearing Shichi suddenly mentioned by Yi, the collective gaze of the assembly turned towards him. The silent night enveloped them. Previously, Mr. Shinwei's predictions regarding several dragon-level disasters had proven accurate, leading me to believe that his prophecies hold significant weight. He asserted that these dragon-level disasters were merely precursors to impending god-level catastrophes. With palpable excitement, Shichi exclaimed, God-level disasters. Do you comprehend the gravity of this? It signifies a calamity that could potentially lead to the extinction of humanity. God-level disasters? Surely, such things are implausible. One retorted. Thus far, the highest threat encountered have been dragon-level disasters. The very existence of god-level disasters remained debatable. Whether it be dragon-level or god-level disasters, I could simply swat them away with a bat. While the esteemed S-Class heroes debated fervently,